I'll take a wife and live forever in a world of chaos. Synopsis: Su Convergence traveled to the weird and chaotic world and gained a delightful golden finger. The sea has changed and the years have changed. Years later, he received a series of titles: Mayor of Green Bamboo Town, the town's keeper of order, the head of a large family, contributors to population increase, the godfather of the neighborhood, the good man of the Phantom Dynasty. The various demons, devils, weirdos and powerful people who were fighting to death suddenly looked back and realized that in the midst of this chaotic world there already stood an everlasting immortal. Chapter 1, A World of Chaos. Buckwheat needed black bread still left too. Our mother and I will be out of food tomorrow. If he still cannot wake up, can only find you a strong man into the household to support the family. I don't want it. If Convergence dies, I'll die with him. If you die, you'll be so beautiful. And the family can't find any strong men to work and earn food. Who'll provide for my old age? You heartless wretch. Dimly, Su Convergence heard the cursing of an older woman and the sobbing of a younger woman. What's going on? A little too much information. Feeling achy all over, Su Jing struggled to open his heavy eyelids and saw the dimly lit oil marquee fire. It was a low-slum old adobe house, and he was lying on a simple plank bunk, covered with a bedding with patches sewn all over it. In the corner of the house, the dark, dirt stove held some pots and pans. In the center of the room, there was a worn wooden table and a few wooden stools. An elderly woman with waxy, wrinkled skin and a withered body, and a young woman with a white face and a slender body, sat at a wooden table, both with their heads hung low, holding strips of cloth and needle and thread in their hands, as if they were napping shoes. Oddly enough, both women had cloth wrapped around their wrists and blood was faintly visible. Cough, cough, cough. Su Hui felt his throat dry and swollen, and let out a series of coughs. Hearing the commotion, the young woman's face showed surprise, and she hurriedly put down the cloth and needle and thread in her hands. She wiped her tears, picked up the bowl of water placed on the table, and came to the bedside, assisting Su Convergence to sit up and drink the water. The old woman raised her head and frowned as she looked at Su Jie. He's awake, but he's half dead with a hanging breath, so he can't go out to work to earn food, and he still has to open his mouth to eat and chew. Does our family owe him from his past life? The young woman pleaded. Mother, Convergence brothers only just woken up, so don't complain. The older woman's mouth quirked with two more low curses, and she lowered her head to continue napping her shoes. What's the situation? Just as Su Hui was speculating, a wave of memories surged out of his mind like a fountain. Pain. It hurts too much. It caused his head to swell and his body to break out in a cold sweat. After receiving this memory, he understood. It is a chaotic world where rights and music are crumbling. Strangeness is rampant, and banditry is rampant. Those in power are extremely extravagant, vicious, and indulgent. The grassroots have no food, no security, and are living in dire straits. The household he was in nowadays was located in a small town in the Yu dynasty. The head of the family called Li Jinshui, his wife Wang Suiyun, daughter Li Feinya. Originally a family of three can barely make ends meet. The other day, Li Jinshui, in the mind to do labor to earn food, disappeared on the way home. The backbone of the family is gone. The family was in trouble. The next door family's young bachelor, Su Convergence, the original owner of this body, was a childhood friend of Li Xiaoya, so he came to the household and took over Li Jingshui's job in the mine to earn food to support the family. Blessing unrivaled. Misfortune does not come alone. Su Convergence, after all, only 15 or 16 years old, there is no over the head of the force, coupled with the hands of the raw, unfamiliar with the heavy work of the mines, which only the first day on the work of the falling rock smashed, and a life. I'm obviously crossed over. Su Convergence's heart sank, feeling bad. How can he survive in the chaotic world of weirdness and banditry in a modern civilized society where he only plays games, swipes videos and orders takeout? I'm only afraid that I won't survive more than 3 chapters, but it's a good thing that he's read a lot of online novels and has mastered a supreme secret spell. Immediately, he closed his eyes and mumbled in his mind, "The system, Dad." However, there was little response. Could it be that the system doesn't understand modern terms of address? Dad, it still doesn't do much good. Secret spells are ineffective. Su Convergence was disappointed. There was no system. What could be done about it? Convergence is hungry. Li Xiaoya took out 2 black steamed buns from an earthenware pot and gave one to Su Jing, while the other was broken up by her so that she and Wang Suiyan could share 1/2 each. Wang Suiyan, dissatisfied, not up. We mother and son here for a day of shoes only eat half. He lies nothing to eat one. You will be poor generous. Li Xiaoya said, Jie is injured. You have to eat more. so you can work to earn food after you get well. Wang Chuiyan angrily scolded. Look at the other families, Han. Injured should consciously leave home. Let the capable Han come in to support the family. This is the reason for survival. Which one is talking about feelings? Can feelings be food? Original master, do you hear me? I'm talking about you. Su Jing gnawed on his black bun in silence. He is also a person with backbone. He really does not want to suffer from this wimpy anger. If this is placed in the modern civilized society, he immediately disliked a few words of anger, and immediately left. Go to the hospital to heal his wounds. But this was a chaotic world where weirdness was rampant and bandits were rampant. Plus he was not yet healed from his current injuries. Leaving this place would be no different from looking for death. Between being aggravated and a small life, it's still a small life that matters, and a small husband can bend. Let's put up with it for a while and then we'll make our plans. Sure, there's another reason. Li Xiaoya long watery. Good to him. If he left, Wang Suiyun will immediately recruit a strong man into the household to bully Li Xiaoya. He really cannot bear. Also do not rest assured. More unwilling. For something like bullying Li Xiaoya, it would be better for him to take matters into his own hands. It's such a simple, plain, and easy to understand truth. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. The strangely rhythmic sound of pounding bamboo boards came from far down the streets of the town. Patrolling the night, first sound. All three of them changed their faces. Li Xiaoya hurriedly took a kitchen knife and a small ceramic cup, unwrapped the cloth on her wrist, cut a little slit in the original wound, dripped the blood into the small ceramic cup, opened the wooden door, placed the small ceramic cup with blood on the doorway, and then closed the door. When she finished this, Wang Suiyun Maofu blew out the oil lamp fire in the room. The old earth house suddenly dark. If Su Convergence didn't have the original master's memories, he would definitely be puzzled. But it was good that he had the original master's memories and was clear about it all. The world is full of weirdness, and not just any weirdness, and the night watchman is one of those weirdnesses. When night falls, the night watchman will be like a ghost, wandering from house to house, and each family must prepare a cup of blood and place it at the door to ensure peace. If a cup of blood is not placed at the door, the night watchman will break in and drain the blood from the whole family. No one has ever seen what the night watchman looks like, because those who have are dead. There are two rumors. One is that the night watchman Green Fangs, taller than 10 feet, the other is that the night watchman does not have a solid body, but a black fog-like state. Wang Chuiyan is not yet 40 years old, but the body shape is dry and thin, old like 50 or 60 years old. It is because of the result of bloodletting for many years. Li Xiaoya's pale face is also caused by this reason. In addition to the night watchman, who appears every night, there is another kind of creepy that appears during the daytime. And a woman can't be outdoors for a long time, or she will be easily infected by the unsettling. This is why families need strong men to work to support their families. Women can't be out in the open for long periods of time, and the family has strong men who go out to work and earn food in order to survive. I'll give you one more night of recuperation at the latest, and if you're not better by tomorrow morning and can't go out to work to earn food, I'll have to find a strong man for Chioya to enter the household and come in. Wang Suiyan glanced at Su Convergence in the darkness, fatally dropping these words and pulling Li Xiaoya into the inner room. On the plank bed in the outer room, Su Convergence lay silently, lost in thought. The world is such a cruel place that a man who is not capable of earning food will cause the women in his family to starve to death and have to be abandoned. When a man is injured or disabled and cannot earn food or support his family, he must leave of his own accord. If you are not consciously want to be lazy, the women will directly recruit a strong man into the household, forcibly evict the old man. If it really comes to this, no one's face will look good, so it's better to be self-conscious. Su Convergence could only pray in his heart that his injuries would get better sooner, and incidentally greeted the ladies of this world. Chapter 2, Manhood. Sasha. A soft, cloudy wind blew outside the door, as if fallen leaves were being blown, and as if footsteps were being walked. Su Hui Hui's bones are creeped out, holding his breath, knowing that this is the night watchman is coming. It's getting closer. It seemed to arrive at the door hovering, vaguely heard the sound of sucking, seems to be drinking something, can be sure that it is not a drink of cola. I think he was drinking blood from a clay cup. So scary, so scary. A few moments later, the rustling sound gradually faded away, and Su Hui sighed in relief, possibly in shock, or having slept too much during the day, or worrying about his current situation. His body tossed and turned like a pancake, and he was hard-pressed to sleep. Suddenly creaked the sound of the door. He was startled, hastily looked at the wooden door, and found that the wooden door did not open, but the door of the inner room opened a little. A silhouette slipped out of the inner room, came over to his bed, and bent under the covers. Thriller turned into a romance all of a sudden. Su Jing was confused. His mind was blank. Happiness came too suddenly. Does it still hurt? Li Xiaoya's hand was on his face. Su Convergence reached out and covered her hand, not letting it leave. Humph, don't leave if you're here. It doesn't hurt. So sweet. Convergence is growing up to be a man. Li Xiaoya's hand trembled, but she did not take it away as she softly said, don't be afraid, brother Convergence. No matter what, I won't leave you behind, and I won't let any other man enter the household. At this moment, who could stand this? Anyway, Su Convergence couldn't stand it. In the old hut, it was dark, the blanket was hot, and the atmosphere was charming. The bright moonlight poured down from the small window, suspected to be frost on the ground. Su Hui let out a long breath, proving to be a real man with the facts. A curtain of light appeared in front of him. Name, Ko-Ki, rank, none. Skill, none. Props, none. Remark 1. Li Xiaoya's favoritism towards you has reached 90/100. You have gained 1 advancement point. You can choose any one of the ranks, skills, and props to add points for advancement. Remark 2. Above 90 out of 100 favorability. You will gain 1 advancement point for every point of increase in favorability. If favorability falls down and increases up again, you cannot gain advancement points repeatedly. Remark 3. During the process of maintaining 90/100 favorability or more, if Li Xiaoya gives birth to an heir for you, you will gain 1 additional advancement point. Su Convergence surprise. It's the golden finger coming. Late but arriving. A lesson learned by the traveler's predecessors. Of course, it was also possible that the golden finger had arrived long ago, only that he hadn't found the right way to open it until he reached the conditions for triggering it just now. It's a golden finger that can raise your strength by shattering your consciousness. Who wouldn't like it? Ranks. Add to me. Nothing to think about. He chose the realm for his additions. Since he didn't have the 2 items of skill or props now, he could only choose the rank. Order addition is complete. Add a cowhide to advance to the leather refining stage. Cowhide? Do you still need ingredients for the add-on progression? Su Convergence felt a headache. He was now penniless. Even eating was a problem. Where to get a cowhide? If you can't get the raw materials to add to your advancement, having a system is the same as not having one? Pondering the thorny question, he drifted off to sleep. The light of day is letting in. Su Convergence woke up refreshed, realizing that the injuries on his body had already healed to a certain extent, which made him happy and puzzled. There are no ingredients. The system hasn't started working yet. Why is my injury healing so fast? Could it be that the fusion of the 2 souls has strengthened the body's recovery ability? It can only be explained in this way. Another lesson learned by the traveler's predecessors. Seeing Li Xiaoya wake up, Su Convergence's heart stirred. Right now, Li Xiaoya's favorability towards him was 90 out of 100, and if it grew further, he would continue to gain advancement points. Sister Phinia, it's still early. Let's sleep a little longer. A few moments later, Li Xiaoya frowned, her gaze a bit angry. Su Tsungu checked the favorability and found that it hadn't grown. This made him sweat. It seemed that good feeling had nothing to do with the number of times shattered juju. It was mainly the cultivation of feelings. Ahem. In the inner room, there was a loud cough from Wang Suiyun. Knowing that this was a reminder for him to work in the mines to earn food, Su Ming hurriedly climbed to his feet. Li Xiaoya also got up blushing, opened the wooden door of the outhouse, and brought in the ceramic cup at the door. Su Convergence looked at it and realized that the ceramic cup was cleaner than a dog licking it. What's the point of dawdling? Why don't you go to the mines and work for your food? The door of the inner room opened, and Wang Suiyun walked out with a gloomy old face. Li Xiaoya took a sharp knife from the small earthen stove in the corner and handed it to him. Su Convergence took the sharp knife. Don't in the waistband of the pants. This world is like this. Go out without a knife. Safety less than half. The moment he put the sharp knife on, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Props, iron knife. He instantly understood what the props referred to. It was the tools he used for self-defense, because his golden finger didn't respond when he took other things, and bringing a sharp knife for self-defense was the only way to get such a prompt. Sister Phinia, don't nab your shoes if you're hungry. Lying down will reduce your body's exertion. Wait for me to come back from earning food. Su Rui gave Li Xiaoya a hug and turned to go out the door. Wang Suiyan probed and saw that Su Jing had gone far away. She quickly closed the door and went into the inner room. Taking out 2 black steamed buns, she nibbled on one and handed one to Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya wondered, Didn't you finish the 2 black buns yesterday? Why do you still have them? Wang Suiyun faintly said. Of course I hid it. Could it still be a rat? Li Xiaoya frowned. Mother, how could you do this? Convergence is still hungry. Wang Chuiyun coldly snorted. Silly girl. Women should be better for themselves. Han starved to death. Change 1 is. 3-legged toad is not good to find. 2-legged Han is still not good to find? When Convergence brother has joined our household, he is a member of our own family. We can't steal food like this. Li Xiaoya anxiously opened the door, wanting to chase after them and deliver the black buns to Su Jing. Wang Suiyun screamed in fear and pulled her. Going out in broad daylight. You don't want to die. Morning fog hazy. Su Convergence walking on the road. See households are closed. A man in a hurry. For today's livelihood busy green. See not a woman. Very strange. The vast majority of the fields in Green Bamboo Town were in the hands of the landlords, and the commoners had no fields and could only work for people to earn food. Seeing a family on the side of the road arguing, he looked curiously and probably understood. The family's man broke his hand working yesterday and was unable to earn food to support his family, so the woman of the family recruited a strong man to join the family to support them. The man with the broken hand begged bitterly to stay at home to nurse his wounds and leave when he had recovered. The woman and the stout man disagreed, cursing and driving away the man with the broken hand. Finally, the man with the broken hand said he was willing to bleed the night watchman every day, to stay at home as a blood slave. The woman and the strong man reluctantly agreed. What kind of world is it to watch one's woman take up with another man and have to bleed every day as a blood slave in order to live and stay at home and survive? Su Convergence sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Sister Fanya had feelings for him as a childhood friend, so he didn't end up like this. However, in such a world, the relationship maintained through feelings is actually not stable. As Wang Suiyun said, feelings cannot be eaten, but also have the ability to earn food to support the family. He quickened his pace and traveled in the direction of the mine. Chapter 3, Mine Work for Food. Walked 7 or 8 miles. Came to the mine. As Su Convergence glanced around, the mountains were filled with people. It's called a mine, but it's actually a quarry, where stone is mined for the big families in the city to build houses, or to build walls and such. A youth named Zhang Yuan's eyes showed surprise. Brother Convergence, your injuries have healed so quickly? Well, almost. Su Huihui snorted and went ahead to register and fill out the upper workforce. Zhang Yuan's hands were folded in his sleeves as he stood under a tree. The day before yesterday, when you were injured by a falling rock that rolled down from the mountain, I was taken aback and thought that you wouldn't survive. He looked at Su Convergence sweating to move the stone loading, while smilingly said, You these bitter stone movers is really not easy. Every day can only earn 1.5 pounds of food. There is the danger of encountering falling rocks. Like me, such as transporting the stone workers are different. Such as you, these stone movers loaded the car. I will be close to the falling rocks, cannot hit me. Right? Zhang Yuan is a few years older than Su Jie, and the original master Su Jie is a playmate since childhood. Because Zhang Yuan is more resourceful, good at dealing with mine supervisors, and bought a car to transport stone to the mine. Stone carriers are easier and earn more grain than stone movers. And Zhang Yuan has already raised 3 women in his family. A proper winner in life. You're right. Su Jing was already hungry and had to do heavy work. Feeling dehydrated, she could only respond to him with a hitch. Zhang Yuan is a little unfair. You are only 16 years old. Not yet over the head of the force. Feed themselves are difficult. Auntie Wang in Fine Asia is really ruthless. How can I bear to recruit you into the household to support the family, if you can't hold out? Although tell me, the big deal is that I'm going to Auntie Wang in Fine Asia to my home to save a little, squeeze out a little food, more to feed 2 problems. I threw. Su Hui really wanted to rush over and punch him in the face. Why is his face so big? Seeing Su Jing's silence, Zhang Yuan said, How is it? Su Hui Convergence shook his head. Thank you for your kind words. No need. I can still hold my own. Zhang Yuan sighed. Alas. Just show off. I'll see how long you can still show off. Su Hui didn't want to talk to him anymore and worked silently. There are hundreds of miners in the quarry. 10 or so overseers full of flesh carrying rattan canes in their hands, patrolling back and forth. Seeing the slow workers is a whip over. Miners just have to suffer. Do not dare to anger nor dare to say, if anyone does not want to do, at any time you can get out. Anyway, there are a large number of people need to work to earn food. The mine is not worried about recruiting people. Su Jie worked while keeping an eye on the supervisor out of the corner of his eye, and when he saw the supervisor coming this way, he hastened to work hard to avoid being beaten. Hungry and tired, time feels as slow as a snail. and a snail with a broken leg at that. It was hard to make it to noon and finally dinner was served. Received 2 steamed buns and a bowl of vegetable soup. Even half full is not enough. But there is better than nothing. Su Convergence devouring eat up. Never a moment to eat so fragrant. After eating and dissipating for a few moments, a dozen overseers carrying rattan canes chastised the miners to get back to work. Drying, Su Convergence suddenly had a vague pain in the top of his head in the heavenly spirit. What's going on? Why this feeling of danger? He was horrified and looked around, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. Looking up at the mine, the only possible danger was a cave-in. The fusion of the two souls has sharpened my senses and given me the gift of sensing danger in advance? He didn't have time to think about it and ran away. Soon I heard a crash and looked up to see a large piece of fallen rock rolling down. It smashed into his original position, and if he hadn't run away in advance, he would have definitely been hit and his head would have been smashed. It made him break out in a cold sweat. Uncle Lee disappeared on his way home from working in the mines to earn food. The original owner, Su Convergence, took over for Uncle Lee in the mines and was smashed to death. And now I've almost been smashed to death as well. Once or twice may be a coincidence. So that one after another is not a coincidence. Su Convergence's gaze was fixed on the hill where the collapse had occurred. There were dozens of quarrymen working there. Not much to see. Who wants to hurt me? Why do you want to hurt me? What do I deserve to be victimized for? Su converged thoughtfully. Not getting this right is as good as it gets. The original owner's parents died when she was a child, and her life is very simple, so there are no enemies. Since it's not the original owner's problem, it's related to the entry? As the saying goes, a red face is a scourge. Lifinia was born with a watery face, and if a strong and sturdy man enters the household, no one would dare to hit on the idea. But I'm just a 16-year-old teenager, so it's inevitable that I will arouse the covetousness of people with ulterior motives. Su Convergence quickly cleared his mind and guessed that 80% of it had to do with his entry into the household. Could it be Zhang Yuan's doing? He thought about it and decided it was unlikely. Although Zhang Yuan, this person, also had a bit of crooked thoughts about Li Xiaya, but Zhang Yuan had a weak nature and should not dare to do such a thing. Of course, just because it's unlikely doesn't mean it's not a possibility at all. The enemy is in the dark and I'm in the light. This can't go on. Even if I can sense the danger in advance and avoid it once, I can't always rely on this to cope with it. I have to seize the time to enhance my strength. In the midst of this chaotic world, strength is the king. Su converged as he worked and watched to prevent further danger. He had already gained an advancement point and needed the raw material of a cowhide to advance to the skin refining stage of a martial artist. If he reached the skin refining stage, his own safety would definitely be greatly improved. But every day he worked in the mines, he could only receive 1.5 pounds of grain. Barely enough to make ends meet was difficult, almost impossible to save money. Even if he worked all his life, could not afford to buy a cowhide. If there are no conditions, then create them. His eyes landed on the ox pulling the cart and lit up. There are many wagons, ox carts, and donkey carts here at the mine, and it's not hard to get a cowhide. Zhang Yuan, you miss my sister Finia. I miss your cow. It shouldn't be too much, right? Su Convergence realized that the nearest ox cart was Zhang Yuan's ox cart, and the others were farther away and not good enough to get down. And so, he took advantage of Zhang Yuan's inattention, pulled an old vine and quietly wrapped it around the oxen's feet. Brother Yuan, the stone is loaded on the cart. You can go. Zhang Yuan, who was sitting under a tree with his hands folded in his sleeves, got up and came over, jumped on the ox cart, pulled up the reins, raised the whip, and cracked it on the ox's back. The oxen ate the pain and pulled the load of rocks up. The result, predictably, the mountain road was already a bit steep, plus the cow's feet are wrapped in old vines, was hard to trip. Zhang Yuan, even the cow with the cart and the stone material all tipped forward. Boom! He fell heavily down the slope. Su Convergence lowered his head to work, and really couldn't bear to look. After all, they were brothers who had played together since childhood. Chapter 4 Supervisors. My cow, hey! Zhang Yuan cried out in grief. Not caring about himself, scrambled to get up. The first reaction is to check whether the cow has nothing to do. This is the guy he eats. The 3 women at home rely on this cow to feed it. When he saw that one of the cow's legs was broken, he almost fainted and sat on the ground as if he were dead, crying and pounding the ground with both hands. The cow is gone. The calf is finished. Brother Yuan, are you alright? Su Convergence, who was burying his head in his work, raised his head and let out an exclamation of surprise. His acting skills were very pompous. However, no one was paying attention to him at this moment. All of them were looking at Zhang Yuan, and quite a few of them were showing gloating smiles. Since Zhang Yuan had become a stone hauler, he had been talking and walking a little bit drifting, which had long made people uncomfortable. Su Convergence hurriedly ran over and helped Zhang Yuan up, patting the dirt on his clothes and comforting him. It's good that people are fine. Zhang Yuan shook off his hand and cried, how can it be fine? The cow is gone. Can't earn so much grain. The 3 women in the family will not rebel with me now. Su Convergence asked, can't we buy another cow? Zhang Yuan said bitterly, you say it lightly. This cow was bought by 2 generations of my family who saved money. Where can I get so much silver now? That's a relief. Su Convergence nodded silently in his heart. What's going on? A ruddy-faced overseer approached, carrying a cane. Zhang Yuan hurriedly pulled the overseer's arm and pleaded up. Brother Liang, my cow broke its leg and can't work. Do you think you can help make the mine buy it and improve your food as well? Liang Yan looked at the cow with a broken leg. I'll go ask the steward for you. Thank you, Brother Liang. Thank you, Brother Liang. Zhang Yuan was happy, nodding his head and thanking him profusely. Not much longer. Liang Yan came back and handed Zhang Yuan a silver ingot. I asked the steward, I can buy this cow of yours. Zhang Yuan caught the silver with both hands and looked at it, carefully saying, Brother Liang, this 5 taels of silver is too little. Can we add more? Liang Yan's face slowly pulled down. A ruined cow with a broken leg. Do you still want to sell it as a good cow? Zhang Yuan hurriedly said, I don't mean that, but, even if you slaughter it and sell the beef, it's still more than 5 taels of silver. Liang Yan said, then don't beg me to let the mine buy it. You can slaughter it yourself and take it to the market to sell the beef. Nowadays in this world, how many families can afford to eat beef? Zhang Yuan's face was green and white, hesitating for a long time. I'd better sell it to the mine. That's right. Liang Yan patted his shoulder. Without the oxen, you'll first do some work as a stone mover, and when you save up enough silver later and buy oxen, you can still work as a stone hauler. Zhang Yuan could only nod his head repeatedly. Many thanks to Brother Liang. Liang Yan raised his hand and ordered a few stone movers. You guys, drag the ox to the kitchen. Su Convergence realized that he had also been nailed, so he had to put down the work he was doing and follow a few stone movers, dragging the oxen along with him. Liang Yan carried the rattan and followed beside him. Your name is Su Convergence, isn't it? Su Rui didn't expect him to suddenly strike up a conversation with himself, and after being stunned, he quickly smiled and said, yes, Brother Liang. Liang Yan said, if you are young and haven't got the head strength to do the heavy work of a stone mover, it's easy to wear out your body. Why don't you buy an animal to be a stone carrier? Su Convergence responded, the family is poor. Where can they afford to buy livestock? Liang Yan pondered for a moment. I'm also from the old street side, not very far from your home, considered half a neighbor. I'm quite handy. I can lend you a dozen or so taels of silver. You buy an animal to the mine. I'll give you a job as a stone hauler, and when you earn silver later on, slowly pay me back his. Su Convergence's eyes flashed for a moment. Even in civilized society, he did not believe in pie in the sky, not to mention this world now. This overseer Liang Yan so enthusiastic to borrow more than a dozen taels of silver to him, but also promised to give him the job of transporting the stoneworkers. The figure of what is it? He himself was penniless. Nothing worth being missed. The only possibility was Sister Hosoya. Could it be that the original owner being smashed to death? And him almost being smashed by falling rocks before? Could it be the work of this Liang Yan? In just this instant, he thought of a lot, but his face and mouth were not idle, and he immediately exuded surprise. Many thanks to Brother Liang. Liang Yan patted his shoulder. 15 taels for a donkey should be enough. I'll bring you the silver tomorrow. A few stone movers looked enviously at Su Convergence, who had been taken care of by the supervisor, Liang Yan, and was going to become a stone carrier, and was about to live a good life. Zhang Yuan's eyes were red with anxiety. Brother Liang, what about me? What about me? Lend me 10 taels of silver. I'll buy a donkey too. Liang Yan frowned. How can I have that much silver? I've already taken care of you once by making you a stone carrier before. I have to take care of the other neighbors in the old street. You'll work as a stone carrier first, and then I'll lend it to you again when I have silver after a while. Zhang Yuan hung his head as if he were a frosted eggplant. Under Liang Yan's command, Su Convergence, Zhang Yuan and a few stone movers, sweating and struggling, dragged the ox with a broken leg to the mine's kitchen, and came back to continue moving stones for loading. For the miners, the mine only cares for the meal at noon, and at night, of course, it doesn't care about the meal, and this beef is not likely to be given to the miners. Brother Convergence, Let me discuss something with you. Tomorrow Brother Liang will lend you 15 taels of silver. Can you lend me 10 taels first? I want to buy a donkey. Zhang Yuan was panting as he moved the stones and approached Su Wei. Su Convergence refused. But I also want to buy a donkey. What will I do if I lend you 10 taels? Supervisor Liang Yan has nothing to offer, offering to lend him money and promising to promote him as a stone hauler, so he probably doesn't have any good intentions, and he knows that this silver is not so good to take. Liang Yan probably dug a pit for him to jump into, such as using the repayment of the money as an excuse for wanting to get Sister Hashia. He actually does not want this silver. In order to prevent the supervisor Liang Yan dog anxious to jump over the wall, only agreed to ask for this silver. First stabilize, Liang Yan said. When he got the cowhide and advanced into a martial artist, he would not be afraid of Liang Yan playing any tricks. In front of the absolute strength, any means seem fancy. Zhang Yuan pleaded. You've only raised one woman. Fine, yeah. Auntie Wang is old. She won't live long and won't be able to eat much food. You'll have enough to support them by working as a stone hauler. I've raised 3 of them, and my family has high expenses, so the only way to support my family is to work as a stone hauler. If Wang Chuiyun heard this, she would really have to thank you, said Su Hui. It's really hard for Brother Yuan to support his 3 sisters-in-law without the work of stone carriers. Su Convergence said. Brother Yuan no longer have the work of stone hauler. It is really difficult to support the 3 sister-in-laws. So, Brother Yuan can send the younger one of the 3 sister-in-laws to my home. I will first help you to raise, and when you buy a donkey in the future, and then become a stone hauler, and then take your sister-in-laws back. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's face darkened and he was muffled. Su Jing didn't want to bother with him either, and focused on his work. It wasn't until it was almost dark that the mine steward called it a day. Hundreds of miners hurriedly lined up to receive their food. Depending on the type of work, the share of grain received varied. Skilled work like stone chiselers and work with a sexual mouth like stone carriers received more grain. And Su Jie, as the lowest level of stone carriers, could only receive 1.5 kilograms of grain. Zhang Yuan, like him, received only 1.5 pounds of buckwheat. Hundreds of miners carried their small sacks of grain home in silence. Few talking, all hungry and tired. Su Convergence walked to a place where no one was looking and hid in the bushes, and when the miners had all left, he stepped out and quietly doubled back, ready to get the cowhide. Chapter 5, Advancement. The large mine was dark and silent, with only a fire lit and noisy voices coming from the overseer side of the cafeteria. Su converged on the cat and touched it. He came to the window and glanced in to see a dozen overseers gathered for a drink. The wine is there. The meat is getting there. Just missing the woman. With wine and meat but no woman. It always feels like it's not enough pleasure. If we spend the night here tonight, women will be essential. We can't just bleed the night watchman with our big men. Why don't you call the pussy at home and have some fun? AI. How uninteresting it is to have one's own pussy. It's not strong at all. Only a strong pussy is worthy of all this good wine and meat. As they talked, the supervisors were up in arms, asking the stewards to call the girls from the town's Lichuan place. The steward of the mine was a middle-aged man with an 8-bearded beard named Han Du, who was said to have nepotistic ties with the town mayor. He laughed and scolded. You shrews, it's not enough that you usually boss the miners around, but you dare to make me do it. So be it, let tonight be a treat for you. He fished out a silver ingot from his sleeve pocket and threw it to Liang Yan. Go ahead. Liang Yan laughed and returned the silver to him, which is necessary for the stewardship of the lord to spend silver. Such a big cow. We can't eat it all. Call the girls of Li Chun Fong. After the fun, cut some beef for them on the line. Han Du took the silver back and waved his hand without saying anything more. Liang Yan hurried off, drove a carriage, and went to invite the girls. Su Convergence gently shifted his feet and went around to the kitchen window to see that the cook and the 2 underhanded helpers had already slaughtered the cow and were in the process of skinning it. He looked anxious. It was dark now. If he went back too late and met the night patrol on the way, it would be bad. If he waits until tomorrow to take the cowhide, he is not assured that the night is long and dreamy. It is better to get the raw materials early to complete the advancement, and only with strength can he deal with Liang Yan, and those who are hiding in the dark to do something to him. You guys hurry up, wait for the night watchman. Good thing Hando came to the kitchen and hyped it up, just as Su Ming secretly thanked Han Du. Han Du's next words made him a bit dumbfounded. No need to peel off the whole cowhide. You can't eat so much anyway, just peel off half of it. Cut off the meat first. Stew what should be stewed, and bake what should be baked. Su Jing felt a toothache. According to the Golden Fingers notes, a cowhide was needed for advancement, and Han Du let the cook peel only half of it. What about the remaining half? Does he have to peel it himself? If you only get half a cowhide, can you advance? Failed to advance? Or only half a step? Yes, Lord Steward. The cook hurriedly cut off the meat from the half-skin cow and began to cook the food. Hando watched for a while longer and left with his hands behind his back. It can't wait. Su Convergence glanced at the half-head of cattle tossed aside, then at the cook and 2 helpers who were busy in the kitchen, making sure no one was paying attention. He moved his feet lightly and slipped inside. He took out the sharp knife he used for defense and set about peeling the remaining half of the cowhide. It turned out to be difficult to peel. It didn't seem that hard when I just watched the cook peel it, but I didn't realize it wasn't easy until I actually did it myself. Call the butcher. He was sweating anxiously. His heart remembered the idiom of butchering a cow, and he wished to call the butcher from another time and space to help him out, and he was done with it in 3 tries. I've been peeling for so long for so little, and I can't get it right until morning, and it's not going to work like this. Gotta think of something. He had an idea. The advancement needs to add the raw material of a cowhide, not to peel off the cowhide and add it directly. Is it okay? There's nothing to lose by trying or not trying anyway. He reached out and pressed his hand against the cowhide, mentally chanting, add ingredients and advance me. Add cowhide. Advancement successful. A magical curtain of light lit up before his eyes, surprising him that this would work. Wordlessly, the cowhide turned to dust. Immediately afterward, he felt his skin itch all over his body, as if millions of ants were crawling. Finally, the body is warm, as if returning to the embryonic stage of the mother's body, back to the furnace, indescribably comfortable, as if possessing inexhaustible energy. That's it? Su Convergence drifted off into disbelief. He gripped the knife and ran it across his palm, gently creaking as if it were on coarse linen, difficult to cut through. From now on, I'm a skin refining stage martial artist. Whoever dares to mess with me, I'll beat him up. His mouth curved up in an arc, almost becoming a crooked-mouthed war god. Cool. I've taken all the cowhide, and I don't care to take more. It's beef, good grain, and too rare. He sliced a whole cow's leg off with a sharp knife, found 2 rags, wrapped the leg tightly, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried away. Walking on the dark road, he heard the sound of a carriage coming from the front, and a group of warbling and laughing. Knowing that it was Liang Yan carrying the girls of Li Chuanfeng back, Su Convergence dodged and hid behind a large tree on the side of the road. He waited for Liang Yan's carriage to carry the girls over before he stepped out and continued in the direction of his home. All the way there was silence, except for the cries of the nightingales. At this time of night, no one dares to come out of their homes, and they all hide inside for fear of encountering the night watchman. Su Convergence hastily quickened his pace. He returned to the door of his house and was about to knock and enter when he heard the sound of a quarrel coming from inside. There is Wang Sui, an angry scolding voice. The world is like this. The man is gone. You have to recruit a strong man into the household to support the family. You don't want to have to. But you can't play sex. Tai also want to tie you to the beds. To get things done. There is a man's voice. Fine ya. That's Su Convergence. What good? A brat. Not a few strength. Cannot earn a few grain. I into your home. To ensure that every day let you eat a full. There was also the sound of Li Xiaoya's crying. Convergence will come back. He might be delayed by something. Wait for tomorrow and come back. Wang Chuiyun pointedly said. Silly girl, don't use your brain. Use your butt to think about it. What can be delayed at this big night? He must be dead. Just like your useless old man. On the way home from the mine, he was killed by someone who took the food. Really useless. Outside the door of the Su Convergence to listen to the fire. He just came back a little late. Wang Chuiyun to Li Xiaoya recruited a strong man to enter the household in. Looks like Li Xiaoya not from, to be forced to come? Boo! Su Ruwei kicked the door open, sullen, and walked in quickly. Seeing Li Xiaoya sitting paralyzed in tears, Wang Suiyan was holding her from behind in a death grip and was wrapping the rope around her to bind her. A stout man sat at a wooden table with a sack of grain, which should be a meet and greet gift for entering the house. This sudden kicking of the door startled both Wang Suiyun and the stout man. Seeing that it was Su Hui, Li Xiaoya struggled to break away from Wang Suiyun's arms, got up from the ground, and jumped into Su Hui's arms to cry, I'm back. It's okay, it's okay. Su Hui's voice was surprisingly calm as he comforted her and untied the ropes from her body. Wang Suiyun opened her mouth, wanting to speak, her face embarrassed. The stout man frowned as he stared at Su Convergence, his eyes flickering for a moment as they gradually blazed. Chapter 6, Sparring Knives. Wang Chuiyun looked at Su Convergence and then at the stout man, hesitated for a moment, and carefully said to the stout man, Why don't you go back first? If my family Fangyan needs a man in the future, I will definitely look for you to enter the household. The stout man's face sank. When you needed me to enter the household, you shyly shouted me over. When you didn't need me, you drove me away. What do you take me for? It's easy to invite the gods, but it's hard to send them away. And this stout man obviously wanted to stay on his feet. If you don't want to leave, then leave your life behind. Su Convergence's voice was icy cold, and he protected Li Xiaoya behind him, pulling out the sharp knife pinned to his belt, which was to fight the rhythm of the knife. The elongated man's face changed drastically. He quickly got up from the table and similarly pulled out his sharp knife for defense. Good boy. Dare to fight with me with a knife. I'd like to see how many kilograms you have. Li Xiaoya nervously reached out and placed her hand on Su Jing's back. Jing don't be like this. I'm fine. Let him go. In this world, almost everyone carries a knife for defense, but there are not many people who dare to fight with a knife. Because it's hard to know if you'll live or die in a fight when you also have a knife. Even if he was able to kill the other party, he himself would be injured. And once he was injured, he lost the ability to work and earn food. And it was no different from being dead. Therefore, one would not choose to spar with a knife as a last resort. Su Convergence certainly understood this, but now that he had advanced into a skin refining stage martial artist with tough skin, he had a great advantage when sparring with ordinary people. The stout man sneered up at Li Finia. It's fine if you want me to leave. Either you make merry with me or compensate 10 pounds of grain to me. Nima. Su Convergence had already moved to kill. Hearing this, it was even more murderous. Gripping the sharp knife, violently lunged at the stout man. Spell! Li Xiaoya was so scared that she cried. Her hands were busy trying to help, but she was worried about getting in Su Convergence's way. Wang Suiyun hastily pulled her to hide by the earthen stove in the corner. Dead Neezy, don't do anything stupid. Sparring knives is a man's business. A woman only needs to wait for the result on the line. No matter who lives and who dies, a woman won't lose out. That's the reason for a woman's survival. The sound of clothes being cut, accompanied by blood soaring, Li Xiaoya cried into tears, held by Wang Suiyun, not allowing her to pass. You! The stout man quickly realized that something was wrong. His sharp knife caught on Su Convergence's body as if it was on coarse linen. It was difficult to cause damage, and Su Convergence's chi was frighteningly large, completely unlike a 16-year-old brat, which caused him to think of a frightening possibility, and instantly became alarmed. Fighting a martial artist with a sword? What's the difference between that and getting killed? He panicked, turned and fled. Su Convergence didn't give him a chance to escape, and with an arrow step, he chased after him, tackling him to the ground and stabbing him. A pool of blood quickly formed on the ground, and the stout man was completely motionless. Seeing Su Jing win the sword fight, Li Xiaoya cried with joy. Wang Suiyun also stared blankly at Su Convergence. Li Xiaoya reacted, scrambling to find cloths, checking the injuries on Su Jing's body and preparing to bandage him, only to find that there were only a few shallow red marks on his body, and he hadn't suffered any injuries. I'm fine. Su Convergence shouldered the body of the stout man up and prepared to throw it away. Wait a minute. Wang Suiyun shouted and brought the small pottery cup over to be filled with blood. Su Convergence didn't know what to say. She was the one who knew how to live. It's okay. Filling a full cup, Wang Suiyun waved her hand. Su Convergence carried the body out of the house and threw it into the river, which flows through the town of Green Bamboo and throws almost everything into it, comparable to the Ganges. Wang Suiyun lamented. Unfortunately, the night watchman only drinks fresh blood, or else save up half a bucket, and our mother and I would be comfortable. Seeing Su Convergence muffled, seems to have gas, Wang Chuiyun rambled. You come back so late. I thought you were dead. Shouted this man into the household to come in. This cannot be blamed on me. The world is like this. We mother two always have to live, right? Su Jing didn't want to talk to her, hitting the water to wash off the blood all over his body, as well as the dust from working in the mines, and changing into clean clothes. Wang Suiyun chatter. A family has no overnight words. Said open on the good. I knew you have the ability to fight knife. Not so easy to die. I would not be so fast to shout the Hanzi into the household. Next time to wait for you more than a day timeline, right? Su Convergence raised his hand, pointing to the cow's leg leaning against the door. Master is hungry. Stew the beef for master. Wang Suiyun didn't count on the title, and when she heard beef, her eyes lit up and she squealed. Beef? She half believe and half doubt quickly stepped to the door. Untie the rag entangled in the cow leg. See such a big piece of cow leg? Her whole person almost fainted with excitement. Full of wrinkles squeezed into a pile. The mouth are smiling crack. Convergence brother child long ability. Get such a big piece of beef. Fine, you looking for you to enter the household is really looking for the right. Su Jing said impatiently. Don't nag. Make it faster. Make it faster. Master is hungry. Wang Chuiyin did not care about his attitude. Cheerfully said. Line. If you let me eat every day, I call you master every day. Li Xiaoya was suspicious. Where did Convergence get the beef? Su Convergence reached out and pulled her over, cradling her in his arms. Of course it was cut from a cow. Li Xiaoya worriedly said. I'm telling you seriously, beef is a rare commodity. Don't get into any trouble. Su Convergence said. Don't worry about eating it. No one saw me when I stole it. Stolen? Li Xiaoya opened her small mouth in surprise. Wang Suiyun, who was cutting the beef, turned around and said, Sensei, don't care about stealing and robbing. If you can get meat for a woman to eat these days, then you're a capable man. Su Convergence said, call out for a master. Wang Suiyun did not bring the slightest hesitation. Master. Not enough. Call again. Master. Hey. Li Xiaoya felt flushed when she heard this, and angrily gently hit Su Jing. Knowing that Su Jing was angry in her heart, she didn't say anything. Su Rui smiled, feeling much more comfortable inside. The beef stew was ready in about half an hour. The three of them feasted on the food in large chunks. Master, eat more. Wang Suiyun gave Su Conger a big piece. Li Xiaoya really couldn't listen anymore. Mother, stop talking. Su Convergence heart funny. Sometimes feel Wang Suiyun old quite cute, with a childlike personality. After dinner, Wang Suiyun took the salt and smeared it on the cow's leg, salted it to prevent it from going bad, carried it into the inner room, like a baby. It's late. Rest. She closed the door to the inner room and left Li Xiaoya in the outer room. Su Convergence's gaze eagerly locked with Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya blushed. At this point, since there was no need to say more, Su Convergence decisively blew out the candle flame. In the darkened room, two figures slipped under the covers, followed by a wave of covers tumbling over them. I don't know how long it took, but a gloomy wind blew outside the door, and Su Convergence knew that the night patrol was coming, so he hastened to keep still. This returned to normal when the night watchman drank the blood and walked away. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, Skin Refining Stage. Skill, none. Props, none. Remark 1. Li Xiaoya's favoritism towards you has reached 91/100, and you have gained 1 advancement point, which can be added to any of the ranks, skills, and props for advancement. Remark 2. Above 90 out of 100 favorability. You will gain 1 advancement point for each point of increase in favorability. If the favorability falls down and increases up again, you cannot gain advancement points repeatedly. Remark 3. During the process of maintaining 90/100 favorability or more, if Li Xiaoya gives birth to an heir for you, you will gain 1 additional advancement point. Another point can be added to the progression. Su Convergence is happy. He didn't have the skills or props yet. There was nothing to think about but the option of adding a bit of rank. Rank, give me some advancement. Step addition is complete. Add a python tendon to advance to the tendon refining stage. Python tendons. The tendons of a python? Su Convergence frowned. The higher up this progression, the harder and rarer the ingredients needed. Chapter 7 Weakness. The next day, Su Convergence, who had eaten breakfast, arrived at the mine in high spirits. Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely. Convergence brother? How do I feel that you have grown taller overnight? Originally you were only up to my ears here, but now you are flush with me. And your sickly look is gone, glowing, like a different person. I've been taller for a long time. You just didn't realize it. Su Convergence said casually, not bothering to explain much. He became a skin refining stage martial artist and ate beef and finya. It's a wonder that he doesn't look good. Just then, he vaguely heard a quarrel between the steward and the cook from the side of the kitchen, presumably discovering that the cowhide and a cow's leg were missing. Not long afterward, Steward Han Du came out of the kitchen with a sullen face, and, with his hands behind his back, ordered the miners to be summoned for a lecture. Recruiting you to work in the mines to earn food is a gift to you. Be a man to know the favor. Keep your hands and feet clean. Whoever dares to go into the kitchen to steal again, once I catch them, they will be beaten to death without counting. The miners looked at each other inexplicably, wondering what was happening, and no one dared to squeak out anything. Su Convergence didn't move and stood in the back row of the miners. Of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to stand out. Beef. I took it, yeah. Come and hit me. After the dismissal, the miners got to work. Brother Convergence, take the 15 taels of silver, buy a donkey to come to the mine, and give you work as a stone carrier. Liang Yen came, and among the envious eyes of the miners, he gave Su Convergence 15 taels of silver in public, and patted Su Convergence's shoulder and spoke loudly, giving silver in public again and talking loudly. What is this about? Su Convergence accepted the silver. Thank you for taking care of brother Liang. Liang Yen waved his hand and said, go buy it. Su Convergence asked, going to buy a donkey now? Liang Yen said, wouldn't it be good to buy the donkey earlier? Do the stone haulers work earlier, and earn more grain? What Liang said. Su Convergence slipped the silver into his arms and immediately marched towards the marketplace. Zhang Yuan farted around Liang Yen, calling him brother Liang in every breath. Liang Yen impatiently said, didn't I tell you? Wait until I have silver after a while. You do the work of a stone mover first. Zhang Yuan could only stop. What is Liang Yan's purpose in lending me silver and promoting me to the position of stone hauler? On the way to the bazaar, Su Convergence pondered while walking. No matter what Liang Yan's purpose is, I'll buy a donkey first and do the work of a stone carrier, and earn grain comfortably. Anyway, I'm a martial artist, and I'm not afraid of Liang Yan's tricks when soldiers come to block in water to cover up the earth. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes in front of him. As a skin refining stage martial artist, it wasn't just as simple as having tough skin, but his ear, eyesight, chi, and other aspects were also stronger than ordinary people. He didn't move, pretended not to notice, and continued on his way. Sure enough, 3 stout men armed with sharp knives suddenly sprang out of the bushes and surrounded him, staring at him viciously. Kid, take out the silver you have on you, or I'll stab you to death. Hurry up! Su Convergence laughed. How did you guys know I had silver on me? The 3 stout men were stunned and looked at each other with a bit of embarrassment, realizing that they had spoken out of turn. Su Convergence reached out, slowly drew out the sharp knife pinned to the waistband of his pants and held it in his hand. Liang Yen sent you guys, right? The 3 stout men all changed their faces as they approached. What 2 eyes? 3 eyes? Don't know what you're talking about. Get what you've got on you. Su Convergence stood still and didn't move, but with his eyes watching 6 ways and ears listening to all directions. He knew every move of the 3 as if they were in his hands. I can guess even if you guys don't say it. Liang Yen enthusiastically lent me silver, then sent you guys to snatch it back, and then he'll ask me to pay back the silver, and if I can't pay it back, he'll force me to set Sister Finya against the debt, right? The 3 stout men grimaced and said no more, the sharp knives in their hands viciously stabbing at him. Su converged and moved, as if he had eyes behind him. He slightly sidestepped, avoiding the sharp knife stabbing behind him, and backhanded a knife, stabbing into the chest of the person sneaking up behind him, killing him in one move. Immediately after, his left hand grabbed the wrist of the person who stabbed the sharp knife from the left, like breaking sugar cane. Click, a hard break, causing this person to scream and fall to the ground, losing combat power. At this time, the sharp knife stabbing from his right side could no longer be avoided. He simply resisted with his body, and the sharp knife stabbed him in the ribs, only piercing in a little bit before it was stuck in the tough skin. Su Hui turned back and waved his sword. A poof of blood bloomed. The right side of the person's neck was sliced open, raising his hand to cover his neck in horror, but he could not stop the crimson blood from flowing out of the cracks in his fingers. Weak, too weak. Su Convergence pulled out the sharp knife stuck in his ribs and flung it out with a wave of his hand. The screams of the man on the left, who had broken his wrist and was rolling all over the ground, came to an abrupt end. The world is clean. Only 3 corpses remained with their eyes open, their eyes glazed over with fear and death. I don't need to think about it to know that before the 3 of them died, the last thought in their heads must have been greeting the female members of Liang Yan's family. How dare they send them to rob a martial artist? A martial artist, even the lowest level skin refining stage martial artist, against an ordinary person was just like an adult against a child. There was no suspense, unless the number of ordinary people was sufficiently large and humongous enough, and surrounded the skin refining stage martial artist. Only then would it be possible to wear down a skin refining stage martial artist. Su Convergence groped around the 3 corpses and searched out a few taels of silver and some copper, slipping them into his own arms as he looked around to make sure there was no one around, and left at a quick pace. Killing and pillaging is just faster than working for food. He felt the silver in his arms and was a bit tempted to just stop working and go around killing and looting. Come to think of it, you can't do that. In the midst of such a chaotic world, it is only survival to use 3 parts of your strength to keep 7 parts. You know, the faster the money comes in the line of work, the higher the risk factor. If you are unlucky and hit the hands of a martial artist, then it's over. Honestly, working in the mines, at most, he would only encounter people at the level of Liang Yan and Zhang Yuan. who he could securely hold. Why go into risky business when you can have more wives and babies and be joyful and advanced? Having made up his mind, Su Convergence accelerated his pace toward the bazaar. He came to the place where the marketplace sells sex mouths, and after some haggling, he spent 12.5 taels and bought a small black donkey. It looks like it's a male, so it's a little cheaper. For another half a taels of silver, the little black donkey was fitted with a carriage. May feel uncomfortable. The little black donkey children on screaming. Su Convergence of a few whips down. This is honest down. Seeing Su Convergence return to the mine with a donkey cart, Liang Yan's eye pupils contracted for a moment and his eyes were puzzled. What's going on? Where's the man he sent to intercept him halfway? Was he held up by something? Su Convergence could of course guess what was going on in his mind at this time, and laughed. Brother Liang, the donkey cart has been bought back, so arrange for me to work as a stone hauler. Looking at his innocent and bright smile, Liang Yan was slightly lost in thought. Okay. I'll arrange it for you. You come with me. I'll take it to your registration first. Under the envious gazes of Zhang Yuan and the many stone movers, Su Convergence led the donkey cart and followed Liang Yan to find the mine steward. Han Du. Liang Yan said something to Han Du. Han Du stroked his beard, surveyed the donkey cart, and said to Su Convergence, "This donkey of yours hasn't grown up yet, and it pulls fewer stones, so I can only pay you for 2 rations of labor. Thanks to Steward Han, I'm already content to receive 2 portions of food." Kid. Su Convergence nodded his head in greeting. According to the rules of the mines, stone carriers received 1 portion of grain per day, or 1.5 pounds. Stone carriers with donkey carts received 3 portions of grain, 4.5 pounds, and stone carriers with ox carts received 4 portions of grain, 6 pounds. He receives 2 shares, which is 3 pounds of grain, barely enough to feed a family of 3. Of course, the donkeys had to be fed, and had to be cut some weeds on the way home and fed the occasional grain. Get to work. Hando put up his pen and crossed out Su Ming's name in the roster of stone movers and wrote it in the roster of stone carriers. Su Jie thanked Han Du and Liang Yan again and happily led the donkey cart to work. Gazing at Su Convergence's back, Liang Yan's face slowly clouded over as he fell into deep thought. Su Convergence didn't need to turn around to guess what Liang Yan was thinking. Little friend. Whether there were a lot of question marks. Chapter 8. The world is a bit of an interesting place. Su Convergence sat under a big tree with his hands folded in his sleeves, watching Zhang Yuan move the stones to load the cart. Brother Yuan, when you move the stones, your back must be straight, so that your waist and horse are united, so that you won't sprain your spine, and won't be easily smashed on your feet. Out of care for his little brother, he taught Zhang Yuan his experience of moving stones. Zhang Yuan was tired and panting. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. His body was even soaked with sweat, and he was muffled. Not wanting to talk to him. Brother Yuan, it's fine, don't overfill it. This little black donkey of mine is still small and can't pull too much weight. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Convergence walked over and drove off, traveling toward the town's docks. I have to say, the stone carriers are really more comfortable than the stone movers. With a sex mouth to help work is not the same. Not only easy, earn more grain. And so, after a few pulls back and forth, it was noon. Lunch at the mine was the same as always. 2 black buns and a bowl of gruel. Zhang Yuan wolfed down his food and looked blearily at the black bun in Su Jing's hand. Brother Jing, see if you can. Can't. I'm growing up. Su Jing hurriedly stuffed the black bun into his mouth and ate it, and drank and ate the gruel in the bowl. Zhang Yuan was dissatisfied. Why are you guarding me like a thief? We are hair little brothers who grew up together. You are now a stone hauler, earning a lot of grain. Can't you take care of my brother? Su Convergence said. It's not easy for anyone in this world. And you didn't take care of me when you were a stone hauler, did you? Zhang Yuan gaily laid down to rest and didn't talk to him anymore. Su Convergence didn't care and looked around, taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking to stuff a bit of beef that he had brought from home into his mouth to replenish his nutrients. After a moment's rest, a dozen or so overseers carrying canes urged work. The miners just had to get up from the ground. Su Convergence sitting under the tree, hands folded in the sleeve, while watching Zhang Yuan moving stones to load the car. The sight of the nagging, Zhang Yuan ignored him. He said to himself, as if it is to pass the time. When it was loaded, he drove off and shipped it to the town dock. After a few trips back and forth, it was almost dark when Steward Han Du announced the close of work and the miners lined up to receive their food. Su Ming received a double portion of grain, or 3 pounds. Seeing Zhang Yuan always glancing at his grain bag, he covered it in his arms. Zhang Yuan climbed onto his donkey cart with 1.5 pounds of grain in his hand and a feeble hand. Su Convergence set up the donkey cart to go home. And when he was halfway there, he stopped. Brother Yuan, come down and help cut the grass. I'll take it back to feed the donkeys. Zhang Yuan was already angry in his heart. Now he was annoyed. Who am I to help you cut the grass? Su Convergence reasoned. If you don't help me cut the grass, I won't allow you to ride in my donkey cart. Zhang Yuan's face darkened and he could only come down to help cut the grass. Su Hui saw his slow appearance. Brother Yuan, cut faster. Wait for the dark. If we encounter robbers, our 2 little lives will be gone. Zhang Yuan only had to speed up. His mouth kept complaining. I've been tired for a day. Can't you be considerate? You're really getting more and more refined. You refuse to eat any loss at all. As the saying goes, it's a blessing to suffer. But Su Hui doesn't want such a blessing, so it's better to give such a blessing to someone else. The 2 men mowed half a wagon load of grass and, seeing that it was getting dark, hurriedly drove away, passing in front of Zhang Yuan's house and stopping for a moment. Zhang Yuan jumped down, and Su Convergence drove on to his home. Convergence, you want a woman or not? Coldly, a dark shadow scurried over and stopped the donkey cart. Su Convergence hastily pulled the donkey cart, fixed his eyes, and found that it is a stone mover working in the mine, named Yang Yi, quite strong, a middle-aged man. Su Jing subconsciously shook his head in rejection. Get out of the way. I don't want it. You are now a stone carrier, earning more grain. Your family has only 2 women, cannot eat so much grain. You can raise another woman's well. Yang Yi came to the side of the donkey cart. My little daughter, looks that called a water spirit. My house is right next to it. You go with me to see it. I guarantee you will like it after seeing it. Su Jia wondered. I'm not the only stone hauler in the mine, so why did you give me your daughter? Yang Yi explained. My youngest daughter has just reached the age of finding a man. Give her to the older stone hauler. I can't afford to give up. You're just the right age for her. And the older stone hauler's family has several women. My youngest daughter is really aggravating to go with the past. And you have fewer women in your family, which is very appropriate. Su Hui converged to understand. It would be a lie to say that you're not impressed. According to the needs of his golden finger, only one of Sister Hosoya would definitely not be enough. Sooner or later, he would need them all. But in his current situation, earning 3 pounds of grain a day to feed a family of 3 is barely enough, and 1 more would be a bit of a strain. Moreover, for something like bringing a woman to his home, he always had to discuss it with Sister Phinia. Otherwise it would cause Sister Phinia's favorability towards him to drop, and that would be a loss. I don't suppose you'd give me your daughter for nothing? Su Convergence asked tentatively. Yang Yi looked unhappy, and boarded up his face. What are you talking about? How can there be a free gift in this world? I worked hard to earn food to raise my daughter. I don't expect to get my money back, but I have to have a psychological comfort, right? Su Convergence said. Then say, how much grain do you want? And I'll think about it. Yang Yi seems to have thought about it for a long time. You were born handsome. My daughter will surely like it. And I don't ask for much. Just wait for the weight. My daughter has already weighed her weight. She is 85 pounds. You give me 85 pounds of grain will be fine. 85 pounds of grain. Quite a bargain. But Su Jing wondered. I can't get that much grain right now. Can I get credit? Yang Yi pointed to his arms. I've thought about it for you. Liang Yan gave you 15 taels of silver to buy a donkey. This little black donkey of yours definitely doesn't cost 15 taels. There should be some left over, right? You give me the remaining silver. As a deposit. You first take my daughter back to live. When you earn grain slowly give me his. Anyway, you have a donkey. I am not afraid of you renege. If you dare to renege, I will fight with you. Really good father-in-law of the Yu dynasty. Su Jing was so moved that he didn't know what to say for a while. The 15 taels of silver given by Liang Yan. He spent 12.5 taels of silver to buy the donkey. Half a taels of silver to buy the frame. Leaving 2 taels. And more than 5 taels of silver from the corpses of the 3 stalwart Hans, and he is now up to more than 7 taels. For an ordinary family, this is really not a small amount of silver. Su Convergence said, I'll go to your house to take a look first, to see if your daughter is as good looking as you say she is so watery, and if I see what I like, I can pay a deposit to you. Let's go then. Yang Yi led the way. Su Hui drove after him. It wasn't a long walk to Yang Yi's house. Like the vast majority of civilians in Green Bamboo Town, Yang Yi's family had an old earthen house. Cindy, come out here for a minute. Yang Yi led Su Convergence inside and called out at the inner room. Su Convergence saw 2 old and skinny middle-aged women doing needlework, bleeding all year round and not eating enough, surely aging fast. A young girl of about 16 years old trotted out from the inner room. although wearing patched rough clothes, but how could she not hide her beautiful appearance? Oh, look at this young girl, watery good-looking appearance. Su Convergence heart a hot. A moment to see the favorite. Yang Yi said. How was it? Didn't lie to you. Yang Chan'er's small face reddened, shyly and timidly looked at the young man in front of her. Obviously, she also knew what her father was doing by bringing a teenager to the house, and the family must have discussed it. Will you come home with me and be my woman? Su Convergence gazed at young Chanel's good-looking face and spoke directly. As a modern civilized society quality people, he really do not want to be so direct, but this world is like this. Do not need to be what crooked, do not need to be what twisted, or direct better. Yang Chan'er's face became even redder and more shy, but she refused to miss such a good match. Convergence brother? I am willing to be with you. So very good. Su Convergence felt satisfied. Fleshly fished out 2 taels of silver from his bosom and placed it on the table. Of course he would not take all 7 taels as a deposit. 2 taels would be enough. One of the 2 old and skinny middle-aged women was glistening with tears and hugged young Kaner unwillingly. She instructed Su Conger. You're Kaney's first man, so you have to treat my Kaney well. Give her more food every day. And the bloodletting must be done in turn with other women. Not every day for my Cindy, the first man. That's true. It's also true that in a chaotic world like this, men have accidents all the time, and it's not uncommon for them to change men. Su Convergence also spoke very truthfully. Please don't worry. You've given her such a good-looking birth. I'm so happy in my heart that I won't treat her poorly, and I'll make sure she's well fed every day. Yang Yi picked up the 2 taels of silver on the table, put it in his mouth and bit it to make sure it wasn't fake, waved his hand and said, You take it home? It's getting dark. Su Convergence said. I'm not busy taking her back yet. I have to discuss this with the women at home. Yang Yi felt incomprehensible. What's there to discuss? You have the ability to raise one more woman. The women in your family will be able to bleed less. The burden on their bodies is lighter. This is their blessing. This. Su Convergence was surprised to find that the modern-day scum put in this world were proper good men, as long as they had the ability to earn food. The more women they brought back, the happier the women in the house would be as the number of bloodletting was reduced. And who wouldn't be willing to do that? However, he was emotionally attached to Sister Phinia, and the situation was a bit different from other people's. He had to consider Sister Phinia's favorability. I'd better discuss it. Yang Yi frowned. You've already paid the deposit. Cindy is already your woman. And you're still putting Cindy in my house to eat food and raise her. How can there be such a reason? Su Convergence was almost choked. Father-in-law. You're also too good at finagling, aren't you? A match for Wang Sueyun. Thinking about it makes it easier. This world is basically pretty much the same for all families, and the primary consideration is food. Su Convergence thought for a moment. Let's do it this way. Cindy is still being raised in your home, according to half a caddy of grain per day. For how many days your home has been raised? I'll replenish your home with as much grain as I can. Okay? Yang Yi nodded. Okay. Su Rui walked to young Kaney and hugged her. She was really light and supple. She had already paid the deposit, so it wasn't too much to take advantage of her. Kaney, stay at home first. I'll go back and discuss this. I'll be coming to pick you up soon. Yang Kaner blushed and lightly Su Jing reluctantly let go of her, went out the door, and drove away. The evening breeze blew against his face. He was in a good mood. This world was somewhat interesting. He was beginning to like the world already. Chapter 9, Ginger is still hot. Su converged on the donkey cart and returned home. When Wang Chueyun saw the donkey, she laughed so hard that her mouth split open and almost jumped up in joy. Convergence brother? You are really getting good at this. Where did you get the donkey? Call the master. Su converged to correct her, and there was strength to be found. Wang Suiyan happily stroked the little black donkey. Master. Only then did Su Convergence explain. A friend borrowed a dozen taels of silver to buy me a donkey, and I'm now working as a stone hauler at the mine. Upon hearing about the stone hauler, Wang Suiyun's eyes lit up even more. Li Xiaoya, however, was a bit worried. Where are the friends in this world? A dozen or so taels of silver is not a small amount of money. You have to be careful. This friend of yours might be up to something. Su Rui couldn't help but look at her approvingly. Sister Finya was truly wise of heart. She guessed it right away. Wang Suiyun was full of concern and said, whatever he is trying to do, having a donkey, being a stone carrier, and earning a lot of grain, that's a good thing. Her gaze shot a cobra glance at Su Jing's arms. Master, where's the grain you earned today? Su Convergence took the small grain bag out of his arms and handed it to her. Wang Chueyun took over and opened it to look at it. And wait it, The old face pulled down. I am a very clear mother. There are donkeys for stone carriers. You can earn 3 portions of grain per day. 4.5 pounds it. You do not have 4.5 pounds at all. Have you hidden some? Sue Convergence really admired her sometimes. Old and refined. The mine steward Han said, my little black donkey hasn't grown up yet, so I'll only give 2 portions of grain. 3 pounds. Wang Suiyun was very dissatisfied. When he reported to the top, he must have reported according to the 3 portions of grain. What a black heart. Blacking out 1 portion of your grain. Mother, 2 rations are good enough, so be content. Li Xiaoya dragged her off to cook. Sue Convergence fed the little black donkey grass and a little grain, and lay down comfortably in his bed in the outhouse, waiting for the meal to be ready. In a short time, the meal was ready, with black buns and beef. Wang Chuiyun smiled as she nibbled. Master, you worked hard. Eat more. Sue Convergence answered. Hey, Li Xiaoya was used to it. Just as Sue Convergence was pondering how to open his mouth to tell her about Yang Kani, Wang Chuiyun mentioned it first. You are now a stone carrier. You can earn 3 pounds of grain per day. You can tow 3. Let's save a little bit of food, and the family can raise another woman. 3 women switching bloodletting to cope with the night watchman. And fine yet, and I don't have to work so hard. What do you think? According to the long-term experience summarized by each family in Green Bamboo Town, 1 to 3 is the best rule of survival. That is, a strong man to go out to work during the day to earn food, the 3 women at home at night to change blood to cope with the night watchman. In this way, a strong man earns barely enough food to survive for a long time, and 3 women switching bloodletting won't cause too much damage to their bodies. If there were too many women, there would not be enough food. If there were too many men, there would not be enough blood, because the night watchman would demand blood according to the number of adult men, and the more adult men there were, the more blood the watchman would demand. That's why the expression 1 to 3 has been circulating. Sue Convergence's heart was happy, but his face was reluctant. Alright. Li Xiaoya's heart ached for Su Jie. Mother, Jer has just had 2 good days. You let him raise 1 more woman. He's working too hard. Wait for some time. Sue Convergence said. Sister Finya, it's not hard for me to work as a stone hauler. It's better to raise 1 more than the other. I see that it's really hard for the 2 of you to bleed. It's good to have 1 more woman to help you out. Li Xiaoya said, but the silver you borrowed from your friends has to be paid back, and we have to save up some grain to sell in order to pay back the debt. Su Jie said, my friend, he's quite good. He didn't say how long it would take to pay back the money, so I'll just pay it back slowly. Wang Chuiyun is not at all worried for Sue Convergence. She could not wait to say, Master said right. First to live well, borrowed silver slowly pay is, the old maple tree that family died today, and so tomorrow I go to the door. Said, will that family's women dig a come to our home? There was a pause. Her old face smiled at Sue Convergence. Don't worry. I'll be sure to help you dig a young one over here that you can have fun with at night, so you won't be at a disadvantage. Right? It suits me. However, Su Jing has already chosen Cindy Yang and paid the deposit. You don't have to dig. I'll just bring 1 back tomorrow. Li Xiaoya looked at him skeptically. Convergence brother already has a favorite? Su Convergence hastily shook his head. No, but there are just too many people who are short of food, so I'll ask around with the people at the mine, and I should be able to find something agreeable. Li Xiaoya nodded gently. That's true. Seeing Sister Finya react so normally, Su Convergence felt a bit emotional in his heart. His worry about the decline in favorability was completely redundant. The women in this world didn't know about jealousy at all, because survival was the most important thing, and everything else was secondary. For the civilian families of Green Bamboo Town, there are only 2 elements to survival, food and blood. What the hell is vinegar? Wang Chuiyun stared at Su Convergence and instructed. It's fine for you to lead a woman back on your own. I don't have a problem with that, but you don't want to lead a yellow-bloomed girl back. Yellow-bloomed girls aren't given away for nothing. Ginger is still old and hot. He saw right through this little thought in Su Hui's heart. Su Jing didn't want to explain to her and waited until tomorrow to receive it back. You can't just go along with everything. You have to show her who's in charge of the family now. It's late. Time to rest. It's your turn to bleed tonight. Su Convergence reminded Wang Suiyun. He clearly remembered that the first night he came to this world was the blood released by Li Xiaoya. The second night he killed a man who entered the house to get blood. And tonight is the 3rd night. Wang Suiyun took the small porcelain cup over, untied the cloth on her wrist, cut the wound, drained the blood, opened the door and put the small porcelain cup on the doorway, and closed the door. So she went into the inner room, and closed the door of the inner room as well. Su Convergence's gaze slowly looked towards Li Finia, gradually catching fire. Li Xiaoya knew what he was thinking and blushed as she gently hit him. You've been working all day at the mine. You can't do this every day. Your body can't take it. Well, get some rest. Su Convergence gently hugged Li Xiaoya, but he didn't come on strong. He has the physique of a martial artist, so he can definitely eat. But his heart aches for Li Xiaoya, knowing that Li Xiaoya has to bleed every other day to cope with the night watchman, which is a big burden. So don't break your body. Moreover, the increase in favorability had nothing to do with the number of times shattered juju. It was mainly about feelings, and he couldn't disregard Li Xiaoya's physical health for his own selfish desires. There was no talk all night. The next day Su Qing set up his donkey cart and traveled toward the mine. Yang Yi, who had waited at the curb early, jumped into the car. How did it go with the women at home? Su Convergence said. Agreed. When I get off work tonight, I'll pick up Cindy. Yang Yi laughed. I told you, if one more woman rotates with them to bleed them out, how could they not agree? Converge. Converge. When they reached the intersection, Zhang Yuan waved vigorously, apparently also waiting for Su Convergence to pass by. Su Convergence had to slow down and let Zhang Yuan jump on board as well. It didn't take much thought to realize that Yang Yi and Zhang Yuan would definitely be waiting to take his donkey cart every morning in the future, walking less if they could, and reducing their body's energy consumption would be the same as saving food. It's too refined. Chapter 10, Fox Mei Zi. Su Ming drove a donkey cart carrying Yang Yi and Zhang Yuan to the mine, filled in the registration office at the mine, and began to work individually. Zhang Yuan and Yang Yi were both stone movers, doing manual labor, and Su Convergence was now a stone hauler, and it was much easier to just sit and wait for the stone movers to load the truck. Convergence, can you stop acting like I'm a stone hauler? Zhang Yuan, who was tired, drenched in sweat, and panting for breath, saw Su Ming sitting under a tree with his hands tucked into his sleeves watching him work, exactly the same as when he was a stone hauler, which made him feel diabolical. Su Convergence said, I didn't follow your example, it's cold, and the other stone haulers have their hands tucked into their sleeves to keep warm. Yang Yi patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. That's how people are when they are unlucky. They always feel that other people are laughing at them with every move. You're overthinking it. Zhang Yuan sulked. Su Convergence watched the stone movers work while he thought about himself. Now that he had the strength of the skin refining stage, he finally had a little self-protection ability. Of course, in his heart, he also knew very well that this strength was still far from enough to rest on his laurels. Who knows what accidents can happen in the midst of such a weird and chaotic world? In case some powerful trickster was in a bad mood one day and slaughtered a town with his hands. Such a thing could happen. And in the face of such a catastrophe, what the hell was the use of the skin refining stage? I can't slack off. I still have to continue to improve my strength, and with a strong enough strength, I will be able to gain a firm foothold in the middle of this bizarre and chaotic world. Sister Finya's favorability towards me has reached 91 out of 100. I have a free advancement point, and I'm missing a python tendon to complete my advancement. I have to think of a way to get the python tendon. There's also Cindy. I can bring her back tonight. I've only met her once. She definitely doesn't have such a high favorability towards me as Sister Finya. It's impossible for her to go straight to 90 out of 100 or above. I have to cultivate a good relationship with her in order to gain more advancement points. Su Convergence was prepared for danger, and in the midst of this bizarre and chaotic world, he could not afford to be careless. Convergence, the cart is loaded and ready to go. Yang Yi called him affectionately. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Yi and then at Su Convergence, wondering how the two got hitched, and curiously asked Yang Yi, I haven't seen the two of you say a few words before, but today it looks as if you're on good terms? Yang Yi said, there is nothing to hide. My daughter has reached the age of looking for a handsy. I think that the Convergence brother is quite suitable, so I brought him to the home to see. He is very favorable to my daughter. My daughter also rejoice in him. Has been settled. Zhang Yuan was surprised and said, your daughter has just reached the age of finding a man. She should still be a young girl, right? The converging brother only worked as a stone hauler yesterday. Where did he get so much food to marry a young woman? Yang Yi said, oh, at first, just pay it back slowly. Zhang Yuan grunted. He still owes Liang 15 taels of silver. How dare he still dare to owe grain to marry a yellow girl over the door, which just had a job as a stone hauler, and then spends so lavishly, has drifted to the sky. I'll see how he can pay it back in the future. Su Convergence ear sharp. Will Zhang Yuan words word for word heard in the ear, but he did not take care of Zhang Yuan. This grew up together with the hair little brother to see him live a good life. May feel the heart is not balanced. Understandable. He got up and walked over to the donkey cart and marched it toward the town dock. Dirt road potholes, very difficult to walk. And the little black donkey is not yet grown, not strong enough, wheels often stuck in the pits cannot get out. He had to come down to push the cart. Good thing he has a lot of energy. Other people really can't use this little black donkey to do the work of stone carriers. You're a martial artist? A clear voice came. Who's talking? Su Jing looked around and didn't see any silhouettes, but saw a small white fox slowly striding out in the bushes, with soulful eyes and a pampered posture. He was in awe. A fox that spoke human language? Could it be the legendary fox Charming Girl? His body tensed, ready to draw his sword at any time. The demonic creature that spoke human language made him unable to feel what strength he had. I just have a little more chi than an ordinary person, not a martial artist. Su Jing made a bow and saluted. The rituals are not to be blamed. The demon shouldn't be blamed either, right? The white fox faintly said. Do you think you can hide it from me? It is impossible for an ordinary person to have such a large amount of chi, and I am able to sense the exuberant chi and blood in your body, and I can also see the luster of your skin. It is bound to be a refined skin stage martial artist undoubtedly. Su Convergence hastily compensated with a smile. Fox Fairy, what a good eye. Nothing can be hidden from you. The white fox grunted. You're good at talking. What school or sect is your master? The teacher's heritage is with the Fanya sister, Broken Juju. Su Jing explained. I don't have a master teacher, nor have I practiced martial arts, but only by chance I took a strain of spiritual grass, quenching my body, and only then did I have the strength of a martial artist at the skin refining stage. Hearing this, the white fox was puzzled. So you became a martial artist by relying on a little bit of wild ways. That's no wonder. No wonder you have the strength of a skin refining stage martial artist. Yet you are doing the job of a stone hauler in the mines. It had already made up its mind. What else could Su Jing say, but to nod his head and say yes? The white fox's animated eyes looked Su Convergence up and down. I see that you're quite resourceful and a bit strong. Are you interested in working under my hand? Su Jing wouldn't dare to casually follow a fox Charming Girl of unknown origin. Who knows what dangers he might encounter? He looked embarrassed and said, I have low strength. I'm afraid I can't do much for Fox Fairy. I'm a person with no great ambition. I'm already satisfied with working in the mines to earn food and feed my family. Seemingly seeing the worry in his heart, the corners of White Fox's small mouth curved slightly into an arc. You're quite cautious. You don't think about it. If I wanted to harm you, you'd already be a corpse at this point. Do I still need to say so much to you? That's true. Su Convergence didn't know what to say, and could only remain silent. White Fox said, if you work in the mines, it's actually the same as working under my hand. Do you know who I am? Su Convergence wondered, not understanding why it said that. I still hope to tell you. White Fox said, all the quarries in Green Bamboo Town belong to the Ebony Church. I am the Ebony Church's mining inspector, and all the quarries in Green Bamboo Town are under my inspection authority. Do you understand? Su Convergence was surprised. He didn't expect the quarry's background to be so deep that it was related to the sect, but then he thought about it, and it didn't feel right. The quarry is just to mine some stones and transport them to the county to sell them for some money. What is there to be worthy of the sect's attention? Is the Ebony Church so idle? Or is the Ebony Church so poor? Even the money earned from the quarry is so important? Two possibilities exist. For one thing, the foxy girl was lying and trying to trick him. Secondly, what secrets did the quarry have that he didn't know about? In order to verify the speculation in his heart, Su Rue asked tentatively, what's worth patrolling in the quarry? White Fox couldn't help but look at him twice more. You're really quite resourceful. Sensing the hidden secrets of the mine from what I said. Chapter 11, Deputy Stewards. It wouldn't hurt to tell you. White Fox's voice is as clear and crisp as a young girl's. Very nice to listen to. The quarry earns the silver. Of course, I raised the religion do not see. I raised the religion care about the meat of the earth. What's ground meat? Although Su Convergence had the original owner's memories, the original owner was only a stone mover and knew too little. White Fox said, earth meat is a kind of spirit that grows underground. It is considered a specialty of Green Bamboo Town. It usually grows amongst the stone crevices, and every once in a while a blood sacrifice may draw out the earth meat, which is why I, the Ebony Sect, have my eye on these quarries. Hearing these words, Su Hui's heart felt like a bolt of lightning had passed through it, and he figured something out. No wonder the original owner was killed by falling rocks. It's no wonder he almost got smashed too. Then there's the quarry where people die every other day, which turns out to be a blood sacrifice for stepping on a horse. This ebony cult is too black. The miners work hard and still have to be used for blood sacrifice. The murderer who killed the original master, the one who still harms me, is not Zhang Yuan nor Liang Yin. The ebony cult is the one behind it. Su Convergence cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to show it. With a respectful demeanor, he bowed again. Thank you, Lord Mine Inspector, for your guidance. White Fox said, you know my identity and the hidden secrets of the quarry, so I'll ask you once more. Would you like to work under my hand? I already know all this. How dare I say a single word of no? Su Jing hurriedly bowed. I would like to follow Lord Mining Inspector and look up to him. He didn't know what the status of this mine inspector was in the Eboshi religion, but, from what he saw so far, it seemed not bad to embrace the short legs of this fox charming girl. Aha! The white fox nodded softly in satisfaction as it twisted around and disappeared into the trees. Aha, and left? Su Jing was a bit confused. He said he'd let him work under his own hands. You didn't make any arrangements? He glanced a few times deeper into the bushes and found no sign of the white fox, shaking his head slightly, so he had to drive the donkey cart and continue his work as a stone hauler. It was a bumpy ride to get the stone to the town dock. After the stone movers at the dock had unloaded and loaded the ship, he drove the empty donkey cart back. The mine also has a target for stone carriers, like him, to receive 2 shares of food donkey carts every day between the mine and the dock back and forth to transport stone. Cannot be less than 8 trips, otherwise it will be deducted food. Su Convergence, come here for a moment. He had just returned to the mine with his donkey cart when he saw Steward Han Du walking quickly over and waving at him. What could the supervisor possibly want with him as a stone hauler? Su Jie was surprised and speculated in his heart that the white fox might have said something to the supervisor. Han Du brought him to a room that looked like an office and looked at him strangely. Do you know the Lord Mine Inspector? As expected, it was really that white fox that said something. Su Convergence deliberated for a moment and said, it's not like we know each other. We've had a glimpse of each other. Han Du gave him a deep look. You don't need to hide it from me. The Lord Mining Inspector said that you are one of its people, and it asked me to arrange a position as a deputy steward for you first, and when it opens a new mine in the future, it might transfer you over to serve as a steward. Thank you for the cultivation of Lord Mine Inspector, and thank you for Steward Han's care. Su Convergence is a bit flattered. From the stone transporter jumped over the supervisor, directly when the mine's deputy supervisor can be said to be a step forward. Of course, such a promotion was nothing more than a casual remark to the mining inspector. He did not feel complacent because of this. In the final analysis, in fact, it is still because of his own strength. If he did not have the strength of a skin refining stage martial artist, the mine inspector would not even look at him, not to mention promoting him. Strength. He kept this in mind. This was the benefit of strength. Han Du slightly waved his hand and said, there is no need to thank me. We are all people working under the hands of Lord Mining Inspector, and we will have to take care of each other in the future. Su Convergence said, that's for sure. Han Du laughed. I'm 20 years older than you. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Han in the future. Su Ming hurriedly said, Steward Han is still young. Calling him uncle is not acceptable. I have to call you Brother Han. Han Du laughed out loud. Brother Su is really good at talking. Su Ming only had to follow and laugh. Just like in his previous life, when he saw the leader laughing, his subordinates, regardless of whether it was funny or not, followed and laughed first. Brother Su comes with me. Hando led Su Convergence out of the registry and ordered the overseers and miners to gather all over. He wanted to lecture. The supervisors looked with strange eyes at Su Convergence, who was standing beside Steward Han, and detected an unusual implication. But they didn't know what was going on. The miners happily came over to gather. They enjoyed listening to Steward Han's lecture because they could take the opportunity to take a break. Who wouldn't like it if they didn't have to work? Listen to me, all of you. Han Du raised his voice. From now on, Su Convergence is the deputy administrator of the mine. What he says is equal to what I say. Understand? When these words came out, instantly, the entire room was silent. The dozen or so supervisors and hundreds of miners were all stunned, not understanding why Su Hui had transformed himself into the mine's deputy supervisor. They came back to their senses and were in an uproar. Su Convergence was originally just a stone carrier, and was taken care of by Liang Yan before he took up the job of a stone carrier. So why did he suddenly become the mine's vice steward? Could he be a relative of Steward Han? Hando grimaced and bellowed quiet. The overseer and the miners just had to be quiet. Han Du looked at Su Convergence. Does Brother Su have anything to say? The supervisors and miners stared in disbelief, certain that they had heard correctly that Supervisor Han had addressed Su Tsong as Brother Su. And why would he do so?
Why would he call in that? It seemed like he meant to be on an equal footing.
Su Convergence coughed lightly and spoke slowly.
I just become the deputy steward of the mine. So let's make it simple. In the future, please ask the supervisors and miners to cooperate more with my work. I'm here. Thank you in advance.
The overseers and miners were all silent, their eyes focused on him as if they knew him anew.
Han-du said, Brother Su can rest assured that anyone who dares to disobey you is messing with me.
Su Convergence nodded slightly in gratitude.
Seeing that he had no more to say, Han-du ordered a dismissal.
A dozen or so supervisors hurriedly gathered around,
bending and bowing to Su Hui,
accompanied by smiles, and said some complimentary words. They didn't know why Su Hui became a deputy supervisor, but it was always right to give some face first.
Steward Su, you don't have to pay back the 15 taels of silver you owe me. Consider it my congratulatory gift to you. Liang Yan also walked over with a stiff smile on his face.
Yesterday the 3 strong men he sent to halfway rob Su Convergence died horizontally in a roadside ditch, and this day Su Convergence has transformed himself into a deputy steward,
making his heart bubble with cold air.
Already realizing that Su Convergence must have some sort of origin, he had offended someone he shouldn't have, and he only hoped that it wasn't too late to remedy the situation.
How can this be? Am I not a man who owes money?
Su Convergence was amused in his heart, his gaze faintly looking at Liang Yan for a moment.
If I owe money and don't pay it back, how can I, as a vice steward, work in the mines? And what prestige do I have to speak of?
Liang Yan's face sank. From Su Hui's words, it seemed that he did not accept the settlement. Su Jing gently patted his shoulder.
Pay back. Definitely pay back. Just that I've only just become a deputy steward, and my hands aren't wide open, so I can only take my time. Don't you think so?
Liang Yan's body stiffened and his face stiffened as he repeatedly said, yes. 15 taels of silver is just a small matter.
A month's salary would be enough for Brother Su. Han-du was not clear about the feud between Su Rui and Liang Yan, and greeted Su Rui as he went in for tea. Su Convergence no longer said anything more to Liang Yan and followed Han-du into the house. The treatment aspect really had to be talked about. Chapter 12, The Book of Life and Death. Come on, Brother Su, taste it. It's not easy to drink new tea in this winter season. I heard that it was picked by a woodcutter in a warm valley, and the people under his hands saw it, and bought it to honor me.
Han-du made tea and poured a cup for Su Rui before pouring it for himself.
Su Convergence picked up and put on the mouth. Slightly sip. Praised good tea. In fact, he does not know tea, but also agreed to a little.
The 2 men drank and chatted about nothing more than a few words about the mine. This quarry is just a pile of broken stones. When the steward has nothing to do, every day is to drink tea, as long as the quarry normal operation on it.
You say right?
Han-du said seemingly casually, but Su Jia knew in his heart that the words contained the meaning of testing whether he knew the hidden secrets of the mine.
Su Convergence said, Han is right. Quarrying stones is just the surface.
The flesh of the earth is what the top is looking at. As soon as he heard this, Han-du knew that Su Convergence already knew the secrets of the mine, and he no longer hid it. This mine of ours, we should be about to draw out the earth's meat, and the Lord Mining Envoy came over to inspect it this time.
Su Convergence understand why that white fox will appear here,
but he still has one thing unknown in his heart.
That is,
the original master was smashed to death by the falling rocks, as well as himself was also smashed by the falling rocks.
This matter is like a thorn in the side, so that he does not vomit. He asked,
a blood sacrifice is needed to draw out the flesh of the earth.
How will the candidates for the blood sacrifice be arranged?
Han-du took out a roster from the drawer and handed it to him.
It's very simple. This blood sacrifice thing.
It's also up to us as stewards. If Brother Su has someone he doesn't see eye to eye with, draw a check mark on the roster and I'll send someone to create a bit of a mishap. If there's no one he doesn't see eye to eye with, I'll just check the box at will.
Black. It's so damn dark. Su Hui completely understood.
The original owner's death was presumably a case of Han-du checking off a random box and dying of bad luck. He was also hit by a falling rock, presumably by those who do the dirty work under the hands of Han-du, who saw that he was not dead and created another accident.
This roster is like a life and death book. Whoever you tick, dies. Su Convergence wondered. With people dying every other day, wouldn't the miners be suspicious and panic?
Han-du smiled faintly.
What can you do if you doubt? What can you do if you panic? People always need to eat food. As long as the mines give food, even if they die every now and then,
there are a large number of people willing to come to work to earn food.
Su Convergence was silent.
The food was in the hands of the Razorback religion and some big families, and the lower class civilians were like fish and meat on a chopping board,
slaughtered at will.
He looked through the roster and saw a lot of drawn check marks, and the names of Li Jinshui and the original owner were among them. Why isn't the overseer's name in there? He handed the roster back to Hando and asked, seemingly casually. Handu said, overseers are people used to keep order in the mines, so of course they won't be inside the roster of blood sacrifices. Su Convergence proposed, I think it's good to have an overseer die once in a while. This will dispel the suspicions of the miners and facilitate the operation of the mine. Handu sensed the implication and was slightly surprised. Which overseer offended you? There was nothing to hide. And Su Convergence said frankly, Liang Yen seemed to be kind enough to lend me 15 taels of silver, but he sent someone to rob me halfway, wanting to hijack the silver and force me to put the women in my family up against the debt. Handu was stunned, then laughed. Supervisors rely on a little power in their hands, secretly harming the miners, and plotting to take the good-looking women in the miners' homes is also a common thing. Liang Yan's unenlightened offended to your head. Then let him disappear. He handed a thin roster to Su Convergence, who took it and looked at it, realizing that it was a roster of a dozen or so overseers. Su Jia was not polite and picked up the brush on the table, dipped it in ink, drew a check mark on Liang Yan's name, and returned the roster to Handu. Handu said, please rest assured, Brother Su, I'll make sure Liang Yan won't see the sun tomorrow. Su Convergence didn't say anything more, utilizing the mine's blood sacrifice rules to do away with Liang Yan, and saving him from having to do it himself. Next, Handu chatted with him about his treatment. My monthly salary is 20 taels per month. How about 20 taels for Brother Su as well? Su Ming knew that this was an elevation, and busily said, Han is a steward. I'm just a deputy steward. How can it be the same? It's not good. I think 15 taels is enough. Handu was polite with him again and set it at 18 taels, probably taking into account the fact that there was little left in his family, and advanced the 18 taels of this month's monthly salary to him. Su converged and stood up to thank him. Handu pointed out, we two as the mine is the person in charge. The entire mine or we two say. How much monthly salary is secondary. The main thing is to those under the hands of the filial piety of the people. Silver, food and women, are not less. Su converged to show that he understood. It was almost noon when the cook in the cafeteria brought in a meal for the two big men of the mine. Su Convergence took a look at the fish, meat and wine. As a steward's meals were different. Handu called out to the helper cook, my brother Su has just assumed the position of deputy steward. I don't have any congratulatory gifts on me. Take a few chickens and some fish from the kitchen, and let brother Su take them home when he gets off work. The chef nodded his head repeatedly, and as he walked away, his gaze gave Su Jing a strange look. Apparently, the chef was also speculating on the matter of Su Jing becoming an assistant steward, just like everyone else. Thanks Han. Su Choi knew the truth of the elders giving and not resigning, which means, don't resign what the elders give you, or you will embarrass the elders and think you are being disliked. Handu greeted Su Rue with wine and food and feasted on it. Outside, the overseers certainly don't eat such good food. Further out, the miners were fed even worse, with a bowl of gruel and 2 black buns. It's true what they say, the farther you are from the center of power, the worse your life. Handu and Su Hui had lunch and drank tea again. After consuming almost all of the food, Handu led Su Convergence to tour around the entire mine, and wherever the two of them went, the miners were busy burying their heads in their work, only using the corner of their eyes to curiously survey Su Convergence, the newly appointed deputy steward. When he came to patrol the area where Zhang Yuan and Yang Yi were working, Zhang Yuan's eyes were anxious. He wanted to come over to talk to Su Convergence, but he was in the way of Handu being next to him, so he didn't dare to come over. Su converged his gaze to the sky, pretending not to see him. Yang Yi is full of joy. How he did not expect Su Convergence gave him such a big surprise. Yesterday's work on the stone carrier's work, this day will become a lofty mine deputy supervisor. As long as Cindy tonight with Su Convergence back, can please Su Convergence's happiness? His family will have a good day. This daughter married more than 85 pounds of grain. Feel that there are 850 pounds so much. After Su Ming followed Handu on his rounds, he returned to the house to drink tea and chat until evening, when Handu ordered to call it a day and open the barn to release the grain. The kitchen helpers brought 3 large roosters and 3 fish for Su Convergence, and unsurprisingly, the miners' eyes were red one by one. Su Ming carried the chicken and fish and put them on his own little black donkey cart, intending to take Cindy home tonight. Chapter 13. Yang Yi led the grain over, the face of the joy and with a hint of constraint, opened his mouth but do not know how to address Su Convergence, called Convergence brother feel a little disrespectful, called Su steward and feel the raw and awkward,
and finally he stifled the face of the red. The crate called the finally. He held back his blushing face and called him son-in-law. Su-ming knew clearly that there was no such relationship as father-in-law and son-in-law in this world's lower-class commoner's house, because the mortality rate of men was too high, and women often changed their men. This son-in-law today, that son-in-law tomorrow, and another son-in-law the day after tomorrow, and there were too many son-in-laws. That means that the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law does not exist. Only in large families is there such a relationship as father-in-law and son-in-law. Because the men in large families are not prone to accidents and the relationship between men and women is more fixed, making the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law established. Obviously, Yang Yi was ready to see Su Convergence as a big family. Father-in-law doesn't need to be formal. We're not outsiders, just get along as before. Su Jing called his father-in-law, which was considered an acknowledgement of the relationship. In his heart, he really liked the watery and good-looking Cindy, and as long as he had no accidents, he would let Cindy be with him for the rest of her life, not wanting Cindy to be with other men in the future. So the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law was established. Converge, wait for me, I'm not on the bus yet. Zhang Yuan, who had received the grain, saw Su Convergence leaving with Yang Yi in a donkey cart and chased after him. Su Convergence had wanted to leave quietly, and when he was discovered, he had to stop. Zhang Yuan carried the small grain bag and climbed onto the donkey cart out of breath. Some of the miners who had daughters at home eyed the donkey cart. Steward Su, my daughter is pretty. Do you want her? My daughter is the one who looks good. Go to my house and take a look. Zhang Yuan sank his face and chastised and rushed the people. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Go aside. His heart can be bright. Yang Yi and Su Huihui relationship is just. If too many people with Su Huihui relationship, he and Su Huihui grew up with the brotherhood will not seem so important. Yang Yi also does not want too many minors to climb into a relationship with Su Hui. However, he is not like Zhang Yuan who is unable to carry his own weight. He laughed and said, the women in your son-in-law's family are really too few. Together with Kaney, there are only 3 of them, so it would be good to properly pick a few good-looking ones. Everyone get out of the way. I don't need it for a while. Su converged and shook his head. If he brought back too many women at once, even if he wasn't jealous, he would still compete for favor. How would his goodwill be raised above 90/100? This will affect his strength enhancement, but he can't just float away when he becomes a vice steward. The miners surrounding the donkey cart were so disappointed that they just had to get out of the way. Su Convergence drove the donkey cart out of the mine, staggering all the way homeward. Brother Convergence, I'll drive the cart. I'm familiar with this one. Zhang Yuan jumped at the chance. Su Hui refused. No need. Zhang Yuan said blearily, when you become a steward, you won't be able to use this little black donkey cart. Lend it to me so I can get back to my job as a stone hauler. Su Convergence turned back and looked at him apologetically. You didn't say so earlier. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already given the donkey cart to my father-in-law to offset the bride price of 85 caddies of grain, and I'll let my father-in-law do the work of the stone hauler tomorrow. Yang Yi was stunned, and then rejoiced, knowing that Su Convergence was taking care of him, and immediately followed Su Convergence's words and said, that's right, your son-in-law has already paid off the donkey to me. Zhang Yuan glared at Yang Yi. Your daughter selling to Brother Convergence is just a sale. What salty and sweet son-in-law. You're good at climbing relationships. Yang Yi said. Xian's son-in-law became a deputy steward, and also became a big family. My family Kaney married over. She will only be with Xian's son-in-law as a man in her life. She won't change men often, and the relationship is very stable. What's wrong with me calling Xian's son-in-law? Zhang Yuan was exasperated. Brother Convergence, I saw your donkey cart first. How can you give it to someone else? Su Hui didn't pay any attention to him. A brother's relationship is worthless when it comes to women, not to mention brother in quotes. Knowing that Zhang Yuan had hit on Fine Asia when he was a stone hauler, it was good enough that when Han Du handed the blood sacrifice roster to Su Convergence didn't check off Zhang Yuan's name. Brother Convergence, lend me 10 taels of silver and I'll buy a donkey too. There's no money. I've only just become a deputy steward. My monthly salary hasn't been paid yet, and even if it is, I still have to pay off my debts, so how can I have the silver to lend you? When you and Steward Han were patrolling the mine, I saw that you guys were on good terms. Why don't you talk to Steward Han and let me be the overseer? The supervisors are all under the control of Steward Han, and I, the vice steward, have no right to ask questions. We grew up together as hair brothers. Now that you've developed, you have to take care of me more or less, right? Zhang Yuan was on the verge of crying. He hit on Sister Xinya's idea.
But he still has the nerve to call himself a brother. Su Jing really admired his thick skin.
But if you think about it, you can understand. This world of people living a precarious life. Living today is not necessarily tomorrow. Can live a good day today?
So the relationship between men and women is very chaotic.
As long as the woman looks good, who will hit the idea? Get off. Your house is here. Su Convergence slowed down and let Zhang Yuan go down.
Zhang Yuan relied and refused to get off the bus,
kept pleading,
and was dead set on letting him arrange an errand.
Su Convergence annoyed. You under the car or not?
Not tomorrow. You do not have to go to the mine to work to earn food. You are fired. Zhang Yuan was so scared that he got out of the car in a hurry.
Su Convergence drove Yang Yi away. Wise son-in-law, would you like some tea? When he reached home, Yang Yi jumped down. Su Convergence followed down and looked at the sky. Even if you drink tea, it's almost dark.
I'll pick up Kane's child back earlier.
He followed Yang Yi inside. And just like yesterday, he met two withered and senile middle-aged women and Yang Chan-er. Cindy, come here a minute. Yang Yi called Yang Kaner into the inner room, not knowing what was said. A moment later, Yang Kaner blushed and came out shyly, following Su Conger obediently by her side. Yang Yi came out to see him off. Sage son-in-law, Cindy is in your hands. Su Convergence helped Yang Kaner onto the donkey cart, fought for a moment,
and took a rooster and a fish to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised and hastily took it.
Many thanks to your son-in-law. The two middle-aged women in the family are also overjoyed, knowing that they will have meat to eat tonight.
In this world grain is not enough to eat,
and meat is even rarer.
Yang Channer's eyes were tearful as she looked at Su Conger.
Brother Conger, you're so good.
Su Rue reached out with a light smile and pinched her face.
I said I'd be good to you.
Yang Chan-er blushed and said softly,
I will also be good with you. Who can stand this?
Su Hui immediately drove the donkey cart home.
The cold evening wind blew.
He took off his coat and handed it to Yang Chan-er, who was sitting at the back,
causing Yang Chan-er to be touched a little bit again.
The increase in favorability often started from these details.
It is worth mentioning that during the daytime,
a woman cannot go out for a long time. It is easy to stain unclean things, like this. When it is almost dark, the woman goes out and there is no problem.
Previously, Liang Yan took the girls from Li Chuanfang to the mine,
as well as he is now driving Yang Kaney home. All of them took advantage of this period of time when it is almost dark.
Chapter 14, Setting the Rules. I'm back. When they arrived home,
Su Hui assisted Yang Kaney out of the donkey cart, took her little hand, and led her inside. Seeing this watery and standardized little look of Yang Kaney, Wang Suiyun and Li Xiaoya were both a bit surprised.
However,
Wang Suiyun quickly sank in color and looked at Su Convergence furiously. How did you lead Yang Ye's yellow girl back?
I'm not stupid. Yellow girls aren't given away for nothing. How much grain did Yang Yi, that murderer of 1,000 daggers, pit against you?
Li Xiaoya gazed at Yang Channer's good-looking face. Knowing that Su Jing's heart was in favor of it, she pulled Wang Suiyun.
Mother, Jinger has already been brought back, and there's no way to send it back again. Things have come to this, so you should say less.
Wang Chuiyun's face was ugly.
This is just living a life with food. The little man in the family brought a yellow girl back and used the food generously. It's impossible to live this life. Su Jia didn't bother with her, holding Yang Chan-er's small hand and bringing it to Li Xiaoya's face,
his eyes gesturing Yang Chan-er encouragingly.
Yang Channer understood and busily bent over to Li Finia. Channer has met Sister Finia.
Seeing that she was well behaved,
obedient, and understanding, Li Finia complimented. Convergence Brothers' vision is really good.
You're so good looking. Yang Chan-er looked at Li Finia's beautiful appearance. Sister Finia is also very good looking.
Li Xiaoya joyfully took her hand and brought it to one side, speaking in whispers between the women. Seeing that the two got along well, Su Convergence was relieved, fed the little black donkey grass, brought in 2 chickens and 2 fish, and set them in front of Wang Suiyun. Quickly cook and go. Master is hungry. Seeing the chicken and fish, Wang Suiyun's gaze lit up. Her gloomy face disappeared at once, and her old face couldn't help but reveal a wrinkled smile. Good. Li Xiaoya was also a bit baffled. The night before last, Su Jing stole beef from the mine and that's all. But today, he even took chickens and fish back, which made her a bit worried. Jinger, where did you get the meat from? Su Convergence briefly told him about his promotion to vice steward of the mine. This large rooster and fish were given to me by Steward Han from the kitchen, saying that they were congratulatory gifts. What did you say? Wang Suiyun, who was slicing the fish, almost cut her hand and let out a shriek. She turned back with a huff and looked at Su Convergence with wide eyes. You became the deputy administrator of the mine? Just like her unseasoned look, Su Hui raised an eyebrow and said, "What else? You've become the deputy steward, and you're in charge of hundreds of people. Will our family have meat to eat every day from now on?" Wang Suiyun was exuberant and full of red,
and her pale face seemed to be much younger.
Su Convergence calculated, 18 2-monthly salary plus hand under the filial piety. Every day to eat meat is not much of a problem. Almost it. Master, Wang Suiyun exclaimed.
Li Xiaoya blushed to feel ashamed on her behalf and looked at young Chaner beside her in embarrassment.
My mother is like this. Don't mind if you do. Yang Chaner gently shook her head. How could I mind?
I also came from a poor family.
I followed Brother Convergence to live such a good life. Brother Convergence has great abilities. I am just as happy as Auntie Wang.
Wang Chuiyin could not help but look at her more eyes.
You, this small mouth is quite good at talking. Convergence brother, even the mine's deputy steward have become. The right to have the power and have food.
Want you such a yellow flower girl?
I will not say anything more. Only one thing you have to remember. My Fanya and Convergence brother know since childhood. Really is a childhood sweetheart. You cannot rely on their own a little bit of beauty with my family. Fanya fight for favor. No fruit. Fine Asia to compete for favor. No good fruit to eat.
This was said sternly. Young Chaner flooded with tears and said,
Auntie Wang, don't worry. I'll save it. Sister Fanya will always be a sister.
Li Xiaoya heartbreakingly wrapped her arms around young Chaner and said to Wang Suiyun,
Mother, you're overthinking it. Chaner is well behaved and obedient. She'll get along well with me. Wang Suiyun grunted. I hope so.
Su Convergence at this time did not come out to take sides with young Caney.
There are more women in the house. It is good to set up a rule. From his heart, he has a lot of respect for Li Xiaoya, and in the future,
the women that he brought into the house should respect Li Xiaoya.
This is the most basic requirement.
Li Xiaoya looked at young Chaner with tears in her eyes, then looked at the silent Su Conger,
and said to Wang Suiyun, Mother, kill the large rooster as well, and cook more dishes tonight to celebrate Conger's becoming a deputy steward as well as Chaner's entry into the house. Good. Wang Chuiyun no longer say more.
Mouth humming a euphonious tune to kill fish and chicken.
Obviously in a good mood.
Li Xiaoya reached out and pulled Su Conger so that he could sit next to young Chaner.
Brother Conger, you stay with Chaner and talk to her. I'll go help with the cooking.
Since he had led young Chaner into the door,
Su Hui would not squirm, and immediately swept over the blushing young Chaner, speaking in whispers and cultivating goodwill, causing Li Xiaoya to give him a blank look.
But it was nothing. There's more cooking to be done tonight as we're killing chickens and fish again. By the time dinner was ready, it was almost the end of the garrison.
Looking at the chicken, fish, chicken mash and beef jerky, Yang Kaner couldn't help but gulp.
Undoubtedly she had never eaten such a sumptuous meal before. Su Convergence first gave Li Xiaoya a piece of chicken and Yang Chaner a piece of fish.
Eat. As for Wang Suiyun, without him pinching the food, he already couldn't wait to take the chicken leg and nibble it, eating with his mouth full of oil. It was a dinner that had all four of them bursting with food, laughing and having the atmosphere of a harmonizing family. Of course, all harmony is based on material things. If there is a lack of food and hunger, it is impossible to have such a harmonious atmosphere. The world is so realistic. It's getting late, time to rest. After consuming her food for a while, Li Xiaoya took the small pottery cup and knife and untied the blood-stained cloth on her wrist. Yang Chaner was busy walking over. Sister Fanya, I'll do it, Li Xiaoya said softly. You just got in. Not tonight. Yang Chaner realized what was going on, her face blushing as she glanced at Su Convergence. And she didn't insist any longer. It really wasn't going to work tonight. Filling the small porcelain cup with blood, Li Xiaoya opened the door and set it on the doorway, and closed the door. She pulled Wang Suiyun into the inner room and closed the door of the inner room as well. At this point, Su Conger and Yang Kaner were the only ones left in the outer room. So what were they waiting for? Su Convergence's heart fluttered, and he immediately pounced on the beautiful sheep as if he were the big bad wolf. Well, oh, Converge, wait. Yan Chanel took out a piece of cloth and laid it on. Su Jing was stunned. This. Yang Kaner said softly, the family said to let you know the value of 85 pounds of grain used. This is also too real. Real material. Su Jing didn't know what to say. Since people were so attentive, he couldn't let them down. Old earth house. Dark. Only bright moonlight from the small window pouring down. As if the ground frost. The gusts of being waves churned as if they were wild storms. As if they were endless. Ignoring even the arrival of the ghastly and frightening night watchman. Luckily, the night watchman drank the blood from the clay cup and left. Not really interested in what was going on in the family's house. Chapter 15, next time for sure. The light of day is letting in.
Su Convergence refreshed himself and opened his eyes, looking at the curtain of light in front of him.
Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, Skin Refining Stage. Skill, none. Props, none. Remark 1, Cindy Yang's favorability towards you is 75 out of 100 and has not yet reached 90 out of 100. You cannot gain advancement points. Remark 2, if the goodwill reaches 90/100 or more,
you will receive 1 advancement point for each point of increase in goodwill. If the 90 to 100 goodwill falls down and increases up again,
you cannot receive advancement points repeatedly. Remark 3, during the process of maintaining 90/100 favorability or more, for every child born to you by Cindy Yang, you will gain 1 additional advancement point. After checking it out,
Su Convergence's heart was in the right place.
Sister Fanya and I have a deep childhood bond before we directly reached over 90 out of 100 favorability.
Cindy and I have only known each other for 2 days, and she already has 75 out of 100 favorability towards me, which is already very good. He was satisfied that things like feelings really had to be cultivated slowly,
not overnight or overnight. There's no rush on Cindy's side for now. I already have a free advancement point.
Missing a python tendon to complete the advancement.
That's the priority. He mulled it over. Where does one get python tendons?
With his current status as the mine's deputy steward, he was in charge of several hundred people under his hands, so as long as he put the word out and gave some reward money, it shouldn't be too difficult. Anyway, no one else knew what he was going to do with the python tendon, and he didn't have to worry about exposure. Reward will be rewarded. So be it. He made up his mind and found his way to obtain the python tendons. There was a creak and the door to the inner room opened.
Li Xiaoya walked out, not in good spirits.
It seems that she didn't sleep well last night. She opened the door to the outer room and brought in the small earthenware cup,
and after looking at young Channer, whose face was tired and curled up like a kitten in the comforter,
she blankly glanced at Su Convergence.
It's not light or heavy. Su Convergence smiled slightly awkwardly and got up in a hurry. After washing up, had a little beef jerky. Sister Hosoya, I'm going to go to work. He embraced Li Xiaoya.
Although every man capable of earning food in this world had several women, though he was more than a little vain and ashamed of Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya gave a soft and handed him the sharp knife. With Su Convergence of the strength of the skin refining stage, 7 or 8 strong men cannot get close.
With or without a knife does not matter.
But he still took don't in the belt.
Set up a small black donkey car to leave. Wise son-in-law, Yang Yi, who was waiting at the curb, waved to him. Su Hui slows down and lets Yang Yi jump on the donkey cart. Yang Yi asked, is Cindy obedient? Su Convergence didn't know what to say. Very obedient. Getting along well with Fine Asia and the others as well. Yang Yi nodded his head. That's a relief to me. She has a good life.
Marrying someone with great ability like Convergence brother and living a good life.
The women in the family and I are all happy for her.
Su Convergence remembered something and stopped the little black donkey cart.
Father-in-law, you drive. Practice first, and when you go down to the mine, I'll arrange for you to work as a stone hauler. Okay. Yang Yi happily took over the donkey cart, and after getting on it for a while he became skillful.
This is not difficult.
I have practiced earlier. I can do it. Su Convergence did not say anything more. In fact,
many people in Green Bamboo Town have practiced with other people's sex-mouth cars, and every man has a dream of becoming a stone hauler.
Here, I'm here.
When they reached the intersection,
Zhang Yuan, who had already been waiting, waved his hand vigorously.
Yang Yi slows down and lets him jump in the car.
Zhang Yuan looked enviously at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment,
and said to Su Convergence,
Brother Convergence, I've thought about it. Su Hui was curious. What have you thought of? Zhang Yuan said, I'm now working as a stone mover, earning little grain, and the 3 women in my family have been messing with me every day, yelling that they want to kick me out and recruit capable men to support the family. So instead of being kicked out of the family, I'd rather fulfill you. Su Hui was a bit confused. Complete me for what? Zhang Yuan said. Don't pretend. Don't you want the youngest of the 3 women in my house? I told her about you becoming the deputy steward. She is very willing to go to your house. You can pick her up tonight. I have fulfilled you. You have to take care of me, right? Arrange an errand for me.
Su Convergence nearly fell headfirst from the donkey cart.
Earlier, he was upset that Zhang Yuan was thinking about Sister Fanya and flirted with Zhang Yuan in passing, but he didn't expect Zhang Yuan to take it seriously. Don't. I'm not blessed. He hurriedly refused. Zhang Yuan was anxious. We two but grew up together with the hair little brother. You in front of me still pretending to be what? Are a man. Want to be? Twisting and turning to do what? I will not laugh at you. Su Convergence is very speechless. The wall is not help. Just serve him. I really do not want. I just casually spend a bit before. You do not take it seriously. Zhang Yuan's eyes were red. I don't care. I'll send her to your house tonight. I'm earning less food now. I can't support 3, so you can't bear to see me being kicked out of the house. Su converged and considered. He had already hammered Zhang Yuan a few times and his anger had subsided, so it was not impossible to give him a proper mention. He was now the deputy steward of the mine, and in the future, as his strength increased, he would probably be able to climb up the ladder. He really needed to cultivate some of his own squad. He couldn't do everything himself. It's not impossible to arrange errands for you, Su Convergence faintly said. However, there are 2 things you should remember. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. You said. Su Convergence said. First point, don't hit on my women. I'm different from other men. I value the women in my family and have a fixed relationship. I won't just switch around like other men and women. Zhang Yuan quickly compensated with a smile. I understand. From now on, Fanya is my mother. My own mother. Yang Ye's daughter is also my own mother. Yang Yi laughed. Then won't I become your grandfather? Su Convergence said. The second point is that if I arrange an errand for you, then you're a person under my hand, and you'll have to listen to me from now on. Zhang Yuan patted his chest and assured. I will definitely listen to you. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Yang Yi was moved by what he heard. Xian's son-in-law, I'm also under your hand. I'll listen to you too. All right. Su Convergence understood the 2 men's little thoughts, which were nothing more than looking at him as a deputy steward. The little cutie. Both knew that there were definitely benefits to following him. To the mine. Su Convergence took Yang Yi to the registration office, intending to put Yang Ye's name on the roster of stone carriers. Zhang Yuan also followed with his ass in the air and his eyes. Instead of taking matters into his own hands, Su Ming first sought Han Du's opinion. Brother Han, I'd like to arrange a little errand for the 2 people under my hand. Is that okay? Han Du looked unhappy and raised his face. Brother Su, what are you talking about? You're also the mine administrator. Do you still need to ask me about this small matter? Just make your own decision. Su Convergence glanced at Yang Yi and Zhang Yuan. The 2 of them would understand and hurriedly thanked Steward Han. Su Rui understands that Han Du is so polite to him, only because of his relationship with the mining commissioner. He stopped being polite to Han Du, and immediately, wrote Yang Ye's name on the roster of stone carriers. He also wrote Zhang Yuan's name, on the stone chiseler's apprentice roster. Brother Yuan, you will first follow the stone chiseler's master as an apprentice, and once you have learned it, you can do the stone chiseler's work. Good. Zhang Yuan smiled with a big smile on his face. As an apprentice stone chiseler, he can receive 1 portion of grain per day, and after he learns it and becomes a stone chiseler, he can receive 3 portions of grain, which is a good job. Han Du waved his hand for Yang Yi and Zhang Yuan to go to work, and called Su Convergence into the inner room, where he opened a wooden box, revealing a severed head, and asked, Is Brother Su satisfied? Su Rui looked at Liang Yan's head. Thanks Han. Han Du said, this mine is our brother to say. In the future to see which is not good. Although tell me, I will help you to clean up the hand is also. Su Ming understood in his heart what Han Du wanted, and immediately said openly, Brother Han is so courteous to brother me. Brother, I'm not unintelligent. The next time I see the Lord Mining Envoy, I will definitely give Brother Han a few words of praise. Han Du was overjoyed. Many thanks to Brother Su. Actually, I'm not familiar with the mining commissioner. Su Jia thought silently in his heart, and could only say something like I will definitely do it next time. But with these words, it was already enough for Han Du, just like taking a pill of peace of mind. Chapter 16, Python Tendons. As a rule, the steward of the mine needs to patrol the mine twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. It was now morning, and Han Du led Su Convergence on his rounds. Brother Su, when we're done with our rounds, let's go to the town's Lichuan place to have some fun. How about it? As the saying goes, there are 3 irons in life. Having carried a gun together, having shared a window together, having floated through Chang together. Seeing what Han Du means, it seems that he wants to promote a relationship with him. It's just that it's broad daylight, out of place, and most of all, Su Jing is worried about getting sick. It's not good. Han Du laughed. Our family and no shortage of women, lazy to touch the remnants of the willow, but also to drink and listen to the song. We win the stewardship of the people, not necessarily all day in the mine, as long as the mine does not mess up, our time free to arrange. Su Convergence nodded. That's fine. I haven't been to that kind of place. It's good to see the world. Han Du was a bit regretful. Our green bamboo town is poor and remote. There is only this one Lichuan place, which is actually nothing new. I heard that the ones inside Pingyang County City are the ones that really have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Su Convergence laughed. It's fine. When our brother and sister are developed in the future, we will go to Pingyang County to open our eyes. Han Du shared a glance with him, and both of them laughed out loud with a feeling of being in the same boat. The supervisors carrying rattan canes and the miners burying their heads in their work. Seeing Su Convergence talking and laughing with Han Du, they were all in a bit of a trance. Who would have thought that such a 16-year-old bratty bottom layer stone mover would change so much in just a few days? Does Han know where to find python tendons? Su Convergence didn't get carried away, keeping in mind that strength was the root of everything, and asked about the advancement ingredients. Han Du was stunned. Python tendon? The tendon of a python? What do you need this for? Su Convergence explained. I want to make a bow that I usually carry for defense, as well as to go into the mountains to hunt. Han Du generously said. Isn't it just a bow? I'll give you one. Su Convergence was busy saying. No, I like to make my own bow and use it while I can. Han Du thought for a moment and said. In Green Bamboo Town, there are quite a lot of green snakes, but pythons are rare, and every household is short of food. So even if a python is found, it is killed and eaten, and even the skin and tendons are stewed and cooked, so I'm afraid it's very difficult to find one. Su Convergence frowned. How could this be done? Even if there was an advancement point and he couldn't get the ingredients, he wouldn't be able to complete the advancement. Han Du said, there are a few families in town that specialize in catching snakes, so we can ask when we go to town later. Su Convergence's gaze lit up. Snake catcher. Why hadn't he thought of that? The two men briefly toured the mine around, and then they planned to go to town to have some fun. Han Du let people bring 2 horses over. I see Brother Su usually up and down the work, with the small black donkey. Not very convenient. This horse is the mine raised, used to report news to the top in case of emergency. Usually cannot be used. You right is. Su Ming is not polite. Immediately turned on the horse. If too noble, will not be able to mingle with Han Du, and he himself is not a noble person. This world is not a good place to be, so just take whatever benefits you can get. The two of them galloped off toward the town. It didn't take long to get to the town, which wasn't far to go, although it is daytime, but every house is closed. Only the men outside busy green livelihood, not see a woman. Su Convergence said, Brother Han, I'll look for the snake catcher to get the python tendon before going to Lichun Fong. It's just a bow. What's the rush? Hando had no choice but to follow him. Su converged to ask someone about it. The town was not large, and he soon learned where a few of the snake catchers lived, and at once he and Hando drove their horses there. Steward Han, is it okay if I want to work in your mine to earn grain? Steward Han, I want to go too. My family can barely make ends meet. Please, give me a chance. On the road, many ragged men nodded their heads and greeted Hando with oddly pitiful eyes. As a mine steward, Han Du was considered one of the celebrities in Green Bamboo Town. And although the matter of Su Hui becoming a deputy steward has spread in Green Bamboo Town, the number of people who recognize him is relatively small. Han Du looked indifferent as he rode on his horse, not even glancing at these people. Arriving at a snake catcher's residence, Su Convergence rolled off his horse and went up to knock on the door. Is anyone there? Who? A middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. Su Convergence said, I'd like to buy a python tendon. Do you have any in your house? After a few moments of silence inside, the wooden door slowly opened a crack, only to see 2 yellow-faced, middle-aged women nervously pressing against the door, each holding a kitchen knife and a wooden stick in their hands, with vigilance in their eyes. I mean, no offense, I really want to buy a python tendon. Su Convergence reiterated that this was the way of the world, and that in general, it was best for men not to run into other people's homes, or else they would be considered to be plotting against them, such as robbing food, women, and the like. Looking at Su Hui's young and handsome appearance and holding a horse in his hand, the tension on the faces of the 2 middle-aged women eased quite a bit, and anyone with a horse must have no shortage of food or women at home. Unlike the kind of homeless vagabonds who were so dangerous. Immediately afterward, the 2 middle-aged women noticed Han Du standing behind Su Convergence. Their gazes lit up, and they immediately opened the door. Steward Han? Come on in and sit down. This makes Su Convergence a little helpless. Han Du mastered a mine, holding a large amount of food. In Green Bamboo Town is like a food and clothing-like existence. Wherever you go is highly welcomed. No,
This is Steward Su of the mine in front of me. You guys talk. Hando made it a point to talk about the identity of Su Convergence. The two middle-aged women looked at Su Convergence in surprise. You're Steward Su. So young. Su Hui didn't want to waste time. Do you have python tendons in your house? Yes. One of the slightly taller middle-aged women busily went to rummage around the earthen stove in the corner. A few months ago my Han got lucky and caught a python. The meat was already eaten, and the skin and tendons were dried out and kept for stewing. She brought over a white wobbly thing, like a rope. Su Convergence took, put on the end of the nose, smelled the fishy flavor. Should be python tendons undoubtedly. How to sell? The middle-aged woman cautiously said. This is not worth a few dollars. If you want to take it, my man-child is big, can no longer live at home, to the age of another household door to find a woman to partner life. He can go to your mine to work to earn food? The night watchman demanded blood according to the number of adult males in the family. And when the male children grew up, they could not live in the house, or the night watchman would demand 2 portions of blood, which the women of the house could not carry. Therefore, when a male child grows up, he has to set up another business and find his own woman to partner with him. Su Convergence put away the python tendons and said with a bit of curiosity, isn't your family's Han a snake catcher? And why don't the family's male children follow in their father's footsteps and follow the snake catcher? The middle-aged woman said bitterly, catching snakes, which is so easy. My Hanzi ancestors catching snakes. Ancestors are bitten to death by snakes. There is no good end. I do not want to let my family child to do this line of work catching snakes, or work in the mine to earn food to the security. The mine work is also not stable. In fact, not stable. Bad luck will be blood sacrifice. Su Convergence is not good to say, for the sake of the python tendon, can properly take care of her family child not to be blood sacrifice? Okay. Let your family child come to the mine tomorrow to find me. I will give him to arrange for the job. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed, bending over and making a bow as she kept paying her respects to Su Convergence. Thank you. Thank you. Without further ado, Su Convergence waved his hand, rolled onto his horse, and headed toward Li Chunfeng with Handu. Chapter 17, Listening to Music. Yo, Master Han is here. Quickly upstairs please. When they arrived at Li Chunfeng, the pimp Auntie Fong stuck to Han Du's arm like a dog's skin. Su Convergence curiously surveyed the only greenhouse in town, a 2-story old wooden building that was too far from the gilded look inside the TV series. Thinking about it made sense. A small place like Green Bamboo Town, where the commoners' households were short of food and living in a tight spot. Those who could afford to come here to spend money were after all a minority. Only people like Hando, who were relatively free in the middle of the day, occasionally came to sit and listen to tunes to pass the time. This brother Su next to me is the new steward of the mine, probably not wanting Su Hui to be left out. Han Du introduced himself. Aunt Fong squealed exaggeratedly. Gu, look at me. I'm old and blind. I have no eyesight. And she hurriedly pulled a flamboyantly dressed woman and shoved her into Su Jing's arms. Fragrant wind puffed his nose. Su Hui almost choked on the heavy rouge and water powder. He slightly reached out to block, holding a little distance. Puzzled. You girls here? Don't you need to rest during the day? There's not even much business at night. Enough rest. How can you not work during the day? Your delicate body is moldy and growing mushrooms, and you don't have a man to pick them. Aunt Fong's gaze was grudging, and she gently patted Su Convergence like she was flirting. Steward Su is young and talented. He has money and food and his body is strong. So in the future, he will have to come and take care of our business more often. Su Hui could only nod in agreement. Next time for sure. Up to the 2nd floor. The elegant room. The usual rule. Call all those who can sing songs. Hando casually fished out a silver ingot and put it on the table. Aunt Fong joyfully held the silver. Knowing that Han Du was here to listen to the music, she did not say much, eyeing Su Convergence. The old face winks and smiles. Steward Su's first time to come. This is too monotonous to listen to the music. Do you want to feel the warmth of the girls we have here? The pattern can be a lot of it. Guaranteed that your soul drifted outside the 9 clouds. Han Du laughed and cursed as he slapped Aunt Fong's ass. Isn't the silver I paid enough? But you want to pull out my brother Su's silver. Don't fool my brother Su with the remnants of the flowers you have here. Aunt Fong grimaced and covered her buttocks. Master Han, look at what you said. Which time you came? I did not give the arrangements properly. You brought your brother over to support the scene. How would I take the old goods to fool your brother? Of course it is the new goods. Yesterday there are a few families who broke the grain of the family, put their daughters against me. It looks like it is not capable of redeeming it. Hando inquired of Su Convergence. Do you want to take a look? No need. Su Convergence waved his hand.
No deal. No harm.
He still preferred a relationship like Sister Finya and Cindy where you love each other.
Seeming to see his mind, Han Du said, the family broke food to put their daughters against here, also to be used to receive guests. Even if you don't want it, it will be spoiled by other people. If they can be looked at by you, take them back home. They will have a good life. This is said to have level. Let Su Convergence tangled up, as if he do not want is to see death to save the same. Watching people's daughters fell into the fire pit, to pull a hand, probably so a meaning.
Seeing that Su Convergence hesitated, Han Du laughed a bit and waved his hand at Aunt Fong.
Call over and take a look. If she doesn't look good, my brother Su doesn't want it. Su Rue looked at Han Du's posture. Was this a sure way to make him experience the feeling of being at home? It's guaranteed to look good, and if it didn't, I wouldn't have been able to lend food to these families. Aunt Fanny patted her chest in assurance and wiggled her way downstairs. Not much longer. She then returned, bringing with her 5 or 6 girls with lutes and arrows, and 3 slightly youthful young girls. What did I just teach you 3? Keep your heads up, she snapped. Do you think you are a big family lady? The family broke food to put you against me. And shy what? What is there to be ashamed of? No food to eat to be ashamed of. This steward Su is the steward of the mine, and he is in charge of hundreds of people. So if any of you perform well and win his favor, you will have a good life. Do you need me to teach you that? The 3 young girls summoned up the courage to raise their heads, and when they saw Su Convergence's appearance, they were all stunned, obviously not expecting the guest to be so young. Aunt Fawn's old face smiled again at Su Hui. Steward Su, I didn't lie to you. These 3 little nieces really can be born, especially in the middle of this one. Look at this face, cherry mouth, willow leaf eyebrow. In a few more years, sent to the county to choose the flower girl as possible. The young girl in the center also seemed to know that this was the moment to decide her fate. Whether she could get out of her misery and live a good life depended on this. She gently clenched her teeth and seemed to have made up her mind as she took a few steps forward and sat on her knees in front of Su Convergence, her eyes eagerly looking at Su Convergence. Steward Su, take me. I'll definitely serve you well. Hando kindly smiled. You're quite smart. The other 2 young girls' faces were anxious, and they had the intention to go forward and plead, but in the end, they were too green to have such guts. Su Convergence felt a headache. With his current status as the deputy administrator of the mines, he could afford to raise one more, but he had only picked up Cindy back yesterday. If he brought back another one today, it would be too soon. With so many women in the family, good sense becomes a challenge. It's better to wait for Canyon's favorability to reach 90 out of 100 before bringing a woman to the house. After some consideration, he came to a decision and took out 3 taels of silver. Auntie Fong, let's discuss this with you. I'll give you 3 taels of silver per month. Will it be alright to keep her with you? When these words came out, all the people present froze. There is such a thing? Handu couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su's ideas are truly peculiar. Upon hearing the 3 taels of silver per month, Aunt Fong's eyes lit up. She didn't care what the guest's requirements were. She directly agreed to it. Okay, I'll keep her alone for you, and keep her well. The young girl sitting on her knees was stunned. What was the point of buying her and not taking her home? This puzzled her, but being exempt from picking up customers was always a good thing, and she busily said, many thanks to Steward Su for his mercy. Aunt Fawn asked Su Convergence expectantly. The other 2 aren't as outstanding as the one in the center, but they're still pretty good looking. Do you want them? Don't. Su converged and shook his head. The family has sister Hosoya and Cindy, and now there's another one, and they can't afford any more. He is different from other men. He focuses on quality over quantity. For example, when Zhang Yuan worked as a stone hauler, he had 3 women at home, Liang Yan, such as the supervisor, even had 5 at home. He became the deputy supervisor of the mines. He has no problem to raise 10 or 8, but he does not want to have too many women at home for the time being, which would lead to a decline in the standard of living, and affect the goodwill. That affected the good sense. Although the other 2 are also pitiful, but he is not a bodhisattva. This world is too many pitiful people. He can't do anything about it. It's good enough to be able to live a good life. Okay. Aunt Fong was a bit disappointed, and had to leave with the other 2 young girls with tears in their eyes, leaving the one Su Convergence had chosen behind. The young girl who was sitting on her knees hurriedly got up and poured wine for Su Convergence. Su Convergence glanced at her good-looking face. What's your name? The young girl's voice was soft and sticky. My father and mother sold me into this place and exchanged me for a bag of grain to go back. The kindness of raising me is gone. My original name don't want to be. Only keep the surname Lu. Steward Su took me in. I am your woman. Please also give me a name. At such a young age, she is quite good at talking. Su Tsong couldn't help but look at her twice more. This little model is really outstanding. Aunt Fong said that she has the potential to become a flower girl, but she wasn't just talking nonsense. Then you'll be called Chun Tao. The young girl rejoiced. Chun Tao thanks Steward Su for giving me the name. I like it very much. Chapter 18, Three Large Families. Hando's eyes were closed as he listened to the song, shaking his head slightly in an enjoyable manner. Su Hui, who was used to listening to pop songs, couldn't appreciate this kind of ancient-style ditty. Moreover, it was an ancient-style ditty with the accent of Green Bamboo Town's native language. Who could stand it? He had Spring Peach sit beside him and put his head together to whisper and cultivate goodwill. The tune carried a murmur, making Han do a bit helpless. Since Brother Su doesn't like listening to the tunes, why don't you take her to the inner room to make merry? Come what may. There's no rush. Su Convergence shook his head. Having used up all his food last night, there was now no food left over. After chatting for a while, seeing that it was almost noon, Han Du and Su Hui were too lazy to go back to the mine to eat, and asked Auntie Fong to send up the food, so they ate up here. Su Hui told Chun Tao to sit down and eat with him. Chun Tao didn't dare, but didn't want to leave. Moved a small stool, took the bowls and chopsticks and hit the rice, sat behind him and lowered his head to eat. Su Convergence had to clip food to her from time to time. Brother Su really knows how to show mercy. Han Du's gaze was strange. It was the first time he had seen a man who took such good care of a woman like Su Jing. Su Convergence also does not explain, just raised the cup to toast him. Green Bamboo Town only lust in interests of male and female relationships. He cannot accept, or like a bit of emotional temperature of male and female relationships, not to mention that the golden finger has the constraints of good sense. I heard that Brother Han came to Lichuan Square to listen to the music and didn't call me. A voice came from downstairs. A young man in a black cotton suit walked up quickly and froze for a moment when he saw Su Rui and Chun Tao, who was sitting at the back and eating with his head down, behaving strangely like this. What's going on here? Han Du smiled and got up, introducing the youth. This is my mine's new steward, Brother Su Convergence Su, and the new goods he just bought. Next, Han Du introduced Su Tsong again. This is the Pei family's youngest master, Pei Huan. Green Bamboo Town's three big families, the Su family, the Fong family and the Pei family, hold all of Green Bamboo Town's fields. Su Rui has heard of these three families even though he has never seen them, so he was not good at being slow, and got up and bowed. I've seen Pei Xiao. Pei Huan glanced at him. Since you're Han's friend, there's no need to be polite. It looks like I'm a few years older than you. Just call me brother. Su Jia called out Brother Pei and considered it a mutual acquaintance. Aunt Fong is like a fly that smells the flavor. Carrying her skirt saw, twisting her waist and quickly chasing up the stairs, her mouth yelling and shouting yo, Pei Xiao has come. Quickly bring a pair of chopsticks to Pei Xiao and add a few more dishes. I've already had lunch. Go away and leave me alone. Pei Huan took out a silver ingot from his sleeve pocket and casually threw it to Aunt Fong. Auntie Fong caught it with both hands, smiled like an old flower, and turned around and went downstairs with satisfaction. Pei Hung casually pulled out a chair and sat next to Han Du. Brother Pei, first time we meet. I'll toast you. I'll drink up. Make yourself at home. Su Convergence got up and poured a glass of wine for Pei Hang, then poured it for Han Du and himself, and toasted first. He didn't want to compliment people like this, but they were the youngest master of the Pei family, and he had to do so in order to live. After all, his strength hadn't reached the height where he didn't need to look at anyone's face. Pei Hung picked up the wine cup and drank it, smiling. Your deeds have spread. I've heard about you. In just a few days you went from working as a stone mover to a stone hauler, and then became the mine's deputy steward. It seems that Han holds you in high regard. Han Du quickly waved his hand. I'm not that capable. Oh, Pei Hung became interested. Could it be that this Brother Su has some other doorway? Hando looked at Su Convergence, his eyes inquiring if he could say anything. Su Convergence spread his hands, indicating that it didn't matter. Han Du lowered his voice. Brother Su is under the hand of Lord Mining Inspector. Pei Hang's eyes glazed over, and he immediately took the initiative to pour the wine and returned a toast to Su Convergence. Out of respect, young Pei is too polite. Su Convergence hastily drank, but his heart was flooded with mutterings. That White Fox mining patrol envoy, the weight of the ebony cult seems not light, so that the Pei family's youngest masters have scruples. Only, he still couldn't figure out who was the boss in Green Bamboo Town, Ebony, or three big families, or the night watchman? He's too low level and knows too little. I want to ask but it is not good to ask. Once asked, Han Du and Pei Hang will know that his shallow footsteps. Nothing. Being looked down upon by the two was secondary to the fear of losing a lot of benefits. So, he simply didn't ask, keeping his identity a bit of a mystery. Let Han Du and Pei Hang make up their own minds. Come on, drink, drink. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The three of them pushed their cups and talked to each other, drinking until the sunset. Just when Han Du and Su Convergence intend to go back to the mine, Han Du under the hand of a beloved supervisor but hurriedly came. He saw many people present, opened his mouth, wanting to speak and then stop. Han Du waved his hand at a few of the singing women, signaling them to leave. Su Convergence slipped a bit of silver to Chuntao, whispered a few words in her ear, and let her leave as well. Pei Hong raised an eyebrow. Do you need me to recuse myself? No harm done, Han Du said to the overseer. Pei Xiao and brother Su aren't outsiders. Tell me, what is it? The overseer said. Out comes the meat. Hando's spirit was shaken. Is the work stopped? Is the news blocked? The overseer said. It's stopped, and the few miners who were found out of the meat have been secretly disposed of by me. Very good. Han Du nodded his head in satisfaction and arched his hand at Pei Hang. Young Pei, something happened at the mine. We have to rush back. Let's drink here today. We'll gather again another day. Pei Hang laughed. Congratulations Han. The mine you're in charge of has already produced ground meat 4 times. One more time and you'll be promoted high. 5 occurrences of ground meat in a mine under your charge and you get a promotion? Su Convergence was surprised in his heart and silently made a note of this. I've been in charge of the mine for more than 10 years, and I've only been able to produce ground meat 4 times, so it's not easy to want a 5th time. So I guess I'll have to wait a few more years. Han Du sighed softly and said nothing more as he hurriedly left with Su Convergence and the overseer. When he reached downstairs, he exited the gate of Li Chuan's place, turned on his horse, and hurried back toward the mine. Returning to the mine, he saw hundreds of miners gathered and clamoring. It's almost time to get down to work, so let's stop work, and we can't afford to lose today's grain. No less food. Han Du rolled over and dismounted, loudly announced. Everyone rest assured, today's grain will not be less to give. Due to the recent period of time, the mine often accidents, every now and then dead. For the sake of everyone's safety, the mine decided to stop work for a period of time closed to rectify, and so on rectify, and then let everyone back to work. Hearing this, the miners clamored. The family is waiting for food every day, but we can't stop work. If we do, we won't starve to death? It's normal for some people to die in the mines. We're not afraid. Please Steward Han, don't make us stop work. Han Du said. Everyone be quiet. There won't be a work stoppage for too long. At most it will take a few days before work resumes, so everyone can collect their food and go back. Say it. Hando then ordered. Call it a day and release the grain. The miners kept pleading with him not to stop work, but he stopped paying attention, and the miners had no choice but to line up to collect their food and go home. Han Du waved his hand at the overseers. You too, collect your food and go home. Come back in a few days. In the end, only Han Du, Su Convergence, and a beloved overseer were left in the huge mine, along with some swordsmen guarding the granary. Han Du said to his beloved overseer, get on a fast horse and report to the top at once. Yes, the beloved overseer hurried away. Where to report? Su Convergence felt curious, but it was not good to ask, and silently followed Han Du to the mining area where the ground meat appeared to check it out. Chapter 19, Earth Flesh. This is ground meat? Looking at the stone crevices growing out like a pile of fat, Su Convergence felt similar to a meat taiyu. Curious, what does the top want this kind of thing to do? Han Du shook his head. This is a spiritual object used by cultivators. We ordinary people don't understand it. I only know that I can't buy it for any amount of silver. And I heard that you need a stone that contains spiritual chi in order to buy such a spiritual object. 2 people holding sharp knives, inch by inch guard here, waiting for the arrival of the people above. This is if the leakage of information was robbed, but to bear the responsibility, do not dare to be careless in the slightest. Luckily, the news was blocked in time and there were no accidents. After waiting for less than half an hour, a white shadow weaved through the bushes and arrived in front of the 2 in the blink of an eye. It was only then that I saw it was a white fox. Han Du's expression was solemn, and he hurriedly bowed. My humble servant pays his respects to Lord Mine Inspector. Su Convergence followed suit and bowed, but he muttered in his heart, unable to determine if this white fox was the one he encountered last time. It was just as difficult for a human to recognize an animal as it was for an animal to see a human. White Fox's voice was crisp. Dig it out.
As Handu was about to make a move to dig, Su Tsong suddenly stopped.
Slow down. Hando's face changed. What was he doing? The white fox was also stunned,
his eyes looking at Su Convergence strangely.
Su Convergence explained, my subordinate has a doubt. I have to say, assuming that a white fox passes in front of me, and after waiting for a while, another white fox passes in front of me, how can I indeed if it's not the same one?
Judging from the voice of this white fox, as well as its soulful eyes,
and pampered stance,
it was very similar to the one he encountered last time,
but he still couldn't be completely sure. Handu frowned. Brother Su, don't you want to lose your life? Questioning the Lord Mine Inspector.
Su Convergence once again arched his hand and bowed to White Fox.
Please don't be offended by the Lord Mining Inspector.
My subordinate is just trying to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
If an imposter takes away the Earth's meat, my subordinate will have to bear the responsibility. It's a matter of my life, so I have to be more careful.
The White Fox looked at him with approving eyes.
Very good. I really didn't misjudge you. Acting cautiously, you can be used. Handu froze. The Lord Mining Inspector, instead of getting angry, seemed to appreciate Su Rue's style of doing things like this. The White Fox said to Su Convergence, actually, you don't have to worry about me being impersonated. Green Bamboo Town is the territory of my ebony sect. No one dares to impersonate me. Even if I am really impersonated and the ground meat is taken away,
you won't be punished because the impersonator's ability to do so shows that the strength far exceeds yours.
So how could my ebony sect blame you? Green Bamboo Town is the territory of the ebony cult?
Su Convergence's eyes flickered for a moment, and he could tell from that statement that the ebony cult was the boss of Green Bamboo Town,
not the Night Rangers and the three big families.
He had a bottom in his heart and hurriedly said, subordinate understands. He joined hands with Hando and carefully dug out the ground meat growing in the cracks of the rocks, wrapped it in a piece of cloth and placed it in front of the White Fox. The White Fox raised its small paw and swung it at the ground meat. A white light flashed and the ground meat was gone.
Such a small paw. Where is the meat hidden?
Su Convergence more and more sure that this fox may Z strength,
based on this hand alone is not an ordinary person can do, should be the use of what the palm of the secret method of Qiankuan, or what storage bags and other magic treasures, to his current level cannot contact these profound magical powers of magic treasures. White Fox turned around and was about to leave when he seemed to remember something and glanced back at Su Convergence. The above wants to increase the output of ground meat and intends to open some new quarries. I'll appoint you to be in charge of one of the quarries. Do a good job.
Su Convergence made a bow to send him off.
Many thanks for the cultivation of Lord Mine Inspector. The White Fox didn't say anything more and burrowed into the bushes, like a white shadow, disappearing in the blink of an eye.
Handu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Brother Su, you scared me just now.
Han doesn't really need to be too nervous in front of Lord Mining Inspector.
It's not like Lord Mining Inspector has an unreasonable nature. Su Convergence last encountered the White Fox Mining Inspector, had some conversation,
probably know that the White Fox Mining Inspector is not violent and ferocious nature, only dare to put forward the idea of real or fake White Fox.
Handu laughed bitterly.
Lord Mining Inspector is a practitioner of the ebony cult. I wouldn't dare to crush me if I moved my claws.
Speaking of cultivators, Su Convergence remembered the python tendons he had placed in his grain bag, so he would advance later and raise his strength. Handu said, congratulations to Brother Su,
taking charge of a mine alone so soon. Although I've only followed Han for a few short days, I've been taken care of by Han more often than not,
and I'm still a bit reluctant to leave this mine.
Su converged on him for his experience in running the mines.
Handu had the people in the kitchen bring wine and food, and the two of them chatted as they ate. Handu spoke out his experience.
The most important thing is the blood sacrifice.
As long as the blood sacrifice is done well, everything else doesn't matter. To put it in a complacent way,
those of us who are the stewards are like the earth emperors of the mines.
Whoever they want to have a woman will have to have a woman. Whoever they want to die will have to die. So just feel free to boldly rake in the money and the food and put it into your own pockets. The tops don't care at all about these worldly money, only care about the meat of the earth. Su Jia had a headache. He had to prepare a death list just like Handu, and create a little accident every now and then. Kill the miners working to complete the blood sacrifice. This is not a human being to do this? He was not a good person, but he could not do such a heartless thing. However, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to complete the blood sacrifice, and the higher-ups would surely be held accountable and replace him with someone who was willing to do this kind of work as a steward. So what could be done? It's forcing him to kill someone. Has the Lord Mine Inspector been here yet? The beloved overseer who had hurried back on his fast horse was covered in sweat.
Han smiled and poured him a bowl of wine and threw him a piece of meat as a treat. Came by and already collected the ground meat. Su Convergent's heart calculated the time that the white fox collected the ground meat has been gone for a tea time. Riding a fast horse to report the supervisor has just rushed back. Visible. The speed of the white fox than the horse is also a lot faster. 3 people in chat for a few moments. See, the sky is almost dark. Each ready to go home. There are some uneaten meat and wine on the table. Su Convergence and this supervisor divided up. Han did not take. He was more than 10 years as a steward. The family has long been fat and oil. Not bad these. Su Convergence rode his horse with the wine and meat to a place where no one was around to stop and began to raise his strength. Add python tendon. Advancement successful. The same as the last time to add the cowhide. Python tendons into ashes. He immediately felt warm. Feel the body tendons have been strengthened. As if filled with explosive chi. Cannot help but a fist smashed in a bull-sized tree trunk. Click a sound should be broken. Cool. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, tendon refining stage. Skill, none. Prop, sharp knife. After checking the attribute panel, Su Convergence galloped his horse in high spirits and headed home. Chapter 20 Opening a new mine. Returning home and seeing his dainty wife and beautiful concubines, Su Convergence's heart was on fire since handing Wang Suiyan the wine and meat he had brought back and urging her to hurry up and cook. Heat it up and you can eat it. Wang Chuiyan received the meat and wine with a smile on her face. Okay, master, wait. Li Xiaoya had already gotten used to Wang Suiyan and Su Jie getting along like this. She said to Su Jie, "Brother Jie, it's not good for our family to have big fish and meat every day like this. The body will have problems. So bring back some grain and vegetables tomorrow." Wang Chuiyan, who was cooking, was not happy and glared back at her. Dead Neezy, old me. I've only just eaten meat for 2 days. And you're heartbroken? Su Convergence did not take care of Wang Suiyan. From the nutritional point of view, eating meat every day without vitamins the body is really easy to get sick. He told Li Xiaoya, "The mine has been shut down for the past few days for consolidation. It's not good to take food and vegetables from the mine's kitchen. I'll buy a little bit back tomorrow. The upper level is going to open up a new mine. Let me be the steward. At that time, the new mine will be under my control, and it'll be much more convenient for me to take whatever I need from the kitchen." What? Wang Suiyun screamed. You've just become an assistant steward, and you've been transferred so quickly? You can take charge of a new mine alone? Her eyes sparkled and her mouth split wide open in a smile, like a hungry wolf, as if she couldn't wait to rush over and hug Su Hui and nibble on her. Su Convergence said, "Don't talk, you're so startled that your saliva is splashing into the rice." "I don't want to, but master is so good at always surprising me." Wang Suiyun's mouth couldn't close with a smile. She hesitated for a moment, reached out and lifted the fish kept in the water basin and knocked it over with the back of the knife. The man of the house is in charge of an entire mine. The old lady can eat as much as she wants to. Add vegetables. If she wants to add it, then she can add it. Su Tsongji didn't say anything. Who told her to give birth to such a good-looking Finya sister? Even if she has a very bad impression of her, she still has to filial piety to her. Su Hui noticed that young Kainer was sitting behind Li Xiaoya and didn't talk much, as if she was intentionally avoiding. Seeing him look over, young Chanel blushed and shyly lowered her head. He reached out and tried to wrap his hand around him, but Li Xiaoya slapped his hand away and snapped. No lightness, no heaviness, no touching Chana in the next few days. Su Convergence understood and only shifted his target, smoothly taking over Li Xiaoya. That would depend on Sister Xiaoya's skills. Li Xiaoya made a blush, blanked him, but also a little bit of anticipation. Last night she really did not have a good rest, but in the daytime to make up for the sleep. Now the spirit is just right, but also not afraid of him to come. Dinner is ready. The 4 of them ate, each eating very differently. Su Convergence has the body of a martial artist of the tendon refining stage, and he eats a lot of food, and he eats a lot of big pieces of dashuo. Wang Suiyun is just like the wolf's greedy eating method. When she eats, her eyes alert, used to use her hands to protect the food. She can eat a meal hungry for a long time, but also a meal to eat a lot of food. Even if she is already full, she will continue to eat, as if she can't wait to burst the belly before she will give up. Yang Xiaochan ate very finely. Her small mouth and teeth ate every bone cleanly. It could be seen that having been used to a hard life in her mother's house since she was a child, she cherished these big fish and meat now. Li Xiaoya was another way of eating, not competing or grabbing. She could eat the big fish and meat nowadays, and she could also eat the black buns in the past. She would always take care of everyone, and from time to time, she would give food to Su Hui, Yang Xiaochan and Wang Suiyan.
It's not a lie that you can often tell a lot about a person's character by the way they eat. After the meal, the parents laughed and gossiped and consumed their food for a while, and it was already all dark. Wang Suiyan took the small pottery cup and kitchen knife from the corner stove, undid the cloth on her wrist and cut open the wound to bleed. She skimmed Yang Xiaochan. Tomorrow night it's your turn. Yang Chanel was busy nodding her head. Aha! Su Jing pondered in his heart. He did not have the strength, but now he has the strength, and will soon be in charge of a new mine. He has to think of catching a few bloodletters, used to deal with the night watchman. Otherwise he was heartbroken to watch Sister Fanya and Cindy suffer day by day like this. He didn't want the two girls to be as old as Wang Suiyun, as old as 50 or 60 at only 40 years old. Wang Suiyun opened the door, placed the small earthenware cup filled with blood at the door, closed the door, and consciously went into the inner room. Yang Chanel trotted in after her, shutting the door to the inner room as if she was worried about being caught by some bad guy. All of a sudden, only Su Convergence and Li Finia were left in the outer room, and the two of them glanced at each other. Li Xiaoyao blushed up. She who had already experienced personnel, knew what Su Conger thought. Su Huihui eats her heart out and understands her pretense of reserve. At this point, there was no need to say anything more, and after blowing out the oil marquee fire, accompanied by a woozy sound, a wave of being tossed about began. It's late at night, the night watchman comes by, and then doesn't seem to come. They're just ignored. Thrillers are worthless in the face of romance. There was no talk all night. The next day, there came a knock on the door, angering Su Hui. Who? A voice came from outside. Steward Su, the higher-up sent me to send the money and grain for opening the new mine. So count it. That White Fox Mining Patrol Enabled Division. Appointed down so quickly? Su Convergence up, dressed and opened the door to go out. Smoothly bring the door, lest Sister Fanya get naked. Only to see a group of grey-clothed swordsmen escorting wagon after wagon of grain, parked like a long dragon in front of the house. Knocking on the door is a leading middle-aged swordsman with an expressionless face and a look of stranger-than-life. Early risers looked at the cartloads of grain. Their eyes were red. This is the grain of life. They want to come over to Su Convergence to ask for work, but also afraid of this group of swordsmen. They can only blearily spectate. The middle-aged swordsman took out a book and a map from his pocket and handed it to Su Convergence. This booklet is the first batch of money and grain accounts for opening up a new mine. 5,000 pounds of grain and 500 taels of silver. You check and accept them. This map is labeled with the location of the mine that has been chosen above. And the recruitment of manpower and the purchase of mining tools will be under your sole responsibility. Su Convergence took it over, flipping through the accounts while checking the grain and silver on the cart, and curiously said, "Where did you guys come from?" The middle-aged swordsman was stunned, as if he didn't expect him to ask such a question. "We are the manpower transferred from the granary. We will follow you from now on. We are responsible for transporting and guarding the money and grain. The other affairs of the mine have nothing to do with us." Su Convergence has long been interested in the mine. Those who guard the grain silo of the swordsman now probably understand. The razor religion to the mine and the grain silo separate control. Mastery of the grain is also equal to mastery of the mine. Not easy to mess up. He thought for a moment and said, "You guys haul the grain and set it up on the main street of town. I'll be there later." "Yes." The middle-aged swordsman cupped his fists and signaled, then waved his hand and left with a cartload of grain in a great hurry, not even asking what Su Hui's purpose was for placing the grain on the street, and was only responsible for following orders. When the swordsman had left, a tidal wave of people who had already been impatient surged over, scrambling to squeeze in front of Su Convergence. "Steward Su, can I work in your mine?" "Steward Su, my daughter was born good-looking. Come to my house at night and take a look. I guarantee you'll like it. Please, give me a job as a stone hauler." People in this world speak so truthfully and directly. There is nothing to be ashamed of. It's the lack of food that's embarrassing. Su Convergence stood on the steps and looked at the black crowd of people. Once upon a time, he was also a member of the crowd, but now he had become a superior person who dominated the destiny of many people. He pressed his hand, signaling for silence. "Don't be anxious, everyone. The above appointed me to open a new mine. Later I will go to the streets of the town, recruiting a large number of people. Those who want to go to work in the mine to earn food can come to apply for the job. Say it." He told everyone to disperse, and those who lazily stayed here and refused to leave were definitely out of work. People had to leave. Su Convergence returned to the house and saw that Li Xiaoyao was already up, returning some of last night's leftover meat to the pot to heat it up for breakfast. After he ate, he rode his horse and headed for the main street of the town. Chapter 21. The town has only 2 streets, one main street and one old street. Su Convergence's home was on Old Street, not far from Main Street, and it was a quick ride on horseback. The main street was only crowded with men looking for work, looking blearily at the wagon loads of grain, too fearful of the swordsman guarding them to come too close. When they saw Su Hui come, the crowd surged over like a wave, raising their hands to get his attention and pleading with him for a job. Su Convergence rode on his horse being squeezed and unable to move. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, make way first. I have to go in before I can arrange work for you guys. The crowd rushed to clear an aisle for him to enter. Su Convergence rolled over and dismounted from his horse, and was about to deliver an impassioned speech when a young man carried tables and chairs to him, which caused him to be stunned. The young man smiled and pointed to the side of the street. My house is right on the edge. Thinking that Steward Su was recruiting manpower and may need to use tables and chairs, I took it upon myself to move over. Is this prejudgment? Su Hui couldn't help but look at him twice more. What's your name? The young man bent over and bowed. Back to Steward Su. My name is Pu Rin. It also looked like someone who wanted a job. Su Hui pondered. I'll give you a supervisor's position. Are you interested? The young man was overjoyed. Many thanks to Steward Su. I will definitely do a good job and won't let you down. The eyes of the crowd were red. Su Jing let this Pu Rin be the supervisor with a single word. Why hadn't they thought to prepare the tables and chairs in advance? Pu Rin quickly entered the state of an overseer. He quickly ran home and brought tea to Su Convergence. Raising one hand, using this table and chair in front of Steward Su as a starting point, those who wish to work in the mine, all line up. Su Convergence used public funds to buy a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, sat down to drink tea, and let him toss. I have to say, Pu Rin's organizational skills are good, and soon let the chaotic crowd quiet down, and lined up neatly, one by one in order to come to the front of the Su Convergence. Self-introduction. What will be the craft? The family has no sex mouth. And so on these circumstances, Su Hui Trance had a feeling of returning to the interview in his previous life. Only the role had changed, and he had changed from participating in the interview to an examiner, deciding the fate of others with a single word. He arranged the errands according to their circumstances, and the vast majority of the men, having neither craft nor sex mouth, were confined to the lowest level of stone carrier's work. I don't have crafts or livestock, but my daughter is still a yellow flower girl with a thin waist and a big ass, so she's guaranteed to be good for childbearing. If Steward Su lets me be an overseer, I'll give you my daughter. There's always someone who wants to climb up the ladder with him and take the shortcut to a better life. In just less than half an hour, he had encountered a dozen or so people who had sent their daughters, and such words were openly spoken, yet they were not looked down upon, but instead were envied by the crowd. Su Convergence was annoyed. I'll say it one last time. I don't want your daughters. I don't want them, and whoever tells me to give them away again, I won't give him any work. This makes those who want to send their daughters in the back disappointed to the extreme. They really can't figure out. Steward Su is young, just the age of blood. The family has only 2 or 3 women. It's not like they can't afford to keep them. How come they don't want them? Next, Pu Rin stood at Su Rue's table like a host of an interview session. A shy teenager walked up to Su Convergence, probably embarrassed in front of so many people. His face was a bit hot, and he stuttered a bit in his speech. My name is Lin Shoufeng. My mother told me to come to see Steward Su, to plead with him to give me a job as a stone mover. She said that she had spoken to him yesterday. Su Jing remembered. You're the son of that snake catcher's family? Lin Shoufeng nodded. Yes. Su Convergence considered for a moment and wrote his name on the roster of overseers. I'll give you a position as an overseer. Lin Shoufeng froze, his face suffocating red. I won't. The crowd's eyes reddened again. Steward Su gave him the position of supervisor. A great thing. And he said he wouldn't? I can't wait to rush over and set him aside and take his place. Su Convergence said. All right, you slowly learn is supervisor and is not what technical work. Take a cane. In the mine walking around, do not let people lazy on the line. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lin Shoufeng was excited and stood next to Pu Rin. The people, seeing how easily the position of overseer was to be won, pleaded to be overseers and wanted no other work. For the supervisor's position, instead of hiring from the public, I'll go straight to in-house. Su Ming had to make the announcement that the overseer was his squad in charge of the mine, and he was sure to leave it to someone he trusted, or someone he knew well, or someone who had impressed him. The position of overseer could not be obtained, and the cook became the most sought-after position. There were dozens of people who said they were good cooks, and the quarrels were so fierce that the competition was intense.
It was impossible for Su Convergence to see with his eyes who was a good cook. He simply bought a cauldron and some dishes to let these people fry on the spot.
Anyway, the mine needed to use this cauldron,
so there was no harm in using it first.
After a competition, he chose one of the best cooks, a master chef, to be the head chef, and 3 okay cooks to be the helpers.
Learning that Su Ming had assumed the stewardship of the new mine and was recruiting men on the main street, Zhang Yuan rushed here in a hurry, and Yang Yi also came in a hurry with his little black donkey cart.
Su Ming's acquaintances were already few and far between,
and he put pen to paper and wrote the two into the roster of supervisors.
Zhang Yuan was happy,
picked up a small wooden stick,
walking back and forth, reprimanding the crowd. Stand still, line up straight.
Quite a small man, a few points of the wind.
Yang Yi was also overjoyed, and one after another, he gave Su Convergence Inc. In less than a morning, Su Hui recruited all the manpower,
and used public funds to purchase mining tools such as stone opening,
chiseling, etc., and then led the crowd, heading to the location of the new mine in great numbers. The distance wasn't very far,
maybe 10 miles or so.
Pu Rin was very thoughtful.
Steward, this quarrying is not urgent. We have to build up the granary first, in case the rain molds the food, and you usually write the paperwork to be used in the house,
as well as the kitchen, the dining hall.
These houses must also be built up.
Su Convergence nodded. You arrange it. With permission,
Pu Rin began to order men to build a granary and some houses.
Seeing Pu Rin busy before and after,
Zhang Yuan straight frowned.
To Su Convergence said, Convergence brother, not I talk too much. You this steward when not sophisticated enough. Use people should use familiar people.
I heard that this Pu Rin is a street skulker.
Cannot be too reuse. Acquaintances, like you? Su Hui didn't want to talk to him, seeing that he couldn't make sense. Zhang Yuan touched Yang Yi with his elbow. Old Yang, am I right?
Yang Yi shook his head and said, Jega is the steward.
What people to use? He has his own ideas. It's not our turn to tell us what to do. Let's just do our own thing.
Zhang Yuan could only smile awkwardly,
but he could not say anything more.
Su Convergence wasn't worried about the operation of the quarry at all,
because the top didn't care whether the quarry made money or lost money.
As long as he performed blood sacrifices every now and then to draw out the flesh of the earth,
the top wouldn't ask about the quarry,
and everything was up to him. That's why a blood sacrifice is imperative.
However,
he really couldn't bear to assassinate the miners. So what should he do? He mulled it over and had an idea in his mind. Since he didn't want to use the blood sacrifices of the people from the mines, he would have to look for a target from the outside.
The mountain bandits.
There was no psychological burden for him to capture these scum for blood sacrifice, and he could plunder them in the process.
So why not? Chapter 22, Fighting Mountain Thieves.
Su Convergence had the strength of the tendon refining stage, so he definitely had no problem killing the mountain bandits. But to capture the survivors,
he alone would not be enough,
and he would need some manpower. His eyes scanned the circle,
looked around,
and did not find a few physically strong people.
Most of them were as thin as a bone. Think about it. This world is a problem to eat food. How can they grow strong?
Eventually, he set his sights on the swordsman guarding the grain. One was still physically sturdy. It was too wasteful to just use them to guard the grain,
so he might as well use them.
He walked over and asked the leading middle-aged swordsman with a smile.
I have yet to ask for your name.
The middle-aged swordsman bent slightly.
I wouldn't dare. My humble name is Lu Can.
If Steward Su doesn't mind,
just call me Old Lu. Of course Su Convergence wouldn't call Old Lu. It looks like you're the captain of these swordsmen,
so I'll call you Captain Lu.
Lu Can didn't say anything else, silently guarding the grain wagon. Looking uncharitable, Su Convergence asked again. On the side of the great granary, how much monthly salary is given to you when you are sent to station at the mines to guard the money and grain from the mines?
Lu Can said.
The other swordsmen are 8 taels a month,
and I am 10 taels a month.
Not bad. Su Convergence nodded, then laughed. Is it enough to spend? Lu Can's gaze is strange. Do not know what he wants to do. Slowly said.
If the family does not raise a lot of women, certainly enough.
If too many women will be over the tension. Hearing this,
Su Convergence also had a bottom in his heart. He no longer circled around,
and opened the door. I have an idea of earning extra money. Do you want to bring your brothers to earn some extra money? Lu Can's face changed for a moment,
and he busily cupped his fists and said, My duty is to guard the grain in the mine.
I dare not go AWOL.
If the grain is robbed,
I can't afford to do so.
Su Convergence said, I'm the steward of the mine, and I'm in charge of all the affairs of the mine. So if I say you haven't gone AWOL,
you haven't gone AWOL, right? Lucan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Su Convergence continued to persuade. Our mine background. You should know more or less a little, right? Who dares to come to the mine to rob food? Live impatient. As the saying goes, horse without night grass is not fat. People without foreign wealth is not rich. Leave half of the knives to guard the food on the line. The other knives follow me to earn a little foreign wealth. Subsidize the family. The day will be over the nourishment. This point of reasoning you should know it. Lucan hesitated. Steward Su, is this your order? Su Convergence lost his smile. Consider it my order. Lucan nodded. In that case, I have no hesitation. You are the steward. We have to listen to you. Had he known that he was such an obedient person, Su Convergence wouldn't have bothered to say so much, and just gave the order directly. Captain Lu, immediately select half of these swordsmen under your hand who are good with their hands. Set up a carriage, and follow me. Yes. Lucan clasped his fists and immediately went to order 5 swordsmen. After telling Pu Rin that he was out on some business and asking him to arrange for the miners to work, Su Ming rode off, taking Lucan and the 5 swordsmen with him. It wasn't so much that he trusted Pu Rin, it was just that the money and food from the mines were being guarded by the other half of the swordsmen, so he didn't have to worry about anything going wrong. Su Convergence rode alone, followed by a carriage, and left the mine. The swordsman driving the car asked curiously, Captain, where are we going with Steward Su? Lucan shook his head. He didn't know. Su Convergence turned around and said, I'll take you guys to fight the mountain bandits and earn some extra money. The 5 swordsmen's faces changed. Steward Su, we were transferred to the mine to guard the grain, not to fight the mountain bandits. How are we going to earn food to feed our family if this gets hurt? Su Ming can understand their feelings. Although they are called swordsmen, more or less know a little martial arts, but not yet reached the level of martial arts. Fighting mountain bandits there is a great risk, which if injured, can not earn food to feed the family, may be driven out of the family, do not want to take risks. Su Convergence didn't talk any nonsense and directly offered generous conditions. 1. I only need 50% of the wealth I get from fighting the mountain bandits, and you guys split the rest of the 50%. 2. If anyone is injured, I will authorize a food supplement until the injury is healed. 3. When we fight the mountain bandits, I will lead the charge and crush the bandits. You only need to help catch the bandits. I want the live ones and keep them to sell to those big families in the city as blood slaves. Is there a problem? The 5 swordsmen looked at each other and hesitated, obviously, somewhat moved by such an offer. Su Convergence reached out and pressed his hand against the horse's back, suddenly leaping up. He flew up and kicked a bull-sized tree trunk on the side of the road. With a click, the trunk snapped. He landed firmly back on his horse. Any more questions? The 5 swordsmen's eyes went wide. Lucan was also surprised. Steward Su is a true martial artist? Just tell me where there are mountain bandits in the neighborhood. Su Convergence didn't want to explain. Showing his strength and letting these swordsmen know that he had the strength to fight mountain bandits was enough. Lucan said, I heard that there are some mountain thieves over in Shazagu, often robbing the women at home while the men in the village are out working, but they don't dare to come to the town. Then go to Sandy Gulch. Su Convergence turned his horse around and traveled in the direction of Sandy Gully. It was worth mentioning that this horse was still lent to him by Handu, and Handu didn't let him return it, so he rode it first. He also needed to buy a few horses for his mine for emergencies, so he would just return them to Hando when the time came. The mountain road was not easy to walk. The more they walked, the narrower they got. There was no way for the carriage that followed them to go. The swordsman only had to get off the carriage, unloaded the carriage, and led the horses to follow Su Convergence. When we arrived at Shazagu, we saw some caves on the cliff face with cooking smoke. Apparently the mountain bandits were cooking lunch for dinner. I'll climb up from the front with Captain Lu, and the 5 of you will outflank them from the ridges on either side. So don't let the mountain bandits get away. Su Convergence gestured and instantly began to climb upwards. Lucan held his knife in his mouth and followed him up the hill. A captain was a captain, and obviously a bit better than the other swordsmen. Shoo! Suddenly a sharp whistle sounded. Su Convergence looked in search of the sound and saw a silhouette on a tree above the cliff face. Obviously someone on a stakeout who had spotted them climbing up. The mountain thieves in the cave heard it and hurriedly copied their weapons and ran out. And when they saw that there were only 2 people, they couldn't help but curse angrily. Knock thee out. 2 men dare to touch our nest in this broad daylight. Smash the heads of these 2. They picked up rocks and slammed them down. Su Convergence jumped horizontally from side to side, as agile as an ape, moving freely even on the cliff face, and not a single stone could hit him. Lucan wasn't as nimble. and in a moment of inadvertence, he took a rock to the top of his head, became dizzy, and almost fell. Su Convergence eyes have been exposed. There is no need to quietly groping. Immediately both hands and feet in the cliff face to lend strength. Like a gecko. Vertical jump. With the fastest speed rushed up. Chapter 23. Boom boom boom. Su Convergence of fist one. A foot and another. One-sided crushing bureau. These mountain thieves are ordinary people. With his refining skin and refining tendon martial arts physique. Excessive ease. As if a tiger into a flock of sheep. In just a few moments, more than a dozen mountain bandits were knocked to the ground by him, howling in pain and unable to get up. In order to catch them alive, he had also deliberately tightened his strength, otherwise these mountain bandits would have already been killed. He glanced into the cave and saw some women cowering in the corner in fear, presumably captives from the nearby villages. Don't be afraid. I'm here to fight the mountain thieves. Wait until evening and you can go home on your own. Lucan climbed up, slightly out of breath, and was a little embarrassed to see that more than a dozen mountain bandits had already been taken care of, and he hadn't helped much. The 5 swordsmen who had been encircling from the ridges on either side also came up, and caught a man, the very man who had been sentineling in the trees, and who, seeing that the situation was bad, had tried to escape, and had been caught. My lord, spare my life. He knelt on the ground with a pale face, pleading to Su Convergence. He could see that the teenager in front of him was a martial artist and the leader of the group. More than a dozen mountain thieves also recovered from the severe pain and pleaded with Su Hui to let them live. Su Convergence ignored it and said to Lu Kan, "Find out if there's any rope. If not, pull some rattan and tie these people up." Lucan took 5 swordsmen and rummaged through the various caves, finding that there was rope, but unfortunately not much money or food. Come to think of it, these mountain bandits are just plundering the surrounding villages and barely surviving. Not even close to being rich. You guys split it. Su Hui didn't bother to ask for it. Lu Kan and the 5 swordsmen divided the money and food, tied up the mountain thieves one by one with ropes, and hung them off the cliff. Be honest, you're rubbing the rope on a sharp rock, trying to wear it down to escape? When they found the restless mountain bandits, the swordsman gave them a beating and settled down the cliff face. The swordsman tied a dozen mountain bandits together like a string of candy canes. Su Convergence rode ahead, pulling the scurry of mountain thieves, while Lu Kan and the 5 swordsmen followed in the carriage to prevent anyone from escaping. It drew sideways glances from passers-by, and those who had once been plundered by the mountain bandits sought Su Convergence's permission to rush over and slap or kick the bandits out of anger. Su Convergence brought more than a dozen mountain thieves back to the mine, and seeing that the granary and some of the houses had already been mostly erected, he was quite satisfied with Pu Rin's efficiency. Pu Rin ran over to report. Subordinate, let all the houses and granaries are built with stone. Trouble is a bit of trouble, but better than strong and durable, and fire prevention. Could be. Su Convergence nodded and told Lu Kan to tie the mountain bandits under the tree, and when the stone house was built, they would be locked up inside, ready to be used for blood sacrifice. Have eaten lunch as resting miners. Although curious why Su Convergence suddenly led the capture of the bandits, but do not dare to ask more. Work to earn food is what they should do. Mine manager to do what is not their turn to talk more. The kitchen's master spooner came out and asked Su Convergence. Steward Su, have you eaten outside? Do you want to make your meal? Su Convergence said, I haven't had lunch yet. This is the first day of work. Make some more good dishes and scald a few jugs of wine. I'm going to invite more than a dozen subordinates to eat with me later. Okay. The master chef was in a hurry to go and fry the food. It could be seen that on this first day in the mine's kitchen as a helmsman, the teacher's vigor was high, and he was eager to show a few hands in front of Su Jing, so that Su Jing would thoroughly know his cooking skills and hadn't misjudged him. When the master chef at the helm had finished frying the dishes, the 3 helpers brought over the good wine and food, and Su Convergence called Lu Kan and the 10 swordsmen to join him. He called on Pu Rin again. There are also 2 acquaintances, Yang Yi and Zhang Yuan, as well as Snake Catcher's son, Lin Shoufeng. They've already eaten, but some wine and food is fine. These supervisors are considered his team, and from time to time they are given preferential treatment in order to emphasize the difference in treatment with the miners, and thus promote the hearts and minds of the people. Convergence, you're a steward, and your meals are just different. Zhang Yuan ate happily with a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of food. Su Convergence picked up the wine bowl and signaled a circle. I'll make it simple. You're all under my hand. Follow me in the future and do a good job. If there's a good day for me, Su Convergence, there's a good day for you. The crowd picked up their bowls, clinked them with him, and drank.
Poo Rin finished drinking and poured himself another bowl. He got up and toasted to Su Convergence. I was originally relying on the fact that I grew up literate and refused to put myself down to do lowly work. I had nothing to do all day long and was so poor that I could only dig up a few wild vegetables to eke out a living. Thanks to Supervisor Su's trust and gave me the position of supervisor. I don't need to say anything else. It's all in the wine. I toast to Supervisor Su. Say it. He then drained it in one gulp, lighting up the bottom of the bowl. The crowd looked at each other in dismay and followed suit, rising in turn and toasting to Su Jing. But unfortunately, their eloquence was not as good as Poo Rin's, and their toasts were laughable. The most unpleasant is the snake catcher's son. Lin Shufeng stood up with the wine, face red. Half a day cannot pop up a muffled fart. Su Convergence only had to press his hand. Let him sit down, to ease his embarrassment. It was a drink that lasted more than an hour. Su Convergence briefly toured the mine, and it was almost dark. He ordered the silos to be opened for grain, and the miners couldn't wait to line up to receive their grain. Probably some of them were still waiting for grain to go down in their homes. The world was so hard. When the miners had left, Su Convergence lifted the 2 mountain thieves and released 5 cups of blood. He kept 1 cup for himself, and divided the remaining 4 among Poo Rin, Yang Yi, Zhang Yuan, and Lin Chaofeng. The 4 of them took it joyfully, so that the women at home would not have to bleed tonight. And wouldn't the women at home serve better when they were happy? So simple. There wouldn't be anyone who didn't understand. Would there? The 2 mountain thieves glanced at each other, but in their hearts, they were relieved. It turned out that this mine steward had captured them in order to make them become blood slaves. Although this was a long-term torture, but for the time being, it was not life-threatening, and their little lives were considered to have been saved. However, the 2 mountain thieves were too happy too soon. Su Hui suddenly pushed, causing the 2 mountain thieves to crash into the stone, hitting their heads and killing them instantly. Su Convergence deliberately did this in front of the 4 supervisors because something like a blood sacrifice needed to be carried out over a long period of time. It was difficult to hide it from the supervisors for a long period of time, and he had to let the 4 have a clear idea of what was going on in their hearts. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Convergence? What are you doing? Why did you suddenly kill them? Isn't it good to keep them to bleed every day? Su Convergence was not in a good position to tell the 4 about the blood sacrifices and the earth's meat, lest the word get out and cause repercussions that would displease the ebony cult above. He could only change his words. Don't you guys realize that all the mines in Green Bamboo Town die every other day? There must be something unclean entangling them. I'll kill a few mountain thieves every other day. I should be able to avoid the deaths in the mines. Zhang Yuan smacked his lips and said, the ones who die are the miners anyway. It's none of our business. I still feel it's too much of a waste. There's no need to let the mountain thieves take the blame for the miners. Su Convergence decided to scare him a bit. Have you forgotten that when we were at that mine in Handu, the overseer Liang Yan died? It's not necessarily the miners who died. The overseer could have died as well. Zhang Yuan's face turned white and he didn't dare to say anything more. Su Convergence admonished. This thing I did. You guys just know it in your own hearts. Don't spread it out, lest it cause panic. The 4 nodded in understanding. Su Convergence didn't say anything more and took some grain vegetables and meat from the kitchen, distributing some to the 4 of them, and they left the mine together, heading towards the town. Only Lucan and 10 swordsmen remained in the mine. Su Convergence had once privately asked Lucan why the night watchman would not demand blood from the swordsman guarding the granary. Lucan tells Su Convergence that he wears a green jade tablet, issued by the great granary to each captain, which glows green at night and has immunity from the need to provide blood to the night watchman. Su Ming understood. It seems that the night watchman such a weird existence, but also depending on the person under the dish. Chapter 24, Goodwill. When Su Convergence returned to the town's old street, he saw a large group of people gathered in front of his house, and thought something had happened, clipped the belly of his horse, and spurred his horse to gallop over. The men surged forward to meet the running horse, and Su Convergence could only pull on the reins in a hurry. Steward Su is back. Steward Su, this is my daughter. Please take a look. There were a number of people holding their daughters in their hands, blearily pleading with him to take them. Some of the men carried a little food and game in their hands, and pleaded to be overseers, knowing that he had only 4 overseers under his hand now, and that there were still quite a number of places left. More people are empty-handed. Their families just can't afford to open the pot, and there's nothing they can give him. They just want to beg for work. Su Convergence frowned straight away. He was now in charge of a mine alone, holding a large amount of food, and it was expected that people would come to his doorstep every day in the future to plead for something. I don't need women.
Don't send them my way. The mine is now full of men, and will not take any for the present. When there is a vacancy, I will send out notices of employment, and then you may come to the mine and apply for a job. And whoever dares to block up my door again, I will never he given a job. He knew he couldn't be soft. If this goes soft, more people will come to his door to block him later. There were too many pitiful people in this world, and he was not a bodhisattva with limited ability to help everyone. It's getting dark. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave even if you want to when the night patrol comes. He feeds his horse grass and ignores the men. It was useless for these people to bother talking, and the more they waited, the darker it became, and the more anxious they became to leave. There were a few others who were not dead set on shoving their daughters into his arms. What are you doing? Sue Convergence angry want to hit people. This black light. Boys must protect themselves. This if it is stained. There is a mouth to say. He picked up a stick of wood and raised his hand to split it, which startled the men away and led his daughter away. With a creak, the door of the house opened and a wrinkled old face peeked out. Wang Suiyun looked around warily. Have all the people left? Gone. Sue Convergence went in, closed the door behind him, and handed Wang Suiyun the grain vegetables and meat. Wang Chuiyun took it smilingly. Master busy all day. Tired. Sit down and rest. I will cook right away. Soon. She pulled out her voice and shouted exaggeratedly. Fine ya. Why don't you make tea for Master? Cindy, pinch Master's shoulders and hammer his back. Just love how she's such a snob. Su Hui sat down to rest. Li Xiaoya brought hot tea. It's a pity there's no tea. Su Convergence swept her over and took a sip of the hot tea, barfing on her face as if it were tea. Sister Finya, it's not like it used to be. Tell me if there's anything missing in the house. And also you can tell me what you want. And you can get any man you want. Li Xiaoya counted up with her fingers. We're almost out of salt, and we're almost out of firewood. So I want a soap nut to wash my hair. Is that okay? Okay. I'll bring it back tomorrow. Do you want the rouge? Su Hui helped her break a finger and added rouge and powder. As the saying goes, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea, in Green Bamboo Town, but does not apply, because Green Bamboo Town, the ordinary people, cooking simply no oil, no soy sauce and vinegar. Salt is not much to put, a little bit of it would be nice. Tea is not a necessity, only firewood and rice is indispensable. Things like soap horn, belonging to the high-grade goods, rouge and powder is a big family of women can afford to use. Li Xiaoya shook her head. No need for rouge. A soapbox would be good. Su Convergence took a look at her pretty face. Finya's sister was born beautiful. Plain face is extremely good to look at. Really do not need rouge water powder to add to the snake. Convergence's mouth is getting better at coaxing me. Li Xiaoya said this on her lips, but in her heart she was happy. After all, which woman doesn't like to be praised? Su Hui made a backhanded move, bringing Yang Kainer, who was pinching his shoulders and pounding his back behind him, to the front. What does Kainer want? Probably not used to such intimate gestures. Yang Chanair blushed shyly and shook her head in a panic. I don't need to. I'm already rejoicing in following Brother Convergence through life. Su Convergence thought for a moment. Do you want the bronze mirror? Yang Kainer was surprised. Then she shook her head. It's too expensive. No need. Really know how to behave. Copper money is the main currency in this world. The price of copper mirrors can be imagined, and only the women of big families can afford it. Su Convergence said. Your man is now in charge of a mine alone. The monthly salary will be 20 taels of silver. This is not the main income. The main thing is that all aspects of the mine's income and expenditure are handled by me alone. Get some money and food is very convenient. Hearing him say this, Yang Kainer didn't object anymore and let out Su Convergence said, you live with me in peace. I have promoted your father to supervisor. There are several taels of silver per month. Your family's life is also better. To be nice to her, you need to let her know, in order to pull up the good feeling as soon as possible. You can't pay for it in silence as a bastard. That's not the way of the world. Yang Chanair's eyes glistened with tears as she leaned on Su Jing's shoulder. You're so good, Brother Jing. Master, dinner is served. Wang Suiyun made dinner. The family of four ate with laughter and good cheer. Happiness is very simple for ordinary people. As long as they can have enough to eat is very happy. Like Su Jing so every day to bring back big fish and meat. The woman at home is not happy is strange. After eating and eliminating for a while, Wang Suiyun took a kitchen knife and a small ceramic cup and handed it to Yang Kaini. The meaning was obvious. It was Yang Kaini's turn to bleed tonight. Cindy, what do you see here?
Su Convergence pulled out a small bottle of blood that he had brought back from the mines like a trick, giving Yang Kaney a surprise. From now on, I'll bring back a bottle of fresh blood every day, so you won't have to work so hard to bleed. Not only was Yang Kaner happy, Li Xiaoya and Wang Suiyun were also happy, which meant that the physical burden caused by bloodletting on them was gone and they wouldn't age quickly. Well, Master is awesome. Wang Suiyun couldn't stop smiling. Su Convergence took the kitchen knife and the small ceramic cup from Yang Kaner's hand, put the kitchen knife back to the earthen stove in the corner, poured the blood in the vial into the ceramic cup, opened the door, placed it in the doorway, and closed the door behind him. It's getting late, so rest early. Wang Suiyun went into the inner room alone and closed the door. Li Xiaoya and Yang Chaner were stunned for a moment, then they looked at each other and both blushed. Su Convergence understood at once. Of course, his heart was on fire. Sometimes he had to let go of his preconceived notions about Wang Suiyun. Snobbery has its benefits. As long as she is allowed to eat well with big fish and meat every day, she is very good. What are you waiting for when the opportunity is right in front of you? Su Convergence couldn't wait to blow out the oil marquee fire. The night watchman was again ignored. There was no talk all night. The next day, Su Convergence opened his eyes in a refreshed manner and checked the attribute panel. Name, Ko-Ki, rank, tendon refining stage. Props, none. Skill, none. Remark 1, Li Xiaoya's favorability towards you has risen from 91 out of 100 to 92 out of 100. And you have gained 1 advancement point, which can be added to one of the ranks, props, and skills. Remark 2, Cindy Yang's favorability towards you has risen from 70 out of 100 to 85 out of 100. Su Convergence was pleasantly surprised that Sister Fanya's favorability towards him had risen another point, giving him an advancement point, and Cindy's favorability towards him had even soared by 15 points, and was on the verge of stepping into the 90 out of 100 mark as well. Ranks, give me a raise. Without any hesitation, he took the advancement points and added them to the rank. Right now he doesn't have the props or skills to only add rank. Moreover, rank is the foundation of one's own strength. And even the best props and techniques need their own strength as support before they can exert their proper power. So simple. He still understands. Adding points completed. Add a tiger bone. Can advance to bone refining stage? Su Convergence understood after a little thought that the raw material for refining the skin was cowhide. The raw material for refining the tendons was python tendons. And the need for tiger bones for refining the bones was understandable. Chapter 25. Su Convergence up to wash up. Will eat last night's leftover meal warmed up as breakfast? Do not underestimate the leftovers. This world can afford to eat breakfast as a rich family. Ordinary people simply do not have the habit of eating breakfast, such a luxury. It wasn't that Sister Phinia was lazy and didn't cook breakfast for him. Sister Phinia was the main one and was really tired. Canyon, not to mention, was already in a state of recuperation, responded to the battle with her injuries, and was crushed by a single blow. After breakfast, he rode his horse and headed for his mine. When he came to the mine, he saw that Pu Rin had arranged things in an orderly manner, and the miners were already working. Except for Zhang Yuan, who had a little bit of a slight against Pu Rin. Everyone else was convinced of Pu Rin's ability. Zhang Yuan's jealousy. Of course, Su Convergence is clear, but also lazy to say that it is good to have someone to keep an eye on Pu Rin. After making a brief tour of the mine, Su Ming came to the stone house that belonged exclusively to the steward, drinking tea and looking over the accounts. Everything in the mine is running normally. With Pu Rin watching over it, all I have to do is think of ways to get tiger bones to enhance my own strength. Su Jing made a clear distinction between public and private matters. Of course it's his own private affairs that are important. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from outside the stone house, followed by Han Du's laughter. Brother Su, are you still comfortable being in charge of a mine alone? Su Convergence went out to greet him, and when he saw that the Pei family's youngest master had also come, he greeted him. Brother Han, Pei Xiao. Han Du and Pei Hang rode on their horses without getting off, and Han Du asked, "What are you working on?" Su Convergence said, "I just made a round of the mine and looked at the books." Han Du laughed. "Since we have nothing to do, let's listen to a song together." Su Convergence thought that it was just the right time to ask about Han Du's tiger bone, as well as Chun Tao and Li Chun Fong, who also had to be in regular contact in order to cultivate goodwill. He immediately called for his own horse to be brought out, rolled onto it, and galloped off with Han Du and Pei Hong toward the town. "Han, Pei Xiao, do you know where there are tiger bones?" On the way, Su Convergence asked about it. Pei Hong was puzzled. "What do you want the tiger bone for?" Han Du was also surprised.
Last time you asked for python tendons to make a bow. What's the point of asking for tiger bones here? Su Convergence casually found an excuse. Isn't this the woman in the family who is clingy?
I want to use tiger bones to make wine to drink and replenish my body. Pei Hang and Han Du looked at each other and laughed out loud.
Men understand. Pei Hang laughed. Brother Su, this body is not too good. Young to drink tonic medicine. I have tiger bone and tiger whip bubble wine at home. Can send you 2 cans.
What Su Convergence wanted was not 1 or 2 cans of tiger bone tiger whip wine. He wanted the whole tiger bone. I heard that the wine made with a whole tiger bone has the best effect.
Pei Hong frowned. Who did you hear that from? And this kind of preaching? Su Hui said.
A passing bonesetter said that it was said to be quite effective.
And it wouldn't hurt to try it anyway. Pei Hong mused.
I don't have a whole tiger bone in my house,
but if Brother Su wants it, I can send some people and go into the mountains to hunt one back.
Su Convergence know that this is to sell him a favor.
Sooner or later is to return.
Ghost knows to him to return when he needs to pay what price.
He cannot afford it? He didn't want to owe such a big family young master's favor. It is said that the mountain is very dangerous.
The wild beasts are quite fierce, and will also encounter some unclean things. Some people who really can't afford to open their pots at home, only then will venture into the mountain to fight for the wild game.
10 can come back, 3 or 4 is not bad.
How can I be good enough to let Pei Hang's hand to go to the risk?
I'd better think of another idea on my own.
Pei Hong looked unhappy and said,
Is Brother Su treating me as an outsider? Those people under my hand are just for use. What's the loss of a few?
Han Du seemed to have seen through Su Convergence's mindset of not wanting to owe a favor.
Isn't it just a tiger bone? It's just a small matter to Pei Shao. Brother Su doesn't have to worry so much.
With the words having been said to this point, Su Convergence couldn't afford to push back any further.
Alright, then I'll trouble Pei Shao.
That's right, we're 3 brothers.
What's the point of being polite?
Pei Hang laughed a little and raised his whip to set his horse in motion. Su Convergence and Han Du had to speed up to keep up.
To the town. Lichuan Place. Aunt Fong was like a jumping insect, sticking to Pei Hang at times,
to Han Du at times, and to Su Convergence at times.
Pei Shao. Steward Han. Steward Su. Quickly upstairs please. Next time you touch me,
I'll burn your hole down. Pei Hong casually threw out a silver ingot and pushed her away in disgust.
Su Convergence also reached out to block, keeping his distance.
Aunt Fong had to stick to Han Du alone,
but Han Du didn't mind,
and the 2 of them even looked at each other from time to time, as if they had met each other when they were young. Those who can sing and dance come out. Aunt Fanny knew the 3 were just here to pass the time. She asked Su Jing if he wanted to call Chun Tao here, and Su Jing waved his hand slightly. Later he would just talk to Chun Tao alone about his life aspirations. There was no need to be here.
Auntie Fawn didn't bother anymore,
and twisted her waist to leave. The 3 of them laughed and laughed as they drank and listened to the music. It was nothing more than talk about something to do with women, and some interesting things that had happened in the town lately. It's taboo to talk about things related to the Eboshi religion and the Night Watchman. I've heard that Brother Su lives over on Old Street,
and has entered the home of a mother and daughter? Pei Hang asked seemingly casually. It wasn't a secret, and Su Convergence had nothing to hide. Nodding his head. I grew up alone, and thanks to a neighboring sister who didn't abandon me, I entered the household to live in her house.
Pei Hong said. The Old Street side are all old houses,
cramped and narrow. Every rainy day is even more dark and damp.
Brother Su's health is not good. May have something to do with the environment of this residence.
Su Rue smiled.
I'm used to living there since I was a kid.
Nowadays you manage a mine alone. You are a man of honor in the town.
It is a bit undignified to live in a dirt house in the Old Street. There are quite a few unused mansions in my house.
I'll send you one to live in.
With that, Pei Hong took out a house deed from his sleeve pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. Good guy, the deed of the house has been brought. Su Jing's eyes stared. It seemed that Pei Hang and Han Du had asked him out today, and they had something to ask him for. Even, he was a bit skeptical that Pei Hang's first meeting with him was Han Du's intentional introduction and not some coincidence. He really does not want to accept this gift. To buy a house, he is not unable to buy. Save up a few months of monthly salary, and then deduct some from the mine expenses inside out. You can buy. However, he had just promised to accept the tiger bone. Now if he refused to accept the mansion and refused to do the job, this would be a bit unkind. It would make Pei Hong lose face, and might make the relationship deadlocked. What could the young master of the Pei family, one of the 3 largest families in Green Bamboo Town, ask him for? He is also a mine steward. Only a little power within the mine. Asking himself nothing to help. The only possibility is related to the mine inspector?
In just this moment, he thought a lot and understood the joint. Su Convergence tried. If Pei Xiao has something to say, he might as well say it directly. Hando just drank and didn't say anything, quietly watching the two talk about things. Pei Hong laughed. Brother Su is refreshing, so I won't beat around the bush. There is indeed one thing that I want to trouble Brother Su with. Su Convergence was silent, slowly picked up the deed on the table and looked at it, knowing that it was a mansion in the best section of the main street. But Green Bamboo Town was after all a poor and remote place. Even the mansion in the best section wasn't worth much silver. A tiger bone plus a mansion. If it's not a difficult thing to do, you can still think about it. If it's something you need to go to the mining inspector to get done, it's a bit of a bad deal. Gotta add money. Seemingly seeing his thoughts, Pei Hong arched his hand and said, "Don't worry Brother Su. After this is accomplished, there will be heavy thanks." Su Convergence put the deed of the house back on the table. Pei Xiao say it first. If brother I can do it, I will do my best for it. If it is beyond my ability, then I can't do anything about it. Chapter 26. Pei Hang set up. Our Green Bamboo Town's mayor. 10 years to change once. This look is about to change the mayor of the time. Our Pei family of course also intends to fight for a little bit. So I want to ask Su brother to introduce to the mine inspector adults. As long as the mine inspector adults are willing to help talk to the above, it should be able to let our Pei family to add some certainty. Su Convergence was stunned. He really didn't expect it. As one of the 3 big families in Green Bamboo Town, is it so hard for the Pei family to hook up with the mining inspector? He thought how great the 3 big families were. But this? I thought it was gold. But it turned out to be bronze. Green Bamboo Town. 3 large households in his heart weight, rubbing down. At the same time, the weight of the mining envoy was suddenly elevated so much that he was able to influence the selection of the next mayor of the town. In addition, he drew a useful piece of information from Pei Heng's words, that the mayor of Green Bamboo Town was not to be determined by the imperial court, but was appointed by the ebony religion. From this point, we can see that Green Bamboo Town does not belong to the imperial court, but under the control of the ebony church, which further explains who the boss of Green Bamboo Town is. Su Convergence sighed softly. Pei Xiao thinks too highly of me. I'm just a minion under the hands of Lord Mining Inspector. I can't say anything at all, much less influence what Lord Mining Inspector does. Pei Han gave him a deep look. Brother Su is being modest. Brother Han has already told me about you, and the Lord Mining Inspector seems to hold Brother Su in quite high regard. If Brother Su doesn't give it a try, how do you know that the Lord Mining Inspector won't do this favor? Su Jia couldn't help but look at Han Du. Did this middle-aged little brother misunderstand something? He questioned the identity of the mining inspector. But the mining inspector didn't get angry. He even appointed him as the steward of the new mine. So Han Du thought that the mining inspector had high regard for him? Han Du said, Brother Su might be the one in authority. Lord Mining Inspector has never had a business-like attitude towards me and the other mine stewards, and I can see that Lord Mining Inspector clearly treats Brother Su differently than us. Is there? Why don't I feel it? Su Convergence pondered in his heart that perhaps because he was a martial artist, the mine inspector saw him as a cultivator kindred spirit, so his attitude was a bit better. But that was all. He couldn't talk about having anything to do with the mining inspector yet. I can only say try. As for, can I make an appointment to see the Lord Mine Inspector to talk to your Pei family? I can't guarantee it. Many thanks to Brother Su. Pei Hong arched his hand. Our Pei family was originally just holding the idea of giving it a try. One more avenue. One more certainty. That's the reasoning. Su Convergence nodded. The Pei family must have made all the other preparations long ago if they wanted to fight for the position of town mayor. It was impossible for them to place all of their hopes on him, the young steward of the new mine. Pei Hong pointed to the deed on the table and said, regardless of whether things work out or not, this mansion is still something that Brother Su was asked to accept, so don't push back. I'll take it then. Su Convergence was no longer polite, picking up the deed to the house on the table and storing it in his arms. If this is accomplished, in addition to the deed to the house, there will also be a big thank you. When things don't work out, think of it as hard-earned money. Anyway, it's just a mansion, and it's nothing to a big family like the Pei family. Things were talked about and the atmosphere at the table was better. The 3 of them talked, laughed, pushed their glasses, and stopped by for lunch. After lunch, Pei Hang stayed for a few more moments, saying that there was something else going on at home, and then excused himself and left. Su Jing calls Aunt Fong and asks her to take him to Chuntao to talk about his life aspirations. Hando shook his head and laughed. One by one. You guys left me here. It's inside. Steward Su can go in himself. Aunt Fong brought Su Convergence to the doorway of Chun Tao's boudoir, so she covered her mouth and smiled, twisting her waist as she left. Su Jia raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, but inside, Chun Tao had already opened the door and looked at him with a slightly reddened face, seemingly knowing that he would be coming over and freshening up. Su Jing had originally intended to come over to have a brief chat with her and promote goodwill, but her groomed appearance was just too good-looking, so who could stand it? I ran out of food last night, but it's been a morning now, so I can barely scrape together some food. It's not impossible. Su Convergence immediately entered the door, closed it with his backhand, picked her up by the waist, and took large strides toward the soft couch. With a rocking of the soft collapse, the clouds and rain began to fall. Su Hui saw Chun Tao's good sense. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, Tendon Refining Stage. Props, none. Skill, none. Remarks, Chun Tao's favoritism towards you is 60 out of 100. 60, which is just under the passing line. Su Convergence was stunned, feeling ever so slightly surprised. You know, Cindy and him also only met once before it became a good thing, and she has a 70 out of 100 favorability rating for him. Chun Tao's favorability towards him was only 60 out of 100, a full 10 short, which was a lot. This 60 favorability. I guess it's still Chun Tao's way of looking at the fact that he paid out silver to help exempt him from picking up the guests. Otherwise it would be even lower. Are you used to living here? Su Convergence asked to see what Chun Tao thought and what claims he had. Spring Peach whispered, it's better than home. At home I'm hungry every day. Here I can get enough to eat, and Auntie Fong treats me quite well. Since this is the case, why is her favorability only 60? Su Convergence is a bit puzzled. I know that you are aggrieved in your heart. Don't worry. I won't let you stay here for too long, and when I've discussed this with the women in my family, I'll be picking you up and taking you home soon. Chun Tao was silent. Su Rui asked her, what's wrong? Chun Tao shook her head. I don't feel aggrieved. I want to stay here all the time. Su Convergence was strange. He thought she wanted to follow her home, but he didn't realize that she wanted to stay here for a long time. Why do you want to be here? Chun Tao said, after seeing the sisters here happy and smiling heartlessly every day. I sometimes wonder if women must rely on men to get by. They seem to be doing quite well on their own. Su Convergence frowned. The environment here was too much of a shock for her age, and it took its toll. Su Jing's hand combed her long black hair. Fool, the women who live here are not in a position to do so. In order to please the guests, they have to force a smile. They are not truly happy in their hearts. Chun Tao was silent again. Su Rui felt a headache and wondered what she was thinking. If you don't want to live with the women in my family, I can give you a separate residence, okay? For the sake of goodwill. Su Hui had to find a way to cheer her up. Spring Peach responded with an aha. Su Ming heard her answer a little reluctantly. How do you really think? You can tell me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about me getting angry. Spring Peach hesitated for a moment. I want to learn to sing and dance. Su Convergence's eyes stared. Sort of understanding. You want to run for the flower leader of Pingyang County? Chun Tao mustered up the courage to look at him. I want to give it a try. Chapter 27. Have you thought this through? Su Convergence looked at her delicate face. Aunt Fong said that she has the posture of a flower girl, but it's not blowing it out of proportion. Flower girl may not be as beautiful as you think. Behind the heartache and suffering, only the self know. Chun Tao sat down on her knees and pleaded. I've thought it through, so please ask Steward Su to fulfill me. Okay. Su Convergence's principle was not to force it, and for goodwill considerations, it had to follow the path she chose for herself. Aunt Fanny. Su converged on the call. Aunt Fong twisted her waist and hurriedly pushed the door in. Coming. Steward Su, is it Chun Tao serving badly? She barked at Spring Peach. What's wrong with you? Su Convergence said. No, I called you over to discuss something. Aunt Fanny was puzzled. What is it? Su Convergence said. In addition to the 3 taels of silver per month for food, I'll add another 3 taels per month and have someone here who can sing and dance teach her. Upon hearing that she would have an additional 3 taels per month, Aunt Fong smiled broadly. Well, I'll be sure to have someone teach her well, and when Steward Su brings her home, I'll make sure she can sing and dance. Su Convergence laughed. She wants to run for the flower leader of Pingyang County. The smile on Aunt Fong's face froze. Her gaze fixed on Chun Tao. I said that you have the potential to become a flower girl just to compliment your beauty and sell you for a good price. And you took it seriously? Chun Tao lowered her head and didn't dare to squeak. Su Convergence said. No? Auntie Fong shook her head and said. Conservator Su does not know. Green Bamboo Town only we have a Lichuan Fong. No competition. Pingyang County is different.
That is 100 flowers competing for the big scene. And not good looking can be a flower queen, but also have to have a hard backing behind the line. Alone to participate in the selection of the flower queen of the admission quota
is not the average person can get, not to mention the winner.
Su Hui fell silent. The path of the flower leader was much tougher than he had expected. However, for the sake of Chun Tao realizing his dream and for the sake of the goodwill, he had to give it a try. It would definitely take some time for Chun Tao to practice singing and dancing,
as little as a few months, or as much as a year and a half, and in the process, his strength was definitely improving, and it was not impossible to get a spot to run for flower leader. Su Ming had a decision to make. I know.
You can train her as much as you want. I'll figure out the rest.
Aunt Fong looked at him in a different way, and then laughed. Fine. It's not like I'm paying out the silver anyway.
I have nothing to lose if it fails,
and I can still earn some.
Chun Tao's eyes glistened with tears as she bent her head in salute to Su Convergence. I will definitely work hard to practice singing and dancing and won't let you down.
It's okay, you don't need to be psychologically pressurized. If you fail, you'll come home with me and live your life.
Su Jing reached out, wiped her tears, comforted her,
took 3 taels of silver and handed them to Aunt Fong, and left, back to the elegant room.
Seeing Handel listening to a song with his eyes closed, he wondered if he was asleep. Remembering the salt and firewood that the family needed, as well as the soap horn and Kane's bronze mirror that he had promised to buy for Sister Xiaoya, Su Ming arched his hand at Han Du and left with a wordless farewell.
After leaving Li Chu and Fong,
he turned on his horse and went to the bazaar, spent a few taels of silver,
bought these things, and went back to the mine.
There wasn't much going on in the mines,
and under Pu Rin's care, everything was in order.
Zhang Yuan carried a rattan cane in his hand and supervised the work of the miners. And when he saw those who worked slowly, he gave them a whip and shouted loudly, bringing the authority of the supervisor into full play.
Yang Yi is a little more easygoing.
Most of his life has been doing the work of stone movers.
Know that the miners are not easy.
See lazy people. He turned a blind eye. The most is to gently touch. Remind faster. The gentlest supervisor was the young man from the snake catcher's house,
Lin Feng,
who could no longer be described as gentle,
but simply tender.
When he saw someone slacking off, he would always hesitate, and finally coyly walked over to the person and said, "Uncle, please do it faster." Angry Zhang Yuan high blood pressure have come up, hand in hand to teach him to hit and curse. He followed the learning with a red face.
Su Convergence felt a bit amused, but didn't say anything,
briefly toured the mine and sat down in the stone house to drink tea and wait for the next work.
Pei Heng said he would help me get the tiger bone, and I don't know how long it will take, and I received the deed to the mansion. Promised Pei Heng an appointment to meet the mine inspector, and I don't know when the mine inspector will come to me to inspect this mine, and I always have to meet the mine inspector before I have a chance to talk about this. A white shadow leapt lightly through the window, causing him to freeze and speak of the devil. Snow white fur without a single stray hair, as well as soulful eyes and a spoiled posture. Who else but the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy could there be? Su Convergence busily rose from his seat, arching his hand and bending his body. Your humble servant has met the Lord Mine Inspector. The White Fox seemed to have sensed something. His soulful eyes stared at him closely, a little surprised. Why do I feel that the blood chi of your physique has become a little more vigorous? It's only been a few short days and your strength has improved? Su Convergence secretly said in his heart that it was awesome. This White Fox Mining Patrol envoy's perception was truly sharp and terrifying. Nothing can be concealed from the Mining Patrol envoy lord. My subordinate has been promoted to the tendon refining stage. White Fox lightly hummed. If I remember correctly, last time you told me that you were fortunate enough to have mistakenly eaten a spirit herb to become a skin refining stage martial artist. And this promotion to the tendon refining stage was a mistake of eating something? Su Convergence was a bit embarrassed. My subordinate didn't mean to lie. It's just that when my subordinate first saw the mining inspector last time, I was worried that the mining inspector's origin was unknown, so I looked for a reason to hide it. White Fox's gaze flickered. You, of all people, are really careful. Su Convergence sighed softly. Subordinate from the humble beginnings, to this bizarre and horizontal world know very little, such as walking on thin ice, for fear of making a mistake. Lost his life, had to be so. White Fox nodded gently. Not only are you unable to see through this world, even I dare not say that I can see through it completely. It's not wrong to be careful, and so be it. I won't ask you how you cultivate. Every cultivator has their own little secret, and there's nothing strange about it. Thank you, Lord Mine Inspector, for your understanding. Su Ming once again arched his hand, but he didn't know how to entertain this White Fox. Does Lord Mine Inspector drink tea? No need. White Fox shook his head. You have just assumed the stewardship of this new mine. I am simply coming over to make my rounds. Has the blood sacrifice been completed? Yesterday I led the men to capture the mountain bandits of Sandy Gully, and I have already made a blood sacrifice, and I will make blood sacrifices on time in the future. So please don't worry, Lord Mining Inspector. Sioux Convergence reported truthfully about the blood sacrifice. As for the money and food expenses of the mines, there is no need to report this. The top doesn't care about this. White Fox wondered, why the blood sacrifice of a mountain bandit? Sioux Convergence said, I was originally a miner, and I really can't bear the thought of blood sacrificing miners. White Fox was silent for a moment and said, to a cultivator, a good heart may not be a good thing. I am mindful of the teachings of the Lord Mine Inspector. Sioux Convergence also knew that it might be better to be ruthless in this bizarre and chaotic world. White Fox said, the tendon refining stage is still a little too low. When you reach the bone refining stage, I'll guide you into the E sect. Into the Eboshi religion? Su Hui hadn't thought about that. He had a golden finger present. No need to worship the clan. However, it is not bad to be able to enter the Yi religion. At least found an organization. There is a foot. Unlike the rootless duckweed like fear. Always worrying about what bizarre emergence of harm to the life of the small. Chapter 28, The House. Thank you, Lord Mine Inspector, for cultivating me. Su converged to express his gratitude. In fact, even if he didn't want to join the ebony cult, he didn't dare to reject it to his face. He still knew the truth of understanding the times. Seeing that White Fox twisted to leave, Sioux Convergence hurriedly said, there is one more thing that my subordinate would like to report. White Fox stopped. What is it? This morning, Han Du and Pei Hung, the youngest master of the Pei family, asked me to go to the Lichuan Square to listen to music, and during that time, Pei Hang gave me a mansion, saying that he wanted me to help him make an appointment to meet with the Lord Mining Inspector. Sioux Convergence will be the deed of the house out. Did not hesitate to Han Du and Pei Hung to betray. Green Bamboo Town was the territory of the Ebony Cult, and anything that happened might be under the ears and eyes of the Ebony Cult, so instead of lying and concealing, it would be better to tell the truth, so as to show his sincerity, and thus gain trust. White Fox glanced at the house deed held in Sioux Convergence's hand, and lightly hummed, Pei family really want to come out. Trust relationship to you. Sioux Convergence said, I'm also helpless, due to the face of having once done something under Han Du's hand. It's not good to refuse in person, so I just had to accept the deed to the house. White Fox casually said, it's just a mansion. Give it to you and you'll take it. An appointment with me is not necessary. You can tell that Pei Hang that the above has actually settled on the Pei family's head of the family as the next mayor of the town, so there's no need to work for nothing. There was a pause. White Fox said, you can also say that after all your efforts, you begged for my help to make the Pei family's head of the family the next mayor of the town, and when you say that, the Pei family will definitely thank you heavily, and it won't just be a gift of a mansion. Su Jing's eyes straightened. This White Fox mining envoy was also quite dark. If you think about it, you'll understand. How could you be able to sit in the position of mining envoy and be in charge of all the mines in Green Bamboo Town? How could you possibly be simple? There are no simpletons in this world at all, because the simpletons died out a long time ago. If there is anything in the future, you can focus your thoughts on this jade tablet and I will know. The White Fox lifted its small paw, and between flips, it had an extra purple jade token, tossing it to Sioux Convergence, which twisted around and leapt out of the window, transforming into a white shadow that disappeared into the jungle. A note? Su Jing caught the purple jade tablet and saw that a white fox pattern was engraved on it. Not knowing what the symbolism was, Steward Su, the hour of dismissal has arrived. Pu Rin knocked on the door. Su Convergence glanced at the sky outside the window. It was really a bit dark. He opened the door and went out. Wrap it up. Open the barn and release the grain. The miners, who had already been impatient, swarmed over the mountains and began to line up for their rations. After the miners had finished collecting their grain, Zhang Yuan looked at Su Jie with expectant eyes and said, Brother Jie, will you give out meat today? It's not like I didn't give you a monthly salary. How can I give out meat every day? Do you think the mine is run by my family? Su Convergence hung a bundle of dry firewood on his horse's back, took another bundle out of the stone house, rolled onto his horse, and left the mine. In his bag, besides the things he bought at the bazaar, he also had a bottle of blood from the mountain bandits, and some meat from the kitchen. This was his privilege as a steward. The overseer didn't have such treatment. Although the upper face of the mine's expenditure does not care too much, but also cannot be too outrageous, This if every day to the supervisor to send meat. The expenditure will certainly appear big loopholes. Not good to account for. Su Hei. Zhang Yuan muttered and rode on Yang Ye's black donkey cart with Pu Rin and Lin Trapper. Su Convergence is now very rich. This is something everyone knows.
Because other mines have 15 supervisors,
Su Convergence's mine only 4 supervisors. There are 11 supervisors of the vacancy. This empty pay where to go?
It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been pocketed by Su Convergence.
There are many people want to be a supervisor. Su Convergence resolutely do not give. So some people call him Su Black. Sister Hosoya, pack up your belongings and get ready to move. We have a new residence. Back home.
Su Convergence directly pulled out the deed to the house and handed it to Li Xiaoya.
Wang Suiyun took a step ahead.
Carefully looked at the deed. The old face smiled and squeezed into a pile.
This is the new street side of the mansion. The lot is also the best section.
The mansion given by Pei Hang, the youngest master of the Pei family.
Su Convergence casually said, urging, don't look at it.
Quickly pack up the household goods. Wang Suiyun carefully folded the deed to the house.
There's nothing to pack. Just 2 bedding and some pots and pans. Then, she reacted with awe and said in surprise, you've hooked up with the Pei family of the 3 largest households? What do you mean I'm hooking up with the Pei family?
The Pei family's youngest master begged me to do something okay. Su Convergence put on a rare act. Wang Suiyun laughed straight and didn't poke at it.
Master said yes.
The 4 of them worked together and soon finished packing. The family was so poor that their belongings were just too little. Su Jing tied all of these household goods to his horse, and as he led the horse along,
Wang Suiyun, Li Xiaoya,
and Yang Kaner followed him with their heads and faces wrapped in clothes. It's dark and the roads are quiet and deserted.
Yang Chaner's small hand grasped Su Rui's sleeve,
her small face nervous.
What if we meet robbers? Why don't we wait until tomorrow night to move? Call my dad to come over and help. Don't be afraid. Master is a great sword fighter.
Wang Chuiyin comforted Yang Kaney for a moment. She had once seen Su Conger sparring with a sturdy man with a knife, and the result was a complete victory. I reckon that the fact that Master was able to get promoted also has something to do with the skill of sparring with a knife.
Master, am I right in guessing? Exactly.
Su Convergence was a bit surprised.
Although Wang Suiyun's guess wasn't completely accurate,
it was almost the same. If he wasn't a martial artist, it was impossible for him to get the cultivation of the mining inspector.
It wasn't that far from Old Street to New Street, and I didn't encounter any looters along the way.
Even the vagrant villains who robbed for a living didn't dare to walk around at night,
and probably looked for a place to hide. So once the night watchman showed up, they couldn't even hide if they wanted to. This is the one.
Su Convergence compared the address written on the deed and found the mansion that belonged to him. This lot is inhabited by rich families.
The fires inside are bright.
Only his mansion is dark inside.
It is very easy to find.
Giving me the deed to the house but forgetting to give the key, Pei Xiao is really careless.
Looking at the iron lock hanging on the gate, he was a bit speechless. Reached out and grabbed the iron lock, twisted it with force, and clicked it open. Miracles come out of strength.
The 3 were a little surprised,
but didn't say anything, probably thinking the iron lock was rusty and easy to twist open. Su Convergence opened the gate and led the horse inside. When the 3 entered, he closed the door behind them. The mansion is clean.
It must be cleaned regularly.
Wang Chuiyun cannot wait to rush into the house.
The old face happy flowers, beds, tables and chairs.
These are complete. The mansion sent by a big family is not the same. Su Convergence was also satisfied.
Although Pei Hong had forgotten to give him the key, but judging from the exquisite furnishings of the mansion,
it was very sincere and completely turnkey.
Cook. He took down the dry firewood in pots and pans hanging on his horse and carried them into the kitchen, where he found it piled high with firewood and a full assortment of kitchen utensils, all new.
Wang Suiyun happily started cooking. Master really makes our family one day at a time. The rest of my life, comfortable. Chapter 29, Strange Sounds.
Su Convergence took Li Xiaoya and Yang Kaner around to familiarize themselves with this new home. The mansion has 2 main rooms,
4 rooms, a living room, a dining room,
a kitchen connected to the woodshed,
and the cellar. In addition, there is a small garden to the rear and a small yard to the front. Totally a rich household setup. It was obvious that Li Finia and Yang Kaner were very happy to be here.
Li Xiaoya seemed to have remembered something.
Brother Convergence.
The Pei family's young master gave you such a nice mansion. The matter he entrusted you with should be difficult,
right? It wasn't too hard. It's done.
Su Convergence separated the 2 women who were holding hands, and he squeezed into the center.
Holding one in each hand, indeed is not difficult. Just like the mine inspector said,
The above has actually set the Pei family head for the next mayor.
Just Pei family do not know. The heart is uneasy. This is the trust-Su convergence to go a little bit of the relationship between the mine inspector. He is equal to pick up the cheapest for nothing. Hearing him say this, Li Xiaoya was relieved and did not ask any more questions. Wang Suiyun called out to the three to eat, and dinner was ready. The four of them took their meals to the living room to eat, which was not as crowded as the old adobe houses on the old street. Master, we have this big mansion. Next, shouldn't we add a few maids to the family? Wang Suiyun gave Su Convergence a piece of chicken. Her eyes were expectant as she dreamed of being served. Su Convergence stuffed the chicken into his mouth, chunked it up, ate the meat cleanly in a moment, and spat out the bones. Well, buy a dozen maids, and recruit an old companion for you. By the way, do you want an old companion or a strong and sturdy man?
Li Xiaoya blushed and gently punched Su Convergence.
Not serious. Cindy Yang laughed as she ate.
Wang Suiyun was rarely a little embarrassed,
and snapped, there's no need to find me a man. There's no need for that. Su Jing said, our family has just become well off, and it's not time to buy mates to serve us. What is well off? Wang Chuiyun bewildered.
Know that Su Convergence has no intention to buy maids.
She will not say more. According to this, sooner or later is to buy.
She still do not believe that Su Convergence do not want more women to serve. No one knows more about men than her.
Had dinner. Su Convergence brought the small earthenware cup, poured the vial of blood brought back from the mine into it, opened the gate, and set it on the doorstep. It's important to know when to set the clay cup at the door. If it is placed too early and the clay cup is stolen, the night watchman will break into the house without drinking the blood, and the whole family will be drained. If you set it up too late and the night watchman comes, you'll go crazy if you don't drink the blood, or if you set up the clay cup just in time to run into the night watchman, you're done for. 2. So, the timing of placing the clay cups at the door must be perfect, so that no one else has time to come and steal them without leaving the night watchman without blood to drink. Only then. Su Convergence saw next door a few rich family also open the door. Is placing pottery cups, pinch the time are more or less the same. Very tacit understanding. A few rich families noticed that this unused mansion already had someone living in it, and were stunned, nodding to him as a greeting. Su Convergence gestured with a slight arch and closed the gate behind him. After doing this, he didn't go straight back to the house, but waited by the front door, listening quietly to prevent the blood from being stolen from the door. A big mansion is trouble. When I was in the old dirt house over on the old street, it was easy to hear if someone stole blood at the door, and now the door to this mansion is farther away from the house, so I can't be careless. Here around a few rich households closed the door. The street came to dead knocking the sound of bamboo boards. Know that the night watchman will come. Su Convergence this is assured that back to the house. This time no one dares to steal blood outside. Wang Suiyun lived alone in a main room. Li Xiaoya and Yang Kaney lived in a main room. And Su Convergence knew at a glance where he should live. He didn't mind squeezing in a bit, blow out the oil marquee fire and start another wonderful night. Just when the battle was in full swing, the purple jade plaque placed on the table beside the couch suddenly emitted purple light, and the white fox pattern on it came to life. What is it? Fragrant and sweaty. Li Xiaoya was surprised. Su Convergence also looked at the purple jade plaque in confusion, and a moment later, the purple light slowly dimmed, hidden in the darkness, and everything returned to normal. It's nothing. It's something that was given to me from above. Li Xiaoya also stopped asking more questions. Young Chanel didn't react at all because she had fallen asleep from exhaustion, curled up in the corner like a kitten. One night. There are words. After this little episode, the sound battle was able to continue. It was only after nearly an hour that Su Convergence fell asleep contentedly. As he slept until he was drowsy, he heard a ghostly sigh reach his ears, causing him to get chills and goosebumps. Waking up with a start. In the darkness, I saw that Li Xiaoya and Yang Kaney did not wake up. Could it be that they could not hear? Su gathered her breath and leaned in to listen. Again the ghostly voice was heard, as if murmuring from the abyss, come back. Don't leave me. Throw. Su Convergence's face turned green. This mansion isn't creepy, is it? But on second thought it is not right. He has no grievance with Pei Hang. Moreover, Pei Hong needs to ask him to do something. It is impossible to send him a haunted mansion. In other words, Pei Hong didn't know that this mansion was tricky. There is also Li Xiaoya, Yang Xiaochan, and Wang Suiyun, who live here, did not react much, and the surrounding rich households have not heard of anyone spreading the rumor of shenanigans. What does that tell you? Explaining that only a martial artist like him could hear the sound? I have to check it out. Otherwise it's impossible to sleep soundly. And there's the possibility that it could be dangerous for Sister Phinia and Cindy. Sue Convergence didn't really have much guts, but as the only man in the family, he had to go and take a look even if he was hard-headed. He put on his shirt and took his sharp knife and held it in his hand. After thinking about it for a while, he took the purple jade tablet again, ready to call for help from the mine patrol envoy. I just don't know if the mining envoy will rush to save him. It's kind of a comfort in his heart. Creaked softly as he opened the door and exited, closing it behind him to prevent anything unclean from slipping in. I was so lonely after you left. The ghostly voice was still murmuring, and Sue Convergence felt his scalp go numb. Knock heck. What kind of creepy? He followed the direction from which the voice had come, lightened his steps, and traveled in the dark. Luckily, his martial artist's eyesight was so good that he didn't have to worry about being attacked in the dark. Hearing the voices getting closer, he walked out into the back garden and saw an old well. The well is circular in shape, made of bluestone, pitted and covered with moss, and very much of its age. What kind of demons and devils are haunting the well? Sue Convergence was still 3 feet away from the old well and stopped, not daring to get too close. His right hand holding a sharp knife, his left hand holding a purple jade tablet, ready to fight at any time, and ready to call for help. In the old well, the ghostly voices ended abruptly in silence. With that, came the cheerful voice. You're back? Come back. You've mistaken me for someone else. Su Jing's face was ugly. Are you a human being or a trickster? The voice from the well said sadly. It's been too long. Don't you remember me? I remembered Nima's head. Su Jing cursed in his heart, took a deep breath, and said in a gentle tone, I'm a newly moved-in resident. Chapter 30, The Old Well. The voice inside the old well said, come down here and stay with me. I miss you. Unless one was sick in the head, one would not go down there. Su Hui tried. Come out. Let's talk. The ghostly voice sighed. I can't get out. If I could, I would have gone out looking for you long ago. It's good that they can't come out. The stone in Sue Convergence's heart fell, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the demons and devils inside the ancient well had been imprisoned by something. Why did he decide it was a demon or a monster? Because if you are immersed in a well in the middle of the night, can you be a normal person? It's so simple to understand. Why were you in the well? Sue converged to quell the tightness. He tries it out to see if he can latch on. The thing in this well doesn't seem to be in its right mind. IQ shouldn't be high either. The voice in the well said, I don't know why I'm in the well. Have you really forgotten? From the time I was born spiritually, you accompanied me. I thought of you as my sister. We both depended on each other for a long time. And then one morning, you suddenly abandoned me. I was so lonely. Ooh-hoo. Talking and crying. The cry is creepy like a woman and a baby. Sue Convergence almost turned tail and ran, calming down and pondering carefully in his heart, drawing some messages from these words. 1. This demonic trickster in the well, born in the well, did not have a spirit at first, but after it was born later, it found another demonic trickster accompanying it. 2. Another demonic trickster who had been with it for a long time, for some unknown reason, suddenly left and never came back. 3. It calls the other demonic spook sister, which suggests that the other demonic spook is female. Or is it female in some way? A female creep, a female demon, a female devil? In order to continue the condescension, Sue Convergence decided to go along with it, clamping her voice and saying, Sister, I finally remembered. Sister, my good sister, sister came back to see you. Those words, Sue Convergence got goosebumps. Ooh, sis, you finally remembered. The voice from the well cried out in excitement. Come down, sister. Let me hold you. Sue Convergence's face darkened. Sister, I'm getting old and I don't want you to see my current pale appearance, so I'll just talk to you from up here. The voice in the well queried. Sister's work has long been youthful and long-lived, so how could she be old? Did sister get hurt outside and grow old? Youthfulness? Live long and prosper? Sue Convergence was alarmed. The other demonic trickster was so powerful, so this one in the well should be fierce as well. He coughed twice. Sister, I am indeed injured. Do you have any elixir to help sister heal her injuries? The voice in the well said guiltily. I'm sorry, sister. I don't have an elixir. I'm naked and have nothing. The poor weirdo. Su Jia could only use his imagination. What would a naked demon look like? Sue Convergence was undeterred. Are there any cultivation techniques? The voice from the well said. No, it's not like I have to practice. Don't you remember, sister? No need to cultivate? Sue Convergence learned another message inside. Sister, I only remembered a small part of it, and there's still most of it that I don't remember. So quickly tell sister about it.
Aha! I'll tell my sister, the voice from the well said.
In those days, we were trapped in the well,
clinging to each other through the long years.
And then you left. Ooh, that's it? Su Rue was confused. Is there more? The well was quiet. Seemed to be reminiscing. After a while before saying, sister's temper is very bad. Often beat me and scolded me. Hated me. Always thinking of leaving me. But I love my sister very much. Always pulling my sister. Not letting my sister leave. But my sister is getting stronger and stronger. I can't pull it anymore. My sister left. Woohoo!
Su Convergence's eyes widened incredulously. This demonic trickster in the well that has been pestering the other demonic trickster and won't let the other demonic trickster leave,
causing the other demonic trickster to be trapped for long years? Treadmill. Shamrock ice. No wonder the other demonic creep left and never came back. Who suffers from psychotic pestering?
Also a mouth sister called so intimate.
Do not know still think how good relationship it. Su Convergence asked. Is there more?
The voice from the well said.
My sister was very greedy and ate all the little fish, shrimp, shells and snails in the well. Su Convergence said. Is there more?
The voice in the well said. When we were together for more than 1,000 years,
my sister angrily said that once she got out, she would kill everyone in the whole world in the Yu, Qian, and Liang dynasties. At the end of the 3,000 years, my sister got a little discouraged and said that it would be fine to just kill all the people in Green Bamboo Town. At the end of the 5,000 years, my sister was at peace with herself and said she wouldn't kill easily anymore, and that you would only kill whoever messed with you. Over 6,000 years ago, my sister broke through to the realm of returning to the void, and I couldn't pull my sister away, so she left.
Oh,
returning to the realm of emptiness. What kind of rank is that? Su Convergence said. Alright, sister's business. All remembered. Tell me about yourself.
The voice from the well cried. I missed my sister every day after she left.
Sister doesn't want you to. Su Jing said. Why are you trapped in the well?
The voice from the well said.
I'm locked in and can't get out. What do you look like? Oh, doesn't my sister even remember what I look like? I'm naked, black and knobby looking. Su Convergence used his imagination. Could it be the centipede spirit? A little bit of time passed. No matter how much the voice in the well begged, Su Convergence was unwilling to go down to be with it.
Seeing the dark sky cut through the fish belly white,
it was almost dawn. That's all we'll talk about tonight. Sister will come back to see you when she's free. You be good and stay in the well. Don't come out, okay? Su Ming yawned.
Accompanied the deep well ice chat half of the night.
Has been tense body. A little sleepy.
The voice from the well cried out.
Don't go away, sister. Come down and stay with me. Su Convergence turned away and ignored it. He mulled it over in his mind. On his own, he certainly couldn't handle the demonic shenanigans in the well. Should we tell the White Fox mining envoy? Report it up, and let the Ebony cult handle it? If what the demonic weirdo in the well said was true, and his strength was extremely terrifying, even if the entire Ebony sect came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat it. If you can't mess with me, why don't you hide? Moving away from this mansion and back to the original old dirt house on the old street? It's no use.
Once this demonic trickster in the well comes out, I'm afraid the whole Green Bamboo Town is doomed.
And it's the same wherever we move to. Keep it as it is. Su Ming has decided. Anyway, the demons and devils in the well can't come out,
and can't threaten the safety of Sister Fanya and the others. So he just doesn't care, and will deal with it later when he has the strength to do so.
Chapter 31, The Pei Family. This?
Su Jing opened the door and brought in the ceramic cup that had been placed at the entrance. But the pupils of his eyes shrunk dramatically as he noticed that the blood in the ceramic cup was still full and had not moved in the slightest.
What's going on? The night watchman didn't drink the blood from the clay cup last night. What's the reason for not drinking?
The first thing he remembered was the presence in the ancient well, which scared the night patrols away from the mansion.
So it seemed that the mansion had the function of warding off evil spirits?
Then he remembered the alabaster medallion that suddenly glowed last night.
Something given by the mine inspector with the right to be blood-free? Both possibilities exist. If it was the latter, it was fine. But if it was the former, did it mean that the night rangers had already known about the existence inside the ancient well? And would it trigger any terrible changes? Su Convergence's brows furrowed. This concerned the lives of the entire family and had to be taken seriously. Without bothering to eat breakfast, he rode his horse and hurried toward the mine. To the mine. Find Lucan, the captain of the swordsmen. He took out the purple jade tablet. Do you know this thing? Lucan took a look and looked solemn, hurriedly clasping his fists and bowing.
Your humble servant will comply with the dispatch.
Please give the order to Steward Su. Su Convergence was a bit speechless at his reaction. I'm not using this purple jade tablet to dispatch you. I'm just asking what this thing is. Lucan looked at him strangely. Steward Su doesn't even know about this. Where did you get it? Su Rue boarded up his face. I'm the one asking you now. Yes. Lucan reported. This is a kind of identity jade plate above. It is said to have 9 color tiers, respectively green, blue, red, black, white, purple, silver, gold. This purple jade plate, the bit score is very high, second only to the silver jade plate and the gold jade plate. Say it. He pulled out a green jade token from his pocket. This green jade token issued to my humble servant by the Great Granary is the one that belongs to the lowest tier of identity tags, and the only thing it does is to exempt you from giving blood to the Night Rangers. Su Convergence asked. What about this purple jade plaque of mine? Does it have the effect of being blood-free? Lucan said with a strange gaze. This is of course. If you hang this purple jade plate, you can walk around at night as you please, and the night patrollers will all back off. Su Hui converged to understand. The fact that the night watchman didn't drink the blood he placed at the entrance to the mansion last night is that this purple jade tablet worked, and it had nothing to do with the presence in the ancient well. It thus appears that the night watchman did not discover the presence in the ancient well. One more thing. The night patrolman needed to retreat when he came across this purple jade plaque? It seems that the night rangers aren't very good either? Or maybe this purple jade tablet is too awesome? Su Convergence intended to ask for clarification. Aside from the right to be free of blood and to walk around at night, what else is the purpose of this purple jade medallion? Lucan said. In addition to these 2 points, it is also possible to mobilize subordinate jade token holders. As for the other roles, my subordinate is not too clear. My subordinate's position is lowly. I only know these. It could also transmit sound. Su Convergence silently added that this was the role that the mining envoy had told him about. It flattered him a bit. Maybe he advanced to the tendon refining stage and showed his talent, attracting the attention of the mining inspector. When Pu Rin comes, you tell him that he will arrange things at the mine this morning, and that I have something to do at home. After Su Convergence gave an explanation, he turned his horse around and left the mine. Go home. Go to bed. Su Convergence was really tired last night. The first half of the night soundly fought 4 rounds, and the second half of the night nerves tightly chatting with the ancient well of the demons and devils of the bazaar until dawn. This sleep lasted until noon. Li Xiaoya heartily called him up to eat. You can't be like this in the future. It's okay. I just didn't sleep well last night. Su Convergence got up refreshed. The recovery of a martial artist's physique was just as fast. Li Xiaoya rarely lost her temper. If I say I can't, I can't. Su Convergence was a bit regretful. Okay. Sister Phinia has the final say. I'll listen to Sister Phinia. After lunch, Li Xiaoya again told Su to take a lunch break. Su Jing had no choice but to follow her and take a lunch break. Get up after. Su Convergence was planning to go to the mines when he remembered about the ancient well and purposely instructed, don't use the ancient well in the back garden. I just looked at it and realized that there's a dead rat in it. This is to prevent them from being in danger. Su Convergence went to the mine and briefly toured around. Seeing that everything was functioning normally, he left. The horse galloped off toward Hando's mine. Seeing Su Convergence arrive, the overseers and miners each had complicated gazes. Knowing that he was now in sole charge of a new mine and had become one of the town's celebrities, from a bottom-layer stone mover, climbed to a new mine steward position. He only used just 10 days less. The change is too fast. As if the cocoon into a butterfly like a magnificent turn. Today's Su Convergence. The whole person's temperament has changed. No longer the youthful teenager from before, but gives a feeling of a son of a big family, between his hands and feet, with nobility and confidence. Brother Su is here. Hando heard the commotion coming out and greeted him with a smile. Su Convergence didn't dismount and said in a low voice, the matter that Pei Xiao entrusted me with is getting somewhere. Handu's gaze brightened, and he immediately called for a horse to be brought over, rolled onto it, and led Su Tsong to Pei Hang. As the saying goes, people with no money live in the city and people with money live in the suburbs. This saying applies to the big families in Green Bamboo Town. As the Pei family that was in charge of 30% of the land in Green Bamboo Town, it was true that they didn't live in the town, but, instead, lived on the shore of a lake a few miles away from the town. Just see, weeping willows like pieces of white walls and red tiles hidden, as if a manor ancient fortress. To the near front, see a vermilion lacquer gate, the plaque on the 2 big gold letters Pei family.
A pair of stone lions with their heads turned toward the sky at the entrance are majestic. There are even 8 gatekeepers, wearing swords at the waist, with a strong body, and it seems to be a good hand at sparring knives and swords. Su Convergence heart a little emotion. Compared with the big family, his mansion is shabby. Steward Han is here. Please come inside. The young master is at the range, playing archery. Once he saw that Han Du was a regular customer here. The door didn't stop him and smiled as he reached out to welcome Han Du inside. Hando dismounted and casually tossed the reins to Mensi. Su Ming followed his example and went in after him. Through a hallway aisle came the firing range. Seeing a group of scantily clad teenage girls competing in archery, youthful and smiling, a burst of applause erupted from time to time. While the commoners struggled to make ends meet every day by working to earn food and bloodletting to cope with the night watchman, this large family lived as if it were a completely different world. Pei Xiao. Hando walked over with Su Convergence. Pei Heng smiled and greeted him with a few steps. Brother Han and Brother Su are here. I'm a regular customer. There's no need to entertain me. You can talk to Brother Su. Handu casually took a bow and a pot of arrows and played an archery contest with the teenage girls. As soon as Pei Heng took a look at Handu's intentional avoidance, he knew that Su Convergence was going to say something about his last entrustment, and he busily reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Brother Su, let's move to the living room to talk. Su Ming nodded slightly and followed him off the range. A young girl chased after her with quick steps, her big black and bright eyes looking curiously at Su Convergence, tugging on Pei Heng's sleeve. Brother, who is this person? Looking unfamiliar. What kind of unseemly things do you guys have that you need to avoid to talk about? Pei Hong sank his face and reprimanded. This Brother Su is our family's honored guest. No rudeness. You step aside. The young girl wasn't afraid of Pei Hong. She was very curious and directly asked Su Convergence. Hey, who are you? What's the matter with coming to my house? Mysterious. Su Convergence could only arch his hand. My name is Su Convergence, and I'm looking for your elder brother for something. The young woman was slightly surprised. Are you the recently renowned Su Hua, the one in charge of a new mine alone? Su Jia modestly said. It's me. The reputation doesn't dare to be. The young girl's eyes resurveyed him carefully. I heard people say that Su Hui was born with a good skin, and was a beautiful boy. You are just like that. Su Jing didn't want to talk to her, wanted to slap her on the back of the head. Can you talk? Possibly worried about provoking Su Convergence, Pei Hong quickly said. Su brother, don't take it to heart. My sibling Pei Xiaoxi is such a quirky nature. The other commoner siblings are in awe of me. This firstborn sibling I can't control. Even my parents have a headache. Became a little witch in the family. Su Convergence didn't take it personally. No harm done. Very naive. Pei Xiaoxi's eyes widened as she glared at him. Who are you calling naive? I feel like you're calling me stupid. Naive is stupid? Su Convergence shook his head. You're overthinking it. I didn't mean it. Pei Xiaoxi was unforgiving. You're just scolding me. Su Convergence frowned, a bit of fire rising in his heart, and faintly said, if you say so, then so be it. Pei Xiaoxi's small face chilled. Do you know where this is? This is in my house. Believe it or not. With one word from me, I'll let you go out sideways. Pei Heng's face changed and he said angrily, Pei Xiaoxi, this young age has got deep well ice. Su Hui's eyes were like knives as he gazed at Pei Xiaoxi, saying word for word, you can try. Say it. Su Rui then didn't bother to pay any more attention to her and didn't go to the living room anymore. Marching towards the front door. With a snap, Pei Hong slapped Pei Xiaoxi with an embarrassed face, knocking her to the grass, and hurriedly chased after Su Rui. Brother Su, please stay. Pei Xiaoxi reached out to cover her face, her entire body frozen. Obviously, she didn't expect Pei Hong to hit her because of an outsider. Then, her eyes reddened, tears snapping down, her gaze fixed on Su Hui's silhouette. Chapter 32. Brother Su stays behind. Pei Hong chased after Su Convergence's near front, bending over with an apologetic face and saluting. My sister has been arrogant since childhood. Spoiled, not knowing the heights of heaven. Please bear with Brother Su. I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Pei Xiao is overstating the case. I'm at fault too. I shouldn't be competing with a girl's family. Su Convergence arched his hand in return. Pei family is one of the 3 big families in Green Bamboo Town. Owns about 30% of the fields in Green Bamboo Town, controls the destiny of tens of thousands of sharecroppers, and can be called the emperor of the land in Green Bamboo Town. Pei Xiaoxi was born in such a family, and from childhood, everyone had to give in to her. Everyone had to go along with her, and develop such a character. If Su Hui just came to this world with no strength and no identity when he encountered Pei Xiaoxi, he will certainly go around. Really cannot go around, but only nodded his head and complimented Pei Xiaoxi. But now Su Convergence in Green Bamboo Town at least also counts as a dignified figure. Itself has the refining stage of the strength of the martial artist, and embraced the White Fox mining envoy's short legs. With his current status and position, there is no need to look at the Pei family's face, and even Pei family have to be scornful of him 3 times. As the saying goes, face is mutual. Pei Xiaoxi was aggressive just now and didn't give him any face, so why should he give Pei Xiaoxi face? Of course, he also did not want to because of Pei Xiaoxi verbal altercation this little thing and Pei family relationship deadlocked. Since Pei Hong apologized to him, he will also use the slope. No more. Moreover, he also admitted his own mistake, which is to give the Pei family face. Brother Su is polite. Pei Hang smiled and reached out to make a gesture of invitation. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's talk in the living room? Su Xian followed him to the living room. Take your seats as hosts and guests. Without Pei Hong ordering, the 2 pretty maids served hot tea. Su Convergence didn't beat around the bush and got right to the point. Yesterday, I spoke to Lord Mine Inspector about the appointment that Pei Xiao entrusted me with. Pei Hong hurriedly asked, would Lord Mine Inspector be willing to meet? Lord Mining Inspector said that the above has actually settled on your Pei family's family head as the next mayor of the town. It's just that your Pei family doesn't know it yet. Su converged honestly. He did not take credit for himself and let the Pei family thank him heavily, because he did not want to take advantage of such a cheap. Should be their own is their own. Should not be their own, don't go to greed. This if Pei family later know that was cheated, will certainly have a stigma, cause some unnecessary trouble. It's been decided up there? Pei Hong was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He couldn't help but stand up in excitement. Are Brother Su's words true? The Lord Mine Inspector himself told me that it was true. Su Ming drank his tea bashfully. A few moments later, Pei Hong slowed down from his excitement and sat back down. After all, he was a young master of a big family, someone who had seen the world. He arched his hand and said, many thanks to Brother Su for telling this good news to my Pei family. I can't thank you enough. Su Convergence said, I just helped to ask a question. In essence, did not contribute anything. The above has set the Pei family head as the next mayor of the town. It can be seen that the upper face of the Pei family is very trusting. Congratulations. Pei Hong gave him a deep look. Lord Mining Inspector revealed this important news to Brother Su, so it's evident that Brother Su is quite valued by Lord Mining Inspector, and will have to rely on Brother Su to take care of him in the future. Su Hui felt that Pei Hong was overthinking it, and that the Mining Inspector's disclosure of this information to him didn't have anything to do with valuing him, and that the position of mayor of the town might be very important to Pei's family. But to the Mining Inspector, it's just the same. What's the harm in revealing it? Snapping twice, Pei Hang clapped his hands and an old man dressed as a butler walked in. What are young master's orders? Pei Hong said. Go to the treasury and fetch 300 taels of gold. I want to thank Brother Su. The old butler glanced at Su Convergence and hurried away. Su Convergence politely excused himself. No need, Pei Xiao. I didn't help much. Pei Hong seriously said. Brother Su must not excuse himself. From the mouth of the Lord Mining Inspector to explore the news. This is how much money cannot buy. 300 taels of gold is just a small gift of thanks, not a tribute, but also please accept. Su Convergence also stopped excusing himself. Judging from the purple jade tablet, the identity of the Mining Inspector in the ebony cult seemed to be not simple, and getting a reward of 300 taels of gold plus a mansion for inquiring about a piece of information from the Mining Inspector wasn't too expensive. It was something he deserved, and he could take it with a clear conscience. Not much longer. The old butler came back with a small box in both hands, placed the small box by the tea table where Su Hui was seated, and deliberately opened it a little, revealing the golden gold ingots inside, then bowed and left. Su Convergence just glanced at it and didn't look at it more, lest he think he hadn't seen the world. Pei Hong also did not say gold again this matter, just drink tea with him to talk and laugh. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Convergence got up and said, Pei Xiao, it's getting late, so I won't bother much. Brother Su will come often in the future. Pei Hong rose to meet him and handed him the small box. Su Ming also accepted it with his hand. Everything was so natural. Pei Hong kept sending him to the gate. After waiting for a while, Han Du, who was shooting arrows at the range, also came out, and Su Jing left with Han Du. Han Du didn't mention a word about what Su Jing had talked to Pei Hang, but only smiled and asked about Pei Xiaoxi. I heard that the Pei family's youngest daughter had a conflict with Brother Su? Su Convergence shook his head.
Conflict can't be talked about. Just a little verbal altercation. Made a little unpleasant. Pei Xiao has already told me to open up. It should be nothing. Han Du laughed. The Pei family's youngest daughter is that way. Brother Su, don't take it to heart. Su Convergence said. How could it be? The two men parted at a fork in the road and each headed for their own mine. Su Convergence suddenly felt a chill run through his body, raising some cold hairs. He was somewhat familiar with such a sensation. A harbinger and keen sense of danger. Having had one when a rockfall occurred at the mine, Su Convergence reached out and pressed his hand against the horse's back, leaping up and avoiding these cold arrows. The horse under his seat was not as nimble, and was hit by several cold arrows, neighing and falling, rolling forward for some distance before coming to a stop, and it looked as if it would not survive. Who attacked me? Su Hui's voice was ice cold, with his skin refining and tendon refining martial artist physique. Although these cold arrows posed no threat to him, the intention of releasing cold arrows like this was clearly to kill him. He leapt into the bushes and saw Pei Xiaoxi and a few teenage girls each holding a bow and carrying a pot of arrows in their hands, and it was clear who had done it. Seeing that he was so powerful, a few teenage girls blanched in shock and fled. Pei Xiaoxi, also a little flustered, but boldly did not escape. She hardened her mouth and said, I brought my brothers and sisters out to hunt. How do I know just passing by? The big deal is that I accompanied you horses. Su Convergence sneered. Hunting just happened to be on my way back to the mines. What a coincidence. Chapter 33, Getting Even. Su Hui walked towards Pei Xiaoxi with anger. Pei Xiaoxi finally knew that she was afraid. Her small face turned white and she backed away in shock. What do you want to do? What do I want? Su Convergence's eyes were icy cold as he probed his hand and grabbed at her. I'd like to ask you, putting cold arrows at me on my way back to the mines, you want to kill me? Pei Xiaoxi panicked and instinctively swung the bow in his hand, splitting his head and smashing it against Su Convergence. How dare you fight back? Furious, Su Convergence snatched her bow and flung it away. Immediately after, large hands grabbed her white neck like a vice. Oh, Pei Xiaoxi was pinched and her little face turned blue. Her eyes rolled white, completely terrified. If you kill me, my father won't let you go, and will definitely kill your entire family to pay for my life. How dare you threaten me? Su Huihui laughed in exasperation, his face completely grim. At the same time, he began to ponder in his heart how to clean up Pei Xiaoxi. If he killed Pei Xiaoxi, he would break his relationship with the Pei family and make it to the point of immortality, which was not the result he wanted. However, not to kill Pei Xiaoxi, he is really difficult to eliminate the hatred of his heart. Pei Xiaoxi put cold arrows to attack and kill him. Why he has to tolerate it? It's so true that the more I think about it, the angrier I get. It is necessary to give Pei Xiaoxi a deep lesson. Otherwise, Pei Xiaoxi will mistakenly think that he is timid and fearful, and there will be no end to it in the future. He pushed Pei Xiaoxi into the grass. This lesson is enough to make Pei Xiaoxi impressed, and will be unforgettable. Anger has a strange pattern. The faster it comes, the faster it goes. Soon, Su Convergence regained his composure. You release an arrow to attack and kill me, and I release an arrow to deal with you. So the two of us are considered even. How about it? Pei Xiaoxi didn't say anything and left in tears. Su Ming's horse was killed by a cold arrow, and he had to walk back to the mines. He sent some men to haul the horses back to the mine. It would be a waste not to eat such a big horse. At this time, the sky is already almost dark. Su Convergence announced work. Open the grain. So the miners not only received their rations for the day's work, but also a small piece of horse meat. Thank you so much, Steward Su. Steward Su's atmosphere. They were all giddy and gulping. They hadn't eaten meat in more time than they could remember, and it was difficult to eat food, let alone meat. Thank you Pei Xiaoxi for giving the miners the benefit of the doubt. Su Convergence thought silently in his heart. Convergence? How can you give out meat to these lowly mudbloods? Zhang Yuan was furious and disgruntled. It's not good to pickle it up with salt and keep it for meals. Does he think it's his family's? Su Huihui didn't want to pay any attention to him. If this is put in the past, Su Convergence of course also cannot afford to give such a big horse to the miners, but now he is carrying 300 taels of gold, and have a monthly salary, and mine extra income, appropriate to these bottom miners a little bit of welfare, and is also not impossible. This is exactly what happens when you are rich, but when you are poor, Pu Rin asked worriedly. I saw Steward Su's horse was killed by an arrow. What kind of people attacked Steward Su? Without Su Jing, he wouldn't be where he is today. And something can't happen to Su Jing. When they heard that Su Convergence was attacked, Zhang Yuan, Yang Yi, and Lin Trapper also got nervous.
They were working as supervisors under Su Convergence's hand, and their families were living a good life, so they didn't want to go back to the poor life like before. Su Convergence casually found an excuse. Nothing, I and the Pei family's eldest young lady sparred over the art of riding and shooting, and accidentally hurt the horse. Pu Rin admonished, arrows don't have long eyes. Steward Su must pay attention to safety. Yang Yi is also bitter. Xian's son-in-law, you do not think about yourself, but also have to think about the women in the family. If you have an accident, what can they do? Although you can also recruit new Hans into the household, but how can other men have the ability to make them live a good life like you do? Zhang Yuan is also a rare concern for Su Jie. Jie Gaor, your life, now not only belongs to you alone, but also relates to us my family in addition to the original 3 women, and then took 2 houses of yellow women. I cannot afford to lose the position of the overseer. Su Convergence didn't know what to say. Lin Shofeng probably felt that he had to say something as well. Steward Su, you have to treasure your body. Su Convergence couldn't help but pat the shoulders of this teenager from the snake catcher's home. Not bad, speaking without blushing and being coy, not stumbling either. Progress. Zhang Yuan invited credit. I taught him how to hit and curse every day. He has definitely made progress. Su Ming divided the reserved horsemeat among the 4 overseers. He kept a piece for himself, and after taking some meat and vegetables from the kitchen, he got on Yang Ye's black donkey cart to go home. A small black donkey cart, pulling 5 men, was really a bit of a strain and went very slowly. Pu Rin, you will draw some silver from the granary tomorrow and go to the marketplace to buy a few horses back. Su Convergence kept forgetting about it, and the horse he originally rode was still from the Hando mine. Pu Rin answered yes. Zhang Yuan belonged to the category of people who wanted to take advantage of a bargain when they saw it, and said expectantly, the mine has bought horses. Can I ride one to and from work? Su Ming didn't spoil him. No, the horse is reserved for emergency use in the mine. No one is allowed to use it for private use except me. In case there is any emergency that requires a horse and it is delayed, your head won't be enough to chop it off. Zhang Yuan shrunk his neck and said no more. When they reached the main street of the town, Su Convergence jumped off the donkey cart and marched towards home. From a distance, he saw a 2-horse caravan parked in front of the house, and more than a dozen guards who had to hang their swords stood guard. Su Convergence's heart was in awe, recognizing that the curtains of the caravan were embroidered with the word Pei. It should be the Pei family's carriage without a doubt. Could it be that the Pei family has come to settle the score with him? Settling scores is settling scores. It's not my fault alone anyway. Both sides are at fault. So what am I worried about? He took it in stride. In this world, the women of the common people's families do not value innocence. Nothing is as important as food, and they can often change men in order to eat food. The woman of a large family is different. The woman of a large family must also be married to a large family. There is a very strict requirement on this point. If you lose this point, you cannot marry the right family. Of course, no matter how important it is, it's not as important as his life. Isn't his life worth anything? Therefore, he was not worried about the Pei family looking for trouble. Even if it went to the top, he had the backing of the mining inspector. Master, Steward Su is back. The lead guard came up to the car window and spoke. The carriage first came out an old man wearing brocade clothes and gorgeous clothes. His face was dignified, and he looked like a person who had been living in a higher position. A youth and a young girl followed out. It was Pei Hang and Pei Xiaoxi. Pei Hang stood behind the old man respectfully, while Pei Xiaoxi chilled her little face as if anyone owed her gold. I am Pei Jifeng, the current head of the Pei family, and I have long admired Steward Su's great name and have come to pay a visit. The old man in Chinese clothes arched his hand from afar and smiled. Steward Su is truly young and talented, less than the age of a weak crown. He is in charge of a mine. Su Convergence's heart flooded with doubts. Look at Pei family master so attitude. Does not seem to be like raising the offense. Is Pei Xiaoxi did not say? It's too late to think about it. Su Convergence was also busy arching his hand and said, I just came back from the mine. I've bothered Pei family master to wait for a long time. Inside please. Chapter 34 Mutual Apologies. Su Convergence opened the gate and welcomed the 3 Pei family members inside, while more than a dozen guards stayed at the gate. Seeing that he had led the guests home, Li Xiaoyat and Yang Kainer, who were turning over the ground in the yard to plant vegetables, hurriedly went back to the house to avoid it. On this glimpse, Pei Hong was a bit surprised and said, I've long heard that the women in Conservator Su's family are beautiful. I'm impolite to see that it's really a rare beauty. Conservator Su is lucky. Pei Xiaoxi's little face, however, became even colder and didn't say a word. Su Jing directly ignored her. reaching out with a pleased gesture, leading Pei Jifeng and Pei Hong into the living room,
with Pei Xiaoxi following noiselessly. Wang Chuiyun served tea.
Seeing the Pei family father and daughter trio dressed in luxurious clothes, she knew that the status of the guests was not bad. Her old face revealed a bright smile, affectionately shaking Pei Jifeng's hand.
Welcome your guests to the house.
Pei Jifeng was a bit confused and smiled with a stiff face.
Old madam, excuse me. The corners of Su Convergence's mouth twitched as he said to Wang Chuiyun, it's getting late, so go cook. Wang Chuiyun relied on the refusal to leave. The family came to the guests. I shall not add tea and water to greet it. Cannot be slow. Su Rue glared at her. Go cook. Wang Chuiyun could only leave sardonically.
Su Convergence helplessly said, she is the maiden of the women in the family, and hasn't seen much of the world,
making Pei family master laugh. Why would I laugh? Mrs. Su's mother's family is so simple. It is evident that Steward Su's family gets along very well. Pei Jifeng was polite. Immediately afterward,
he explained the purpose of this visit. I brought my canine son and my daughter, and took the liberty of coming to disturb. Firstly, to thank Steward Su for his assistance, and secondly, because my daughter was reckless and offended Steward Su, and I brought her here to apologize. As soon as Su Convergence heard this, she knew that Pei Xiaoxi definitely didn't say anything about her bringing people to put cold arrows in the air or being cleaned up by Su Convergence. She probably didn't want to be scolded by her family, or maybe she was ashamed to say it.
Su Jing did not move and glanced at her.
Seeing that her gaze was cold and clearly had a threatening undertone that forbade Su Jing from talking about this.
Since she didn't say anything, of course Su Convergence wouldn't say anything either.
Pei family master is really too polite. Your Excellency has already given me this mansion and a reward of 300 taels of gold. Moreover, Your Excellency and I often drink and listen to music together and have a very shallow relationship, and it's only right for us to take care of each other. As for the verbal altercation that Your Excellency had with me is just a small matter that is not worth mentioning.
Pei Jifeng laughed.
Brother Su, with his straightforward nature and broad-mindedness,
my Pei family is happy to make friends like you.
Pei's family valued Su Convergence and mining inspector of this relationship, and Su Convergence valued Pei's family as big,
can give him mansion, gold, tiger bone. These are real benefits. To put it bluntly, it's all about profit. As for what is straightforward in nature and what is open-minded, this is all just a scene.
Su Convergence certainly knows this in his heart.
Such a world. Basically there is no such thing as a friend. Everything is interest.
Xiaoxi, don't apologize to Steward Su yet.
Pei Jifeng glanced at Pei Xiaoxi and slightly chastised him.
Pei Xiaoxi's face was like cold frost, and his voice carried ice.
Steward Su, I'm sorry. Su Jing couldn't help but feel a bit weak. Ms. Pei is polite. I have to say sorry to you as well.
Seeing both sides apologizing to each other and turning their differences into peace,
Pei Jifeng laughed out loud and said, it's good to talk about it.
Su Convergence toasted the Pei family head and Pei Hong with tea instead of wine, and the guests and masters had a good conversation. Seeing that it was already dark,
Pei Jifeng got up to take his leave. Su Jing lingered for a moment. Why don't you have dinner and then come back?
Pei Jifeng politely refused on the grounds that it is not easy to walk at night.
It's not the night road that's hard to walk. It's the night watchman that's not to be messed with.
Su Jia estimated in his heart that Pei's family should also have a jade tablet issued from above, with the right to be free of blood.
I just don't know what color grade it belongs to.
It's safe to assume that the color rating can't be too high,
much less more than purple. Does it have the authority to make the night watchman stand down? That's not clear. Take your time. Slow down on the road.
Su Convergence sent the 3 Pei family members to the gate, arching his hand in farewell. He kept watching the carriage go away, and only then did he close the gate and go back. It's worth mentioning that Pei Xiaoxi glanced at him with a cold gaze when she got on the carriage, and it was clear that this little chili pepper carried a grudge in her heart. Su Convergence recalled that the meals in this world had no seasoning and were a bit bland and tasteless, and suddenly he tasted the spicy flavor, which was quite a nice feeling.
What's with these 3 guests? During dinner, Wang Suiyun asked. Su Convergence said, the Pei family's family head, the eldest young master, and the young miss. The Pei family, one of the 3 big families? Wang Chuiyun was overjoyed. Your relationship with the Pei family is already good enough to come to the point of being a guest in your home? With that, she was a bit disgruntled. Why didn't you tell me who they were earlier? If I told you, you wouldn't have to jump on someone's lord. Su Huihui knew her too well, and really couldn't afford to lose this person. Wang Suiyun muttered, I'm not doing this to show our family's warmth and help you make a good relationship. There's no need for that. Su Convergence said, you give me to remember. In the future when guests come to the house, you don't look at people dressed well, a bit of status, and then overly enthusiastic. With my current status, I don't need to please others. You'll only make people look down on me. Understand? Wang Chuiyun frowned. Although you are a steward of the mine and are somewhat powerful, but compared to the Pei family, that's far worse. What makes you equal to others? Mining inspector, this network cannot be taken out to say? Su Convergence cannot explain to her. In short, you do not care about my business. You enjoy the good fortune at home on the line.
Li Xiaoya could see the point and said to Wang Xueyun, Ginger is making a name for himself outside. He has his own reasoning for dealing with people in the world.
Mother, let's not add to the chaos. We should believe in Ginger.
I'm not worried that if he becomes a steward at such a young age, he'll be young and foolish and not know the heights of heaven. Wang Chuiyun, hands holding a piece of horsemeat, gnawing his mouth full of oil.
You know, the higher you stand, the heavier the fall. Our family, this good life is hard to come by, can be cherished.
Su Rui had long since gotten used to her being such a snob and didn't bother talking about her.
After the meal, drink tea to eliminate food. Talked about some of the parents. Originally, living on the old side of the street was a bit more chaotic, with frequent messes in all the houses and always endless talk. Now that we've moved to a rich neighborhood and are living in a stable environment, it's basically hard to know what's going on in other people's houses. So, now all that's being said is what vegetables to plant in the front yard, which flower is wilting in the back garden, and so on.
Su Convergence will also say some outside fresh things to them to listen to. They and the women of the family stay at home every day.
Is too boring, always have to give some topic them. The sound of a bamboo board is heard, and you know it's time for a break.
When Li Xiaoya saw that Su Convergence hadn't returned with a blood vial,
she took a kitchen knife and a pottery cup, preparing to bleed to deal with the night patrol. Su Convergence stopped her. In the future, I don't need to bring blood back, and you guys don't need to bleed either. Wang Chuiyun was shocked. This can't be done. The night watchman didn't drink the blood. He'll break in. Last night, the vial of blood I brought back, the night watchman didn't drink it. I poured it out, and I forgot to tell you about it. Su Convergence said, I have the right to be blood-free now, and I don't need to provide blood to the night rangers. The right to be blood-free is the equivalent of a secret to the common man. Wang Xueyun was half convinced and again asked questions.
It took a good deal of explaining on Su Jing's part to put her at ease.
By nightfall, the alabaster medallion glowed, so Su Convergence knew that the night patrol had avoided his house. Li Xiaoya's head rested on his arm, her black hair as thick as a waterfall. Convergence Brothers' status is getting higher and higher. Even the night watchman cannot have to deal with it.
I feel that I am not worthy of the position of the main housewife. You should marry a lady from a big family as the main housewife.
It can only be a boost to your future. If Sister Finya says something like that again, I'll get angry. No matter how many women enter our family in the future, you'll be the first housewife, and that will never change.
Su Convergence promises that if it wasn't for Li Xiaoya keeping him, he would have already been kicked out of the house and couldn't have made it this far successfully. He had a special emotion for Li Xiaoya, not only love, but also with respect. In order to not let Li Xiaoya think nonsense, he only had to plow hard, which was the best method, more tangible than words. Chapter 35, The Stakeout. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, none. Skill, none. Props, none. Remarks, Li Xiaoya's favorability towards you has risen from 92 out of 100 to 93 out of 100.
And you have gained 1 advancement point, which can be added to one of the ranks. Skills, and props. Su Jing woke up the next day to this surprise. It seems that the sweet words he said to Sister Finia last night had worked. Of course, he didn't say it for the sake of goodwill, but rather words from his heart, which belonged to a watery matter. I now have 2 advancement points in my hand, just short of the raw materials to advance, and I don't know when Pei Han will be able to get the tiger bone. It should be soon, right? Su Convergence pondered for a moment. With his current relationship with the Pei family must be very attentive to his affairs, and would probably get the tiger bone very quickly. Ranks, add to me. For this new advancement point, he still chose to add it to the rank, to see what ingredients were needed first, or to prepare in advance. Anyway, now there is no skills and props. Do not have to think so much. In the rank to make hard to add points quasi-right. As long as the rank is high enough, what do you care what skills and props? Adding points is complete. Please add tiger bone first to reach the bone refining stage. Then add stone marrow to advance to the marrow refining stage. Stone marrow? Su Convergence had never even heard of it. It seemed that this was a resource that belonged to cultivators, and money could not always be bought. At the same time, he knew the ordering of the stages: the skin refining stage, the tendon refining stage, the bone refining stage, and the marrow refining stage. What's the next step up? He was curious. With that, he shook his head and no longer thought much about it. The most avoided thing in cultivation was being overly ambitious. One had to be down to earth. It was better to complete the bone refinement stage and marrow refinement stage first before considering this issue. Seeing that Li Xiaoya was too tired to get up and make breakfast again, he had to get up and make breakfast himself. Still leftovers from the evening, warmed up and ready to eat. After breakfast, he walked towards the stables out of habit. Looking at the empty stables, he was stunned. Then remembered. The horse was gone. Had to walk to the mine. Steward Su, are you walking to the mine? I'll give you a ride. Steward Su, take my car. Along the way, many of the mine's rock haulers invited him to get on board. Su Jing politely refused. No, I'll take a walk. Since becoming a steward, he'd gotten tired of being a climber and didn't want to get involved with just anyone. Don't underestimate the fact that it's just a ride. Believe it or not, he just got in the car and people offered him to be a supervisor. Isn't that difficult? People in this world are so realistic and direct. Wise son-in-law. Yang Ye's little black donkey cart came carrying Zhang Yuan, and only then did Su Convergence jump on board. Yang Yi is now a supervisor. Do not need to use the donkey cart. Would like to remove the frame to ride the donkey, so that you can save the black donkey's physical strength. Save some grass. But Zhang Yuan pleaded with him not to dismantle it, because Zhang Yuan wants to ride on his donkey cart every day on and off the job. Yang Yi is also a careful calculator. Of course, do not agree. The two haggled, and finally reached a strategic cooperation. Yang Ye's donkey cart will not be dismantled, but Zhang Yuan needs to give Yang Yi 3 pounds of grain, before you can ride the donkey cart up and down the work. When he arrived at the mine, Su Convergence saw that Pu Rin and Lin Shoufeng had already come early. These two cherished the position of overseer and were the first to arrive almost every day. Pu Rin, you see to the arrangements. Su Convergence said so and went into the stone house, drinking tea and reading the ledger. Now he basically delegated all the affairs of the mine to Pu Rin, and became his own boss. Very free. Anyway, the money and food of the mine is guarded by Lu Can, and with the separation of money and power, it is hard to make a mess. Just as Su Hui finished reading the books, squinting in boredom and half laying down on the big chair to take a nap, the door was kicked open with a bang. Su Convergence woke up. Thought what happened? Fixed eyes to see a cloaked Pei Xiaoxi walked in. The door parked a carriage with a few guards. When a woman goes out in broad daylight, is she not afraid to stand around demons? Su Hui was surprised. Pei Xiaoxi casually closed the door and unclasped the cloak, revealing the white sable clothes inside. What's this about? Su Hui's eyes stared, and just when he thought something was going to happen, he saw Pei Xiaoxi sitting down in the chair opposite his table, and he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Pei Xiaoxi's small face was clear and cold. Are you a bumpkin? You don't even know this. Unusual women have poor physique, easy to be contaminated with demons and evils. Women like me who have practiced martial arts have a good physique, and there is no harm in going out in the daytime. A woman can't go out during the day, so it has to do with her physique. Su Convergence understood, and couldn't help but glance at her, remembering yesterday evening, when her physique was really good. I've learned. If you have practiced martial arts, why are you powerless in my hands? Su Hui asked knowingly with a bit of amusement. Pei Xiaoxi was furious. Although I've practiced martial arts, I haven't reached the level of a martial artist yet. How could I have known that you're a deep-seated martial artist? If I had known that you're a martial artist, I wouldn't have foolishly led people to attack you. Su Convergence comforted. It's already happened. It's useless to regret it. Pei Xiaoxi glared at him and seemed to remember something, her face reddening. This little pepper is already a beauty billet. Shyness is even more fascinating. Looking at Su Convergence's heart was hot. Immediately got up and walked over. Xiaoxi, anyway, it already happened. It's okay for it to happen again, right? Pei Xiaoxi refused at first, and then she broke down and became even crazier than Su Hui. It took over an hour for the madness to stop. Pei Xiaoxi said with a cold face. The young master of the Feng family, one of the 3 major families, has been married to me since childhood, and is about to come to my house to place an offer. So when the time comes, I'll see how you'll end up. Why didn't you say so? Su Convergence frowned. The women of ordinary families were fine. They weren't that attached to this. The requirements of large families were very strict. It definitely wouldn't work. Pei Xiaoxi sneered. Do I have time to say it? Su Convergence was silent for a moment. I can't be blamed for all of this. You yourself are also responsible. If you didn't bring anyone to attack me, how would it have gotten to this point? Pei Zhaoxi stared at him. Do you regret it? Su Convergence shook his head. I don't regret it. Pei Zhaoxi asked. What are you going to do about this? Su Convergence thought for a moment and said, things have come to this, what else can we do? Let your family think of a way to withdraw this marriage contract. Pei Zhaoxi's small face was cold again. Withdrawing from the marriage is the same as sweeping away the face of the Feng family. The Feng family will definitely not stop. Do you mean to let my family bear the consequences and you stay out of it yourself? That's not what I meant. Su Convergence said, if there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely help as well. Pei Zhaoxi pursued. What about after the withdrawal? You come into my house as my woman? Su Convergence could only say this, testing the waters, not knowing if she was willing. Pei Zhaoxi made a request. I want to be the eldest house. No. Su Rui flatly refused. Sister Fine Asia's place in his heart. Unshakable. This is also his commitment to Sister Fine Asia. Pei Zhaoxi's small face went green for a while and stared at him with a murderous, cold aura. I'm willing to be your woman. Just mentioning such a simple request. And you won't even do it? Could it be that you're asking my Pei family's first daughter to be a minor for you? Su Convergence pondered for a moment. It was really unlikely to let her be a little. How about this? You can be a flat wife, with my family's first wife in the same position, or you're in a separate household, and I'll work a little harder. Running both ways? Pei Zhaoxi threw a cold look, put on his cloak, and marched to the door. Su Convergence looked at her slender figure. Okay, give a word? Pei Zhaoxi coldly ignored him, opened the door and left. Chapter 36 Adding Tiger Bone. Pei Zhaoxi just opened the door and went out and panicked a little, because he saw Pei Hang riding his horse to the mine, followed by a carriage with a white-fronted dangling-eyed bug, and a big jar and a jar of wine. Not knowing what he came to do, seeing Pei Zhaoxi, Pei Hong was also stunned and queried, didn't little sister go to Fengling Mountain to enjoy the snow? Why did she come to Brother Su's mine? Pei Zhaoxi pulled her cloak down a bit, hiding the panic in her eyes. I remembered my father's and brother's instructions to strike up a good relationship with Steward Su, so I stopped by to visit Steward Su, and to talk over the small matter of the verbal altercation that occurred yesterday once and for all, so as to prevent him and I from leaving any hard feelings. Pei Heng's gaze was pleased. Little sister has finally grown up and understood. How did you guys talk? Pei Zhaoxi blushed and said softly, Steward Su was very nice. We had a good talk and have become friends. Pei Hong nodded his head in satisfaction and asked no more questions. Go to Fengling Mountain to see the snow. When the sun comes out, the snow will melt. Pei Zhaoxi panicked and got on the covered carriage, urging the driver, hurry up, go to Fengling Mountain. The driver drove the carriage away, and the guards she had brought with her followed. Bring down the big bugs, the vats and the wine. Pei Hong commanded the hunters he brought with him. He suddenly thought of something. His eyes glanced suspiciously at Pei Zhaoxi's gradually fading carriage, and muttered, from Pei's house to Fengling Mountain. There's no need to pass through Brother Su's mine here. So why did little sister say it's a side trip? With that, he shook his head slightly, thinking that he had overthought things, and that his little sister, who had been harshly scolded by her father yesterday, might really know that she was wrong, and had purposely made a detour to come here to the mine to talk to Su Convergence. Without further thought, he shouted to the stone house, Brother Su, come out quickly and see what I've brought you. Su Convergence came out, and his gaze lit up when he saw the white-fronted dangling-eyed giant worm. The ingredients were there, and by completing the progression, he would be even further advanced. One must know that there is a gap at every step. The tendon refining stage can crush the skin refining stage, and the bone refining stage can easily crush the tendon refining stage, and the improvement of each step is a qualitative leap. In the midst of such bizarre and rampant chaos, nothing is more important than strength. The old wine, and the vat. I've got it all for you. Thoughtful, isn't it? Pei Heng smiled and pointed to the few hunters he brought. These people under my hand are not only good at hunting, they are also good at picking out bones. I'll have them help you pick out the tiger bones and the tiger whip intact, and soak them in old wine in a vat, so that you'll be able to drink them after a while. I don't need to make up wine. No! Su Jing cried out in his heart, only to arch his hand and thank him for his kindness. It's still Brother Pei who's thoughtful. Pei Hong said, we're still polite as brothers. Su Jing pondered, there is really no need to be polite. In the future it may be the relationship between uncle and brother-in-law. I just don't know if Pei Zhaoxi has listened to his suggestions. Pei Hang asked a few hunters to be careful and meticulous, picking off the tiger bones and tiger whips intact, putting them into a vat, pouring old wine to soak them up, and then, moving the vat into the corner of the stone house to put it away. Su Convergence saw that it was almost noon. Brother Pei, is the mine's food palatable? Do you want me to send someone to the town's restaurant to fry a few dishes over? Pei Hung said. I'm not that spoiled, and I occasionally eat at Han's mine. Alright,
then please ask Brother Pei to taste the craftsmanship of me,
the mine's master spooner.
Su Jing ordered the kitchen's master chef to make a few more dishes.
With another opportunity to show off his culinary skills, the master chef was very happy and said he would definitely show off his skills. It was just that the wait was a bit long, almost an hour before it was ready,
and the 8 dishes were served to Su Hui's stonehouse. The wine was readily available, the old wine that Pei Hung had brought with him. Su Rue and Pei Heng ate meat and drank wine in large bowls,
chatting while they ate, probably drunk to the point of intoxication.
Pei Heng put his arm around Su Hui's shoulder and laughed.
Brother Su,
if our relationship as brothers could be a little closer,
it would be better.
Su Jing was chilled with goosebumps and pushed him away slightly.
Brother Pei, respect yourself. I'm not good at this. Brother Su thinks I'm someone.
Pei Hong waved his hand with a laugh and cursed.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not good at this either.
What I mean is that if our brothers can become relatives,
wouldn't the relationship be a step closer? Su Convergence eyes flashed down.
Do not know whether he is really drunk or fake drunk.
The young master of a large family cannot be underestimated. After all, grew up in a large family, from a young age. The heart of the city cannot be so simple. What does Pei mean by that?
Su Jing followed suit and also pretended to be a bit drunk.
How do I become a relative? Could it be that the Pei family is interested in marrying Miss Xiaoxi to me? Pei Heng's face stiffened,
then he shook his head and said,
Xiaoxi is out of the question. My Pei family and the Feng family have a marriage plan.
And she's been engaged to the young master of the Feng family since she was a child.
Besides, Zhaoxi's nature is too reckless,
and it's a bit incompatible with Brother Su's calm nature.
So you're not a good match. Aside from Xiaoxi, my Pei family has some unmarried and good-looking sisters as well. Brother Su can pick one.
Pick both.
Su Convergence sighed. Concubine daughters don't have much status. Even if I marry the Pei family's concubine daughter,
our brother and sister's relationship won't get much progress.
Unfortunately,
the Pei family only has a first daughter in the form of Ms.
Xiaoxi.
The rest are concubine daughters.
Pei Hong persuaded.
The commoner daughter also has the advantages of the commoner daughter.
Surely obedient. If it is not obedient,
Su brothers feel free to teach lessons but the first daughter is not the same.
Marrying the first daughter is the same as marrying a female ancestor.
The temper is big and also will play the sex.
The backyard is not likely to be calm.
As with the one in my family, relying on their own is the Su family miss.
Every now and then, with me to make trouble.
I do not dare to take her.
How?
I have to consider the relationship of the Su family.
After all,
I still have to consider the relationship of the Su family. Su Convergence politely refused.
I do think it's good to be a little rowdy,
lively to have a sense of home. If all the women in the family are all fine-tuned and obedient,
like maids and maidservants,
then there is no meaning. Seeing him push back,
Pei Hung also understood, did not say more about this, smiled and picked up the wine bowl. I think that the family is noisy.
Brother Su thinks that the family is calm. Each has their own troubles. Only this bowl of things, suitable for both of us.
Su Rue raised his bowl and clinked it with him,
and then chatted about other things,
not about the matter of tying the knot. He drank until the afternoon was almost over,
when Pei Hang left in a drunken stupor,
staggering away on his horse, and when he got out of the mine,
he sat up straight and galloped his horse.
In the stone house, the originally drunk Su Jia was back to normal, and after having the kitchen clean up the dishes, he announced, let's call it a day and open the barn to release the grain.
He returned to the stone house,
opened the vat in the corner,
reached out and touched his hand to the tiger bone, and said in his mind,
add. At once, the entire tiger bone in the vat turned into ashes,
causing the entire vat of old wine to turn black.
Chapter 37, Increased Favorability. Add tiger bone. Advancement successful. In an instant,
Su Hui felt a change in his body, his bones creaking as if they had been reshaped and perfectly fine-tuned.
Reaching an unprecedented state,
he checked the attribute panel.
Name, Ko-Ki, rank, bone refining stage, skill, none, props, none.
Remarks, add stone marrow to advance to the marrow refining stage. The mining inspector said that when I reach the bone refining stage,
it will receive me into the ebony sect.
Su Convergence pondered whether or not to tell the mining inspector the news that he had reached the bone refining stage.
You know,
he only broke through the tendon refining stage a few days ago, and now he's broken through to the bone refining stage.
What would the mine inspector think? there are two possible outcomes. For one thing, the mine inspector thought he was a supreme genius and held him in even higher esteem, doing everything he could to cultivate him. 2. The mine inspector thought he had some secret treasure or secret method to quickly increase his strength and karma him, killing for treasure. Although the mine inspector does not seem to be such a sinister person, but the heart of the fox cannot be prevented. In such a bizarre and rampant world, he really didn't dare to trust just anyone. It's better not to tell the mine inspector for the time being. Hold off for a while and wait for some time before telling it about the breakthrough. That way, it won't look like I'm too much of a genius. Su Convergence made up his mind. He covered the vat and had a few supervisors move it together onto Yang Ye's black donkey cart, intending to pull it home. This was to prevent Pei Hong from coming to the mine in the future and realizing that the tiger bones in the vat were gone, making it hard for him to explain. The black donkey cart is loaded with such a big tank, so it is impossible to sit. Pu Rin, Zhang Yuan, Lin Shufeng only have to walk, which makes Zhang Yuan a little dissatisfied. Muttering, I agreed with Yang Ye's donkey cart for a monthly subscription. So let me walk. The food spent in vain. Yang Yi had to jump out of the car and walk, allowing Zhang Yuan to drive. Su Convergence has already gotten used to it. People in this world are like that. They have to calculate everything and refuse to eat any loss at all. He himself does not need to walk, riding the mine horse, which he let Pu Rin go to the market to buy back a spare, mainly for the mine emergency. In addition to him, other people cannot public horse for private use. You're all working as overseers, and you don't even have a donkey, and you have to walk to and from work, and word gets out that I'm treating you poorly. Su Convergence had just broken through the bone refining stage and was in a good mood. He waved his hand. Let's do this. Pu Rin will go to the granary tomorrow and branch out some silver, put it on my personal account, and go to the market to buy 3 donkeys and come back, as if it was a gift from me to you. As soon as he heard that he could receive a donkey, Zhang Yuan immediately smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Convergence Brothers' monthly salary of 20 taels per month, as well as a variety of additional income. There are fewer women in the family, and it is simply not possible to spend it all. Does it matter to you if you can't spend it all? Su Convergence rolled his eyes in his heart. Among a team, there is a need for someone like Pu Rin who can do things, and there is also a need for someone like Zhang Yuan to keep an eye on Pu Rin, and this is a little bit of Zhang Yuan's value. Lin Shofeng hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Su." Pu Rin, however, frowned a little. "Steward Su, I don't think that's a good idea. You're using your personal belongings on the mines, and if it goes on for a long time, there will be problems." Su Convergence said, "It's fine. It's just this once. It won't happen again, and it's impossible for me to subsidize you with my own belongings on a regular basis." Pu Rin thought about it and said no more. Yang Yi was a bit anxious, looking at Su Convergence every now and then, opening his mouth to speak. Su Convergence laughed in his heart. Of course he knew what he was thinking. Father-in-law already has a donkey, so let's subsidize you with 10 taels of silver. Yang Yi happily said, "Many thanks to your virtuous son-in-law." To the town, one by one, Zhang Yuan, Pu Rin, and Lin Trapper left to go home. Yang Yi set up his donkey cart and followed Su Convergence. When they arrived at the gate of Su Convergence's mansion, Yang Ye's eyes glowed. "I heard 2 days ago that Xian's son-in-law moved to this side of the main street. This mansion is so big and nice. It's really a blessing for Cindy to be with Xian's son-in-law. Father-in-law is too kind. Cindy is good-looking and well-behaved. I'm very happy about it, and it's a blessing for me." Su Convergence rolled over and dismounted, intending to carry the vat off the donkey cart. Yang Yi was about to help, but when he saw that he moved it down easily by himself, he couldn't help but freeze. "Xian's son-in-law has great qi. I've been eating well lately and have been growing," Su Convergence casually explained, opened the door, and carried the vat inside. As he said in his mind, "Caney has been with me for a while. Father-in-law can come in and take a look at Caney." This should cause Yang Chanair's favorability towards him to increase further. Bearing in mind that Yang Chanair's favorability towards him had already reached 85 out of 100, almost approaching the 90 out of 100 mark, Yang Yi was a bit hesitant. "It's not too convenient, is it?" "It's okay. Cindy misses you guys too." Su Hui knew what he was concerned about. This is the way of the world. The daughter who is married off is like someone else's family. Under normal circumstances, the mother's family cannot come to visit, because it will make people misunderstand whether they are not worried about other people treating their daughters poorly, or do you want to take your daughter back? Also, there are usually several women in other people's homes, making it inconvenient to visit. "Then I'll watch for a while."
seeing that Su Convergence didn't look like he was being polite.
Yang Yi then followed him in. Su Conger smiled and called out, "Cindy, look who's here." Hearing the commotion, Wang Suiyun,
Li Finia and Yang Kaney came out from the house.
Yang Chanair was delighted and ran over,
calling out with tears in her eyes, "Father!"
Yang Yi was a bit of a handful. "Hey, good girl." As soon as she saw it was a man, Li Xiaoya went inside to avoid it. Wang Chuiyun was old enough that she didn't need to avoid it,
and walked over with the posture of an old lady.
"Elder brother Yang, you're really lucky.
Your daughter married such a capable man as my family's convergence brother."
Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Yes," and said,
"Many thanks to Sister Wang for taking care of my Cindy."
Wang Chuiyun hummed, "You really need to thank me. I really didn't treat your family Kaney poorly. Her food and clothing are the same as my family's Finya."
Yang Yi could only thank him 1,000 times.
Su Convergence tugged Wang Chuiyun,
who was about to make another speech,
away. "Old lady Wang, you should speak less. Let the father and daughter of the family talk." Wang Suiyun was a bit dissatisfied. "What's wrong with me? As the main family,
saying a few words,
can't I say anything?" Su Ming boarded up his face. "Believe it or not, I won't bring meat back in the future."
This time it restrained Wang Suiyun's lifeblood. Her old face hastened to compensate for the smile.
"Master, I'm wrong. I won't say it, okay." Yang Yi was very punctual,
and only talked to Yang Kaner for a short while before he planned to leave, and Su Jing refused to let him talk for a while longer.
So he took 2 chickens and half a basket of eggs to him.
He sent him all the way to the door and watched him leave with the donkey cart before Su Convergence closed the gate.
This scene,
Yang Chaner was watching, and when she saw Su Convergence come back, she glued herself with affection.
Su Convergence's heart was also on fire, knowing that she was moved, and it was the best moment to cultivate goodwill. "This is not." Just after dinner, after a while, Su Hui said, "It's getting late, it's time to rest."
Wang Suiyun is a person who has been there and knows this crap about men,
but did not say anything.
Li Xiaoya blankly glanced at Su Convergence and urged him to be more compassionate, then left with Wang Suiyun.
Su Convergence, who had been looking forward to this for a long time,
immediately held Yang Chanair's small hand and entered the house.
After a few times of plowing down, Yang Chanair sleepily fell asleep,
but gave Su Convergence a great surprise, and the favorability successfully stepped into the 90 out of 100 mark.
Name, Ko-Ki, rank, bone refining stage, skill, none, props, none. Remarks, Yang Chanair's favoritism towards you has reached 90 out of 100, and you have gained 1 advancement point, which can be added by choosing one of the 3 options of rank, skill, and props. There was already an advancement point added to the rank before, which required stone marrow to complete the advancement, and this current advancement point can be kept as a backup for now.
Su Convergence wasn't in a hurry to add points this time. With the gradual increase in rank, he could think about techniques and props, and it would be easier to keep an advancement point on standby.
Chapter 38, The World Beyond the Town. "Sister, I miss you so much. Why don't you come visit me anymore?"
Just as Su Convergence closed his eyes and prepared to sleep, the sound of hushed murmurs came from the back garden.
He didn't want to pay any attention to it, and anyway, the demonic shenanigans in the old well were confined and couldn't get out.
But the sound was endless, and it looked like it was having another attack, which annoyed him to no end.
Only to climb up, gently open the door and go out,
and come in the dark to the old well in the back garden,
and say in a clipped voice, "Sister, Sister is here."
The voice from the well cried out in agitation.
"Sister, I miss you so much.
Come down here and stay with me."
Of course Su Convergence wouldn't go down. "Sister, discuss something with you. Don't call out to me every other day. Otherwise, I'll never come to see you again. If you're obedient, sister, I'll come to see you every couple of days. Got it?"
The old well was quiet.
After a few moments,
only then did a resigned voice come out.
"I know, sis.
You must visit me often or I'll go crazy."
"You've gone crazy. Don't you know it yourself?"
Su Jing silently slandered in his heart.
Fine. It's a deal. I'll come see you often."
Su Convergence turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered something.
"Sister, do you know how to hide your strength?"
He didn't intend to tell the mining envoy about his promotion to the bone refining stage so soon, but, in case the mining envoy came to the mine, he would know that he had promoted to the bone refining stage. It is inevitable that the mining inspector will be upset when he finds out about the concealment. So, he needed a way to hide. The voice in the well said suspiciously,
"Hiding strength. It's very simple.
The strength is far more than others.
Other people's perception will be invalidated. With that, It cried out again.
Sister even needs to hide her strength. It seems that sister is really badly injured.
Surrounded by strong enemies. In a bad situation. I'm sorry, sister. I'm locked up. I can't get out. I can't help you. Sue Convergence said. I mean, how do you hide when your strength is far lower than others? The voice in the well wondered. How is it that my sister's strength is far below that of others? Who has such high strength? It can't be.
Su Jing really wants to throw a slipper into the well.
Say it's crazy, but sometimes it's quite smart. Cough cough. Sue Convergence pretended to cough twice.
If I'm in my peak state, of course the strength of others won't be far above me.
And isn't this me being injured right now?
So I need to hide my strength and take shelter from the wind.
The voice in the well said. Doesn't sister have many secret techniques and secret treasures?
It shouldn't be difficult to hide her strength.
Sue Convergence sighed.
My memory is damaged.
You know that. I've forgotten many of the secret methods.
And the secret treasures are lost. So pass on a few secret methods to your sister.
Will you?
The voice from the well said with shame.
Sister, I don't know anything. I'm sorry. Can't do anything? How did this demonic trickster become a monster? Sue Convergence really didn't have a clue.
It seemed that trying to obtain the secret method from it was basically impossible.
Of course, there is also the possibility that the demons and devils in the well are pretending to be crazy and want to plot against him, or trying to use him to get out of the confinement of the well. Sister is leaving and will visit you often, so be good and don't make any noise. Sue Convergence gave a final exhortation and left. Go back to the house and lay down to sleep.
The back garden was quiet, and there was no more noise from the lunatics in the old well.
The next day, Li Xiaoya, who had woken up early, made breakfast for Su Hui. After eating, Sue Convergence rode to the mine.
After briefly making the rounds and looking at the books, he left the mine and headed for Hando's mine to inquire about the stone marrow.
Come to Hando's mine, drink tea and chat.
Sue Convergence sidestepped and asked about the stone marrow.
Stone marrow?
Handu looked at him with a strange gaze.
What does Brother Sue want with this? Sue Convergence said. Truth be told, I've practiced martial arts.
And I've heard that people who practice martial arts taking stone marrow can enhance their physique and potentially break through to become a martial artist.
Handu pondered for a moment and said, Stone marrow, like ground meat, belongs to the spirit used by cultivators. It's something that can't be bought even if you have money.
Although I'm not sure what it does, but I do know where to find stone marrow.
Sue Convergence's eyes glazed over. Please also tell Han. Handu opened his mouth, wanting to speak, shook his head and said, in fact, it's actually useless to tell you. It's impossible for you to get it, unless the Lord Mining Inspector is willing to help. Sue Convergence said, Han can say whatever he wants,
but as for whether or not I can get it,
that's up to me.
Hando got up and closed the door and shut the window again. Sue Convergence's heart sank when he saw how careful he was. It seemed that it was really hard to get the stone marrow. Handu lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Brother Sue, have you ever heard what the world outside of Green Bamboo Town is like? Sue Convergence was stunned. The world outside Green Bamboo Town? He hadn't really thought about it. Never heard anyone talk about what the outside world is like. Because the families in Green Bamboo Town only have two things to do every day. One is to work to earn food, and the other is to bleed to cope with the night watchman. Survival is so difficult. How to go to the outside world? Moreover, the night patrol is a roadblock. Halfway to the road, the sky is dark. Encounter the night patrol. Then it is not the end. It is impossible to leave the Green Bamboo Town's boundary range. So what's the world like outside Green Bamboo Town? Sue Convergence wondered. Could it be that the world outside the town is any different? Hando's voice lowered even more. I'm not sure about too far away, but I went to Stone Town next door once when I was younger, and it was real different. No night watchmen there. Su Ming's eyes straightened. There's no night watchman? If the people of Green Bamboo Town knew about this, they would go crazy and flee over there. Handu said. I haven't finished my words yet. Although Stone Town doesn't have such an existence as the night watchman, it has another kind of horrible weirdness. Every family has to offer a black box, and they have to offer incense and worship it once a day in the evening, and after each worship, their body will weaken a little bit, and if they don't worship it, the black box will go crazy and suck the whole family dry. Sue Convergence sucked in a breath of cool air. This world was too damned dark. What's inside the black box? Hando said. I don't know. Just like no one knows what the night watchman looks like. Who would dare to open the black box to see? Thinking about it, Sue Convergence couldn't help but lament. The people at the bottom are just too tough. Handu said. The stone pith you want is Stone Town's specialty spirit. Just like our mines. There are many mines over in Stone Town that mine stone pith.
Su Convergence frowned. It seemed that the stone marrow was even harder to get than he had imagined. With that, he remembered what Han Du had just said. Brother Han, why did you say that the Lord Mine Inspector could get it with his help? Han Du said, Lord Mining Inspector is in charge of all the mines in our green bamboo town. It's impossible that he doesn't know the mining inspector of the stone town next door, right? It shouldn't be difficult to get stone marrow. Chapter 39. Su Ming's heart was flooded with mutterings. Only the mining inspector could get the specialty spirit stone marrow of the next stone town. If he directly asked for it from the mining inspector, would the mining inspector give it to him? Perhaps it would be given. After all, the purple jade medallion had been given, and it wasn't impossible to give the stone marrow. However, if he asked for something on his own initiative, would it cause the mine inspector to be offended? This is also something that has to be considered. The fact that the mining inspector promoted him to be the steward of the new mine and gave him a purple jade tablet for emergency use showed that he gave the mining inspector a pretty good impression. And if he took the initiative to ask for the stone chalcedony and ruined this good impression, it would be more than worth the loss. It's better to ask for help than to ask for help. It's better for me to figure it out on my own, and try not to bother the mining envoy. After careful deliberation, a decision was made in his mind. Han Du, of course, didn't know what he was thinking, and instructed, Brother Su, the world outside the town. I'll only tell you to know. You don't say anything about it, lest you invite any trouble for the two of us. Don't worry Han, I'm not a loudmouth. Su Hui smiled and nodded his head in agreement. He asked Han Du. Han went to Stone Town once before when he was young. I wonder what method he used to get there. Han Du seemed to have guessed his intentions. You don't want to go to Stone Town to get stone marrow yourself, do you? Su Convergence said seriously. I can't go bothering Lord Mining Inspector with everything. If I bother Lord Mining Inspector more often, it's inevitable that Lord Mining Inspector will think that I'm incompetent, so I want to get it on my own. Hando said. When I went back then, I followed my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Su Hui had heard that Han Du had a bit of nepotism with the current town mayor. Lord Mayor? Han Du nodded his head and sighed lightly. Back then, my sister was good-looking and married the town mayor as a youngster, and was quite favored. The mayor took care of me quite a bit, and as my sister got older and gradually fell out of favor, the mayor stopped taking care of me. So realistic. Su Hui understood. So you just went along for the ride while the town mayor was on a business trip? Han Du said. That's right, we green bamboo town to Stone Town. Although the road is not particularly far, but the mountain road is not good. A daytime certainly cannot catch up to the Stone Town. The middle of the night is bound to spend the night in the wilderness, which cannot avoid encountering the night watchman. The ordinary people will certainly be dead, cannot get to the Stone Town. The town mayor wore the identity jade tablet issued from above and was not afraid of encountering the night patrollers in order to bring me through the night in the wilderness and arrive at Stone Town without any problems. If Brother Su wishes to go to Stone Town, he must hold a jade token given from above in order to do so. And, moreover, it must be of a blue or higher grade in order for the night patrol to avoid it. Regarding the color grades of the jade medallions, Su Convergence had heard Blade Captain Lucan say that there were 9 tiers: green, blue, red, black, white, purple, silver, and gold. The purple jade medallion he had on him, which was much higher level than the blue one, could make the night rangers retreat and spend the night in the wilderness with no problem. And he was perfectly capable of reaching Stone Town. How do you get stone marrow when you go to Stone Town? To this question, Su Convergence did not ask. Han Du did not say. The two people unspoken, decided not to talk about this. Only the mines in Stone Town had stone marrow, and there was no other way but to steal or rob it. This must have violated Stone Town's rules. In the event that Su Jing was caught, Su Jing would have to bear the consequences on his own. So he didn't ask Han Du, and Han Du couldn't possibly give him tips on how to steal or rob so that he wouldn't be implicated. He knew that by telling him this, Hando had already sold him a favor. By noon, Su Convergence ate lunch at Hando's mine and then excused himself. Going to the mines in Stone Town to steal the stone marrow is definitely risky, but the stone marrow is the raw material for me to advance to the marrow refining stage. If I don't have the stone marrow, my rank will be stuck in the bone refining stage forever. So even if there is a risk I have to make the trip, to be on the safe side, I'll have to wait a while before I can go to Stone Town. At the very least after the mining inspector has received me into the ebony cult, and with my ebony cult status, I'll have an extra layer of insurance. Back to the mine. After a brief round, he returned to the stone house to drink tea and wait for the next work. The position of mine steward is just so boring. If other people knew what Su Hui's thoughts were, They would have cursed. Nitama's sitting there without any pain in the back. He doesn't have to do anything every day, but he can receive 20 taels of monthly salary, and there are all kinds of extra income from the mines, and if he has his eye on a woman from any family, he can get it in one sentence. Come on, let's change positions. I'll be the steward. You do the work. Day by day, Su Jie grinds away at the mines during the day, and only works hard when he returns home at night. Occasionally will go to Li Chun Fong, looking for Chun Tao. See how Chun Tao's song and dance learning. Looking at it, cannot help but hug into the house. Really have the potential to become a flower leader. Too tempting. Also went to Pei's house to make a return visit, saying that he was thanking Pei Hong for sending the tiger bone and tiger whip wine. In reality, without moving, he shot a look at Pei Zhaoxi, the little chili pepper. Pei Zhaoxi coldly turned her little face and turned her head to the side, ignoring him. However, the next day, Pei Zhaoxi came to the mine stone house wearing a cloak, letting Su Convergence taste the spicy flavor to his heart's content again. What made Su Ming feel strange was that he couldn't view Pei Zhaoxi's favorability towards him. Could it be that Pei Zhaoxi's favorability towards me is too low and hasn't reached a certain standard, so she can't view it? Su Ming could only guess like this. After all, his relationship with Pei Zhaoxi at the very beginning was not a relationship between you and me. Where was there any goodwill to speak of? And so it was. After 10 days or so, it should be almost time to tell the mine inspector about reaching the bone refining stage. Su Convergence took out the purple jade tablet and focused his thoughts on it as the mining inspector had said. Wordlessly, the purple jade plaque glowed. What is it? Came the clear girlish voice of the mine inspector. A fox charming child is such a voice. If it is incarnated, does it take the form of a young girl? Su Convergence couldn't think about it in time, and busily said, my subordinate has something to report. The Lord Mining Inspector said that when my subordinate reaches the bone refinement stage, he will guide my subordinate into the E-cult. And just a moment ago, my subordinate broke through to the bone refining stage. The purple jade plaque was quiet for a few moments before White Fox's voice came out. I'll come over later. Su Convergence then waited. Not much longer. A white shadow appeared in the bushes and jumped from the windowsill into the house. It was the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy. Its soulful eyes gazed at Su Convergence. Judging from the chi and blood in your body as well as the bone bits, it has truly reached the bone refining stage. Su Ming felt a chill running down his body. This bit of his minuscule Dao skills really couldn't be hidden in front of a cultivator with a high level of cultivation. Your talent is very high. It's only been half a month since you last reached the tendon refining stage before you broke through to the bone refining stage. Your cultivation speed is no slower than some of the geniuses in our sect. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy's words made Su Convergence's heart flutter. His decision was right. It was fortunate that he hadn't told the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy 10 days ago. That would have been too shocking. Not even the geniuses of the Ebony cult are that fast. Like that? Come with me, and I will receive you into the Eboshi cult. The White Fox twisted and leapt out the window. In order not to be seen, Su Convergence had to follow through the window and leave the mine. Chapter 40, The World is Too Complicated. Su Ming followed the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy as he weaved through the bushes. But of course it was the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy who had intentionally slowed down his speed, or else he definitely wouldn't have been able to keep up. Over the mountains, he ran for about 20 miles. Coming into the middle of a valley, the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy stopped. Is the Ebony cult in this mountain lump? Doubts flooded Su Convergence's mind. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy raised his small paw and swung out a white light. Buzz! Su Hui felt the ground tremble slightly, and a magical door suddenly appeared in the valley. Crystal clear, as if it was glazed. It's the knot. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy casually said something and walked through the door first. Su Convergence was busy following in. He felt a flash in front of his eyes. The valley instantly changed scenery. Trees and weeds all disappeared, replaced by an ancient pool. The moss along the edge of the pool was as long as a woman's hair and looked a little spooky, and the water was a milky white color, as if it were a pool of milk. The White Fox Mine Ranger said, "You go into the pool and sit on your knees." Why is that? Su Convergence wondered. Could it be that you need to take a bath before entering the Ebony sect? White Fox glanced at him. We, the Ebony sect, everyone uses a bilocation. To join the sect in a bilocation, we don't need to know each other's true identity. The water in this pool is the flesh of the earth melted down, and sitting in the pool, you can congeal a bilocation. Got it. Su Convergence's eyes went straight. The Ebony sect was full of doppelgangers? To put it in a fashionable way, are they all vests? He now finally knew the function of a spiritual substance like earth flesh, which was actually used to condense a split body. Lord Mining Inspector, Are you also a doppelganger condensed from the flesh of the earth? Su Convergence asked tentatively. The White Fox mining envoy said, that's for sure. Su Convergence was curious. Lord Mine Inspector. Who is his true identity? White Fox said, didn't I tell you? Between each other, there is no need to know the true identity. However, you know my true identity, but I don't know your true identity. It's not fair. Su Jing's heart was non-committal, just like chatting with an internet user. He had turned on the camera, but the other party was typing to chat with him. Seemingly seeing his thoughts, White Fox faintly said, I could be the daughter of your neighbor's family, or I could be an old man who is 80 years old, or I could be someone from the Su family, the Pei family, or the Fong family, and it's not ruled out that I'm from Pingyang County City, or it's even possible that I'm a high-ranking figure in the Yu dynasty. Is it possible that it's Sister Finya? Su Jing thought silently in his heart. Cindy, Chun Tao, or Pei Jiaoxi, or, perhaps, Wang Cueyun? My god, Wang Cueyun is actually a deeply hidden expert? Su Jing was a bit skeptical. This world was too complicated. The water was too deep. He wants to go home. White Fox said, I'm telling you this to make you realize that after joining the sect, don't trust anyone but me, not even the sect leader. Su Convergence nodded. I'll remember. White Fox instructed. One more thing. Don't ask about other people's true identities. Otherwise, it will easily cause misunderstandings. Su Convergence could only nod again. White Fox said, go ahead and condense your own detachment. Su Convergence couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions and took a step into the pool, sitting down on his knees. Wait a few moments. Milky white water bubbled as if it were boiling, but the temperature didn't rise and it wasn't really boiling. The small white particles in the pool water began to converge and gradually formed a mass, and immediately afterward, the mass of white particles melted into one and stretched outward, transforming into a white cat, only with somewhat empty and lifeless eyes. This white cat is my doppelganger? Su Convergence had a feeling of being connected by blood. The White Fox Patrol mining envoy said, by dropping blood on the brow location of the doppelganger, you can control it as you wish. Su Hui bit his finger and dripped blood onto the white cat's brow. Moment. The drop of blood didn't go in. The white cat's empty eyes took on a shine. Two bodies controlled by one mind. What a strange feeling. Su Ming stepped out of the pool, followed by a white cat at his feet. The white cat's stride was stiff and wobbly, as if he had just learned to walk. He wasn't used to having two minds at once. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy said, slowly get used to it. Your main body can go back to the mine. Just pretend that you haven't been here. The bilocation will just follow me. Su Convergence had to leave and return to the mine, leaving the white cat here. Follow me. The White Fox twisted and walked slowly, knowing that Su Convergence wasn't quite ready to control the white cat doppelganger. Step out of the valley's boundaries. Again, weaving through the woods, over the mountain. The white cat doppelganger Su Convergence was controlling gradually became a bit more skillful, and he felt that it was quite interesting. The first thing is the vision. He was now in the perspective of a cat, such a small one that if he didn't look up, all he could see was the uneven ground. But although he was looking down, he was looking so closely that even a speck of dust flying past him was clearly visible. Then there's agility. The cat's body is so flexible that he can climb cliffs with ease, and his reflexes are so fast that a mosquito suddenly flies past in front of him, and he can catch it with a casual paw. Lastly, there is physical strength. The strength of the detachment condensed by the spirit's earthly flesh was very good, not at all inferior to his bone-refining stage physique, and even exceeding it a bit. Seeing that he was becoming more and more skillful, White Fox sped up. A fox and a cat darted up through the mountains. I don't know how far I went. About 45 miles into the deep woods, Su Convergence saw a desolate ancient temple with a strange, broken statue standing. The White Fox led him into the ancient temple. A stone door slowly rose and a fox and a cat stepped through. The ground was downward and it was obvious that this was a tunnel. In the midst of the tunnels, a green fire burned at every distance. As he walked, Su Convergence's eyes opened up to a dark stone-walled hall, in which stood an ancient nine-colored altar that looked eerie. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy led Su Convergence's doppelganger, the white cat, up to the nine-colored altar. Wordlessly, the nine-colored altar lit up with a purple glow. What is it? An old voice came from nowhere, as if it was separated by a distant space and time, and as if it was surrounding his ears. White Fox said, I receive the newcomers and enter the ebony cult. A pale voice, quiet for a moment, followed by the sound, granted. With a snap, three things suddenly appeared in front of Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger, a blue jade tablet,
a wooden tablet made of an unknown material, and a small volume of bamboo slips.
Grab your stuff and go. White Fox twisted around and walked off the altar. This is into the barbaric religion? Su Hui was a little confused. He tried, with 2 paws to hold bad walking, only to open his mouth to carry these 3 things. Follow the White Fox out of the tunnel and out of the ancient temple. White Fox stopped walking and turned back to look at him. I know there are many things you don't understand in your heart, so I'll start by saying that if there's anything else you don't understand you can ask. The Blue Jade Tablet is your status tier in the Ebony Sect. Our Ebony Sect has 9 colors of status tiers, divided into green, blue, red, black, white, purple, silver, and gold. Green is the bottom feeder. Cyan is a bottom feeder with a bit of status. The blue color is for freshly initiated disciples. Red is for disciples who have been initiated for 3 years. Black and white are disciples who have practiced. Violet is a disciple who has already been released from the master, and who has practiced the feats of the Razor's teachings to the point of great completion. Silver is an elder. Jean is the head teacher, or the supreme elder. Purple Jade Brand is an outgoing disciple? Su Convergence blinked his eyes, finally understanding the White Fox Mining Patrol Envoy's status tier in the Ebony Sect. To have practiced the Ebony Sect's main cultivation technique to its great completion? Seems awesome. Of course, it also depended on the difficulty of the main cultivation technique of the Eboshi cult. White Fox said, the wooden plate has your position written on it. That is, the position of this white cat doppelganger of yours. This is something you have to remember. What your main body should do is still what you do. It has nothing to do with the doppelganger. Su Ming put down the 3 things in his mouth. His little paw grabbed the wooden plate and looked at it. Seeing that it was engraved with the words Pingyang County Picket Envoy, he couldn't help but ask, what is the position of a picket in Pinyin County? The White Fox was stunned and seemed a bit surprised as well. It took Su Convergence's wooden tablet and looked at it. Strange. Freshly initiated disciples are usually assigned small, idle positions in the town. How could you be given such a high position as a picket envoy in Pingyang County? You're still asking me. Who am I going to ask? Su Convergence was speechless. So, what exactly is the position of Pingyang County's picket envoy? White Fox handed the wooden sign back to him. It means that the whole of Pingyang County, if you can't see eye to eye, you can control it. It's similar to picking a fight. Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger stumbled on its feet and almost fell to the ground. What? He thought he had an ear problem. He's just a small transparent at the bone refining stage. A new disciple who has just been initiated. And he's allowed to picket the entire Pingyang County? Chapter 41. Can we retire this position? Instead of feeling a little happy, Su Jing felt cold and shivered. Strength and position. A serious mismatch. In such a big county as Pingyang, the slightest breeze can drown him out. And he dares to picket anyone? You can't retire from a position that's already been scheduled from above. White Fox thought for a moment and said, I'm your receiver. You can report to me for anything. And for the above to arrange for this position to be given to you is actually the same as arranging for it to be given to me. Su Convergence drifted off, probably understanding. Lord Mining Envoy is an outgoing disciple, so it's reasonably impossible for you to take up such a small position as Green Bamboo Town's Mining Envoy, and the above is meant to give Lord Mining Envoy an extra burden? White Fox said, that's right, the above originally intended to arrange a higher position for me, but my original body is too busy, flawless to distract the matter of raising the religion. I refused to be promoted, preferring to stay in Green Bamboo Town, as a mining patrol envoy to leisure, and now that I have received you into the religion, the above simply added a higher position to you, which in fact, is the same as a disguise to give me an additional position. Su Convergence felt that this wooden tablet was a hot potato. Then please ask Lord Mine Inspector to take it. White Fox said, no need to give me, you keep it yourself. When you encounter things that can't be solved, you can report to me, I will step in and solve it. You don't have enough strength, try not to pick at others is. Su Convergence's gaze brightened. I see, as long as I don't do anything, then I won't offend anyone. White Fox glanced at him and said, in the short term, there is nothing wrong with this. After a long time, it definitely won't work. The above found out that you didn't do your duty to picket and will definitely be held accountable. You still have to work hard to improve your strength. If you have enough strength, you won't be afraid of offending others. Su Convergence nodded his head, agreeing with the statement that no matter what the status or position, strength was the main thing. The White Fox raised its small paw and pointed to the third thing that was sent to Su Convergence from above, which was a small roll of bamboo slips. This is the gongfu given to you from above. The main body can practice it. and the bilocation can practice it as well. Of course, if you have a better gongfu, you can choose not to practice it. There is no imposition from above. Practice. How can you not practice?
Su Convergence wasn't like these vestigial trumpets of the ebony cult, each one of them mysterious in their own right. He was a pure trumpet in his own right. He was worried about his skills and props, so how could he not practice? Immediately, he used his little paw to peel open the bamboo slip, only to see that it was densely engraved with small flyhead characters. He couldn't understand a single sentence. After all, he was someone who relied on his golden fingers to cultivate, and he didn't understand the cultivator's techniques at all. Su Convergence asked if he didn't understand. I don't have a better gong method. I want to practice this gong method. Please ask the mining inspector to teach me. White Fox swept a glance at the bamboo slip and said strangely, "This is just an introductory chapter of a sword technique. It's very simple. Can't you even read this? Then how do you normally cultivate? How do you reach the bone refining stage?" Of course, it's the shattered consciousness cultivation. Su Hui was embarrassed. When I was a child, I received guidance from a passing martial artist, and then I relied on myself to figure out how to cultivate. But in fact, I don't really know much about cultivation. The White Fox's gaze was strange. You cultivated like this and broke through to the bone refining stage in just half a month. It seems that I still underestimated your talent. It pointed to the sword technique on the bamboo slip and explained it word for word to Su Convergence. If you looked from a distance, you would see a white fox and a white cat coming together, looking down at the ground and yakking about something. White Fox's explanation was very detailed and thorough, but Su Hui was completely at cultivation white. Not even the most basic acupuncture points, meridians, transportation of energy, so he listened to the clouds, found the first volume of the Windbreaker sword technique. Is it included? Just as he was worried about how to learn this sword technique, a light curtain prompt appeared in front of him. Su Convergence surprise, it turns out that you don't need to practice at all. You can just include it. What are you waiting for? He mentally mumbled. Inclusion. Included successfully. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, Bone Refining Stage. Technique, the Windbreaker Sword Technique. Volume 1. Props, none. Remarks, you have mastered the first volume of the Windbreaker Sword Technique. And when you have the complete Windbreaker Sword Technique, you can choose to add points to advance and raise the grade of the sword technique. Seeing Su Convergence listening to listen to not listen to, baffled out of sight appearance. The White Fox a little angry. My body is very busy. Let this White Fox split mine to guide you into the razor teachings, but also explain to you the cultivation of the matter. You just like this? Su Convergence came back to his senses and hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, Lord Mining Inspector. Just now my main body was a bit of a mess, causing this white cat of mine to separate its mind for a bit. Knowing that he was not yet skilled at using two minds at once, White Fox did not blame him anymore and continued to explain to him. Su Convergence said, I seem to have learned. White Fox was stunned. Did you learn it before I finished speaking? Practice it once and I'll see. Su Convergence had to pick up a dead branch from the ground with his little paw. Then, straightened up the cat, practiced up. Watching a sword wind sweep up the fallen leaves all over the ground, the White Fox's soulful eyes glowed with a strange color. Your talent is, indeed, high. It's also because the Lord Mine Inspector taught me well, allowing me to be enlightened, so that I could comprehend this sword technique so quickly. Su Convergence let out a cat laugh and slapped a fox fart in the process. White Fox grunted softly. Don't give me that. Do you have any more questions to ask? Su Jing did still have many questions in his heart, and he simply asked them in one breath. This ancient temple, it doesn't look like the main altar of the Ebony sect. Where is the main altar of the Ebony sect? Also, the above gave him the position of Picket Envoy of Pingyang County, so it seems that the sphere of influence of the Ebony cult must be not only Green Bamboo Town, but also includes the whole of Pingyang County? And then there was the question of what was the origin of the night watchman that had been troubling him. Am I asking too much? Su Convergence was a bit embarrassed. If it's not convenient for me to know, then forget it. White Fox said, you are already a disciple of the Ebony sect and can know this. The Eboshi Church does not have a main altar, but only sub-altars in various places, which are used to receive initiations, promotions or rewards and punishments, as well as to report on the affairs of various places. The sphere of influence of the Ebenezer Church is not clearly delineated because the forces are so intertwined that it is difficult to distinguish which territory belongs to whom. If one had to divide it up, Pingyang County would definitely be dominated by the Ebony sect, and even, in terms of the entire Taishu province, the Ebony sect was a fairly significant force. In addition to the Mossy prefecture of the Yu dynasty, There are also sub-branches of the Yi sect that exist in some places in the Liang, Qian, and Yu dynasties. Su Convergence was mesmerized by what he heard. It was the first time he knew the vague outlines of the world. White Fox said, "As for the Green Bamboo Town's night watchmen, they are actually the heirs of the Sisol sect. The Sisol sect negotiated some terms with our Ebony sect, and rented a few towns in Pingyang County to raise their heirs, placing them in Stone Town to absorb the life breath in infancy, and placing them in this side of Green Bamboo Town to absorb the blood chi as a child." Su Convergence's cat eyes widened. So the Green Bamboo Town's night watchman was, to put it bluntly, the soul of a phantom sect child? Black. This world is so damn dark. The common man in every household may not understand the nature and truth of this world until he dies. Chapter 42. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy seemed to be a bit addicted. Is there anything else you want to know? You might as well ask it all at once, and save yourself the trouble of asking about it later. Su Convergence was speechless. Those questions just now had already helped him unravel the fog of Green Bamboo Town, giving him a rough idea of what kind of existence the Ebony cult was, and the origin of the Night Patrolman. But his circle of contacts was still too small, and for a moment, he didn't know what to ask. After thinking about it, he finally remembered a very important question. By the way, I only know the skin refining stage, tendon refining stage, bone refining stage, and marrow refining stage of a martial artist. What level is further up? The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy said. Bright strength, dark strength, harmonization strength, Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Dongxian, Divine Illumination, returning to void, and returning to truth. Is there anything else you want to know? Su Convergence felt that it was really addicted, and it probably liked the feeling of teaching in being a teacher. It was a question and answer session that brought them closer together. It's not just a simple hierarchical relationship anymore. It's a little more human. Can I take the liberty of asking if you're a man or a woman? By the sound of your clear voice you must be a woman. Female. Can we meet? You're not worthy. Leaving behind the white cat that froze in place, White Fox twisted and turned into a white shadow, disappearing into the jungle. Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger opened his mouth to carry the 3 items and entered the forest, pondering over them as he walked. This White Fox Mining Patrol envoy. Her true identity, I can probably guess a little bit. Female, not very old, but very strong, should be a female genius of some big power. The Ebony cult are all vestigial trumpets, not knowing each other's true identities. The water is too deep, and I, a vestigial trumpet, will have to follow the customs of the land, and try not to associate with the main body, to prevent people from knowing my true identity. This is, well, important. Everyone in the Eboshi sect joins the sect as an incarnation, like an anonymous group where no one knows who they are. So wouldn't it be embarrassing if only his identity card and home address were exposed? Embarrassment is still a minor thing. It's the other consequences that are the most feared. It must be known that among so many vestigial trumpets of the Ebony sect there must be some wicked and ferocious people, demons and devils. If his identity was exposed and he was touched at home, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cautious and cautious again. Careful and cautious again. Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger murmured in his heart. It was like a white shadow, weaving quickly through the jungle, coming under a large tree. The 2 little paws plowed through the soil, dug a hole, and buried the 3 items they were carrying in their mouths. With that done, he left the area, found a hole in a tree, burrowed in, curled up in a corner, closed his eyes, and went into hibernation. After an hour or so, Su Convergence's main body came from the mine to the tree where he had buried the items and dug out 3 things, the Blue Jade Tablet, the Pingyang County Picket Ambassador's Token, and the first volume of the Windbreaker Sword Technique. He put away the Blue Jade Token and the first volume of the Windbreaker Sword Technique, tied a rope around the Pingyang County Picket Envoy's Token, and reburied it in the pit. This token could only be used by the White Cat Doppelganger. He definitely couldn't use it himself. Otherwise, he would directly expose his identity. A rope was tied on for the White Cat Doppelganger to hang around his neck to make it easier to go on missions later. That done, he left quietly, back to the mine. It was almost dark. Wrap it up and open the barn. Su converged with an announcement. After the miners lined up to receive their grain and left, the 4 overseers cheerfully brought over 4 black donkeys, as well as Su Hui's horse. Zhang Yuan, Pu Rin, and Lin Shofeng were happy to have the black donkey, so of course they were excited. Yang Yi got 10 taels of silver because he already had a black donkey himself, so of course he was happy. Su Convergence reached out and took the horse's reins from Yang Yi. Tell you guys something, these days,
I have something to do and can't come to the mine.
The mine will be left to you to take care of.
I hope that when I come back, I won't see any messes occurring.
He was going to make a trip to Stone Town to get stone marrow. After joining the Ebony sect, his vision was opened up, cognizant of the vastness of the world, clear of his own insignificance, which reinforced his idea of enhancing his strength. Only by constantly forging ahead could he have a place in this bizarre and rampant chaotic world.
Pu Rin just wanted to speak.
Zhang Yuan patted his chest and spoke first.
Don't worry, I'll watch over the mines for you,
and make sure nothing goes wrong.
I'm very uneasy.
Su Convergence reached out,
designating Pu Rin. During the days I'm not here,
the mine will still be mainly in Pu Rin's charge. Pu Rin hurriedly bowed and cupped his fists. Many thanks to Steward Su for his trust.
Zhang Yuan is very dissatisfied. Convergence brother? This saying is good. Fight pro brother.
On the battlefield father and son soldiers.
We too but grew up together with the hair little brother. Mind to me what is not assured. Don't you have any idea? Su Convergence knows him too well. On his little man's virtue, if the mine is given to him, there will be at least two messes. 1. Will certainly find ways to embezzle a lot of money from the mine. The second, will certainly use power for color, scourge a lot of women in the miner's home.
Lin Shoufeng is too young and too green to be a great man.
Yang Yi,
on the other hand, is a good old boy who doesn't want to offend anyone and isn't good enough to stand alone.
Only Pu Rin, who had the ability and vigor,
and most of all knew how to discipline himself,
even after becoming an overseer, did not add women to his family. Even Yang Yi, an honest man, knew that he had gotten a young woman to go home, but Pu Rin did not,
so it can be seen that his heart is farsighted,
enterprising, and does not want to indulge in the current enjoyment. Among Green Bamboo Town, the people at the bottom lived from day to day, and people with ambitions and aspirations like Pu Rin were really too rare. Su Convergence had a high regard for Pu Rin, and a good polish in the mines might be useful in the future. Back home,
Su Convergence said that he had received a notice from above that he needed to travel for a few days,
and unsurprisingly, Li Xiaoya, Yang Kaney,
and Wang Suiyun were all very worried, their instinctive fear of the outside world filled with the unknown. Of course, there must be a slight difference between the concerns of the three men. Li Xiaoya and him have a deep conjugal bond, even to the point of life and death. Li Xiaoya's worry is the purest worry.
Yang Kane's worry, in addition to his feelings with him,
may also be mixed with a little other thoughts.
In case something happens to him,
the loss of the current life of abundance of food and clothing,
as well as Yang Kane's family, is also a return to the liberation of the past. Wang Suiyun's worry is also very pure without feelings.
She's just worried that if something happens to him,
who's going to give her old age? You have to give me meat every day.
Don't worry. I'm carrying a jade tablet issued from above.
Even the night patrol has to back off. Nothing will happen.
It took a good deal of comforting from Su Convergence to make the three of them feel slightly more at ease.
This night, Li Xiaoya,
who might still have some worried feelings in her heart,
was very active and spontaneous.
Su Convergence was pleasantly surprised. It was rare for Sister Finya to be like this.
After a long time, Li Xiaoya's emotions were finally eased, and softly said, "Be safe on the road. I'll wait for you back at home."
"Aha,"
Su Rui answered. Chapter 43, Traveling to Stone Town. The next day, early morning, after having breakfast,
Su Convergence set off with a sharp knife and some dried meat in addition to the purple jade tag and blue jade tag that he carried with him.
Riding out of town,
he headed in the direction of Stone Town. Since no one had been to the other towns and there were no maps or anything like that, he didn't know the roads at all and had to go by a general direction. Handu followed the mayor to Stone Town once when he was in his teens, but it was too long ago, and it was impossible to remember how to travel over 100 miles of mountain roads, so Su Convergence had to rely on himself.
Aim it in that direction,
and as long as you don't go off course, you're sure to get there. Su Hui was sort of a roadie, but he had his own little wits about him. For example, now he takes a trail that veers to the left,
and when he waits for the next intersection,
he takes a trail that veers to the right. If the deviation to the left is large, he will take 2 consecutive mountain roads to the right as directional compensation, or directional correction. In this way, it is always aligned with the center axis of the direction. Even if it ends up being a little off, it won't be off by too much. The woods. The white cat doppelganger, who was huddled in a tree hole in hibernation, suddenly opened his eyes and began to move as well. It first came to the tree under which the Pingyang County Picket Ambassador's token was buried, and with its 2 small paws pulled away the soil, it dug out the token tied with a rope and hung the rope around its neck, while afterward, it followed far away in the direction where Su Convergence had gone. It's just in case. In case Su Convergence was caught by the mining inspector on the Stone Town side while stealing stone marrow in Stone Town.
It could use its Pingyang County Picket Envoy's power to bail it out a bit. Pingyang County Picket. Theoretically speaking,
Pingyang County within the scope of anything can be inserted into a hand. But also with the above snitch, so that the above to send experts to support, etc. The authority is very large. Enough to scare the Stone Town of the mining inspector. To step in to protect a person who steals the marrow of the stone.
Surely no problem. This face must be given.
Of course,
it was best not to use the white cat doppelganger if you could, because once you did, it would be easy to expose your true identity. So the white cat diversion is just an insurance policy. Su Convergence rode his horse down the mountain road and saw many tenant farmer men bending over the fields, several overseers walking back and forth on the ridge, and those who were found to be working slowly were given a whip. All of the fields in Green Bamboo Town were in the hands of the three major households, so it didn't take much thought to realize that these overseers must be the people sent by the three major households. The vast majority of the grain from the three major households must definitely be turned over to the Ebony Sect's great granary. To put it bluntly, the three major households are just acting as agents of the Ebony Sect in charge of all the fields in Green Bamboo Town. He was now an initiated disciple of the Ebony Sect, standing tall, seeing far, and seeing things from a different perspective. Leaving the range of 30 to 40 miles from Green Bamboo Town, it gradually began to be desolate, and the grass and mangroves were so thick that the road became poorly traveled, and there wasn't even much of a road. Su Jia only dismounted and led his horse away. This is supposed to be no man's land, to keep people from leaving town.
People have to spend their lives trapped in small towns,
like cattle and horses, working their heads off every day, and giving blood to the night watchman to survive. You can see from this how black the rabbinical religion is, and how it completely disregards people as human beings.
No man's land doesn't even have robbers or mountain bandits because no one gives them a chance to rob them.
And, at night,
you have to worry about encountering the night rangers. And even if you build a wooden hut here with a cup of blood at the door, it's useless because the night rangers in no man's land aren't subject to a cup of blood, and they'll just suck people dry. Su Convergence had saved himself the trouble of having to dispatch the mountain thieves and robbers. He had cleaned up several waves of mountain thieves and robbers along the way, and when he arrived at the no man's land, it was in turn quiet.
Eyes on noon.
He picked up some dead branches, built a fire, and roasted the jerky until it was moist with oil before eating it.
After lunch, he continued in the direction of Stone Town.
The vines were intertwined and the grass was overgrown, and it was too difficult to lead the horse, so he had no choice but to tie the horse to a tree trunk, intending to ride it back when he returned, provided, of course, that the horse wasn't eaten by any fierce beasts. After 30 miles or so, it was dark. Su Convergence shot a pheasant and roasted it for dinner, cut some hay and spread it under an old tree for a nest. The result was tossing and turning, hard to sleep. He understood why he couldn't sleep, because he's used to having a woman every night. It's a wonder he can sleep when he's alone all of a sudden. If only Pei Xiaoxi that little chili was here. Su Convergence climbed up and washed his face, drying out for the night, lying down and rambling. It was too torturous. Anyway, he has good eyesight and can see in the night. Moreover, with his bone-refining stage strength here, he wasn't afraid of wild beasts. Phew! Suddenly, a sinister wind came wandering through the mountains and forests, coming this way towards Su Convergence, and the purple jade plaque in his arms emitted a glowing purple light. The cloudy wind immediately stopped. That is, it turned around and wandered elsewhere. Although there was a distance, Su Hui's eyesight still saw that it was a black mist, presenting the appearance of a girl's face, with a long red tongue hanging down, very oozing. So the night watchman looks like this. Su Convergence wasn't flustered at all. Perhaps this was where the strength and status brought about the bottom line. He rushed through the darkness of the mountains in the dark, walking to the middle of the night, really a little sleepy, find a random place to lie down and sleep. When he slept until he was drowsy, he vaguely felt the purple jade plaque in his arms glowing, as if something unclean was approaching. Soon, the purple jade sign went black, and apparently the unclean thing was scared off by such a high-color tier identity sign. The next day, Su gathered up, ate some jerky, and continued in the direction of Stone Town. After another 34 miles of no man's land, the road was finally seen, and so were the people. Sharecropper men laboring in the fields, and overseers with whips in their hands, patrolling the ridges. This place looks like it's not much different from Green Bamboo Town, and the fields here should be controlled by large families as well. Old brother, 15 taels of silver for your donkey. For sale? Su Jing called out to a man leading a donkey cart and casually took out 15 taels of silver.
In Green Bamboo Town,
The usual price of a donkey is 12 or 13 taels.
15 taels must be a high price.
I don't know how the prices are in this place.
They should be about the same.
Really? Having earned a few taels of silver for nothing, the man was of course happy, and as if he was afraid that Su Hui would back out, he hastily took the silver and gave up the donkey cart.
Su Convergence unhooked the donkey cart, mounted the donkey and left.
I don't want the cart frame, you pull it back. Take a few steps. Su Convergence suddenly turned back and asked,
I'm looking for work from the village to the town. How far is it from here to our town in Stone Town?
The man pointed in the direction.
30 miles or so. Looks like it's Stone Town all right.
Su Convergence clipped his donkey and trotted up,
looked at the back of the donkey boy far away.
The man could not help but mutter,
still looking for work to do it. Do not blink an eye on the 15 taels to buy donkeys. The loss of a full 3 taels and a half still do not know. I think it is a little cute. Stole the family's money and ran out of it.
Chapter 44, Planning and then moving.
To the stone town of the town. See the households closed. Only a few stores open. Only men on the street. Cannot see a woman. Apparently, the stone town also has a woman cannot go out in the daytime taboos. Su Jing walked into a restaurant intending to have lunch,
and one look at the fly-flecked food really didn't give him an appetite.
From the restaurant out,
he turned into the greenhouse, ordered a table of food and wine to eat. Like this high-grade place's food is obviously better than the restaurant.
At least some clean.
The face painted like a monkey's as pimp one after another to introduce him to the girl. Su Jing just buried his head to eat. Look at all the lazy look and refused. This makes the old bod full of grievances.
Master which come to our place to eat only do not look for the girl. This let us how to do business.
Just earn this a little bit of money for food and wine. We shall not close down the business.
Thinking about it, Su Convergence casually pulled out an ingot of silver and threw it over. Following Pei Heng's tone, don't bother me.
With the money for the food and drinks and the money to find a girl, the pimp immediately smiled and stopped bothering Su Convergence.
My people are already in Stone Town. How can I get the stone marrow? After the meal, Su Convergence drank tea and pondered.
He'd thought about it before he'd come, and now he was just reviewing his plan for any mistakes.
In fact, it was not possible to talk about any plan, but only improvise,
because he knew too little about stone marrow, and had only heard Han Du say that stone marrow was the same as ground meat, and was also a spiritual substance extracted from the mine.
In Green Bamboo Town's mines, once the ground meat is found, the steward will immediately close the mine, and then, send someone to report to the mining envoy, who will come and directly take away the ground meat.
If this is the same process for Stone Town's stone marrow, then I need to take it away within the short time it appears and before the mining inspector arrives. Su Convergence knew that the timing of the strike was important. If we waited for the mining inspector to arrive and then looted it, it would be no different from giving away our heads. With his strength at the bone refining stage, he would definitely not be able to defeat the Stone Town's mining patrol envoy. Even if the Stone Town's mining patrol envoy did not have such a high level of strength as the White Fox mining patrol envoy. After all, the mining inspector was a position in charge of all the mines in a town, so it was impossible that he didn't have the strength of the bone refining stage, right? The stewards of the mines are usually ordinary people, so as long as I grasp the timing well, the success rate of taking away the stone marrow is still very high. Su Convergence wasn't worried about looting. What worried him was when the stone marrow would appear. How long do you wait for it to show up? He couldn't have waited so long in Stone Town if it was like the ground meat, which only appeared every few years. There's no point in thinking in vain here. There's still some field work to be done before a complete plan can be formulated. Su Convergence left the greenhouse, inquired with someone about the location of the nearest mine, and rode a donkey to it. When I arrived at the mine, I saw the rambling miners working, and the overseer walking around to supervise. The fastest way to understand the mysteries of the Stone Town mines is to just grab a steward and ask him. Su Convergence came to the high ground and observed the mine, staying far away, his eyes fixed on the rooms of the mine, where the steward was supposed to go through the books, and he waited up patiently. After waiting for almost half an hour or so, a middle-aged man was seen walking out from the house. This middle-aged man's clothes, as well as the aura on his body, were obviously different from the supervisors and the miners, and should undoubtedly be the steward of this mine. Just you. Su converged on the chosen target, only to see that the middle-aged man made a brief tour of the mine, then had a horse brought over and rolled onto it, seemingly leaving the mine, probably looking for fun. This made Su Convergence a bit amused. He himself was a steward, and he knew too much about the steward's workday routine, and it was normal for him to be idle and go out to have fun during his workday.
As for what kind of fun defined is unclear.
Everyone's hobbies are different.
Han do hobbies to listen to music. Su Convergence likes to love hobby women. This mine steward doesn't know what his hobbies are. Su Convergence followed this middle-aged man on a donkey. The middle-aged man, who appeared to be in no hurry, did not ride fast, and his donkey followed without slowing down. When he followed him to the town, he saw this middle-aged man's horse stop at the entrance of a courtyard, and the man went in. Curious, Su Convergence climbed up the wall and peered inside. See the middle-aged man in a circle with a few people. 2 large roosters fighting in the center. Nice guy. Turns out the hobby is cockfighting. After looking at it for a moment, he didn't bother to look at it and rode his donkey out of here. The town was too crowded to make a move here. Came to wait up on the middle-aged man's way back to the mine. He knew that when it was almost dark, the middle-aged man would surely return to the mine to announce the closing of work and opening of the barn to release grain. When the steward, generally this is the practice, wait until evening. Sure enough, as he expected, the middle-aged man rode back on his horse. Rip it up. Su Convergence tore a piece of cloth from his body and covered his face, and with a leap he scurried out, as if a hawk was catching a rabbit, and with one hand he grabbed the back of the middle-aged man's neck and lifted him off of the horse's back. It wasn't accurate to say that it was a hawk catching a rabbit, because in terms of size, the middle-aged man was fatter than Su Convergence, but he was a bone-refining stage martial artist with a large amount of chi, and he could easily lift an adult man with one hand. What are you doing? The middle-aged man was so shocked that he was pressed to the ground, unable to move. Su Convergence pulled out the sharp knife on his belt and pressed it against his neck. I'll ask you to answer. If I hear half a lie, I'll wipe your neck with a knife. The middle-aged man didn't dare to move. What are you going to ask? Su Rue confirmed his identity first. Are you the steward of this nearby mine? The middle-aged man responded yes. Su Convergence said, how is the stone marrow mined? And after it is mined, how is it handed over to the top? The middle-aged man was stunned. You want to rob the stone marrow? Su Convergence's eyes were cold. The sharp knife in his hand flicked slightly, and the middle-aged man's neck bled. I'm asking you for words, not you asking me for words. One more sentence of nonsense and I'll kill you. The middle-aged man was so scared that his face turned white. His eyes were horrified, but he didn't panic and maintained a bit of composure. Worthy of being a steward, I can tell you, but after I say it, how can you guarantee that you won't kill me? I purposely masked my face so you wouldn't see what I look like, and I didn't have to kill you to silence you. Su Convergence spoke faintly at first, followed by a cold smile. Are you qualified to make conditions with me? If you don't say it, I'll kill you right now. The middle-aged man looked at his stern gaze and hesitated for a moment. I said that the stones extracted from the various mines will be transported to the depot at the town's wharf, where there are people specializing in cutting the stones, and there's a certain likelihood that they can cut out the stone chalcedony. The stone marrow is cut from the stone? Su Convergence understood that there was still a difference between the way stone marrow and ground meat were grown, which made it easier for him to just go straight to the docks and grab the stone marrow. The depot at the dock. Is there any stone marrow in the cutout now? I don't know. I'm just the steward of this mine. It's not like the dock depot will tell me when they cut out stone marrow, so how would I know? How many guards are there? There were 3 martial artists and dozens of swordsmen. After asking a few more questions, Su Convergence knocked the middle-aged man unconscious, pulled an old vine, and casually tied it up. If the coffers at the docks didn't cut the stone marrow, pouncing and spooking the snakes, it would be harder to seize the stone marrow next time. There were 3 other martial artists. What strength and whether they could fight was also a question to consider. Chapter 45. Su Convergence took one last look at the middle-aged male steward who was tied up under a tree and had fainted, and then he rode away on his donkey. When the middle-aged mine steward woke up, at least it was late at night, surely he had to call for help and ask someone to untie the old vine, but there was no one at all in this deserted mountain, so he would have to wait until tomorrow morning. Su Convergence intended to explore the dock's coffers tonight, and if there was stone marrow, he would look for an opportunity to seize it. If not, then he would make another plan. He is not worried about the middle-aged man steward tomorrow morning after being saved to report to the top. 1 is that he masked his face. The middle-aged man steward did not see what he looks like. 2 is that the middle-aged man steward told him about the situation of the dock storehouse. If the report to the top will certainly be punished, can only be treated as if nothing has happened. It's Su Convergence riding a donkey back to the town. To see the doors and windows of all the households are open. Inside the light oil lamp fire, the streets are people, men and women, young and old, lively and extraordinary.
which makes him a little bit lost in thought for a moment, or for the first time in the world to see so many women out of the scene of the shopping.
If you think about it, you can understand. The woman can't go out during the day, was bored all day. At night, of course, she wants to come out and move around.
The main thing is that there is no presence of night watchmen in Stone Town.
At night, it is possible to go out,
thus forming such a lively night market.
So it seems that the women of Stone Town are much happier than the women of Green Bamboo Town.
At the very least, they can come out at night to go shopping.
And the women of Green Bamboo Town are really too miserable.
They have never been out of their homes a few times in their lives. He thought of Sister Phinia and Cindy, who were bored at home every day and felt a little heartbroken.
After he went back,
he must take Sister Phinia and Cindy out for a walk. They must also be full of yearning for the world outside their home, right?
Of course, we can't say that the women of Stone Town are happier than the women of Green Bamboo Town, because the women of Green Bamboo Town are bleeding,
while the women of Stone Town are losing their life energy.
And the cost is definitely a little bigger. Being so lively at night makes it easier for me to move around.
Su Convergence rode his donkey towards the docks.
If the night was as quiet as Green Bamboo Town, with not a single person outside, he'd be conspicuous like this. And right now no one was paying any attention to him at all. To the dock, he slowed down and tied up his donkey, just like any other walker, blowing in the wind and looking at the moon and stars.
Soon he noticed the location of the storehouse,
which was easy to find, like a shed,
with the sound of clanking stones being cut inside.
However,
just as he was about to quietly feel his way there,
he was targeted. It looked like a family of 5,
strolling along the pier,
a middle-aged man, 3 middle-aged women and a young girl, whose eyes looked at him every now and then, observing his every move.
A love-struck look that made him grunt in secret.
As the saying goes, you stand on a bridge and look at the view.
The viewer is looking at you from upstairs.
Su Convergence was in such a situation right now.
He was looking at the storehouse, wanting to touch over and seize the stone marrow, but this young girl was looking at him,
seemingly at the age to find a man, and was a bit hit on him.
The middle-aged man noticed the difference in his daughter and gave her an encouraging look. The 3 middle-aged women smiled and gently pushed the young girl a few times,
causing her to take a few steps forward.
The young girl's face blushed with shame as she summoned up the courage to walk towards Su Convergence.
You have a few women. Do you need more women? Su Jing didn't know what to say.
The people of this world were just so direct and truthful.
Now as long as he said he wanted it,
and then gave some food to the young girl's parents, he would be able to take this young girl. But he came to the pier to get the stone marrow,
not to meet a woman. Sorry, I already have 3 women. I can't afford any more. I don't want them.
Su Convergence refused. See this young girl so hard to drum up the courage, he politely explained, so as not to blow the confidence of people looking for a man in the future.
Are you so young to have 3 already?
The young girl was disappointed. Seeing that his daughter was rejected,
the middle-aged man came over anxiously.
This little brother,
I see that you came here on a donkey. Your family should be relatively well off, and 3 women isn't too many, so 1 more should be able to afford it. This donkey is simply more powerful than a sports car.
Su Convergence shook his head and said, this donkey is a donkey that my grandfather, my father, and I saved the grain from our teeth for 3 generations and saved it up to buy a donkey.
My family isn't well off, and raising 3 women is already my limit.
The young girl, with tears in her eyes, pulled the sleeve of the middle-aged man.
Forget it, Dad. I'm interested, but only if people can afford it. I can't force it.
Seeing his daughter's really very favorable appearance, the middle-aged man did not give up. He said to Su Convergence,
this way, you take my daughter home. I don't want you to give food.
I'm in the east side of the mine as a supervisor. Tomorrow you put the donkey loaded with a cart frame and pulled it to the mine, and I'll give you the work of a stone carrier to do, so that you can earn 3 portions of food every day, and raise 4 women is barely enough. I'll subsidize you a little bit more each month, and your family will be able to make a living.
Month subsidize you a little more, and your family will be able to get by.
Su Hui froze. People who are fathers in this world are basically exchanging their daughters for food. And this is the first time he's seen a backwards one. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, he can disregard the rules of operation in this world, and is really a good father.
Father, I'm not marrying. The young girl couldn't help but cry.
The middle-aged man consoled.
Good girl, don't cry.
When you reach the age of finding a man you have to marry.
How can you not marry?
Dad, I have several taels of silver per month monthly salary,
and a little bit of extra income. It's not much of a problem to subsidize you a little bit. The middle-aged man gently pushed the young girl to Su Convergence's side and said to Su Convergence, you take her home.
Words have been said to this point.
This can be done.
Su Convergence took a look at the weeping girl.
Really good looking, to be no harm. This girl in his favor. Good sense of enhancement should be relatively easy sum. Wide net to catch more fish. Is such a simple reasoning? After a little thought, Su Hui had a decision. I want to hold off for a while. Tell me your home address, and when I have time,
I'll go to your house to pick her up.
The middle-aged man queried. Are you worried that I won't give you the stone hauler's job tomorrow? Alright,
when I finalize your stone carrier job tomorrow and reassure the women in your family,
it's fine for you to lead it home. Immediately, he gave Su Convergence his home address.
The marriage was thus agreed upon,
and after a little more small talk, the 5 members of the family strolled back.
Seeing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, Su Convergence felt his way towards the storehouse. With a little bit of leverage,
he went over the wall and in. He eased his footsteps into the dark shadows and entered the shed. See inside the pile of a mountain of stone.
A stone master with chisels and hammers.
Clank, 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 banging,
carefully chiseling stone. Su Convergence scanned and saw a pile of waste stones that had already been opened, and did not find any stone marrow, estimating that the probability was very small, and that 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of stones could be opened to produce stone marrow. Just waiting here for these masters to open up the stone marrow is unlikely. The treasure trove that holds the stone marrow is my goal.
I just don't know where it is. He decided that grabbing someone to cross-examine would be the fastest way to find out about the treasure trove. Chapter 46.
Taking advantage of the fact that one of the stone opening masters went to the toilet, Su Convergence masked his face and followed him. A hand covered the teacher's mouth and the sharp knife was pressed against the neck. With his bone-refining stage martial artist's physique, grabbing an ordinary person like this was no different from grabbing a goose. His voice was icy.
First, I will ask you a question. Then I'll let go of your mouth. You have to answer me in a whisper. If you yell at someone, or if you don't answer seriously, I'll stab you to death. If you answer my questions again in a whisper and seriously, I won't kill you, just knock you out. Do you understand me? Nod your head if you understand. Sensei nodded vigorously in horror. Su Convergence asked the question he wanted to know. In recent times, has there been any stone marrow opened? And where is it kept? He slowly let go of his left hand that was covering the teacher's mouth, and the sharp knife in his right hand was still on the teacher's neck. The teacher's face was white, trembling with fear, and his voice was shaking, and he whispered, I don't know what stone marrow is, but the day before yesterday a strip of something opened out of the stone, and I don't know if it's the stone marrow you're talking about, and it was put in that treasure trove on the left side of the shed. Su Convergence asked, how many guards are there at the treasure vault? This question he actually already knew. There were 3 martial artists and some swordsmen. He had asked the middle-aged man mine steward. Now he was just confirming it. The teacher whispered, I can only work in the shed. I can't move around. I haven't been over there. I heard there are some men with swords guarding it. Su Convergence sliced the back of the master teacher's neck with a palm, and the master teacher was knocked unconscious. Immediately, he felt his way over toward the treasury. A closer look revealed that there was only 1 martial artist and half a dozen swordsmen guarding the area. Where are the other 2 martial artists and the other swordsmen? Su Convergence is estimated to sleep to go. Maybe a shift guard. However, he did not see always a little uneasy. In case hiding in the dark will be trouble. He carefully searched up to some of the houses next to him, and was relieved to see that they were sleeping. Whoosh! No longer hesitating, he decisively struck, his bone-refining stage speed exploding as he took the lead in attacking the martial artist guarding the treasure vault. Boo! Before this martial artist could react, he was sliced on the back of his neck with a palm, letting out a muffled grunt as he coughed up blood from his mouth and nose, and his eyes blazed with gold. Su Convergence added 2 more heavy slaps, completely knocking this martial artist out. Immediately after, Su Convergence then pounced on the 6 or 7 swordsmen. These swordsmen had only practiced martial arts and had not yet reached the level of a martial artist, and before they could react, they were knocked out by him. This series of actions took less than a breath of time. It went better than expected. Su Hui didn't expect it to be so easy. He found the key to the treasure trove from the body of the martial artist. After opening the treasury, a jade box was seen. When the jade box was opened again, a substance similar to tofu brain was seen. This is stone marrow? With regards to the knowledge of cultivators, Su Convergence was a complete illiterate. He had absolutely no idea what stone marrow looked like, but there was nothing else in the treasure trove other than this jade box, so it should be stone marrow without a doubt. Su Convergence picked up the jade box and tucked it into his arms. At that moment, a sharp ding-dong ding-ding-ding bell rang out. His face changed color and he secretly screamed that it was bad. Moving this jade box would trigger the mechanism of ringing the bell? It was too late to think about it, and he quickly rushed outside. The two martial artists and swordsmen sleeping in the house next to the treasury had awakened with a start, not even bothering to put on their outer garments. And in their white lingerie, they were in pursuit of him. Cam, play big. Su Convergence leaped out of the fence, not even bothering to ride the donkey, and ran wildly. The two martial artists stared at him as if they were crazy, and chased after him closely. This made Su Convergence's heart sink. These two martial artists were not slower than him, which meant that they were also at the bone refining stage, with the same strength and speed. How to get rid of them? As for those swordsmen in the back, they were negligible and had long since lost track of them. Running like this isn't a solution. We have to finish off these two martial artists. Su Xian gritted his teeth, and with a heartbeat, decided to turn back and counterattack. He drew the sharp knife on the waistband of his pants and used it as if it were a sword, performing the windbreaker sword technique. One should know that his windbreaker sword technique was directly included by the system. There was no question of proficiency, and he would be able to do it right off the bat. Hoo. A sword wind slashed out. The two martial artists' faces turned pale, and they couldn't dodge in time, so they could only block with their arms. Boom! Boom! With two loud bangs, the sleeves on the arms of the two martial artists exploded into rags, dripping with blood, and their entire bodies were chopped off, falling heavily to the ground, shaken to the point of coughing up blood from their mouths and noses. Serious injuries. Su Convergence was stunned. When the White Cat doppelganger had performed the windbreaker sword technique before, although he was also able to slice out sword winds, he hadn't fought in real life, and now that he had used it in real life, he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. The Ebony Sect was really not simple. A random sword technique given, or the first volume, was so powerful. Of course, it was also possible that these two martial artists were too naive. Don't chase, without another strike. Su Convergence admonished the two martial artists before turning around and sprinting away. Just as he walked away for a moment, a dark shadow quickly arrived. Where are the people who grabbed the stone marrow? The two martial artists who had already risen from the ground hastily reached out and pointed in the direction Su Conger had left. Whoosh! The black shadow quickly went after him. Su Convergence, who had already run out a few miles, heard the rapidly approaching commotion behind him and burst into color, his body's cold hairs rising, knowing that an expert had arrived. What kind of expert can there be in Stone Town? It must be the Stone Town's mine inspector without a doubt. What to do? What to do? His thoughts turned quickly. Fight. Surely you can't. A town's mining inspector must be far more than the bone refining stage. Escape. It doesn't look like you can escape. It's too fast. Stop and weasel out? That's even less to consider. He'll probably be dead before he can say anything. With my strength, I can no longer control the situation, so I can only let the White Cat doppelganger come out to calm the scene. At this point, he couldn't care less. Save his little life first. He didn't look back and continued to flee as if he hadn't heard the commotion behind him. The White Cat doppelganger hidden in the shadows stepped out, intercepting the black shadow chasing behind. Seeing a white cat suddenly walk out with the sign of Pingyang County's picket envoy hanging on its neck, the black shadow was horrified and subconsciously stopped, lifting its two front paws and arching its paws in a salute. My humble servant refers to Lord Picket Envoy. Su Convergence was able to see the expert chasing after him through the perspective of the White Cat's doppelganger. Nice guy. It was actually a black dog. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been an earth flesh detachment as well. The White Cat lightly glanced at the black dog. I just came to inspect Stone Town and I saw you chasing someone. What happened? The black dog hurriedly reported. My humble servant is chasing the thieves who snatched the stone marrow. The stone marrow was taken? The White Cat raised his voice and bellowed. What are you doing as an inspector of mines? You can't even watch the stone marrow? The black dog was silent, not daring to talk back. The White Cat was annoyed. What are you waiting for? Don't chase after them yet. Black Dog rushed after him. However, after a few moments' delay, the thieves had disappeared. It only came back, its gaze a little strange. The Picket ambassador had come at too much of a coincidence. It couldn't help but be a bit skeptical, but didn't dare to say anything. A big official can crush a man to death. Not to mention the fact that the Picket envoy is 3 whole levels bigger than it. So does it dare to question it? Have the thieves been caught? The White Cat asked knowingly. Black Dog shook his head. My humble servant is incompetent. The White Cat asked. How much stone marrow was taken? The Black Dog reported. That is, the day before yesterday opened out a strip. Because the number is too small,
My humble servant did not take away in time to submit.
Does this happen often in Stone Town?
The white cat snorted coldly. If it happens often, then I have to suspect you of supervising the theft. I will explain the situation here to the top. As for how the top will punish you, that's up to the top. Black Dog quickly explained. Did not happen often. This is still the first time to be robbed. My humble servant will definitely strengthen the guards in the future. Not let the thieves take advantage of the opportunity, but also ask the supervision envoy lord to open the grace. The white cat mused, his tone easing a bit. The first time it happened, it was quite extenuating. Forget it this time. If there's a next time, I won't be so nice. Thank you, Lord Pickett. Black Dog thanked. The white cat said, really bold. Even our e-cult's cultivation resources dare to rob. Also don't look at whose territory. You immediately send a wanted notice. The whole town is looking for this thief. If someone provides clues of this thief, heavy reward. Black Dog answered yes. With a slow pace, the white cat walked into the jungle and disappeared into the night. The black dog stood still, staring blankly in the direction the picket envoy had left, lost in thought. This wanted notice, is it issued or not? If a wanted notice is issued and that thief is found to be related to the picket, it will have offended the picket and will certainly not have a good time. If that thief had nothing to do with the picket, and it had not issued a wanted notice, it would have disobeyed the order of the picket, and would have had no good consequences. Since the picket ambassador gave the order, the wanted notice still has to be issued. But I can't take it too seriously, just casually mean it. Thinking about it, it finally knew what to do. Chapter 47 Opening an Account. Sue Convergence back to the town. Tied to the dock of the donkey also do not care to pull back. Do not have to think also no. Must have been taken away. This is the way of the world. It is impossible not to take advantage of the cheap. He didn't care about the silver now anyway, so consider it a gift to some bitter person. At this time, almost to Ohio, 2100 hours, late at night. Fewer people shopping. Men, women and children have gone home to sleep. Such as the stone town of such a poor township has no recreational activities. Broken juju is the best entertainment. Sue Convergence had nowhere else to go, so he had to head for the greenhouse. He's helpless too. This day was all about running around, and also had a fight with two martial artists. The genius was a bit tired, and planned to rest here for the night, and then consider returning to Green Bamboo Town tomorrow. Of course, there was the matter of the young girl tomorrow, which had to be arranged, and since I had promised to have someone, I had to be responsible, and I couldn't leave without saying goodbye. Moreover, that young girl was actually quite good looking and was favorably disposed towards him. It would definitely be a lie to say that he didn't want it. Based on his past experience, it was a bit easier to raise the favorability of such a girl. Master, you've done it again. The pimp was pleasantly surprised and clung to him like a dog's paw, knowing that he was generous. Sue Convergence pulled out a silver ingot and tossed it up. Open a room for me. Make it quieter. Serve a table of wine and food. Not for the girl. The old bod hastily let go of him, raised his head, shook his head left and right, his eyes tightly aimed at the falling silver. Hands to catch. She took a look at the foot more than three tails, suddenly smiled with open eyes. Good Lou. She brought Sue Convergence to the room in the far corner. It's quiet here. There are no guests next door. Do you think it's okay? Master. Sue Convergence looked at it for a moment. Okay. The pimp then left and ordered the back kitchen to prepare the wine and food. It wasn't long before the wine and food came up. The kitchen of such a place must have wine and food on hand 12 hours a day, and serve it up straight away. Su Hui closed the door of the room and inserted the latch. He didn't bother to eat and couldn't wait to take the jade box out of his arms. Open it, reach out and place your hand on the tofu brain like pith, and say in your heart, add ingredients. Adding completed. Advancement successful. In an instant, the pith inside the jade box turned into ashes. At the same time, the inside of his bones itched as if thousands of ants were crawling inside, and a stream of heat rushed through his body, creating an explosion of chi. Immediately afterward, his skin seeped out sludge-like black impurities, a qualitative change of felling his hair and removing his bones. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, Marrow Refining Stage. Technique, Windbreaker Swordsmanship, Volume 1. Props, Sharp Knife, Ordinary. Note, you have one free advancement point, which can be added to any one of the ranks. Skills, or props. Sue Convergence slightly waved his fist, and it brought up a fist wind. The Marrow Refining Stage was another level stronger than the Bone Refining Stage. Ranks, give me a raise. This was the advancement point he had set aside earlier, so he could use it up, or see what ingredients he needed for the next rank.
Rank addition completed.
Add 1 Qi condensation pill to advance to Mingjin stage.
Qi condensation pill?
Su Convergence knew at a glance that it was something used by cultivators, and it was true that the higher the advancement,
the rarer the ingredients. Let's ignore this for now and wait until we return to Green Bamboo Town. He sat down to eat and feasted, really getting a little hungry.
Just now when I seized the stone marrow, it was sort of a scare.
My white cat doppelganger stopped the Black Dog Mining Patrol envoy and let me run away smoothly.
The Black Dog Mining Patrol envoy must be a little bit suspicious,
but it has no evidence and can't do anything about me. Using the white cat doppelganger's position as a picket envoy of Pingyang County as a cover.
Such a method can only be used once.
If it is used more than once, it will definitely go wrong.
He mulled it over as he ate,
summarizing the experience of the operation.
The main reason for causing so much trouble was because when he took the stone marrow,
he triggered the bell-ringing mechanism. Something he hadn't thought of and would have to pay attention to next time. Finish eating. After a few moments of elimination, he fell asleep.
There was no talk all night.
The next day, got up and washed up and ate breakfast,
and was about to leave when I saw the bot and the girls gathered in a panicked manner arguing about something in a low voice, all of them with white faces and fear in their eyes.
What's wrong? Su Convergence wasn't a nosy person, but just out of curiosity, he couldn't help but ask a question. The bot hesitated for a moment, walked over quickly and pulled him aside. Something happened last night. Did you feel anything unusual? Su Jing wondered. What's wrong?
The bot lowered his voice and said,
last night, including you, there were 5 guests, that is, 5 males,
and in accordance with the rules of worship, I let the 5 girls who had no work to do worship the black box,
but the black box did not react at all. Su Convergence was stunned, remembering that last night,
his purple jade tablet had glowed for a moment,
presumably triggering the immunity, exempting the entire greenhouse from worship. He laughed a little in his heart and comforted the pimp. Don't worry, nothing's wrong, we'll be able to pay our respects tonight without any problems.
The bod looked at him half-heartedly.
How do you know it's going to be alright? And why did the sacrifice go off without a hitch tonight?
Su Convergence casually said, because my family had encountered such a situation one night before,
and the creepy thing inside the black box might have gotten a bit of indigestion, and didn't eat an empty meal. It returned to normal after a day. Indigestion?
The pimp was a bit dazed.
Can tricksters get indigestion too? Without much explanation, Su Convergence smiled and left.
When he came to the marketplace,
he repurchased a donkey. Then, riding on a donkey,
he looked at mansions and bought one that wasn't too big or too small.
This is his home in Stone Town. It can also be called the new room,
which is used tonight for the marriage of a daughter-in-law. Sister Finya is a household with Chan. When Pei Jiaxi follows me,
she doesn't want to be a small,
so she can only be a separate household, Stone Town.
This young girl is also not convenient to bring back. We can't let people never see each other with their parents across a town.
So here is also considered to be a separate household. Su Convergence felt that this was very scientific,
each living his own life,
avoiding the competition for favor, and thus avoiding affecting the goodwill increase.
I'm sure I'll have to open an account in the future. Multiple points bloom to get more progression points. Of course, too much quantity doesn't help. Goodwill 90/100 plus is not that easy to achieve. It needs his heart and soul to cultivate affection. It's not like marrying and putting it there will increase the goodwill. Once you have a mansion,
you still need to buy some furniture,
bedding, pots and pans,
firewood and salt grain and vegetables and meat.
That's what makes it feel like home.
Su Convergence rode his donkey to the bazaar once again and made his purchases.
By the way, he bought some specialties of Stone Town, intending to bring them back to Sister Finya and the others. Goodwill is often accumulated through these little details, not overnight. It was hard to wait until evening.
Su Jing tied a bag of grain to the donkey, and brought 2 large roosters and a few fish as a bride price. So he rode the donkey through the streets and alleys toward the address of the young girl's home that he met at the pier last night.
Chapter 48, Good Things, Return Journey. This should be it. Su Convergence came to an alleyway and searched for it, quickly finding it. The environment of this alley is not bad. Each family is a single house.
It can be seen that the people who live in this place are more or less people with a little ability. Either they are mine supervisors or they have some kind of stable camp.
Knock. Knock. He knocked on the door. Who?
The middle-aged man he met at the dock last night opened the door and was stunned for a moment when he saw it was him.
Then frowned. Why didn't you bring a donkey cart to the mine today?
Su Convergence did forget about this.
I've given it some thought,
and I think that the job of a stone hauler,
it doesn't quite suit me. He's at least a Pingyang County picket.
Even the mining inspector of Stone Town has to salute like a dog when he sees him.
Seems like it's really a dog.
The middle-aged man was puzzled.
Do you have any work that earns you more grain than a stone hauler? I've found a job as an errand boy, and although it's hard work, I get several taels of silver a month, and a food allowance,
which is much better than being a stone hauler. Su Convergence had already thought about it when he came here, deliberately saying that it was an errand delivery job, in which case he would have a reason for not being at home in the future.
Hearing that he had a stable camp, the middle-aged man's face eased and he welcomed him inside.
Seeing his donkey tied to a large bag of grain also hung 2 large roosters and a few fish, the middle-aged man said,
"What are you doing? I did not tell you. Do not want you to give food. Treat my family Xiao Mei on the line. Small beauty."
Su Jing almost thought that he was brushing his pimple marks.
He finally knew the name of the young girl. "This is a little bit of my intention. Father-in-law accept it, but I haven't yet asked for the name of the father-in-law." The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh a little.
"How do you speak with a big family like?
We unusual people cannot dare to call what father-in-law son-in-law. I called Su Changhe. You call me Old Su on the line."
Su Convergence was slightly surprised.
"I didn't expect it to be the same surname. My name is Su Convergence. I'll call you Lao Su, then you can call me Xiao Su."
Su Changhe laughed out loud.
"Good. Xiao Su." Su Convergence followed him inside and met Su Xiaomei.
Of course Su Xiaomei knew what he was here for. Her face blushed a little, but she didn't squirm and poured him a cup of hot tea. Su Hui received the hot tea with both hands, his gaze looking at her good-looking face as he directly said,
"Xiaomei, I've come to pick you up and take you home." Su Xiaomei let out a hum.
Her eyes reddened with tears, and she looked at Su Changhe and her 3 mothers with reluctance.
"Good girl, don't cry. It's a happy thing that you followed a man."
Su Changhe smiled as he reached out and wiped the tears from her face.
Inquiring to Su Rui, "Let's have dinner together before we take Xiaomei away, shall we? It just so happens that you've brought some meat over. Consider it a celebration of your new marriage." Of course Su Convergence wouldn't refuse. "Okay." And so, the 3 middle-aged women were joyfully busy, killing chickens and fish, preparing to make a sumptuous dinner.
Su Changhe sat with Su Convergence drinking tea and talking,
laughing and gossiping. Su Xiaomei stood by the side, adding tea to the 2 from time to time, happy to see that the teenager and Papa were talking to each other. Dinner's ready. A family of 5 eating dinner with a teenager.
A middle-aged woman with a bit of a resemblance to Su Xiaomei's eyebrows and eyes, who should be Su Xiaomei's mother, spoke quite a lot of words of instruction to Su Convergence. "There are already 3 women in your family, and when Xiaomei follows you, there will be 4, and it's good to have more, so the worship won't be so hard. My Xiaomei is new to your family, unfamiliar with the place. You have to take care of her. Cannot let the 3 women in your family to join forces to bully. Food and clothing must be evenly distributed, a bowl of water to level, in order to family harmony. You have to follow the rules and change the person every day so that your body can take it, but you can't let my Xiaomei worship every day. And there is also the fact that the cohabitation and the worship have to be staggered. The cohabitation without worship, and the worship without the cohabitation, and this is also for the sake of the body, so that it will not fall ill from exhaustion." Su Jing listened attentively. This was a mother's concern for her first-time daughter. He could understand. "Auntie, please don't worry. I've been there before and know this." Su Changhe laughed. "I see that although Xiao Su is young, he is experienced and doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything rashly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected our Xiaomei at the pier last night, and since he decided to take our Xiaomei, he should have considered it as well." The middle-aged woman thought about it and said no more. After dinner, it was still early in the day, so the family of 5 and Su Convergence went out for a walk. Stone Town life is like this. During the day, the men go out to work to earn food. Women cannot go out at home. In the evening, the family will go out for a walk shopping. This life in the Green Bamboo Town more than a little bit of human flavor. There are no such activities in Green Bamboo Town. Women can't go out during the daytime, and at night they can't go out because of the night watchman, so they can only stay at home every day, while the men go out to work during the day to earn food to support their families, and then return home at night to work behind closed doors. Other than that, there are no other activities. While shopping, Su Convergence stopped by to buy some gifts for Su Xiaomei's family. The gift for Su Xiaomei was a hairpin. To the 3 mothers-in-law to send is the soap horn, mainly used to wash hair. Every 10 days and a half months with soap horn can make the hair soft and smooth. Wash the body certainly cannot afford to use this thing. To Su Changhe sent a sharp knife. Men, in addition to work to earn food, the most important thing is to fight knife to protect the women in the family.
So in this world, the knife is a man's romance, the knife is a man's Emmaus.
Seeing Su Convergence spend nearly 10 taels of silver without blinking,
Equivalent to a donkey. Su Xiaomei's mother couldn't help but knit her brows. Xiao Su, it's not good for you to spend like this. Even the thickest of family backgrounds won't be able to withstand this kind of spending. Su Convergence laughed. Auntie,
send you guys just take it.
I can't spend like this every day. Just today this is not happy. Su Xiaomei, this is the age of love.
This was hit the softest place in the heart. Eyes flooded with tears. Looking at him with love. Willing to spend money for the woman's family. Such a man is really too little. Su Xiaomei heart both for his heartache and joy and touched. If Su Xiaomei knew that Su Convergence kept 300 taels of gold at home, and that these 10 taels of silver were just a drop in the bucket,
I guess it wouldn't have been so easy to fall in love for him. Su Convergence's main fight is a poor information. It can't be helped. For the sake of goodwill, one can only play a little bit of caution. Anyway, he will treat Su Xiaomei well and won't negatively affect others. Playing a little bit of caution is also harmless. The streets of Stone Town, as short as Green Bamboo Town, didn't take long to walk. The family of 5 and Su Convergence unknowingly left the town and arrived at the pier.
This is where we first met, and the moment when our destinies met. Su Convergence was very good at it,
holding Su Xiaomei's small hand and speaking words of love. Let's make a pact, okay? And on this night every year in the future, we'll come here for a walk.
Aha! Where Su Xiaomei could stand this, her face blushed, but her heart was flying with joy. She felt like she was the happiest woman under the sky.
Seeing the young couple talking about love, Su Chanha and the 3 mothers-in-law smiled and walked to the side. Let's hook up.
Su Hui raised his hand, half-clenched his fist, and extended his pinky.
Su Xiaomei didn't know what this was for,
so she just had to follow his lead and point out the hook in a small way.
Su Hui hooked her hand, looked at her with a smile,
and sang softly, "Pull the hook.
Hang yourself. Don't change for 100 years. Su Xiaomei looked at the gentle smile on the handsome face of the teenager,
as well as the strange touch on her hand that she had never felt before, as well as the teenager's promise of 100 years of change. Her whole body melted, and she couldn't wait to become one with the teenager, even if she was willing to live and die together.
Su Convergence can see that this is completely fallen. This is the magic of love.
A young girl in love, how to resist him, such a teenage boy. The time is ripe to strike while the iron is hot and develop the relationship even further to enhance goodwill.
And so,
Su Convergence immediately said,
"It's getting late. Let's go back early." Su Xiaomei knew what was coming next, but was willing and expectant.
Blushing as she let him hold her hand,
Su Chanha and the 3 mothers-in-law smiled and followed back. They are also people who have been there.
Of course, they know that the young couple is anxious to go home to start their newlywed life. Su Convergence took Su Xiaomei back to her mother's house first,
and then, after that,
she helped Su Xiaomei to sit on a donkey and, waving goodbye to Su Changha and his 3 mothers-in-law,
he led the donkey toward the mansion he had bought. The distance wasn't far and it was quick.
He purposely bought such a close mansion mainly for the convenience of Su Xiaomei, as he would definitely not be able to stay in Stone Town for a long time in the future, and Su Xiaomei would still have to go back to her mother's house to live most of the time.
Opened the gate of the mansion, led the donkey in, closed the gate. He couldn't wait to carry Su Xiaomei down, and didn't put it down,
and quickly marched towards the main house.
All at this time, who else wouldn't be in a hurry? Su Xiaomei, however, was anxious. This won't work.
I have to pay my respects to my sisters at home before I can do so.
Don't upset them. Su Convergence laughed. There's no one else in the house. It's just the 2 of us.
So what are you afraid of?
Su Xiaomei was suspicious. Don't you already have 3 women? I'll explain it to you tomorrow.
Where did Su Convergence have the time to talk about this? His heart had long been on fire.
The house was dark, and it saved the lighting of the oil marquee fire,
which immediately began to become a good thing.
Name, Ko-Ki, rank, Marrow refining stage, technique, windbreaker swordsmanship, volume 1, props, sharp knife, ordinary.
Remark 1, add Qi condensation pill to advance to Mingjin stage.
Remark 2, Su Xiaomei's favorability towards you is 80 out of 100. This surprises Su Convergence. Starting with a good 80 out of 100 favorability. A good start. The next day, Su Xiaomei slept until lunchtime before waking up,
and considering that it was inconvenient for her to cook for the first time, Su Jing had already prepared a meal.
Little lazy cat, get up and eat.
Su Rue brought the meal into the main room and waited for her to wash up so she could have her meal. Su Xiaomei was shy and touched.
Thank you, husband, for being considerate. The 2 ate and talked.
She couldn't help but ask the same question she had last night.
What about the sisters at home?
Su Convergence explained. They live next door in Green Bamboo Town.
In fact, I'm also from Green Bamboo Town.
I came to this side of Stone Town to do some work.
And when I met you, I bought this mansion, intending to make a home here. Su Xiaomei was stupefied.
Although she sometimes wondered wildly about what the world outside the town was like, she had never imagined that she would meet someone from the outside world and become her man.
Su Convergence said, I can walk between towns. It's a secret. You have to keep it a secret for me. But don't tell anyone else, lest it cause trouble.
Su Xiaomei subconsciously nodded her head.
And with that,
but her eyes reddened and tears snapped down her face.
After husband finishes his business, isn't it time to return to Green Bamboo Town? We're newlyweds,
so I'll stay with you for a few more days.
And then I'll go back after that. Su Convergence didn't hide anything and spoke of his arrangement. When I'm not here, you live alone in this mansion.
I'm sure I don't feel at ease. You have to go back to your mother's house to live.
Don't worry about food and food.
I will pay a sum of silver to your father and mother. In the future I will come to this home in Stone Town more often.
That's the first thing I'm going to do. The second plan, if you are willing to go to Green Bamboo Town with me, that would be even better.
It's just that in the future it will be harder for you to see your parents.
I can only bring you back to visit occasionally. Hearing these words,
Su Xiaomei hid her face and wept, having thought that she could be with the teenager for the rest of her life, but she did not expect this to be the result.
Su Convergence explained, I didn't mean to lie to you.
It's just that this matter of me walking between towns is a secret and can't be told to outsiders casually,
so I can only wait until I'm good with you before I can tell you this.
That's why when I met you at the docks,
I refused. I didn't mean to lie to you.
But I just had to when I saw you were interested in me, and I rejoiced in my heart. Seeing Xiaomei sobbing uncontrollably,
Su Convergence's heart softened. If you really can't accept this home where you can only get together every once in a while, then I can only say I'm sorry. I can compensate a sum of silver to you,
and you can find a good local family to marry.
You're good looking. You should be very easy to find.
Xiaomei looked at him with tears in her eyes.
Since I'm with my husband, I won't be with another man. Su Convergence rejoiced.
80 out of 100 favorability is really not a cover. Even if he said it in advance last night, it is estimated that Xiaomei is also willing to be good with him.
Just now suddenly learned about all this. For a time it is a little difficult to accept.
Xiaomei wiped her tears. I want to go to Green Bamboo Town with my husband, but I can't let go of my father and mother.
Our family goes out for a walk every night. I like this kind of life,
and I don't want to leave this place and go to the strange world outside.
Su Convergence could understand. Well, I respect your decision. The two spent the next 3 days getting bored together.
Knowing that they were going to part ways, both of them cherished the short time they had together.
3 days later, Su Convergence helped Xiaomei onto the donkey, which he led,
and sent her back to her mother's house, on the grounds that he was in the business of delivering letters and running errands,
and needed to go out for a while.
May also covered for him. Su Converges to put up a sum of silver as food expenses for Xiaomei at her mother's house.
Su Changha refused to say no. Su Convergence still insisted on giving. Xiaomei is already his woman. According to the custom, need him to support,
because Xiaomei in his mother's home is not a matter of a few days to live, but a long-term residence. Xiaomei already knew that Su Hui was a mine supervisor over in Green Bamboo Town and wasn't bad at paying for her meals, so she took the initiative to take the silver and asked her father and mother to accept it. This move was also to reassure Su Jing, showing her heart and mind that she had already decided that Su Jing was her man, and of course she needed Su Jing to support her, but there's no need to give so much. Su Changha looked at the full 30 taels of silver, feeling incomprehensible and surprised at the same time, not knowing where Su Convergence got so much silver, more money than he, the overseer. Su Convergence insisted, this errand delivery job of mine requires me to be out for long periods of time, and I'll often be away from home in the future, and Xiaomei often has to go back to her mother's house to live.
Su Changha could only accept it.
Su Hui finally embraced Xiaomei reluctantly, and rode the donkey on the road back home.
Chapter 49, Changes in the Family. After using just half a day's time, Su Convergence returned to Green Bamboo Town. For one thing,
his strength was now enhanced. The marrow refining stage could run and leap through the mountains and forests for long periods of time without getting tired, and his speed was not half a star faster.
The second is that he's already familiar with the direction and the road,
and won't take a wrong turn and save himself the detour. It's worth noting that the horse he had tethered in no man's land was still there,
luckily not eaten by the beast, just restless and a little spooked.
The first thing he did when he rode his horse was to go to his mine, and seeing that Pu Rin had organized the mine in an orderly manner without any trouble,
he went home in peace. Convergence is back.
Seeing Su Jing return home safely, Li Xiaoya joyfully led Yang Chan to trot over.
Her hanging heart finally set down. These days were worried about Su Jing. The outside world was scary and unknown to them. Well, it's good to be back. Wang Suiyun was cheerful. These days she was also worried that if something happened to Su Jing, the family wouldn't be able to find such a capable man. And she would go crazy if she went back to the old days of chewing on black bread every day. Su convergence for the first time to leave the green bamboo town to go to the outside world. He also misses the home of the beautiful wives and concubines, not minding that it is now broad daylight. Holding Sister Fanya and Canyon will be marching towards the main house.
The need to properly ease the pain of longing. Li Xiaoya blankly glanced at him,
but did not say anything as a treat.
Yang Chan was still a bit shy, but she was good and obedient and never objected to Su convergence. Wang Suiyan left the front yard with a flat face and went for a walk in the back garden. The man in the house has the ability to let her eat meat as long as she can. She doesn't care about this crap about men.
Back in the day,
when she was younger, she was much more powerful than this little fight. She often took advantage of Li Jinshui going to work in the mines to attract passing Hans into the house, earning food to subsidize the family. She was able to raise Fanya so well, and this was the reason why. Children from poor families are usually malnourished, but they can't raise such a good-looking daughter.
In fact, this phenomenon was very common in Green Bamboo Town,
and many women from the family would take advantage of the men going out to work to earn some extra money.
Sometimes, the men in the family earn too little food, and will even take the initiative to encourage the women in the family to earn extra money.
The world is so difficult.
Nothing is as important as food. It was not until evening that Su Convergence came out of the main house with satisfaction, seeing that Wang Suiyan had already made the dinner, which really fulfilled the saying, there is an old man in the family, if there is a treasure. Sometimes I have to say that Wang Suiyan, the old baby, is very thorough, and she does her chores in a clear way. The four people ate dinner happily. With food and meat every day is a good day.
Want to not be happy is difficult.
No food family will fight every day.
And should be a saying, flat sheep couples all things are bad.
Without a man in the house to protect you, you're open to prying eyes of people with bad intentions. Wang Suiyun said as she gnawed on the meat. In the days you were gone,
a shady man sneaked into the house.
Su Convergence's face changed as soon as he heard it,
bursting into a rage. His eyes bursting with murderous intent. This was the first time he had wanted to kill someone so badly.
Did you see who it was? Wang Suiyun said. The evening of the day before yesterday. It was already a bit dark. Just probably saw the appearance of a man.
More than 40 years old. White face like a ghost.
Quite tall. After we found him, he slipped away. Yang Kaner was also in a state of fear. After this incident, we were scared every night. Huddled in one room. Shutting the doors and windows. Li Xiaoya wondered. The family has not lost any grain, meat or silver, so I don't know what this person wants to do. Wang Suiyun sneered. What's so strange about this? If you don't want money and food, then you definitely want women. You have a thin waist and a big ass. It looks like it's good for breeding. Which man doesn't have a craving for it?
There is also Cindy who is also a watery little model.
It's strange that men don't want it.
Su Convergence is Fanya's sister and Canyon's man,
of course, is a deep feeling, which makes him even more angry.
If it is a small matter to figure money,
how dare to figure his woman? No matter what, he was going to out this guy. Killing one is not enough to solve the hatred, but also need to kill the whole family, in order to play a deterrent effect, so that the entire Green Bamboo Town everyone knows. Hit his woman's idea. What is the end? Go to your rooms early and sleep,
and put out all the oil marigold fires. I'll see if this man dares to come again. Su Convergence decided to try and lure the man in first.
When he came back, the family was like having a backbone. Wang Suiyun,
Li Xiaoya and Yang Kani all listened to his arrangement and went back to the house to sleep together. Su Huihui eased her footsteps and cruised up and down the darkened courtyard. With his ear power of the marrow refining stage, as long as someone came in over the wall, he could immediately hear it. Unfortunately, there was nothing out of the ordinary until later in the night. He came into the back garden, intending to ask the demonic trickster in the ancient well. Sister. A surprised voice came from the ancient well.
Sister, you came to see me.
Su Convergence said directly.
Sister has something to ask you. The evening of the day before yesterday, a man sneaked into the mansion. Do you know?
The voice in the ancient well said.
I'm locked in here. Even my senses are imprisoned. What's moving outside? I don't know.
Su Convergence was puzzled.
Then why can you hear me when I talk to you?
The voice from the ancient well said.
Because you are my sister. Su Hui's face darkened.
What this shamrock eye said made him a bit skeptical of life.
Could he really be the eccentric sister of the demon in the well? No way. Absolutely not. Su Convergence wondered. If someone other than your sister were to talk to you at the well, wouldn't you be able to hear?
The voice of the ancient well said.
I can't possibly hear. There is a prohibition in the well,
isolating all movement in the outside world. Unless the person who spoke to me at the well is strong enough to ignore the prohibition in the well, and the voice penetrates the prohibition in the well in order for me to hear it. And there shouldn't be a few people in the world who are strong enough to do so.
Su Convergence was stunned.
He felt chilled to the bone and his hair stood on end. With his strength, it was impossible for his voice to penetrate the prohibition in the well.
So why could the demons and weirdos in the well hear him? It doesn't make sense. What's the problem? Su Convergence said. You've decided that I'm your sister because my voice can be heard by you?
The voice in the well said.
Yeah,
my sister herself went out from the well. And only my sister's voice can come in ignoring the prohibition.
So you must be my sister. Su Convergence was confused,
disorganized in the middle of the night wind. There are only two possibilities that the sound could have traveled into the well.
For one,
he was strong enough to ignore the well's prohibitions.
Secondly, he is the sister who went out of the well.
However, he only had the strength of the marrow refining stage. It was impossible for him to ignore the well's prohibition. So there was only the second possibility.
Was he really the well's sister?
To further conclude that the demonic trickster in the well didn't go crazy,
and that he was the one who really went crazy? He's the one who's deep-fried.
Farewell.
Su Convergence didn't want to talk to the being in the well anymore. And if he said any more,
his worldview was turned upside down, and it was easy to get deep well ice. He left the back garden and went back to the front yard to get ready for bed.
Just then,
but he noticed a man's figure standing in the yard.
The same as Wang Suiyin said.
In his 40s, with a white face and quite tall.
Nima.
Su Convergence was furious and really dared to come.
The man turned and went out over the wall. Who can endure this? Su Convergence immediately sprinted to chase. Chapter 50 Luan and the Beasts.
Su Convergence leapt out of the courtyard wall and saw the man darting down the street as he gave murderous chase.
Without killing this man,
the women of the house must be in fear every day.
One fleeing, one chasing. It was soon out of the town. Something wasn't right.
Su Convergence jerked to a halt, remembering a serious problem. With his strength at the marrow refining stage and his speed being so fast, he had chased after this person for such a long distance,
but he hadn't even caught up with him yet. What does that mean? Obviously,
this person was also a martial artist.
Moreover,
the strength was not weaker than his. It made him break out in a cold sweat and instantly calmed him down. He couldn't pursue it any further.
Even if he catches up, he may not be able to fight. Immediately,
he planned to return and wait until tomorrow to report to the Ebony Sect,
saying that a foreign enemy had invaded Green Bamboo Town,
so that the Ebony Sect would send experts to do away with this person.
Then, just then,
the man running in front stopped and turned to look at Su Convergence.
I heard that your name is Su Convergence, right?
You've surprised me a bit. I didn't expect a small mine steward to be a martial artist.
Moreover,
at this age of 16 or 17, you already have the strength of the marrow refining stage.
Not bad.
This person was in his 40s,
tall and thin,
with a white beardless face. His face was on the feminine side, and his voice also gave off a gloomy feeling.
Su Convergence didn't move.
His thoughts focused on the purple jade plaque in his arm so that the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy could hear it.
And then, he asked, "Who are you? Sneaking into my house in the middle of the night, and what do you want?"
The man said, "I mean no harm.
I'm just trying to find out what's going on."
Su Convergence said, "You sneak into my house in the middle of the night. This is already a kind of malicious intent. What is the situation in my house?
Does it have anything to do with you? I don't seem to know you."
The man said, "We did meet for the first time." Su Convergence was puzzled.
His family is just 4. Apart from him, it was also Wang Suiyun, Li Finia, and Yang Kani.
They were all ordinary people.
What was there that warranted a martial artist sneaking into the house 3 times to snoop around? Or, did this person know about the existence of the ancient well?
The man said, "I'll tell you a story and a piece of advice. Wash your ears." Su Convergence was more than willing to stall for time, waiting for the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy to arrive.
Man said,
"In a remote forest living in some small animals, which has a beautiful Luan bird,
to the age of marriage."
It looked right and left. None of these small animals are not worthy of it. Only a beast is still a little colorful. So the Luan bird and the beast married.
However, the Luan bird does not know.
It was born as supposed to soar above the 9 heavens of the phoenix. Sooner or later, one day,
It is going to ride the wind.
Even if the beast how hard to metamorphose, it is impossible to go hand in hand with the phoenix.
Life is the same reason. Someone
born as the phoenix above the 9 heavens, someone born as the beast on the ground, destined not the same world.
If both sides are too obsessive, hard to be together, will only harm each other. Nitama is the beast, and the whole family is the beast. Su Jia understood. In this story, the beast obviously refers to him. Then, who is the Luan bird refers to? There were only 3 women in the family, excluding Wang Tsueyun in the first place. There were only Li Xiaoya and Yang Kani, but they were all women from poor families. How could they be related to the so-called Luan bird? Su Convergence said, if you have something to say, just say it, no need to beat around the bush.
The man said, knowing too much will only do you harm and no good.
Su Convergence asked, so what? What exactly do you want?
The man faintly said, I've already said it's obvious enough. You and her are destined to be people of 2 worlds. Separate and draw a line earlier. It's for her own good as well as for your own good.
Su Convergence said, who is she?
The man said, naturally, it's Ms. Hosoya.
Miss?
This title surprised Su Convergence.
Could it be that Sister Phinia had some other status?
Suddenly, a white shadow appeared in the darkness in the distance,
and in the blink of an eye, it reached Su Convergence's side,
and it was clearly the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy who had arrived.
Su Convergence breathed a sigh of relief.
His backer had come. The unfathomable strength of this shady man gave him tremendous pressure, and without the safety of his life being guaranteed,
he didn't even dare to get angry,
so he could only stall for time and wait.
Who are you?
The White Fox's voice was clear and crisp, as if it were a young girl. The man's eyes glazed over. Earth flesh split.
Someone from the Ebony sect?
White Fox snorted coldly.
What are your intentions in sneaking into my Ebony sect's territory?
The man said.
What do you mean by the boundaries of the Yi sect? Nominally, Green Bamboo Town in Pingyang County is still the territory of the Yu dynasty, so why can't I come?
Then you can go to hell. The White Fox transformed into a white shadow and instantly swept past, so fast that it brought up a sharp sound of breaking wind. The man's face changed slightly, and he violently slammed out his fist, which was draped with a bright light,
like a bright moon.
Boom! The two collided and a large explosion occurred. Sparks erupted and the light was blinding. Su Convergence felt the ground beneath his feet shake, and he hastily retreated, hiding behind a large tree to watch the battle. Boom! 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 White Fox and the man's speed is too fast, so that he was dazzled, cannot see the battle, can only see a ray of light burst flash. Then, a series of explosions sounded, pieces of trees broken. Destructive force is too shocking. He hurriedly retreated again, staying far away, lest he be affected. Whoosh! Whoosh! White Fox and the man fought from the ground into midair, a ray of light exploding in the darkness. Su Jing's eyes went straight. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy could actually fly? Until this moment, he didn't know the strength of the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy. It could be seen that this man was also very strong, otherwise it would be impossible to fight the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy for so many moves.
The White Fox's tiny body was like a balloon, soaring against the wind, transforming into a mountain large paw slapping at the man.
What can you do to me? The man was cold. A jade seal appeared between his flipping palms, also rising against the wind, blocking the White Fox's enormous claws. Suddenly, a brilliant sword appeared in the distant dark sky, cleaving at the man as if it were a meteor. The man's face changed drastically, and he blocked with his great seal. However, the great seal exploded the moment it touched the swordlight, and his entire body was blown away, falling heavily from midair, spraying blood from his mouth and withering. Immediately afterward, another brilliant sword aura appeared in the distant sky. The man paled and panicked as he took out a jade talisman and crushed it, and as an earthy yellow light flashed, his entire body vanished into the ground and disappeared. Boom! The sword slashed at the ground, cutting out a long and deep sword mark as if it was a chasm. Hovering in midair, the White Fox's mountain-sized body transformed into a smaller one and landed lightly. Su Convergence came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly ran to the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy as he bent over and arched his hand. Many thanks to Lord Mining Patrol envoy for rushing to his rescue. White Fox was thoughtful. Judging from the moves used by this person, it should be someone from the court. The court? Su Convergence was puzzled. He hadn't even been to Pingyang County City, and he knew even less about the Yu dynasty. White Fox knew that he was originally an underclassman, and it was normal for him not to know about the dynasty. The Yu dynasty is the ruler in the open, although many state capitals are held by various sects, but the Yu dynasty is still very strong.
In essence, the Yu dynasty is actually a large sect with family lineage as its inheritance. Su Convergence listened to the clouds, the situation of the world. Not a few words can say clearly. He also stopped asking more about the affairs of the Yu dynasty, but asked about the man just now. This person escaped? Or died? White Fox said. He used the Earth Escape talisman to escape, but he was struck by my sword light and has already suffered a serious injury, so he will have to recuperate for at least a year and a half. Su Convergence was surprised. With the sword light just now, he thought that it was an expert from the Ebony sect that had struck, but he didn't expect it to be the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy's own body that had struck. I don't know how many miles away the sword light that split out, heavily hitting this very strong man. What kind of strength is the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy's main body? Such a level was beyond his cognizance. If this person drags his seriously injured body and secretly comes back to seek revenge on my subordinate, even if he is already seriously injured, my subordinate will not be able to defeat him. Or, the court has sent another person. How can this be? Su Convergence voiced his concerns. It was a matter of his little life and he had to be on guard. White Fox glanced at him and said, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on things and won't let the court's people sneak into the town again." Su Convergence was a little more at ease. White Fox said, "But I can protect you for a moment, but not for a lifetime. You still have to improve your strength as soon as possible to protect yourself." Su Convergence should be yes. His heart covered a layer of shadow. The more urgent and desire for strength. This world is too chaotic. Somehow provoked the court such a behemoth. White Fox said, "Just now, you opened the purple jade plaque. I heard your conversation, and it seems to be related to the woman in your family. So go back and check to see what's wrong with the woman in your family." "I understand." Su Ming once again expressed his gratitude. The White Fox mining inspector had arrived so quickly. Where could he find such a good superior? The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy didn't say anything more, turning into a white shadow in the darkness of the night and quickly disappearing into the distance. Chapter 51, Marriage License. At this time it was almost dawn. Su Convergence returned home with a sullen face and knocked on the door of Wang Suiyun's main house. Get up, get up." There was a rustling sound from inside. "Wait a few moments." Li Xiaoya opened the door, her autumn eyes looking at him with concern. "Convergence brother? Have you kept watch all night?" Su Convergence didn't want her to know about last night's events lest she worry. "It's almost dawn. Why don't you go to the kitchen with Cindy to make breakfast? I've got something to ask your mother, and we'll go over and have breakfast together later." Although Li Finia was strange, she didn't ask much and left with Yang Chanair to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. She is such a good woman. Su Jing is her man and the head of the family. She respects Su Jing and obeys him. Such a woman is very suitable for life. Yang Kaner was another case. She had no opinions of her own at all, and was good and obedient to everyone. Li Finia, however, had opinions of her own, and she only obeyed Su Convergence, and didn't always listen to what other people had to say. What's so important this morning? Wang Suiyun was sleepy, combing her hair in the bronze mirror. Su Convergence closed the door, walked next to her, and lowered his voice. "Let me ask you, is Sister Finya your own daughter?" Wang Shuiyun was stunned for a moment, then she stormed out and glared at Su Hui. "Of course Fine Asia is my daughter, the good daughter that I gave birth to from my womb in October." "What do you mean? What do you mean? You want my good daughter, but you want to not give me an old age and drive me away? Not even a door?" Fine Asia will not agree. "You dead heartless little white-eyed wolf. To think that, when you were injured by the falling stones from the mine and lay on your bed, if it hadn't been for my family's grain for you to eat, you would have been starved to death long ago." Su Jing waited patiently for her to finish cursing. "Who said anything about kicking you out?" Wang Suiyun was skeptical. "Since it wasn't to drive me away, then why did you ask if Fine Asia was my daughter?" Su Convergence said, "I'm just asking. Why are you reacting so strongly? Don't worry, when Sister Finya gives me a child, you'll still have to take care of the child for us, so if I don't drain you of your residual value, how can I possibly kick you out?" Wang Shuiyun's old face smiled. "Fine, I'll bring you the children." Seeing that she had let her guard down, Su Convergence asked, "Is Sister Finya really your real daughter?" Wang Suiyun rolled her eyes. "It's more real than real gold." Su Convergence, this is strange. Last night that man respectfully called Miss Finya, but Wang Shuiyun is just an ordinary woman. Wang Shuiyun's daughter. How can let the man so respectfully called it? Could it be that Li Jinshui had been green? Su Convergence thought of this possibility. He couldn't help but look at Wang Shuiyun twice more. He didn't expect Wang Shuiyun to be quite dashing when she was young. "I don't think Sister Finya is the real daughter of Uncle Li Jinshui, right?" Wang Suiyun didn't feel guilty at all.
She was full of indifference said, with my good man not 100 also have 80. How do I know is not that dead ghost seed? That dead ghost in the mine to do stone moving work. Earn too little food. I'm hungry. Have to look for some pass by the man into the door. To earn a bit of food well. The corners of Su Hui's mouth twitched, finally understanding the pulse of this matter. When Wang Suiyun was young, she often looked for passing men to enter her door in order to have enough to eat. One day in the morning or at noon or in the afternoon, Li Jinshui went to work in the mines. There is a big man of the court do not know what to come to Green Bamboo Town. Passing through the door, see the young Wang Suiyun is quite beautiful. They came in to have fun. The results of a hair into the soul, making Wang Suiyun pregnant. That man from last night is presumably someone sent by the bigwigs of the court to find his family. Are there any men you've been with that you've been particularly impressed with? Or who have been particularly generous? Su Convergence didn't need to think about it to know that the big shots must be generous. So he had this question. Wang Chuiyun back to taste. There really is a particularly generous. Gave me a good big ingot of gold. I cut up that ingot of gold. Pinched into a small gold sesame. Hidden from that dead ghost slowly spend. I buy a whole lot of passing snacks to eat every now and then. And I have eaten a full meal for several years. And when I eat well, my milk is also good. And fine Asia is raised so well by me. Thanks to that ingot of gold. On a closer note, you have that ingot of gold to thank for it. Otherwise how would Phinia look this good? Li Jinshui is so miserable. Su Convergence do not know what to say. To say blame Wang Suiyun cannot completely blame her. This world is too difficult. Anyone who is starving everyday dizziness is estimated to go crazy for food. Just Li Jinshui bad luck. Hit so many shots did not hit. Others a shot on the hit. Su Convergence said. The man who gave you an ingot of gold is actually a big shot, and I don't know what secret method he used to know that Finya is his daughter, and the man who infiltrated our house the evening before yesterday was the subordinate he sent to find his family. Wang Suiyun's gaze brightened. Big shot? Searching for a relative? This is a great thing. How do you know all this? Did you talk to that man? What compensation is the big man willing to give our family? Compensation. Su Convergence couldn't help but admire her ability to climb up the ladder. The man sent by the big man said that Sister Fine Asia is a one phoenix in the sky, and I'm a beast on the ground, not worthy of Sister Fine Asia, and he told me to be sensible and draw a line with Sister Fine Asia. Su Convergence decided to tease her a bit, sighing, I'm just a small mine steward. Where can I fight over people's bigwigs? I can only draw a line with you guys. After breakfast later, you'll take Sister Fine back to the old street over there in the old earth house to live in. This mansion is just left with Cindy and I. Wang Suiyun became anxious when she heard it. Followed Su Convergence to live. Every day big fish and meat to eat. Even to the night patrolman blood donation are exempted. Such a good life. So that her damaged body slowly find back. The whole person is several years younger. She does not want to go back to the past days of precariousness. And do not want to put their hopes in the illusory big man. She cursed. What a big shot. Let go of his mother's ass. Fine Asia is the daughter I gave birth to in October. And I raised her with my own hands. The 10 taels of gold he gave me was just my reward for serving him. It's his turn to tell you whether you and Fine Asia are compatible or not. Besides, you and Fine Asia have been good for such a long time. If you work harder and let Fine Asia conceive a baby for you, I'll see if he still dares to say that you are compatible or not. It's very suitable for me. Su Ming was happy. Wang Suiyun said this to his heart. Good. I'll work harder. When Sister Xiaoya gives birth to my baby, even if Sister Xiaoya's real father comes, he can't break up Sister Xiaoya and me. In order to prevent Wang Suiyun later tempted to change their minds, causing unnecessary trouble, Su Convergence brought pen, ink, paper and inkstone, written in black and white, and let Wang Suiyun handprint. Wang Suiyun was a bit dissatisfied. Really? You still can't be trusted. I can't believe it. Su Hui politely said. I think it's better to make a record of it. Wang Suiyun could only press her handprint. Su Ming looked at it with satisfaction, took the note and went to the kitchen, letting Li Xiaoya press the handprint. To Sister Xiaoya, he was 100% assured. But in order to avoid any disputes with Sister Xiaoya's real father in the future, it's better to get a marriage certificate. That's what. Li Xiaoya was curious. Su Convergence didn't show her and joked. Your contract of sale. Dare you press a handprint? Li Xiaoya gave him a glance. Also do not look at the note. Is to press the handprint. Apparently not worried about being sold by him. Mutual feelings have reached the point of absolute trust, and the 93 out of 100 favorability is real. Chapter 52, Qi Condensation Pill. After the family of 4 had breakfast, Su Jing rode his horse to the mine. Even though he didn't sleep a wink last night, he didn't feel sleepy at all. The body of the marrow refining stage was already transformed and cut down. Not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. Just after he left, a white cat scaled the wall and entered his mansion, coming to lie down by the window at the highest part of the unoccupied attic, the cat's eyes closing and resting for a moment, then opening to look at the whole mansion. After last night's incident, it was a wake-up call for Su Hui, who had to take care of the safety of the women at home. Now the whole Green Bamboo town knows that he is the steward of the new mine. His family has a lot of food and money. Rich, while there are many hungry people outside, it is hard to guarantee that there will not be people with bad intentions to touch into his house. Have to be defended. The mine has Pu Rin in charge of it, so Su Convergence doesn't need to go there every day. And he didn't go to the mine today to manage it, but he wanted to find Han Du and ask about the Qi condensation Dan. The Qi condensation pill was the raw material for his promotion to the Ming Gene stage, and that was the most important thing. In the midst of such a bizarre and rampant chaotic world, boosting his strength would always be put in the first place by him. Come to the mine. Su Convergence carried his hands behind his back and toured the mine. This gesture was learned from Han Du, who liked to carry his hands behind his back when inspecting the mines. Su Jing felt that this was very much like a stewardship, so he learned to use it. See Su Convergence Patrol Mine. The miners one by one hastened to work hard. This period of time Su Convergence change is really too big. Raise his hands and feet with a kind of noble and calm aura. No one dares to treat him as a teenager, and no one dares to sneak around in front of him. In the stone town that night at the pier, Xiaomei at once and the crowd hit him. Also because of this reason, Su Convergence was born a good skin, plus such a temperament on the body. Superb out of the group, is too outstanding. After a brief tour, Su Convergence made his way to the granary and asked Liu Kan to take the swordsman to fight the mountain bandits and capture them alive, to be used to complete the blood sacrifice at the mine. The last time we captured a mountain bandit, we killed 2 of them every other day, and we've already used them up, so the blood sacrifice can't be delayed. Although his white cat doppelganger was a disciple of the Ebony sect, as well as a picket envoy of Pingyang County, and he himself had a good relationship with the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy, even if he didn't do the blood sacrifice thing, no one could do anything to him. However, his apparent identity is just a small steward of this mine. It is better to keep an honest low profile, follow the steps and do his part well in order to avoid being suspected by the other people of the Ebony cult. Suming with the same as last time to Liu Kan and the swordsman open to generous conditions. Injured can receive food subsidies. Fight the mountain bandits from the money and food. All for the swordsman. He Cheng do not want, as long as the body of the mountain bandits, live. The knives were in high spirits, each one eager to try. Only Liu Kan knew in his heart that Su Hui was holding a purple jade card with a high color tier, and even without these generous conditions, a single word could mobilize him. He said nothing, obeyed orders, ordered 5 swordsmen, and went to fight the mountain bandits. For trivial matters like this, Su Convergence himself had been too lazy to do anything, and he rode away from the mines and headed for Han Du's mines. 2 days ago, I went to Brother Su's mine to look for you to listen to the music at the Lichuan place, but I heard that Brother Su hadn't come to the mine for 2 or 3 days. Han Du's gaze was strange, guessing that Su Hui had been to Stone Town. How was it? Did it go well? Su Jing didn't answer directly, arching his hand and saying, I still have to thank Brother Han for his guidance. As soon as Han Du heard it, he understood that he had scored, his eyes envious as he said, so it seems that Brother Su has become a true martial artist. Congratulations. Follows. Han Du sighed. I have little hope in this life to achieve the body of a martial artist. When I was young, my family was poor, even eating is a problem. Relying on my sister's posture, got the old mayor of the town's favor. I became a steward of this mine. With the silver, I did look for some martial arts masters to teach, but in the end, it is older, missed the best time to practice martial arts, only learned a little 3 feet of the fist and feet kung fu. Su Convergence only had to comfort. Han, don't be discouraged. Perseverance will always be rewarded. Martial arts path. In addition to the young and successful, there is also the expression of the late success of the great weapon. Perhaps one day, Han fake hair it. Hando smiled. I borrowed your advice. Su Convergence chatted with him a few more times before getting straight to the point. Has Brother Han ever heard of such a thing as a Qi condensation pill? Qi condensation pill? Han Du said. This listening to the name What Dan, probably can guess that it is something used by cultivators. I am just an ordinary person. How would I know this? Well, Su Convergence was a bit disappointed and expected at the same time.
After all, Hando also had limited knowledge and couldn't know everything. If he really couldn't, he could only ask the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy. According to the character of the White Fox Mining Envoy, he would probably just throw a chi condensation pill at him. However, the relationship between people has a mutual role in order to be long-lasting. The White Fox Mining Patrol envoy has taken care of him enough, and his current strength is almost zero role for the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy. To put it bluntly, the White Fox Mining Rangers have paid for an investment and are currently not seeing a return on that investment, making for a delicate relationship. Su Hui is not a confused person. He knows very well in his heart, the one-sided demand will eventually annoy people. Therefore, he would try to solve the problem by himself if he could, and for things like last night that were far beyond his strength, there was no way but to seek the shelter of the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy. Han Du seemed to have remembered something. But I did hear that in Pingyang County City, there's a black market for cultivators, and there might be this kind of thing there. It's just, Su Convergence's gaze brightened. Just what? Han Du said. I've heard that cultivators use a stone that contains spirituality as their trading currency, and mundane money is definitely useless in that black market. Su Conger felt a big headache. It was not easy to inquire about a place that might have chi condensation pills, but he did not have the money of a cultivator. How can I get money for practitioners? He began to mull it over. Ebony religion. This sect is very strange. In addition to each person is split into the religion, there is no payroll, that is, there is no monthly salary. Ebony religion people want to obtain cultivation resources, can only rely on their own skills. He has no money, but he's entitled. In a sense, power sometimes equals money. In a sect where no monthly salary is issued, using power for personal gain is tantamount to a default thing from above. As long as it is not too much, the top will also turn a blind eye. After all, no monthly salary, no one is easy. In other words, he could use the White Cat doppelganger's identity as a Pingyang County picket envoy to get some cultivation resources. It's time for a trip to Pingyang County. Su Convergence has a preliminary plan. The White Cat doppelganger hangs the identity of the new picket envoy. The people in Pingyang County City more or less always have to pay tribute to him, right? To know, the authority of the picket is very large. The entire range of Pingyang County, look at the eye, can be managed. He did not want to find others, but others cannot not give some face. Chapter 53, Entanglement. Su Convergence left Hando's mine and returned to his own, catching up on his sleep until noon. The marrow refining stage physique could allow him to not sleep for a few days, but it was better to sleep when he could, so that he could maintain the peak state of his physique at all times. The kitchen brought lunch, 4 dishes and a soup, the standard for a steward's meal. Just as Su Convergence had just finished his meal, Pei Zhaoxi's guards arrived. Su Jing looked toward the door, did not see Pei Zhaoxi, slightly disappointed. This if the little pepper came together for a nap. That would be so nice. Meet Steward Su. The guard clasped his fists in salute, came closer, and said in a low voice, "My young lady sent me, saying that this evening, I would like to ask Steward Su to meet me at the bridge on the east side of the town to talk about something." As soon as Su Convergence heard it, his heart was on fire, and he remembered a poem by Ouyang Xiu, "The moon is on the willow, and people are about to dusk." Got it. Su Convergence said, "You report back to your lady, and say that I will definitely be on time for the appointment, and I won't see you there." The guards answered yes and left. Su Jing beckoned Pu Rin over. "I didn't sleep well last night, and I'll have to go back to sleep later, so don't bother me if there's nothing going on." Pu Rin nodded and smiled. Then Steward Su can catch up on his sleep. After Su Rue let him out, he closed the door behind him and took a nap. In fact, he'd had enough catching up on sleep for one morning, but he continued to do so in order to better refresh himself. In this way, slept until the evening. Su Convergence refreshingly woke up, filled with inexhaustible energy, physical fitness like an ox. Wrap it up and open the barn for grain. Su Convergence made an announcement, and then he rode his horse and left. The horse galloped, headed for the bridge on the east side of town, 10 miles or so. Soon enough, seeing a luxurious carriage with a shed, parked in the maple forest by the bridge, more than a dozen guards stood guard around. This scene let Su Convergence again recall the poem, "Parking What Maple Forest Evening." Unfortunately at this time is the winter season. The maple tree leaves all fall out. If the fall, the trees are full of red maple leaves, that kind of scene would be perfect. He longed his horse over, rolled over and dismounted, and reached out to open the curtain of the carriage. That is, he bent down to enter.
and the more than 10 guards who were guarding the surrounding area consciously walked a little farther away.
Did Xiaohe miss me?
Of course Su Jing wouldn't be polite, and he wrapped his arms around Pei Xiaoxi. Pei Xiaoxi's cold little face.
Don't want to.
Su Convergence, which cares about her want to not want to, immediately, and she made love. This little pepper, although arrogant, temper is very bad, but looks really good, and from childhood practice martial arts, physical fitness is excellent. The swaying of the wagon continued until it was completely dark. Su Ming finally got his way. The only regret is that he can't see Pei Xiaoxi's favorability towards him. The arrogant young lady of a big family is different. It's not that easy to develop feelings for him, Pei Xiaoxi said with a cold face. In a few days, the young master of the Fong family will be coming to my house to place an offer.
What are you going to do? Su Convergence said. Didn't we say last time that you'd withdraw from the marriage and marry me?
Pei Xiaoxi questioned.
How to withdraw?
If I directly tell father that I want to withdraw from the marriage,
father will beat me to death? Moreover, the Fong family will definitely not relent. So you're letting me bear the consequences alone? Su Convergence frowned. This was a real dilemma.
Pei Xiaoxi said,
I do have a method.
We'll do away with the Fong family's young master together, and when the Fong family's young master dies,
my engagement will naturally be gone, so I can be your woman.
No.
Su Convergence refused without hesitation.
He has no grievances with us.
How could we do that? Is this what people do?
Although the world is like this, although he is not a good person,
but the bottom line should be there. Even if it cannot become light, at least do not go to the darkness. Once this begins, there is an endless darkness, a complete loss of humanity, until it is transformed into weirdness,
Pei Xiaoxi mirthfully said.
In fact, I don't want to kill him.
Pei family and Fong family is a family friend. He often came to Pei family as a guest. I also went to Fong family a few times. I can see that he likes me very much, and I have a little bit of young girl's love for him.
If not you and I got good by mistake. For this marriage I was originally willing to do so.
A little bit of love.
You want to kill people?
Su Jing's heart is shocked.
In the future, you have to be careful with Pei Xiaoxi. She is not a good woman. Su Convergence couldn't help but ask. Now what? Between me and him, who do you prefer?
Pei Xiaoxi glanced at him.
I don't know. You're messing with my mind.
Retribution.
Su Convergence said. Besides killing him, is there any other way to withdraw from the marriage?
Pei Xiaoxi thought about it and said,
You take me to elope? As long as I disappear. Over time, he will slowly let go of it. And when he gets married, the marriage contract won't count. So we can come back then.
Su Jing shook his head. If Sister Fine Asia said that she would let him elope with her,
he would not hesitate to take Sister Fine Asia and leave. The ends of the earth would be fine.
But Pei Xiaoxi had not yet reached the level of letting him give up everything here. Pei Xiaoxi was annoyed.
This is not good. That is not good. I think you just want to eat for free. The benefits let you get, but the consequences let my Pei family bear. This has been seen out. Su Ming said. I don't mean that. I'm not discussing this with you. We'll figure it out together. We can always get over this hurdle.
Pei Xiaoxi coldly said. How about I think of a way to hide the fact that I'm not a perfect body, and marry the young master of the Fong family as usual. The big deal is that I'll do a steal on the wedding night. It shouldn't be too hard to muddle through.
Su Jing was busy saying. Don't. I can't give up. You're already my woman. I don't want you to follow another man.
Pei Xiaoxi snorted coldly.
If you can't give it up, you can settle the matter of the marriage contract. Won't I belong to you alone?
Su Convergence was still really afraid of her messing up.
Fine. Take it easy. Let me think about how to solve it. He pondered over it. The marriage contract of a big family is not so easy to break, because it is a matter of face, and the party who was withdrawn from the marriage must be disgraced and turn against him. Seeing him thinking left and right with no result, Pei Xiaoxi got impatient. Don't you know the mining inspector?
Ask the mining inspector to step in and pressure the Fong family to force them to give up the marriage contract.
Su Convergence said. If you do this, won't you make the Fong family hate you even more? Pei Xiaoxi frowned. Think about it. Hard can't work. Then come to the soft. Use the benefits to impress the Fong family. The purpose of the marriage is actually the benefits. As long as you give the benefits are big enough so that the Fong family can't refuse. Naturally, it will fulfill you and me. Su Convergence couldn't be bothered. I'm just a steward of a mine. What interests can I have to impress the Fong family? One of the 3 major households in Green Bamboo Town?
I don't even know what interests your 3 major households want the most. Pei Xiaoxi stared at him.
Don't pretend with me. My father and elder brother have told me that your relationship with the mine inspector is extraordinary. and that you are not as simple as a mine steward. If you want to, you can certainly give benefits that will move the Fonzies. If you want to say what benefit we three big families want the most, then of course it is to join the Ebony sect and become Ebony sect disciples. This is the ultimate goal that our three major families are working towards. If you can get a place as a disciple of the Ebony sect, the Fong family will definitely be willing to give up their engagement 100 times over. A spot for a rabbinical disciple? The ultimate goal? Su Convergence's gaze was strange. It seemed that he had still overestimated the three great families, who were nothing in the Ebony sect. Okay, I'll think of something. It shouldn't be that hard. Su Convergence agreed to do so. Pei Xiaoxi hesitated. If it's possible, get one for our Pei family as well. Okay, my father's biggest dream in his life is to join the Ebony sect. Hearing this pleading tone from her, Su Ming couldn't help but want to bully her. That will depend on Xiaoxi's performance. Pei Xiaoxi is no longer a young girl who is ignorant and uninformed. She knows what he thinks, and immediately half pushed and half accommodated, and made merry with him. The night was getting late. Only then did Su Jing give Pei Xiaoxi permission to go home. In order to avoid encountering the night watchman halfway, he took rare pity on Pei Xiaoxi and escorted her not far from Pei's house, not directly to the gate. This was to avoid being known by Pei's family. Pei family has the right to exempt blood, but also limited to within the Pei family can be exempted from blood. If in the wild encountered the night patrol people, there is no let the night patrol people retreat authority. As usual, will suffer. Before he left, Pei Xiaoxi invited him to come over tomorrow to participate in one of the hunting events between the three major families so that he could meet the Fong family head and talk about the marriage contract in exchange of benefits in passing. Okay. Su Convergence agreed. He also wanted to resolve this matter early. Marry Pei Xiaoxi the little pepper as soon as possible and eat spicy food as much as he wanted. It was just too hard to taste spicy food like this after so many days of intervals. Chapter 54, The Three Great Household Hunts. The next day, Su Ming rode his horse and came to Pei's house. Seeing the Pei family head, Pei Hung, Pei Xiaoxi and a few commoner teenage girls and boys coming out in great numbers on horses and carrying bows and arrows, followed by two teams of guards. Seeing Su Convergence, Pei Hong was stunned. Then he arched his hand and smiled. Brother Su, are you here to play with me? We were planning to go out. The Pei family head also arched his hand in greeting. Pei Xiaoxi looked away, pretending to be unfamiliar with him. This acting is too poor. Su Convergence understood. It seemed that Pei Xiaoxi was not convenient to say about inviting him, so he could only say it himself, smiling and asking knowingly, "Where are you guys going? I'm still looking for you to have a drink." Pei Hong explained. Our three great families have a tradition of having 4 group hunts each year, one in spring, summer, fall, and winter, and this is the winter hunt. Good lord, hunting all year round and not giving the animals time to recuperate. Su Convergence mused. Is it convenient for me to participate? Before Pei Hong could reply, Pei family head had already laughed. Of course it's convenient. I had originally planned to invite Steward Su to attend. It's just that I heard that Steward Su had traveled on a business trip a few days ago and was busy with his official duties and had just returned home, so I was worried about disturbing Steward Su. That's why I didn't send out an invitation. Su Convergence said, Uncle Pei is too polite. As long as Uncle Pei has a word, how dare I, as a junior, not come? Seeing Su Jing talking to his father and brother with these pleasantries and polite falsehoods, Pei Xiaoxi had a complicated mood. He was really good at pretending. He wasn't so polite to her in the carriage yesterday evening. Pei Heng beckoned and called for a good bow and a good pot of arrows to be brought to Su Convergence. Su Convergence took the bow and arrows on the back, and Pei family with the crowd of vast horse galloped up, all the way. The passers-by encountered all retreated to the side of the road and waited for the Pei family's men to come over before they dared to get back on the road. After running for 20 to 30 miles, Pei family members and Su Convergence came to a mountain field. This is the gathering place for the three big families to hunt collectively, so you can leave your horse here and hike into the mountains to hunt, which is not a good place to ride a horse. After waiting for a while, he saw a group of men galloping in, rolling up a long line of dust. When Su Ming saw that Han Du was among the pair, he knew that it was the old mayor who had come. That is, the head of the Su family, Su Qing, one of the three major families in Green Bamboo Town. The team arrived close. The leader was a spirited old man, looked old and strong. There is a feeling of a long time in the upper echelons. Su Convergence will know that this should be the old mayor Su Qing. Su Qing rolled over and dismounted, tossing the reins casually to Han Du. Take my Yoroma to the shed in the mountain field. Make it a separate room, and feed it some fine forage. Yoroma. Su Hui's gaze was different. He had seen people who showed off, but he had never seen people who showed off so directly. Moreover, the old mayor Su Qing spoke to Han Du in a tone as if he was making a servant, and with so many guards, he didn't ask the guards to lead the horses, but he made Han Du. So I really don't know if he was cordial with Han Du. I really don't know if he's friendly with Han Du, or if he's just trampling on Han Du. Okay, brother-in-law. Han Du's face stiffened slightly as he led Su Qing's horse to the stables. Su Convergence's eyes flickered for a moment, and judging from Hando's reaction, it wasn't cordial. It seemed to be just a little bit of practicing. He remembered that Han Du had said that since Han Du's sister had lost favor in her old age, the old mayor, Su Qing, had gone cold on Han Du. Elder brother Su is truly a dragon and a tiger, old and strong. The Pei family head took the initiative to step forward and greeted him with a smile and an arch. Su Qing touched the wrench on his thumb before arching his hand slightly. Elder brother Pei is also still graceful. The two men chilled out, talking about things that weren't nutritious. Pei family master remembered that he couldn't leave Su Convergence out in the cold, so he reached out his hand to guide him and smiled. There's no need to talk about my Pei family's sons and daughters. Elder brother Su knows it all. This one beside me is Steward Su Convergence Su, who followed us over to hunt with us this time. Steward? Su Qing couldn't help but look down at the young Su Convergence. A little questioning. What's the pipe? Su Convergence humbly said. The pipe is that new mine that was recently opened up. It's not worth mentioning. So it's a mine steward. Su Qing dawned for a moment, and then his attitude faded. My incompetent brother-in-law has the same position as you, and has been working for more than 10 or 20 years, and still hasn't made it to the top. It's really a waste of my many years of cultivation. That's a diabolical thing to say. Su Convergence frowned slightly. It was hard to imagine a town mayor saying something like that, but this was the way of the world, and it didn't seem to be unusual for a town mayor to be like that. The Pei family head's eyes flickered a few times. Judging from the fact that Su Qing had such a cavalier attitude towards Su Jing, it was obvious that he didn't know that Su Jing knew the Lord Mine Inspector. In other words, Han Du did not tell Su Qing about this relationship. Thinking about it, Su Qing was not nice to Han Du. Of course Han Du would not tell Su Qing about this. That's good news. Between the three big households, although on the surface of a harmony, in fact, there is also a competitive relationship. If Su Qing and Su Convergence are bad, this is the loss of the Su family. This is also equal to the Pei family rise. Immediately, Pei family head laughed. Steward Su is a capable person. He shouldn't be in the position of mine steward for the rest of his life. Su Qing said in disbelief. If a mine steward wants to be promoted, he has to come out of the earth meat 5 times before he can do so. As long as he completes the blood sacrifice on time, when he comes out of the earth meat, it depends on luck. It actually has nothing to do with ability. It all depends on life. Master Pei stopped at an appropriate point and didn't continue to steer the conversation, lest Su Convergence think that he was stirring up trouble and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Su Convergence is also clear in his heart. This old mayor Su Qing, obviously a little disdain for him, such a small mine steward. Of course, he will not be hot-faced a cold ass, said excuse me, and then left this family circle, looking for Pei Hong, Pei Xiaoxi chatting to go. Han Du fed his horse and came out, first reporting to Su Qing, before coming over to join the circle of Su Tsong, Pei Hong, and Pei Xiaoxi. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Su Pei's 2 families had already waited a bit impatiently, and finally another group of people came to the mountain field. Su Convergence did not need to think about it to know that it should be the Fong family's people came. Strangely enough, the person at the head of the procession didn't look like the Fong family head, but a young man in brocade clothes and fancy dress, looking all noble. The Fong family head shouldn't be so young, right? Behind this brocade-clothed, gorgeous man, followed by a middle-aged man and a handsome teenager. These two were the Fong family head and the Fong family young master? Then, who was this brocade-clothed, gorgeous man who had gone ahead of the Fong family head and young master Fong? You know, big families care about this kind of etiquette. Who walks in front and who walks behind? The group arrived close. A few pleasantries were exchanged. It was only then that Su Ming realized that the young man in brocade garb at the head was actually the son of a certain family from Pingyang County City, while the middle-aged man and the handsome young master were the Fong family master and the Fong family young master. Su Qing and Pei family head were both a bit moved. They didn't expect that the Fong family had hooked up with a family in Pingyang County City and invited to participate in this winter hunt. Was there any deep meaning in this? Chapter 55, Every Man for Himself. The old town mayor, Su Qing, smiled and arched his hand in succession to the noble gentleman invited by the Fong family. Such an impressive instrument and extraordinary temperament.
It turns out that he is the son of the Lin family of the county town.
It's no wonder. Where's your brashness? Su Convergence couldn't help but look at the old mayor, Su Qing, a few more times, and had to reacquaint himself with him. He wasn't like this just now. Noble Duke Lin Qingyu just slightly arched his hand. Then it was regarded as a return salute. To the mayor of Green Bamboo Town, neither warm nor appearing too cold. Perhaps this was the quality of the county family's male son. Ever since arriving at the mine, the young master of the Feng family, Feng Xiaozhe, had his eyes on Pei Xiaoxi, and after he had greeted the two elders, the old town mayor, Su Qing, and the head of the Pei family, Pei Jifeng, he led Lin Qingyu, and walked briskly towards the circle of Pei Hang, Pei Xiaoxi, Han Du, and Su Convergence. Zai Ohi. Feng Xiaozhe waved his hand in greeting to Pei Xiaoxi, a bright smile on his face, seeing that he is a sun-filled teenager with a cheerful personality, coupled with a handsome birth and a first son of the Feng family's birth. It is easy to attract the heart of a young girl, and it is no wonder that Pei Xiaoxi once had a bit of a young girl's affection for him. Feng Xiaozhe about 15, and Pei Xiaoxi similar age. Our teenage Dudon Moncler Pa Cher also looks really match, as if a pair of golden children. Brother Feng. Pei Xiaoxi's small face was a bit unnatural, and she responded softly absent-mindedly. Feng Xiaozhe was still the same teenager he once was. While she was no longer the same teenager she once was, she had already been good with Su Jing many times, and was getting crazier and crazier. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Su Hui next to her. If she had to use a metaphor to describe it, Feng Xiaozhe's sunny teenage boy's shadow had once reflected on the walls of her teenage girl's heart room. Then Su Hui was just like a robber who had broken in and barged right in, occupying her teenage girl's heart room and completely messing up the room, changing the arrangement and turning it into something that was suitable for Su Hui to reside in. The result was that the shadow of the sunny boy reflected on the wall blurred all at once and was about to disappear. Therefore, she had a complicated feeling towards Feng Xiaozhe, both a little bit of shame, a little bit of light, and a little bit of strangers, and even a little bit of hate. Hate that this sunny little teenager diligently guarded the garden, but was picked by Su Convergence, a robber big teenager. The flowers, and even the future fruits were Su Convergence's too. Ziohe, what's wrong with you? Feng Xiaozhe sensed Pei Xiaoxi's faint attitude. The Feng family and the Pei family is the relationship of the family. The two have been married since childhood, although it is not a childhood sweetheart, but also counted as two children, familiar with each other. Pei Xiaoxi this little bit of abnormality, it will make him notice, feel where it is not right, in a bad mood. Are you sick? He reached out and touched his hand to Pei Xiaoxi's forehead, trying to see if she was burning up with wind chill. Pei Xiaoxi subconsciously dodged and moved to the side, bumping into Su Hui's shoulder next to him. Just this one small gesture. The crowd reacted differently. Feng Xiaozhe's hand froze in midair, and the sunshine-filled smile on his face froze. He had a marriage contract with Xiaoxi. Why such a big reaction for such a simple contact? Pei Hong was stunned, also a little strange. In the past, the two were quite close, more or less a small couple, playful and did not care so much about this point of contact. Nowadays, why Xiaoxi instinctively treat Feng Xiaozhe as if he were a stranger? Han Du didn't have much of a reaction. In his opinion, Pei Xiaoxi was just so quirky, it wasn't unusual for her to have any behavioral abnormalities. Su Jing, on the other hand, was a little weak. Just now he almost instinctively reached out and slapped away Feng Xiaozhe's hand, only then remembering that he was the one who had a marriage contract with Pei Xiaoxi. Lin Qingyu, the noble son from the county family, himself had the physique of a martial artist and had the sharpest perception. The pupils of his eyes shrunk for a moment, noticing a very subtle detail. Pei Xiaoxi's instinctive direction of avoidance was not to the nearest older brother Pei Hang, but rather to the other young steward of the mines next to him, named Su Convergence. To know, people and animals alike, when frightened, instinctively will hide towards familiar places. Why Pei Xiaoxi will hide towards this young steward named Su Convergence? Moreover, there was another important detail. When Feng Xiaozhe reached out and touched Pei Xiaoxi, the palm of this Su Convergence's hand visibly moved, instinctively wanting to block it, but then held back. Why was that? Thinking about this, Lin Qingyu glanced at Su Convergence in a different way, his gaze carrying a bit of intriguing meaning. Su Convergence was also a martial artist with equally sharp senses, and noticing the gaze cast by Lin Qingyu, he nodded his head slightly in response to indicate a gesture. Lin Qingyu was slightly surprised in his heart, and seeing that Su Convergence's perception was so sharp, he understood that Su Convergence was likewise a martial artist. Ziohe, what's wrong with you? Fang Xiaozi couldn't think about that much and looked at Pei Xiaoxi with a concerned gaze. Pei Xiaoxi shook his head. It's nothing. These days, the body is slightly unwell. I am pregnant. Su Convergence flashed an idea. Think and feel impossible. Pei Xiaoxi obviously in order to perfunctorily Fang Xiaozai said so. Even if pregnant that is certainly Fang Ya's sister first. After all, fertile soil, Pei Xiaoxi is still far away. And he himself is also almost meaning is not mature enough. A casual sentence but made Fang Xiaozhi pay attention. Have you seen the doctor yet? Or, I'll send you back to Pei's house. No, I'm fine, Pei Xiaoxi faintly said, listening to the two conversations. Su Convergence's heart is also a little complicated. Can see Fang Xiaozai Pei Xiaoxi's good. He is more or less ashamed of the other side. But this cannot be blamed on him. If it is not Pei Xiaoxi put a cold arrow to attack and kill him, he will not be on Pei Xiaoxi arrows. And he did not know beforehand that Pei Xiaoxi has a marriage in the body. The main responsibility or Pei Xiaoxi himself. He is only a secondary responsibility. Responsibility or Pei Xiaoxi himself. He is only secondary responsibility. Of course, a little bit of shame in his heart didn't mean that he would let go. He was now a little bit obsessed with Pei Xiaoxi. This little pepper. Unlike Sister Fanya's obedience and Cindy's good behavior and obedience, Pei Xiaoxi's favorability towards him had never been shown, which made him look forward to it even more. When the marriage contract is broken off and Pei Xiaoxi marries him and completely becomes his woman, will the favorability come to a big explosion? Pei Xiaoxi's such a bland attitude made Fang Xiaozhi a bit at a loss for words and didn't know what to say, so he could only forcefully smile and say, then when you go up to the mountains later to hunt, take it easy and don't make too much of an effort, lest you get tired. Aha, Pei Xiaoxi answered slightly. Her eyes met for a moment as they inadvertently swept past Su Tsung's face, and not knowing what she remembered, her fragrant cheeks blushed slightly as she averted her gaze and looked away. Elsewhere, in the circle of the old mayor, also known as Su Qing, the Su family lord, Pei family lord and Fang family lord, the three family lords talked and laughed, unaware of what was happening in the circle on the younger junior's side. Further away, there were the young girls and teenagers from the three largest households. The commoners' sons and daughters of the commoner households had little status in the family, and of course had little sense of existence outside. Each one of them stood restrainedly at the edge of the mountain field, not daring to speak loudly in the presence of the heads of the households and the first sons and first daughters. The group hunt of the three largest families was a party when they said it was a hunt. Hunting was only secondary. It was more of a get-together, lest a prolonged period of no contact create any suspicion between each other and cause unnecessary conflict. The people carried their bows and arrows and headed for the hills, talking and laughing. Chapter 56, One Step Too Slow. The Old Town Mayor, also known as Su Qing, the head of the Su family, occasionally struck up a conversation with Lin Qingyu, the son of the Lin family in the county, and asked questions. This caused the Fang family head to be a bit dissatisfied. Mr. Lin was an honored guest that he had invited with great difficulty, and judging by the meaning of the Old Town Mayor, Su Qing, it was obvious that he wanted to climb up the ladder. Seeing the Old Town head Su Qing and the Fang family head competing to compliment the Lin family's son, the Pei family head was secretly happy in his heart, and he thought differently from the Old Town head Su Qing and the Fang family head. His attention was almost entirely on Su Convergence. Not that he wasn't interested in the County Lin family, but, compared to the distant County Lin family, he cared more about the Green Bamboo Town Mining Patrol envoy as a human connection. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby thirst, distant relatives are better than close neighbors, and this human relationship is the same thing. Instead of flattering, pleasing, and complimenting this Duke Lin, it would be better to grasp Su Convergence. Moreover, he once heard a gossip. Green Bamboo Town's mine inspector is extraordinary. Not the other town's mine inspector can be compared to the Green Bamboo Town's mine inspector could have long ago been promoted, but do not know what the reason stranded in the Green Bamboo Town as a mine inspector. From this point of view, the energy of the Green Bamboo Town's mining patrol envoy would not necessarily be inferior to that of the Lin family in the county. As of now, the Old Town Mayor, Su Qing, and the Fang family head did not know about Su Convergence's relationship with the Lord Mining Inspector, which was a good time for him to pull Su Convergence's strings. Steward Su, I have a few concubine daughters, although I don't dare to say that they are of national color, but they also have a bit of beauty. Are you interested in taking 2 or 3 of them home? Family head Pei asked with a smile, as if he was an elder caring for his juniors. The gesture, Su Convergence had become a bit numb. In the past, it would have been hard for him to imagine that a father would use the word beauty to describe his daughter, as if it were a description of goods. Now he has been numb. or has been accustomed to. This world is like this. The daughter of a commoner's house is used to exchange for food. The daughter of a large family is used to exchange for benefits. There is no essential difference. What's more, it's only the daughter of a concubine that's even more indifferent to what feelings, completely treated like goods. Hearing their father's words, the several concubine maidens of the Pei family who followed behind each had their bodies tense. They knew that the moment to decide their fate had come. They were nervous and a little bit expectant. This Su Jing was the manager of the mine. Food and clothing certainly do not need to worry. And Su Jing was born with a good skin. And young, not much older than them a few years. To Su Jing is a woman. From their heart is willing. Brother Pei is too generous. The Feng family head did not understand. Although these nieces of the Pei family are only commoners, they are at least your own daughters. And he is only a steward of a mine. To match one to him would be a blessing for him. Why would he need to be allowed to give him 2 or 3? The old mayor, Su Qing, was even a bit dissatisfied. If it is the county town, Mr. Lin's such a prominent family lineage, it's okay to allow 2 or 3. Pei's oldest brother allowed 2 or 3 to a mine steward. It's a bit of a discredit to the reputation of the 3 largest households. Pei family master didn't want to explain so clearly to them. He just smiled lightly and said, Steward Su is like my own nephew. I love him very much. I have dozens of concubine daughters. What's the harm in granting him 2 or 3? Can you give me Zio He Yun? Su Jing arched his hand and politely said, Thank you for Uncle Pei's generosity. It's just that I'm in poor health, and the women in my family are already enough, so any more would be unattractive. Master Pei's gaze was suspicious. Look at Steward Su's rosy face and robust body. It doesn't look like he's in ill health. Seeing that the gazes of the crowd were focused on him, Su Convergence coughed twice. This kind of thing can't be seen on the surface. Pei Hong remembered Su Convergence's use of tiger bones to make wine, and whispered to Pei family head, Father, Brother Su is really in poor health. This is something I am aware of, and he had asked me to hunt down an entire tiger bone to use to make wine for tonic purposes. Pei family head felt regret. Well, if Steward Su's body recuperates in the future, he can come to my Pei family at any time. Those concubines of mine have been giving birth and there are good-looking concubine daughters at any time. The several concubine daughters of the Pei family who followed behind were also a bit disappointed. At a young age, how could their bodies fail? Pei Zhaoxi looked at Su Tsong out of the corner of her eye, really good at pretending. She can be sure that her father and elder brother were tricked by Su Tsong. Is Su Tsong's body good or not? Is she still not clear? Uncle Pei, my nephew has a happy event to tell you. Seeing that all of the Pei family's attention was on this young steward named Su Convergence, Fang Xiaozhe, as the prospective son-in-law, felt a little bit uncomfortable in his heart and immediately spoke up. Pei family head wondered, could it be that the news of him being designated as the next town mayor from above had already been known by the Fang family? What happy event! Fang Xiaozhe laughed. Originally, my father was interested in competing for the next mayor of the town, but after I learned that Uncle Pei was also interested, I asked my father to give up and not compete with Uncle Pei, so as not to hurt the peace between our Fang and Pei families. There was a pause. He reached out and guided his hand towards Lin Xingyu. In order for Uncle Pei to smoothly become the next mayor of the town, I have invited Brother Lin from the county to come here, and I asked Brother Lin to use his family's connections to help Uncle Pei. The Fang family head sighed a bit sourly. Brother Pei, this son of mine is truly filial to you, and is more attentive to your affairs than he is to me, his own father. Lin Xingyu said to the Pei family head, let me state in advance, I can use my family connections to help you talk to the above and try to get you the position of the next mayor of Green Bamboo Town, but I can't make any guarantees on who the above ultimately decides to be the next mayor of the town, so you have to be aware of that. Fang Xiaozhe laughed. Don't worry, Uncle Pei, my father won't fight with you. No one in this Green Bamboo Town can already fight with you. Plus, Brother Lin used his family connections to help lobby with the above. You becoming the next mayor is basically a sure thing, unless the above suddenly transfers a mayor from the outside, which is unlikely. Su Convergence's gaze rose in a strange way. The Fang and Lin family dukes did not yet know that the above had already settled on the Pei family head as the next mayor of the town. Pei Huan was a bit embarrassed for his future brother-in-law, opened his mouth to speak, not knowing what to say. The above has not yet publicized this news. He is not good to reveal it. Pei Zhaoxi looked at Fang Xiaozai who was trying his best to please her father, and then looked at the silent Su Rui, and in her heart, she was completely indifferent to Fang Xiaozai. In the past, did not meet Su Convergence of this calm big teenager before? Her teenage heart felt Fang Xiaozhe the small teenager is still quite in line with the standard of her choice of men. but now compared to C, the small teenager is still too young.
The garden picking flowers slow big teenager step. To her father to fight for the next mayor of the town position is also slow big teenager step. One slow step leads to another.
And the little teenager eventually loses out to the big teenager. Pei family head didn't know what to say, but only smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks for your nephew's thoughts. However, the matter of fighting for the next mayor of the town, I have my own plans, so I don't need you to find someone to help me." Chapter 57, Struck by a Surprise. Uncle Pei, what's the point of being polite with little nephew? Fang Xiaozhi thought that Pei family master was embarrassed to accept his help and persuaded. "I've already invited the Lin family's son here, so don't push your luck," Pei family master hurriedly said. "No, really no." Fang family head looks a bit unhappy. Bored face said, "Pei brother, this is out of the ordinary. The Fang family and Pei family is originally the relationship of the family. Xiaozai and Xiaoxi is from childhood to enter into a marriage contract. Our two families in the future is the in-laws. Xiaozai a piece of filial piety. Invited to the county Lin Gongzi to help you to fight for the next mayor of the township. Why do you need to be so courteous? I don't need your help. And when I say I don't need it, I mean I don't need it." Pei family master fumed. "Who asked you to be smart enough to give me a favor?" Su Convergence almost laughed out loud as he understood what the Pei family head was worried about. The above has already settled on the Pei family head as the next mayor of the town. This news came from the mouth of the White Fox mining inspector. This is the nail in the coffin. There is no need to add to the snake. If Fang Xiaozhi helps with the operation, what if he loses the position of mayor that has already been confirmed? The Pei family master's sudden anger caused both the father and son of the Fang family to freeze in disbelief. A bit unable to believe their ears in disbelief, Pei family head wanted to become the next mayor of the town. This is a well-known thing. Fang Xiaozhi, in order to make a good relationship with his future father-in-law, specially invited the County Lin family's son to Green Bamboo Town, to help his father-in-law to fight for the position of the next mayor of the town. How could he not expect that he would be rejected? And, still, such furious rejection. Does Master Pei not want to be the next mayor of the town? Or, is there some other reason? Uncle Pei, did I do something wrong to make you and Xiaoxi angry? Fang Xiaozhi's eyes were reddened. Pei family master getting angry like this, as well as Xiaoxi's bland attitude just now, made this smiling sunny teenager's heart hard to bear, and he didn't know what had gone wrong. In order to prevent Fang Xiaozhi from taking it upon himself to help with the operation, Pei family head coldly said, "In short, it's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. Is that clear?" Fang Xiaozhi hurriedly explained. Little nephew is not trying to manage Uncle Pei. Just want to do a part to give Uncle Pei to be the next mayor of the town to increase some certainty. You're nothing. Pei family master was furious. Who wants you to do your best? My Xiaoxi may not even marry you. You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Fang Xiaozhi's entire body was stunned. The Fang family head was furious. His face turned blue, reaching out with a trembling hand and pointing at the Pei family head. "Pei family old piker, are you out of your mind? My son has a piece of filial piety for you. His good intentions have been treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. As long as I, the Fang family, wave my hand, a large number of gentle, virtuous and good women are willing to marry in, and your family's B***tch counts as something. From now on, the marriage contract between our two families is null and void." Su Convergence felt smashed by the surprise, and before he had the chance to propose exchanging interests with the Fang family head to dissolve the marriage, the Fang family head had already taken the initiative to do so. He looked towards Pei Xiaoxi and the two of them exchanged glances, and he saw surprise in Pei Xiaoxi's gaze as well. Pei family master laughed in anger. "Nullify it then." The Fang family had flung his sleeves and pulled Fang Xiaozhi away. Fang Xiaozhi came back to his senses, completely flustered. "Father, this can't be. There must be some misunderstanding here. Let's stay and listen carefully to Uncle Pei's explanation, and clear up the misunderstanding is." "I have nothing to explain." The Pei family master's expression was cold and resolute. The above has already set him as the next mayor of the town, but this news is still in secrecy, has not been made public. He cannot say it. If the above dissatisfaction, resulting in the loss of his mayor's position, it would not be good. Moreover, he couldn't explain it at all, because once he did, it would also expose Su Convergence's relationship with the mining inspector. And in his opinion, Su Convergence's network was a network that belonged to his Pei family's unearthed connections, and he didn't want to say anything about it to share it with the Fang family and the Su family. Once the Fang family had heard this, he was even more quick to explode with anger, forcibly pulling Fang Xiaozhi away and going down the mountain. Lin Qingyu, the son of the Lin family from the county, glanced deeply at Su Convergence and followed suit. He was the person invited by the Fong family, and since the Fong family had left, he certainly wouldn't stay. Seeing the relationship between the Fong family and the Pei family fall apart, the Old Town Mayor Su Qing smiled. As the head of one of the three major families, the Su family, he certainly did not want the other two families to join forces. Su Qing glanced at Pei Jiaxi and smiled as he said to the Pei family head, "Elder brother Pei, I have a sentence that I don't know if it's appropriate to say." Pei Jifeng slowly calmed his anger and said flatly, "What does elder brother Su have to say?" Su Qing said, "Fong's Fong Xiaojia and your family's Jiaxi. On the surface looks like a teenage Dudon Moncler Pasher. The Golden Children is a good match. But, after all, Fong Xiaojia is young and not more than your family's Jiaxi is lively and fun-loving temperament. He cannot lower your family's Jiaxi. In fact, not very well matched." Pei Jifeng was puzzled. "What does elder brother Su mean?" Su Qing laughed. "What I mean is, your family Jiaxi has to find a mature man who is a bit older than her to be good. For example, my family's first son, who is in his 20s, is exactly the age of a man of the hall, which is very suitable for your family Jiaxi. Good guy. Su Hui directly good guy. This just broke the engagement." "Another one?" Pei Jiaxi didn't agree. She coldly said with a small face, "Thank you for the old mayor's love. Sorry, I already have my heart in the right place." Su Qing's smile froze. "You still miss Fong Xiaojia?" Pei Jiaxi shook his head. "No." This made Su Qing wonder. "Who is that person? Can he compare to my family's first son?" Pei Jifeng also looked at Jiaxi in a daze. Jiaxi had some feelings for Fong Xiaojia. He was aware of that. But, it was only just the dissolution of the marriage and Jiaxi had a heart for another man? That's too soon, isn't it? Or maybe, when there was no dissolution of the marriage, aka he had already fallen for another man? This made Pei Jifeng had to take it seriously. "Jiaxi, you are not the same as a concubine daughter. You are father's first daughter. Your marriage is a big deal. The person you marry must be useful to the Pei family in order to do so. You can't let your temperament come." He pondered for a moment and said, "With Fong Xiaojia dissolved the marriage contract. In fact, it is also a good thing. Back then, your mother just gave birth to you. Just Fong family's side of the birth of a son. The two families a combination of marriage contract. But I did not anticipate that you will fall out of this kind of beautiful good-looking. You will be married to the Fong family is really too much of a pity. If you can be married to the Pingyang County City's big families, is the biggest arm of Pei's family." Pei Jiaxi glanced at Su Rui with a bit of annoyance. The meaning was clear. "What are you waiting for? Do you want to wait for her to bring it up?" Su Convergence also knew that the time to fight for happiness had come, and he immediately arched his hand and said, "Uncle Pei, the late generation has a request." Pei Jifeng was talking about Jiaxi's marriage when Su Jia suddenly said that he had something to ask for. He had to look at it differently and was flooded with doubts. Su Jia wouldn't want Jiaxi too, right? But didn't the two of them have a verbal altercation and fall out before? Chapter 58, Love and Hate in a Moment. Steward Su has no harm in saying so, householder Pei vaguely guessed. At this point, Su Hui no longer covered up. "I want Jiaxi. Please ask Uncle Pei to grant Jiaxi to me as my woman." The words of the tiger and the wolf. He gradually adapted to the words of the world and excelled in their use. Simple, direct and clear. The Pei family head mused. Now that Jiaxi had broken off her engagement with Fong Xiaojia, he planned to operate and marry Jiaxi off to a family in the county. In this way, the Pei family could expand into the county and no longer be limited to the remote place of Green Bamboo Town. However, Heo Young also wants Xiaohe, which makes it difficult for him. If he agreed to Su Convergence, then his Pei family's calculations of expanding into the county would fall through. If he refused Su Convergence, it would inevitably cause Su Convergence to have a grudge, and Pei family would no longer be able to ride on this human connection of the mining inspector, which is also an immeasurable loss. Therefore, he was in a dilemma. Not knowing how to reply to Su Convergence, Pei Hong was surprised. "Brother Su, just now my father said that he allowed to give you a few concubine daughters. Didn't you say that you were in poor health? Moreover, some time ago you also entrusted me to hunt a tiger bone to make wine." Su Convergence explained. "Actually, after drinking the tiger bone wine, my body has gradually improved. I just don't want the concubine's daughter. I only want Jiaxi. That's why I said that." "So it is." Pei Hong came to a sudden realization, and with that, he laughed. "Originally, when Jiaxi had a verbal altercation with you, I thought that the two of you were not getting along, but I didn't think that you were also thinking of Jiaxi in your heart. I didn't see it." Su Convergence said. "In fact, when you came to my mind for a drink the other day, I revealed the word Only you didn't care much about it. Pei Hong laughed. At that time, Zhaoxi and Fang Xiaozai have a marriage contract. Of course I'm not good to set you up. Now the marriage contract is gone.
I think you are more than Fang Xiaozai, Zhaoxi.
Fang Xiaozai is too tender. Sis Wenwen with a little puppy-like.
Where to subdue my family, Zhaoxi?
You're different.
You can be gentle and also can be strong.
Zhaoxi afraid of you, such a man.
Pei Zhaoxi looked at her elder brother with cold eyes.
Although she didn't want to admit it on the surface,
she knew in her heart that her elder brother was right.
The analysis was accurate. She really hated, loved, respected and feared Su Rui. What is the meaning of your Pei family? The old town mayor Su Qing was very dissatisfied. Could it be that my family's first son is still no better than a tiny mine steward?
Su Convergence had endured him for a long time,
and immediately, coldly said,
"What kind of onion does your first son count as?
And is he worthy of comparing himself to little master?" Su Qing was stunned,
not expecting a mine steward to dare to speak to him like this. He was furious.
"Do you know who you are talking to?"
Su Convergence laughed coldly.
"I know very well. Isn't it just the Su family head? Isn't it just the old town mayor who abdicated? Is there any other identity that I don't know about? Speak up and let me have a long look."
Seeing Su Convergence this emboldened look,
in turn,
made Su Qing's anger all but disappear.
As if a pot of cool water on the head, he instantly calmed down.
Knowing his identity and still daring to talk to him like this,
could it be that this Su Jing was stupid? This Su Convergence obviously wasn't stupid.
So there was only one possibility that this Su Convergence had some kind of dependence that he didn't know about. When he thought of the Pei family's father and son's courteous attitude towards Su Rui, this Su Rui was afraid that he was not as simple as a steward of a mine.
In the middle of this remote green bamboo town,
what kind of dependence can make the Pei family father and son so polite and not afraid of him?
The town mayor? As he thought about it, a white shadow flashed through his mind. Should it be? Thinking about this,
his heart trembled and his face changed as he looked deeply at Su Hui. Old man's words were inappropriate, so don't take it personally, little brother Su. Su Qing arched his hand and apologized. Although he is a little bit of a show-off and look down on the stink of people, but he is not stupid. Otherwise it is not possible to be the mayor of the town for so many years. The Pei family members were all stunned for a moment, not expecting the old mayor Su Qing, who had been furious a moment before, to soften at once. Su Convergence was also not going to be made whole. People in this world really had strange personalities, love and hate in a flash. Su Convergence could only arch his hand and say, "The old mayor is courteous. I was also a bit impulsive. Please don't take offense. Ha ha, little brother Su is also a man of nature. Very much to my liking." Su Qing laughed out loud. "I heard that you are friends with my family's brother-in-law, so we are also considered family. So it's good to talk about it." "Say it." Su Qing beckoned and called Han Du, who was standing at the back and unable to speak, to the front and said with a stern face, "What are you always hiding at the back for? Little brother Su is here but also to come and speak." Su Convergence's heart moved. It is good to help Han Du to say a few words in passing. In the past in the mines, Han Du was still good to him. He might as well return the favor. Immediately, Su Convergence then followed the old mayor's words and laughed. "Han often drinks with me, but today I don't know what's wrong. But he's restrained. Could it be that he's not feeling well?" The old mayor, as Han's brother-in-law, could be more concerned about Han. Su Qing knew that Su Jie was pointing at him, and said, "I've neglected to take care of the town's affairs all these years, so I'll definitely care more about my family in the future." Han Du glanced at Su Convergence gratefully, knowing that Su Convergence was helping him and elevating his position. "Little brother Su, next time if you see Lord Mine Inspector, please also say hello for me." Su Qing clearly had the intention to test the waters. Su Convergence nodded and smiled. "Okay." Su Qing's eyes flashed, basically certain that this Su Convergence really had a relationship with the Lord Mining Inspector. No wonder he was so emboldened. And no wonder the Pei family was so polite. This caused Su Qing to look at the Pei family head with a grudging gaze, cursing in his heart. Old fox. Pei family master knew that this Su Convergence was related to the Lord Mine Inspector and didn't tell him earlier. He was sweating coldly in his heart. Just now he almost had a conflict with Su Jing. If Su Jing had any hatred in his heart, and viciously blew his ear off to the Lord Mining Inspector, even if he had 100 lives, it would not be enough to die, and he might even be able to take the whole Su family with him. One must know that a razor-sharp religious figure like the Mining Inspector would stomp on a large mundane family as simple as stepping on an ant. Since little brother Su is discussing the matter of male and female marriage with the Pei family, it's not good for me to intrude more, so I'll take my leave first. Su Chung joked and laughed with Su Jing for a few more moments,
and then he left in a sensible manner,
leading the Su family down the mountain.
Seeing Su Qing leave, the Pei family head,
who had been hesitating,
spoke up. Steward Su, can I take the liberty of asking what exactly is your relationship with Lord Mining Inspector?
Su Convergence of course knows the Pei family head's mind.
It's just a matter of interest. Marry Pei Xiaoxi to the county's family interest is big? Or marrying him benefits big? Because from the current point of view, Su Convergence and the relationship with the mine inspector, Pei family knows very vague, a little bit unable to feel his bottom.
I do not know. Su Convergence pretends to be very familiar with the mine inspector.
Or really very familiar?
Su Convergence thought for a moment and probed into his pocket,
slowly pulling out the jade token.
He didn't use his own blue jade token lest it be known that he was a disciple of the Ebony sect.
Instead, he took out the purple jade token that was given by the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy.
Seeing this jade tablet, the Pei family head was stunned.
Unexpectedly,
Su Convergence's relationship with the mine inspection envoy was so good that the mine inspection envoy had even placed the jade tablet here with Su Convergence.
What's more,
it didn't occur to me that the status hierarchy of the mining inspector was so high in the Ebony Church.
Although he had heard that the Green Bamboo Town's mining envoy's status was extraordinary,
not something that could be compared to the general mining envoys of other towns, he would never have expected it to be at the purple level.
According to the green, blue, red, black, white, purple, silver and gold tiers of status in the Ebony religion,
the three big families held green jade tags, belonging to the bottom among the people with a bit of status.
Then, what is the status of the purple tier in the Ebony religion?
This was beyond the Pei family head's knowledge.
When I went out this morning, I looked at the old calendar, and today is just a good day for a marriage.
Pei family head made a decisive decision. Let's set your wedding date with Xiaoxi for tonight. You can bring Xiaoxi home tonight. The Pei family will give Xiaoxi a generous dowry of 30 stores and 30 unused mansions in the town, 3,000 acres of paddy fields outside the town, and 500 head of cattle and horses, plus 5,000 taels of gold and 30,000 taels of silver. There were also a number of serving sisters,
nannies, maids, maidservants, servants, etc. as a dowry. What do you think, son-in-law? So realistic. Su Jing didn't know what to say,
so he only arched his hand and said,
"Many thanks, father-in-law." Chapter 59. Su Convergence remembered one thing.
My family big lady and I have deep feelings. In my poor period will follow me.
Her big house position. I will never go to shake.
Xiaoxi and Pei family's first daughter.
It is not good to aggrieve.
I intend to let Xiaoxi a separate household.
Father-in-law think so?
Pei family master waved his hand while smiling. This is all trivial.
Didn't I send 30 mansions to Xiaoxi as dowry? You two youngsters can live wherever you like.
There was a pause. Pei family master continued.
Capable men. Open a few more households is also good, so that you can raise some more women, not only for the Green Bamboo Town to make a contribution,
but also can add some interest. For example, but also outside to open a few small households.
Raised some look into the eyes of the women.
I live in Pei family houseboard.
We'll go to the small households to live, to experience a little bit of life. There is a different flavor. Pei Heng's eyes went straight. How did he not know that his father had a small household outside?
Seeing Pei Heng's reaction like this, Su Convergence laughed in his heart and remembered a saying, you can't experience the joy of a father.
Pei Heng thought about it. Father and Su Tsong have a small household. There's no reason why he doesn't have one. No way.
He also had to quietly raise a few small households to keep up with the trend.
Pei Xiaoxi's mood and happy and complex. Happy as the marriage contract is lifted.
And got the permission of the family. Finally can be with Su Convergence. Complex is.
She from now on is completely Su Convergence's woman.
Lost Pei family first lady free and easy life. Su Convergence saw her mindset from a young girl to a housewife. And took her hand. His voice gentle.
Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. You are what you are now. And what you will be in the future. I will always be good to you.
Pei Xiaoxi looked at him with red eyes.
But you haven't been nice to me before.
Su Jing heartbreakingly gently wrapped his arms around her, slightly lowering his head as he gazed earnestly into her eyes.
Before is different from now. Now that you're completely my woman, I'll definitely treat you well.
Seemingly not yet accustomed to such sudden gentleness from Su Jing,
Pei Xiaoxi couldn't help but cry,
burying her head in his arms and gently hitting him.
Then you'll have to treat me like this in the future, and won't be allowed to brashly bully me anymore.
Su Hui knew that this was the key moment to improve her favorability, and sweet words were like no money.
I'm going to say it to her. Of course, favoritism aside. From the heart, Su Conger also quite liked her.
And there wasn't really any major problem with her other than the fact that she sometimes played up her temper. Seeing Su Jia and Jiaxi speaking these words of love, Pei family head and Pei Han were both baffled. When did Su Jia and Jiaxi become so familiar with each other? The Pei family members simply shot some wild game and went down the mountain. It was said that it was a group hunt of the three big families, but it was actually a get-together. Just that I didn't expect it to end in a bad way. Pei family master and Pei Huan were all smiling and in a good mood. Fully aware of Su Jing's relationship with the Lord Mining Inspector and having entered into a marriage with Su Jing, which would be a great arm for the Pei family. Although the relationship with the Feng family is broken, but broken is broken. Also, as one of the three big families, the Pei family is not afraid of the Feng family. Noon. Su Convergence returned to the Pei family home with the Pei family members. Pei's family used the freshly called wild game for barbecuing and ate barbecue together. During the banquet, Su Hui was warmly received and became the center of attention. After lunch, Pei family began to prepare the dowry in full swing. Pei family house has everything. It is convenient to prepare. And put the news that Su Convergence married Pei family first Miss Pei Jiaxi put out. Unsurprisingly, it caused a stir throughout Green Bamboo Town. Su Jia has almost become a legend among the commoners. From a stone mover to a stone hauler, to a deputy mine manager, to the head manager of a new mine alone. And now, he has even married the daughter of one of the three big Pei families. Such a reversal of fortune is most likely to resonate with the commoners. In this short afternoon of fermentation, the commoners had already been up in arms to rename the three major households of Green Bamboo Town as the four major households of Green Bamboo Town, with one more Su family. Evening. Su Jing, with a big red flower on his shoulder and riding a high horse, slowly marched out from Pei's house. Behind, followed by an 8-carriage sedan chair, in which sits Pei Jiaxi covered with a red head. Behind them, there were carriages loaded with dowries, as if they were long dragons. One could not see the end at a glance. The deeds of 30 stores and 30 mansions, the deeds of 3,000 acres of fields, 3,000 taels of gold, 30,000 taels of silver, and 30 cartloads of grain, 30 cartloads of all sorts of gifts, wedding candies, cakes, and the like. And then after that, there were the accompanying sisters, nurses, maids, servants, and other personnel. Small groups of guards rode back and forth to keep order. It's a true 10-mile red worship banquet. These wedding links in this Green Bamboo Town does not exist, even if the wedding of the big families have to fast. After all, only a short moment in the evening. During the day, the women who accompanied the dowry couldn't go out. At night, again, you have to be considerate of the night watchman and not stay up too late. Therefore, it is necessary to take advantage of the short period of time in the evening, quick to carry out the wedding. Su Convergence has the privilege of the Purple Jade brand, so he can do it in a grand manner. But the wedding of the big families in Green Bamboo Town is just like this, and there is no need for him to change it. Just follow the customs of the countryside. Congratulations to Steward Su and Miss Pei on their wedding. Congratulations on the early birth. When they reached the town, countless men, women, and children, carrying barrels, baskets, and the like, poured over like a black tide, each one yellow-faced and bony, shouting rusty congratulatory phrases. Men, women, and children all had exuberant faces and longing in their gazes. This was Su Jing and Pei Jiaxi's wedding day. It's a great day for the common people, because, only on the day of the wedding of the first son and daughter of a big family, the big family will, generous for once, send it to them. Su Hui converged and waved his hand. The people sent by the Pei family to follow the car grabbed handfuls of wedding candies, cakes, pastries, and the like, and waved them into the crowd. A whole 30 carloads of delights, but not enough to share at all. There were too many people. Su Convergence sighed in his heart. This trampled world. There was no way. He could only make a slight contribution. Send the 30 carts of grain as well. Is this appropriate? One of the old housekeepers who came with the marriage hesitated. What if they don't work when they have food? Su Convergence faintly said. With so many people and 30 carts of grain, it's only a full meal, which can't be done without work. Hair. Yes. The old butler didn't dare to say more. So 30 wagon loads of grain were sent out, making sure that every family received a little. After receiving the joyful goods and food, there were still some greedy people who refused to leave with bated breath, hoping to receive some silver. The human heart is like that. Kill. Su Convergence's voice was calm. The Pei family's guards immediately drew their swords, frightening these people into pulling out their legs and running away, not daring to surround them anymore. Xiaohe, do you prefer to live on the street? At the end of the street,
Or in the middle of the street? Su Jing drove his horse close to the palanquin and asked Pei Zhaoxi about the 30 mansions that accompanied the dowry, so he could live in any location in the town. The bride was welcomed before even deciding where to live. It was such a quick fix. Pei Zhaoxi's gambling voice came out from the sedan chair. I don't want to live within the town. I want to be outside the town, where the scenery is good. To build a Pei family manor like the first lady's temperament is offending again. Su Convergence said, we didn't get married in a hurry. We haven't had time to build our own manor yet, so I'm going to ask you to stay in town for a while first. Pei Zhaoxi said, then just pick any larger mansion to live in first. Su Convergence thought yes, accompanied by so many people, have to pick a large mansion to do, so they picked the street one of the largest mansion. Chapter 60, Seeing Favorability. Just as Su Ming rolled over and dismounted, helping Pei Zhaoxi out of the palanquin, and was about to enter the mansion, a fast horse galloped in, and the young teenager on the horse almost fell in front of him, staggering and jumping off the horse. Who else could it be but Feng Xiaozhe, the Feng family's first young master? Feng Xiaoze's eyes were red like burning red charcoal, his gaze fixed on Pei Zhaoxi who was covered with a red silk cloth, and he pounced over like a madman. Zhaoxi, how can you marry someone else? Su Huihui silently stretched out her arm and pushed him away. Off. Feng Xiaozhe roared and slammed his fist into Su Convergence's face. As soon as Su Hui raised his hand, he grabbed his fist. Feng Xiaozhe struggled as hard as he could, but he couldn't break free. His fists felt like they were caught in a vice, and he had no choice but to kick out at Su Convergence. Su Rui lifted his foot and touched it to him. With a bang, Feng Xiaozhe's entire body stumbled back and fell to the ground, and with a roar, he got up and charged at Su Hui again. As a result, it was repelled again, charged again. After repeating this a few times, he realized that Su Hui was a martial artist and couldn't beat him, so he just shouted up in dismay. Zhao Shi. Pei Zhaoxi slowly lifted the red silk cloth and looked at him with a calm gaze. Brother Feng, have you made enough of a scene? Feng Xiaozhe hurriedly said, my father called you AB*TCH and said to break off the marriage contract. That was just an angry remark. Don't take it seriously. I will definitely persuade him to retract that remark. Pei Zhaoxi faintly said, your father was right. I'm just AB*TCH. I don't deserve you, so you don't have to be obsessive. Su Convergence stood beside Pei Zhaoxi, just watching without interjecting, to say clearly or not, to save the future entanglement. That's not true, Feng Xiaozhe anxiously exclaimed. In my heart, you are the best woman. Zhaoxi, don't marry someone else. Go home. Wait for me to come and marry you in a few days. Pei Zhaoxi said, even if the marriage contract is still in place, I won't marry you. By now. Don't you understand? Feng Xiaozhe was stunned. You don't like me anymore? Pei Zhaoxi slowly sat up. Before, we are still ignorant. I am ignorant to think that the little teenager who guards the garden is his future man. You are also ignorant to think that guarding the garden belongs to you, until Su Convergence let me know that the person who breaks into the garden and picks the flowers is my man. Understand? Feng Xiaozhe was only young, but not stupid. He incredulously lost his voice and exclaimed, what do you mean? You've already been with him? That's right. Su Convergence is already my man. Pei Zhaoxi was straightforward and said no more as she put down the red silk cloth and turned around to march inside the mansion. Su Convergence glanced at Feng Xiaozhe, said nothing, and assisted Pei Zhaoxi, who was covered with a red silk cloth, into the mansion. Pei Zhaoxi put cold arrows to attack and kill him. He was furious and also put arrows on Pei Zhaoxi. May not fight. Pei Zhaoxi even with him well, and gradually to him so a little bit of meaning. His heart also rejoiced in this little pepper. It's just that he didn't realize that Pei Zhaoxi had a marriage contract with Feng Xiaozhe. To say that his heart to the other side less choose to have a shame. More or less always have a little. But to say that he has how much fault is not. In such a world, to feel guilty is to be weak, to talk about right and wrong is to be childish. The men of the common people work hard every day to earn food to feed their families. And if they are injured or disabled or sick, they will be driven out of their homes. The women cut blood every night to feed the night watchman. And their lives will not last long if they wear out their bodies. The main culprits are the ebony cult, the phantom sect, the three great houses, and the bizarre and rampant general environment. Who would be guilty of the common man? And who has ever said sorry to the common man? Because Feng Xiaozhe is the first young master of the Feng family. He has to be guilty. Have to talk about right and wrong? Close the door. The Lord and Lady Steward are going to rest. The old housekeeper who had accompanied the dowry over coldly glanced at Feng Xiaozhe, who was standing still, and waved his hand for the door to close the gate. The heavy door creaked and slowly closed.
Looking at the last glimpses of Su Tsong and Pei Xiaoxi in the doorway, Fang Xiaozhe sat paralyzed as if he had been drained of his energy, murmuring in disbelief. Xiaoxi, the master of the Fang family, hurriedly arrived with his men with torches, spat at the entrance of the mansion, cursed dogs and men, and then had the men drag Fang Xiaozhe onto the carriage and left. In the mansion, the old housekeeper arranged for the accommodation of the sisters, milkmaids, maids, and servants in a well-organized manner. Although the mansion was as big as 3 entries, there were too many people accompanying the dowry, so they could only be crammed in. A big family is good. The affairs of the family have an old housekeeper to take care of them, and all Su Jing has to do is to cultivate goodwill with Pei Xiaoxi. Immediately, he wrapped his arm around Pei Xiaoxi's small waist, picked up the red-covered Pei Xiaoxi directly, and marched towards the main house with flying strides. Previously Pei Xiaoxi has been good with him 3 times. Just the environment is not stable, all relatively hasty. Now Pei Xiaoxi married him. In the mansion, the environment is solid, can be very calm and relaxed, completely different feeling. Name, Ko-Ki, rank, marrow refining stage, technique, windbreaker swordsmanship, volume 1. Props, none. Remark 1, add 1 Qi condensation pill to advance to Ming Jin stage. Remark 2, Pei Xiaoxi's favorability towards you is 50 out of 100. The next day, Su Hui opened his eyes and finally saw Pei Xiaoxi's favoritism towards him. It looks like it shows up only when the favorability level reaches 50 out of 100 or more. Su Hui converged to understand. At the same time, he was a bit curious. What was Xiaohui's original favorability towards me? Until today when it rose to 50 out of 100. Unfortunately, there was no way to see the original favorability. But if you think about it, you'd know that Pei Xiaoxi's favorability towards him must have been very low in the beginning, or even negative at some point. It was even possible that it had risen to 50/100 so quickly, which was already very good, and it was a good sign. Good feelings can't be rushed. It's only when they rise over time that they can rise. I should now consider the matter of the advancement ingredient Qi condensation pill. Su Convergence climbed up. He had to prepare and go to the black market in Pingyang County City to purchase a Qi condensation pill. Last night, already told Pei Xiaoxi that he was going to go on a business trip. Pei Xiaoxi only said go. The two of them did not say anything. Has been busy until the middle of the night before going to sleep. After breakfast, he rode back to his old home. That is, the initial household consisting of Wang Suiyun, Li Xiaoya and Yang Kainer. Master, you're back. Wang Chuiyun's old face piled up smiles. Cheerfully said, we heard the commotion outside yesterday, and know that you married Pei's family's daughter. It's really powerful. Even Pei's family's first daughter has become your woman. What is she so happy about? Su Convergence ignored her and looked at Li Xiaoya a bit apologetically. Sister Xiaoya, yesterday I opened an account for Miss Pei's family in haste and didn't tell you in advance. Li Finia gently shook her head. There is no need to talk to me. You are the head of the family and have your own plans for what to do. Knowing that she must be a little bit unfavorable in her heart, Su Jie gently wrapped his arms around her and talked about some interesting stories until he amused Li Xiaoya, and then he was relieved. Yang Chan curiously said, in the future, are we all separate from Miss Pei? Wang Chuiyun glared at her. Of course we have to separate. Silly girl. Think about it. Miss Pei's family is what kind of person? If we live with her, can we hold up our heads? If we live with her, will we be able to hold our heads up? If we live separately, we will be able to live comfortably. And the master has taken the Pei family's favors and made us comfortable. This is the smart way. Yang Chan looked at Su Convergence adoringly. Master is awesome. Li Xiaoya gently smacked her, forbidding her to follow suit and call Su Convergence like that. Chapter 61, Pingyang County. Hui talked about going on a business trip. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chuiyun, Li Xiaoya, and Yang Chan are again worried. They have lived in the house all their lives, at most through the doorway, looking at the people on the street, as well as taking advantage of the short moments of the evening in front of the house to get some fresh air. And the world that they know is limited to the palm of this green bamboo town, and they are always full of unknown fear for the farther away world outside. Luckily, Su Jing had been on a trip last time and had returned safely, reassuring them slightly. Li Xiaoya autumn eyes bleak. Convergence brother? I sometimes think, if you did not get the promotion of the above, still in the mines to do the work of stone movers, we are still crowded in the old streets of the old earth house to live. Bitter is a little bitter, but also can be accompanied by each other night and day. Wang Chuiyun is not happy. What is good about that kind of life? Every day hungry dizzy, but also have to bleed to cope with the night watchman. Now how good? All the time big fish and meat.
but also do not need to bleed. Convergence of brother gave us such a good life. Dead nay z. You are in the blessed do not know the blessing. I do not know how many women enviously cannot be. Li Xiaoya reluctantly smiled. What mother said is also true. Perhaps I am not the right person to enjoy happiness. Su Convergence wrapped his arms around Li Xiaoya from behind, indeed accompanying her for a lot less time during this period of time, and pressed against her ear. Sister Xiaoya, when I come back, I'll be sure to accompany you properly. Li Xiaoya gently shook her head. I know. Brother Convergence is a person with great ambitions, not willing to live an ordinary life for the rest of his life. He wants to do something big. I don't want to be your hold back, nor do I want to drag you down, so you don't have to specially take time to accompany me. Which has what big ambition? Su Convergence just do not want to live in this bizarre world of fear. Do not look at him now in the green bamboo town. This remote small place has a face. Beautiful wives and concubines surrounded by money and food is within reach. In fact, his foundation is shallow, cannot withstand what the wind and waves. If the White Fox Mine Rangers ever stopped taking him seriously, he was nothing. If something happens within the Ebony sect, or if it suffers from a strong enemy outside, there is nothing left under the nest. Or maybe, some demon or devil wandered blindly and wandered over to this side of Green Bamboo Town, and the whole Green Bamboo Town had to suffer. In a world like this, anything messed up can happen. Have the strength to fight the wind and waves so that you don't capsize and drown in this world of deep water. With his strength at the bone refining stage, he could only cope with a little bit of wind and waves, and if the wind and waves were a little bit bigger, they would be able to beat him to death on the beach. Business to be done, and Sister Hosoya to be accompanied. Su Convergence realized that when he hugged Sister Fine Asia, his heart was always warm and peaceful. Sister Fine Asia was not only his woman, but at the same time, he also had a sense of sibling-like dependence on Sister Fine Asia. Li Xiaoya was also unconsciously moved to love. Her autumn eyes were misty, and she murmured, Convergence brother? Let me get pregnant, okay? With a child accompanying me, when you're not at home, I won't be empty in my heart. Su Convergence immediately picked up Li Finia and marched towards the main house. The clouds didn't clear up until noon. After lunch, Su Conger rode to the mines, explaining that he had to travel on business, still leaving Pu Rin in charge of the mines. Then, he called Yang Yi alone to the stone house, and asked Yang Yi to find a few acquaintances, led by Yang Yi to form a patrol squad, which would not come to the mines in the future, and would be mainly responsible for guarding the mansion for him, and preventing petty criminals from groping his family's mansion. When he went to Pingyang County, the White Cat doppelganger would definitely have to follow him, unable to take care of his family and having to consider the safety of Sister Finya and the others. As for Pei Xiaoxi's side, there is no need for him to worry. Pei Xiaoxi practiced martial arts since she was a child and has a very good physique herself. Ordinary people are not her opponent at all. Plus Pei's family has so many guards. She doesn't bully other people even if it's good. Putting everything in order, Su Convergence set off, and the White Cat doppelganger followed in secret. Came to the town's dock. The stones extracted from the various mines are loaded onto ships here and shipped to the county town of Pingyang to build walls or mansions for large families. Stone haulers from the Su Convergence mine greeted him when they saw him. Steward Su. Steward Su. Su Ming nodded slightly, encouraging him with a do well. I'll watch over you pie in the sky, and then headed for a two-masted ship. The unusual people of Green Bamboo Town couldn't even leave the town, let alone go to Pingyang County Town. No one knew where Pingyang County Town was, or even the approximate direction of it. It only existed in rumors. Su Jing wasn't sure, but he knew that the boat at the pier could go to Pingyang County, so he came. The steward in charge of the docks was old, robust and looked like a man who practiced martial arts. He reached out to stop Su Convergence with an expressionless face. Steward of the mines, what are you doing here? Su Convergence pointed at the two-masted ship. I want to take a boat trip to Pingyang County. How much silver? The old man said. This is a boat for cargo ships to navigate. It doesn't carry people. It's not a boat you can take if you have silver. Su Convergence asked. I just saw someone get on the boat. Why did he get to sit? The old man said indifferently. He is the son of the Lin family in the county town. He has a pass to ride the boat ferry. Do you have one? Su Convergence thought for a moment and touched the purple jade tablet out a bit. Can this be used as a pass? The old man looked at a glance on the pupils of his eyes contracted dramatically. His face changed, panicked, arching and bending, reaching out to make a gesture of please. I have no eyes. Offended the adults. Adults do not blame. Please, don't spread my identity around. Su Convergence barked a word of advice and stepped onto the two-masted ship.
The old man maintained his arching and bending posture as he watched him board the ship.
Don't worry, Your Excellency. My humble servant understands. Just as the two were talking, while no one was looking, a white cat slipped aboard. What bad thoughts can a kitten have? In order to prevent people from leaving the town, the E-religion has not only set up a no-man's land around the town, but also strictly controlled the boat ferry, so that it is impossible for ordinary people to leave the confines of the town, and they can only spend their whole lives in the town, never knowing the outside world. Su Convergence wandered around the deck and found it ragged, with no captain, helmsman, sailor, or anything like that, not a soul in sight. Walking into the cabin, I saw that it was dark and damp, covered with moss, and seemed to have been unoccupied for a long time, as if it were a hulk. How can you sail a boat without someone? He used to feel strange when he was a stone hauler, why those ships carrying stones would follow this two-masted ship, and as his eyes widened, he reckoned that there must be some kind of demonic creature under the water, dragging the ship along. Seems to have heard the footsteps of Su Jing walking in the cabin. A cabin door creak opened. Lin Qingyu poked out half of his body to look out, to see Su Jing. He was stunned, obviously did not expect to meet Su Jing here. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. Su Convergence arched his hand in greeting. He had doubts about the ferry and knew nothing about Pingyang County, so it was a good time to ask this male from the city of Pingyang County. People have seen the world. They should know. I didn't expect to meet Steward Su here. Lin Qingyu slightly arched his hand in return. He was a bit puzzled by Su Convergence's bottom line. After the Fong family broke off the marriage contract with the Pei family immediately married Pei Xiaoxi to Su Rue, and it was clear that this Su Rue wasn't as simple as a mine steward, and the use of the ferry required a pass, which wasn't something that an ordinary person could get. Chapter 62, A Long Way to Water. Mr. Lin, stay back. Seeing that Lin Qingyu was about to close the door and go back to the cabin after arching his hand and returning the salute, Su Ming called out to him. Lin Qingyu asked, Steward Su, is something wrong? Su Convergence took out some dried meat from his baggage. There's only the two of us in this cabin. The waterway is long and idle. Why don't we sit down and drink together? How about it? Lin Qingyu hesitated. That's fine. Su Convergence walked over and into his cabin, pulling a piece of cloth from his bag, patting it on the moldy wooden table, and laying the jerky on top of it. Lin Qingyu looked at it and couldn't help but chuckle. Steward Su seems to only have jerky and no wine. That's a good one. The ship hasn't sailed yet. I'll go down to the dock and get a couple jugs. Su Convergence hurried off to the deck and beckoned to the old steward of the dock. The old steward rushed over. What are your orders, my lord? Su Convergence said. Do you have any wine at this dock? The old man steward froze, and then even said yes, ran to get. Not only did he take a few jars of wine, but he also brought over some dishes to drink. And it seemed that just like Han Du, he was also someone who drank when he had nothing to do, and had these things at all times. Su Convergence was not polite and took it, entering the cabin and coming to Lin Changyu's cabin to set up the wine and food. Without a bowl, Su Convergence tapped open the ceiling clay, handed the altar to Lin Qingyu, and tapped open an altar himself, clinked it, and drank from it. Su Convergence didn't want to beat around the bush to appear insincere, and directly stated his purpose. Mr. Lin, I come from a humble background, and grew up in Green Bamboo Town. The outside world is like a shroud of mist to me, and there are some doubts in my mind. Can I ask for some advice? Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment. What does Steward Su want to know? Even though I'm from Pingyang County City, I don't know a lot. If it's something I can say, I'll try my best to say it. If it involves some hidden secrets, then it's not good for me to say it out loud. Su Convergence laughed. Alright, my questions shouldn't involve hidden secrets, Lin Qingyu said. Then ask. Su Convergence began by asking the question of this boat ferry. Why can the boat sail without a helmsman or sailor? Lin Qingyu said. This first question of yours involves hidden secrets. Su Convergence was a bit speechless. The ebony cult classified people like cattle and horses. Everything was classified as hidden and kept from people, Lin Qingyu said. But this hidden secret of the boat ferry is not considered a secret. Many people in Pingyang County know about it, so there is no harm for me to tell you. Su Convergence arched his hand and thanked him. Lin Qingyu said, small tributary rivers like Green Bamboo Town have water tricksters and water demons in them, which are tamed by the above and are in charge of shipping, dragging the ships along underneath. If it is a large mainstream river, the above ordained the river god, and the river god will be in charge of shipping. It dawned on Su Convergence that it was pretty much as he had guessed. The Eboshi religion is definitely a black-hearted capitalist. not only treating people like cattle and horses, but even the water spirits and demons have to work in order to survive. What's it like in Pinyin County? Su Convergence asked a second question. Lin Xingyu said, the vast majority of Green Bamboo Town are ordinary people. There are only a few cultivators. Although Pinyin County Town also has many ordinary people. However, there are also many cultivators. Moreover, the various sects are intertwined. There are also some demons and weird monsters mixed in. The environment is very complicated. Su Hui's heart flinched. He had to be careful on this trip. Don't just leave the newbie village and fall into trouble. Just as the two were talking, the ship began to move. Su Ming came to the window and looked out. Seeing that both sides of the river bank were forested, and this two-masted ship was navigating in the front, followed by one cargo ship after another, without even a single silhouette of a person, which looked a bit weird. He looked into the water but couldn't see anything. There's something to see later. Lim Chengyu got up and walked to the window. Su Hui was curious. What? Lin Chengyu asked. Apart from Green Bamboo Town, have you ever been to any other towns? Do you know what the situation is like in other towns? Having been to Stone Town, Su Convergence shook his head. I've never left Green Bamboo Town. Lin Xingyu sold his words. You'll definitely have an eye-opening experience later. Su Convergence was a bit amused and helpless, so he just had to wait up patiently. After sailing for about 2 hours or so, at the hour of dusk, a town on the river was seen. People gathered in the town square, men and women, young and old, lined up in neat rows. There was a sign box in front of them, and men, women and children in turn went up and drew lots, not knowing what they were doing. I just saw one after touching the sign, hanging his head and feeling frustrated. Suddenly, a young girl jumped up screaming in surprise, not knowing what she had drawn. The young girl's family happily went up and hugged the young girl with tears in their eyes. People looked at the sign in the young girl's hand and their eyes reddened with envy. A respected old man said a word of congratulations and took the maiden away, and distributed a large sack of grain, meat and some silver to the maiden's family. What kind of town is this and what's it doing? Su Convergence didn't quite understand what it meant to draw lots like this. Lin Xingyu said in a mysterious manner, you might as well guess. I'm not guessing. Su converged to mull it over. This place is only 2 hours away from Green Bamboo Town by water, which means that this town is the town next door to Green Bamboo Town. The women of Green Bamboo Town bleed every night to cope with the night watchman, and the women of Stone Town worship the black box every day, giving their life energy. There must be something weird about this town as well. Looking at Lin Xingyu being so secretive, it couldn't have anything to do with this lottery, right? Thinking of this, Su Convergence said, if my guess is right, there must be nothing good about this lottery. And the people of this town have no idea of the consequences that come with outing a lottery, and they still think it's something good, right? Lin Xingyu was surprised. That's right, you guessed right. Su Convergence asked, tell me about it. Lin Xingyu said, this town is called Einaflower Town, and a lottery is held once a day, and those who win the lottery will go to a very nice place, and the family members of those who win the lottery will be subsidized with food, meat, and silver. Su Convergence was silent for a moment. In fact, the person who won the lottery died? Lin Chengyu nodded. Right. Black. It's so damn dark. Su Convergence lamented that the people of this Taohua town would probably never know this truth in their lives, and thought that the people who had won the lottery had really gone to a very beautiful place. Su Convergence said, the Ebony cult leases several towns to the Sai sect as a place to feed their souls. The Black Box in Stone Town is actually a soul fed to the Sai sect's infancy. The Night Watchman in Green Bamboo Town is a juvenile soul. And this Inari Town, it should be a grown-up soul. And grown-up souls need to eat people? Lin Xingyu's face changed for a moment as he looked deeply at him. You know about this? Su Convergence nodded silently, slightly aware of some. Chapter 63, Good night, sweet dreams. The Ebony sect had rented out several towns to the Soul sect to raise their souls, and knowing that they couldn't say much about this, Su Convergence and Lin Xingyu put a stop to the topic. Su Convergence turned to the Fong family's invitation to Lin Xingyu to come to Green Bamboo Town, and asked with a curious smile, what price did the Fong family pay to get the County Lin family to help secure the next mayor for Master Pei? Or does the Fong family have any relationship with the County Lin family? Lin Xingyu said, the Fong family has nothing to do with the Lin family. It's just that the Fong family didn't know where to get a pretty good boxing manual and gave it to the Lin family. And only then did the Lin family promise to help talk to the top to fight for Pei's family head for the next mayor. But they didn't expect to be rejected by Pei's family head. Don't need to think to know. Can let the Lin family promise to help the boxing recipe must be very good. Su Convergence a little emotional. In order to pay family head for the next town head, the Fong family even sends such a boxing recipe. Fong Xiaozhi, this little teenager, is really good to Pei Xiaoxi, this little chili pepper. Just by mistake, Pei Xiaoxi, this little chili pepper, was shortchanged by him. Can only say that the providence of the people, commonly known as the morning glory? Although Lin Xingyu didn't help much, the Lin family couldn't possibly return the boxing manual to the Fong family. The Fong family's loss this time was a bit big, hitching a ride on the manual and losing the marriage with the Pei family. The Fong family definitely hated the Pei family and Su Convergence. Next, Su Ming asked about the situation in Pingyang County City again, and Lin Xingyu told him one by one. Su Convergence had a rough idea of the city of Pingyang County. The city of Pingyang County is still dominated by the forces of the Ebony sect, within the control of the Ebony sect, but there are also some other sects of the forces of the tentacles extended in, on the whole, is quite abiding by the rules set by the Ebony sect, and generally will not do too much. The city of Pingyang County was established with a county office, which contained the positions of magistrate, chief magistrate, canonizer, and inspector, which served as secular upholders of order. Worldly matters are handled by the government offices, and when it comes to matters of cultivating sustenance, then it is the EI teachings themselves that are in charge. This was much like Green Bamboo Town and Stone Town, where the Ebony sect only cared about the flesh of the earth and the marrow of the stone, and never asked about anything else. The most precious cultivation sustenance in Pingyang County City is a spirit tree? Su converged on this point with great interest. Lin Xingyu said, that is a sky-high tree that can condense spirituality. The closer it is to the spirit tree, the higher the spirituality, the more suitable it is for cultivation. The entire Pingyang County is built around the spirit tree, and the closer the mansion is to the spirit tree, the higher the price is. The mundane money can't be purchased at all. Only the spirit stones that contain spirituality can be purchased. Spirit stones, which contain spirituality, were the money of cultivators. The purpose of Su Jing's trip was also to get money, and then go to the black market to buy qi condensation pills in order to complete his advancement. Su Ming asked Lin Xingyu so many questions, but there was nothing to reward him, so he only had to toast Lin Xingyu frequently, and for Lin Xingyu to enjoy more jerky. Suddenly, soft footsteps came from outside the cabin door and were accompanied by a chilly aura, and Su Hui felt chills and goosebumps all over his body. How could there be footsteps in this cabin when there were only two people, him and Lin Xingyu? On this two-masted ship, including the cargo ship following behind? And it's been sailing without stopping the boat or getting on board. Don't open the door. We'll be fine in the cabin, Lin Xingyu hastily reminded. Su Hui looked down slightly, curiously peering into the doorway underneath, and saw a pair of ghastly feet walking softly down the corridor, dragging long, wet hair behind them. Is this a man or a trick? 80% are not human, and 20% are shenanigans. A creak was heard as the next hatch was opened and then closed with a creak, presumably into the next cabin. Who got on the boat in the middle of the night? Su converged and lowered his voice. Lin Xingyu said, it should be the demons and devils and weirdnesses that live on both sides of this river. They have an agreement with the E sect that the boats of the E sect can navigate freely in this river. They will not obstruct or destroy it, and the E sect allows them to hitch a ride in the night without a pass. Su Jing understood. This is someone's privilege. He'd asked what he needed to ask, and the two older men had nothing more to say. Saying, it's time to rest, Su Hui gently opened the hatch and glanced out to make sure that there were no demons or weirdos in the corridor. So he quickly walked out, bringing the door closed with him, and then opened a cabin and entered it, bolting the door and using it as a resting place for himself. The beds were moldy and he took a couple of shirts from his pack and laid them on top of them, lying flat on his back in preparation for a nap. Just as I was about to close my eyes, I saw on the ceiling of the cabin. On the ceiling of the hatch was a man with long hair hanging down. Wrong door. Su Hui's mind went blank. His entire body froze, and he was eye to eye with the person sprawled out on the ceiling, wide-eyed. A moment later, he came back to his senses, his face green and tense, his palms moving slowly, pressing down on the sharp knife on his belt, ready but not daring to move a muscle for fear of causing a misunderstanding that would result in the person sprawled on the ceiling suddenly lunging down. Would you believe me if I tried to say it was a misunderstanding? Su Hui was careful to try to slow down his tone so as not to enrage the other party. I'll tell you in advance that I'm sorry for the interruption. Then I'll get up, get my stuff together, and get out of this cabin. Finally, I'll gently close the door for you and pretend I've never been in this cabin before. Does that look okay to you? The man on the ceiling just looked at him silently, without making a sound.
I'll wait for 3 more breaths of time.
And if you don't say anything,
I'll take that as your default.
1, 2, 3, okay, time's up. I'll pack myself up and leave right away.
Su Hui tensed, his body slowly climbed up.
At the same time, the corner of his eye has been watching the ceiling of the man. If there is a movement, he can only fight for his life. Luckily, the man on the ceiling didn't move at all, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly gathered his clothes from the bed, then lifted his own bag and marched gingerly toward the door. Pulling the latch, he gently opened the door and stepped out backwards, so as to prevent an attack from behind. The next time you take a boat and are in your cabin, you might want to bolt the door. It will keep people from coming in through the wrong door. Su converged with a friendly reminder. Have a nice trip and good night. Good dreams. He gently closed the door behind him, feeling his heart pounding. This is too exciting. With that, he frowned, just for a moment, but could not remember what the person lying on the ceiling looked like, could only remember the ghastly white feet and long hair, and the red clothes, and all the rest could not be remembered. What a strange feeling. It was mind-boggling to him. Could this be Guile's natural trait? Here is the corridor. In case there is a trick on board, to meet him will be a problem. Do not have time to think too much. He hurriedly opened a cabin. This time he deliberately looked at the ceiling and corners, under the bed, to determine that there is nothing foreign presence, which is to rest assured to go in. Put the door latch. Finally relaxed. Chapter 64 Arrival at the county seat. Su Convergence spread a few pieces of clothing on the moldy bed and lay flat on it, but sleep was nowhere to be found. It's a wonder you can sleep when you're bumping into shenanigans. He wasn't a big-hearted person himself. Caution was what labeled his life. After arriving in Pingyang County, how should I get spirit stones for cultivators? Since he couldn't sleep, he mulled it over, intending to perfect his plan for getting money, using the white cat incarnation, using the identity of Pingyang County Picket. Let the people of Pingyang County give some filial piety. This is his long-set financial road. Before, he didn't know much about the city of Pingyang County. There was no way to make this plan specific. Just now he knew roughly the situation of Pingyang County from Lin Qingyu's mouth, so he could take the plan a step further. The most important cultivation sustenance in Pingyang County is the spirit tree, and his plan to make money must be centered around the spirit tree. For example, did the guards who guarded the spirit tree secretly get some bark and leaves of the spirit tree to sell? The mansions and plots of land around the spirit tree. Did you turn in the spirit stones you got from selling the mansions and plots of land as much as you wanted to? Have the magistrates and chief magistrates and the government offices done their job in governing the county and maintaining order? Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger was hanging a picket sign, so it shouldn't be difficult to stand there and properly knock around and get some filial piety. While he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the creak of a door opening, which sent chills down his spine, and he gingerly climbed to his feet, alert, and stared at the hatch, holding down his sharp knife. Saw a pair of ghastly feet walk softly through the crack under the door, trailing long, wet hair behind them. Is this getting off the boat? Su Convergence glanced at the window, only then noticing that a hint of fish belly white had already risen in the sky, and it was almost dawn. He remembered what Lin Qingyu had said, that the Ebony sect allowed demons and devils and weirdos to hitch a ride at night, noting that it was at night, and presumably not during the day, lest they be seen and say that the Ebony sect was hooking up with the demons and devils and weirdos. What she really looks like. Su Hui stared out of the window curiously. A figure in red jumped from the boat into the river and swam toward the shore. Noiselessly, he swam to the shore and stepped barefoot on the river's sandy beach toward the dark, dusky forest. Su Convergence could only see his back, not his face, and felt a bit sorry for him. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, the figure in red seemed to have sensed being spied upon, pausing in his steps and turning back with a huff, looking towards the window of this cabin of Su Hui's. Boom! Su Jing's mind went blank as he finally got a good look. Sister Fine Asia. No way. Absolutely not. He thought his eyes were blurry, rubbed them a bit and looked again. Cindy, in the blink of an eye. It feels like spring peaches again. Cam. What's this called? The figure in red stopped and walked into the forest. I was molested by shenanigans? Su Convergence finally came back to his senses. He was flooded with deep suspicion as to why this trick was able to conjure up the looks of the women in his family. Could this Gue have read his memories before and taken them from among his memories? If that was the case, it would be horrible and should be unlikely. Or, did the trick use some kind of trickery so that when others looked at it, they would see someone they knew well? That's a possibility. Creepy in a creepy way. It's better to encounter less Guile in the future. Su Convergence took a deep breath of cool air.
He waited until the light of day had completely cleared before he opened the door to his cabin and stepped outside, just in time to see Lin Shanyu also open the door and come out. The two men went on deck and looked for a barrel with a rope tied to it, presumably used by former boat riders, which the two men had noticed when they boarded the boat. Pull the rope, throw the barrel into the river, and fetch water for washing. After washing up, Su Convergence took the dried meat and wine from the cabin to the deck and invited Lin Shanyu to eat with him as breakfast. Su Convergence asked as he ate, "How much longer until we reach Pingyang County?" "Soon, definitely before lunch," Lin Shanyu answered. And with that, he couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Last night, you went to the wrong cabin?" Apparently, he heard the commotion. Su Convergence faintly said, "Fortunately, it wasn't night trick." There was a scare. Lin Shanyu didn't continue to jab at him, and it was obvious that this son of the Lin family from the county was well cultured. Just as the two were silently gnawing on the jerky, there was a cave ahead of the river. "There's a section of underground river ahead. Sit tight." Lin Shanyu reached out and grabbed the mast. He had experienced it when he came to Green Bamboo Town and knew the waterway. Su Convergence also grabbed the mast in a hurry. The ship dashed into the cave and the view immediately darkened. "It's sliding downward. Faster and faster. It's been going down. I don't know how deep into the ground." Su Convergence saw a branch of stalactites hanging down at the top, and between the stalactites he could vaguely see a scarlet coffin, which caused the pupils of his eyes to contract for a moment. "What is this?" "I don't know." Lin Shanyu shook his head. "When I came here, I was also surprised. These coffins and stalactites have almost fused together. They should be something left over from very ancient years." Su Convergence said, "Strange. The Ebony sect is most familiar with this channel. Surely they have checked these coffins, yet they have not destroyed them or opened them up to take a look?" Lin Shanyu said, "I did see the previous records of Green Bamboo Town in an ancient book. The Green Bamboo Town in the very ancient past was controlled by a sect that was good at the art of driving out corpses. And later on, I don't know what the reason was, but this sect that was good at the art of driving out corpses disappeared." Su Convergence said, "You mean to say that these coffins might be something left behind by that sect that drove away corpses?" Lin Shanyu nodded. "It's possible." Su Convergence pondered. If these coffins were really left behind by a sect that excelled in the art of driving corpses, this would be a bit intriguing. After examining these coffins, did the Eboshi Church feel that what was sealed inside the coffins was so horrible that they were worried about not being able to control it and didn't want to move it, so they just left it as it was? Or, did the Ebony cult feel that the contents of the coffin were of little value and would pose no threat to the Ebony cult, and were too lazy to move them? Wow! The two-masted ship rushed out of the underground river, and it opened up before her eyes. Su Convergence saw an endless plain, countless men bending over to labor in the fields, and some overseers patrolling back and forth on the ridges. At the sight of the two-masted ship and a cargo ship pulling rocks, all of them looked at it and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at it more. Su Convergence remembered a question. This should be close to Pingyang County, right? Does Pingyang County also have a taboo that women can't go out during the day? That's for sure. Lin Shanyu said, "It's not just Pingyang County. I've heard that the entire Teshu Prefecture, the Yu dynasty, and even other dynasties, all over the world there is a taboo that women can't go out in the daytime, with the exception of those who have a good physique." Su Convergence said, "Don't you think it's strange?" Lin Shanyu said, "Isn't it because people often say that the daytime is heavy with yin shi, and it's easy to be tainted by demons?" Su Convergence said, "I never believe in this argument. This argument is outrageous. There is sunlight in the daytime. It should be heavy yin shi at night. How can it be heavy yin shi in the daytime? It does not conform to common sense." Lin Shanyu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "All the unusual women in the whole world can't go out in the daytime. Such a big taboo. It's not for us to figure out. So we came to this weird and strange world only for a short month or two, only to be curious about any weirdness. Probably we'll slowly get used to it after a long time. It's a blessing to live ignorantly, because sometimes the truth is too brutal. Just like the people of Inafune, they line up every day with great anticipation to draw lots and choose a lucky winner, thinking that they will be able to go to Elysium, or at least be happy before they die. If the people of Inajiku town had known this truth ahead of time and then conducted the lottery, they would not be able to experience happiness if they had to live in fear every day." Arrived. Even without Lin Shanyu said, Su Jia also know to arrive, only to see the magnificent city wall like a black dragon body stretched across the land. Cannot see the end. It is difficult to imagine that this is only a county, if the state capital city, or even the capital. And what a scene! The two-masted ship slowly docked into the pier,
and a cargo boat pulling rocks followed in good order. And Su Convergence couldn't help but glance into the water again. But unfortunately, he still couldn't see the hard-working water demons and water wizards underneath the water. The stone movers and rock carriers on the docks got to work. "Steward Su, it's a pleasure to be on the same ship as you. Come visit my home sometime." Lin Xingyu stepped off the boat, casually took out an ingot of silver, bought a horse, rolled over onto the horse, and with a word to Su Convergence he intended to leave. "He didn't even tell me his address, so he's not sincere at all." Su Jing said, "Actually, I'm free right now, do you mind?" Lin Xingyu, who was planning to ride away, was stunned. He was just being casually polite. "I didn't expect Su Jing to be really nonchalant." Lin Xingyu took out another ingot of silver and threw it to the horse trader. "If Steward Su is willing to visit my humble abode, of course you are welcome." "Thanks a lot then." Su Convergence picked a black horse from the horse dealer, which was said to have good stamina. Although he learned from Lin Xingyu's mouth about the general situation of Pingyang County, his heart of the money plan has a preliminary plan. However, he still have to live in Pingyang County to observe a few days before he can determine where to start. If you live in an inn, you are alone, and the people you contact are at too low a level, so it's harder to find out what you want to ask about. And if you live in a family like the Lin family, you have a higher circle of contact, which is conducive to a quick understanding of the city of Pingyang County. Chapter 65, A Simple Boy. Su Convergence riding a black horse followed Lin Xingyu's Jujube red horse to the city gates, rolled over and dismounted, holding the horse lined up to enter the city, paid 10 yuan to be able to enter the city. Of course, is Lin Xingyu to pay the money? Su Convergence is, after all, a guest. From this it could be seen that the Lin family should not be a particularly strong family in Pingyang County City. Otherwise it was impossible for the officials and soldiers guarding the city gates not to recognize Lin Xingyu, and they had to follow the payment of money to enter a city. Into the city. Su Convergence bright. A tree like a canopy of the sky standing in the center of the city. Branches thrive, as if the dragon. Colorful leaves. The form of each leaf is different. Some are shaped like silkworms. Some are shaped like flying birds, but also shaped like beasts. And is wonderful. Across the distance, he smelled the fresh fragrance and felt his pores stretching and refreshed. No doubt this was the spirit tree. The streets take on a circular shape, like a spring roll, and are built in a ring around the spirit tree. Steward Su, follow me. Lin Changyu returned his horse. Su Convergence also followed on horseback. After walking through a few round streets, he came to a stop in front of a mansion with a vermilion-painted gate. Su Jia raised his head to look at the plaque hanging above the main entrance, which reads Lin Residence in 2 big characters. Strong and powerful, iron painting, silver hooks, and it can be seen that there is quite some momentum. This is my home. Lin Xingyu handed the reins to the gatekeeper and led Su Convergence inside. Su Convergence curiously surveyed the Lin family's mansion. Green trees and grass, rockery and lotus ponds, pavilions, houses and halls, somewhat similar to the garden style of ancient Jiangnan. When he came to the living room and drank tea for a while, a man dressed like an old housekeeper walked in, and Lin Xingyu asked, "Grandpa Fu, where are my parents and big sister?" The old housekeeper said, "Master, Madam, and Missy went to live in the rented spirit house on First Street, and it is estimated that it will take a few more days before they return." First Street, rented spirit house? Su Ming keenly noticed that the First Street should refer to the one near the spirit tree. It seemed that the houses there weren't generally expensive. Even a family like the Lin family couldn't afford to buy one and could only rent one for cultivation. Lin Xingyu reached out and guided his hand towards Su Convergence. "This is a friend who came back with me from Green Bamboo Town, and will be staying at the house for some days. Grandpa Fu, you see to the arrangements." The old butler answered yes. Lin Xingyu and Su Convergence chat for a few moments and then left. He and Su Convergence is not very familiar. Just in the Green Bamboo Town 3 big family hunting time met aside, as well as back to the city when the same boat drank a drink. That's all, not to have been accompanied by Su Convergence. Su Jing said thank you to the old butler and followed him out of the parlor. The old housekeeper led Su Convergence towards the compartments in the small courtyard on the west side of the mansion. The compartments are also meant to be guest rooms, and large families like this usually have compartments reserved for guests who come to the house, which is very convenient. The old housekeeper looked very old. In his 70s, his eyes were dim and he walked slowly, but he was very talkative, asking Su Jing questions about his name, his age, and where his family lived. Su Rui answered one by one. Su Rui, 17 years old, a native of Green Bamboo Town. You're not someone from the county who went to Green Bamboo Town and came back. Rather, Are you a local of Green Bamboo Town?
The old housekeeper froze, his gaze a bit strange.
Aren't the locals of Green Bamboo Town not allowed to leave the town?
With that, he seemed to remember something, raising his hand and gently slapping his wrinkled forehead. I forgot that the prince has a pass.
You followed the prince to sneak into the city, didn't you? Looking for work in the city? To earn money? The most fatal thing is to make up one's own mind. Su Jing didn't know what to say,
but he was indeed here to get money.
Money used by cultivators.
Sort of. The old housekeeper laughed. I heard that the men of your Green Bamboo Town work every day to earn food to feed their families, and the women have to cut their blood for the night watchman every night.
It's really not easy,
and it's considered to be a good fortune for you to have met such a valuable person as my son after you followed my son and smuggled yourself into the county. Do a good job in the city for a few years,
save up a sum of silver, and return to Green Bamboo Town.
Then you will be a rich lord in style.
See which family's women are pretty and ask for which one, and the good life won't come.
Su Convergence said. You're right, the old housekeeper kindly said, but it's not easy for all walks of life in this county.
It's not easy to find a job to earn money. My family's son is very nice.
I think you might as well beg the son to stay in the Lin residence as a houseboy or a gardener,
and do it for 7 or 8 years,
and save up silver, which would be enough for you to go back to the Green Bamboo Town scenery.
Is the old man's eyes bad? I'm a big teenager with a good skin. Do I look like a houseboy? Su Jing's face darkened and he didn't want to speak.
Coming to the west courtyard, empty without any other guests, the old butler took the key and opened one at random.
You can stay here. Su Convergence looked down.
The tables and chairs these were spotless. The bedding these were also clean and tidy. Apparently there were often maids to organize them.
Okay, thanks. The old butler, however, did not leave, but followed in,
and closed the door, as if he had something to whisper. Su Jing was a bit speechless. How long had it been since the family had a guest? The old man seemed a bit overzealous. The old housekeeper said,
I've been in this family for decades. I've been working here as a housekeeper since the old master's generation. The family's first miss, second miss,
and young master are all grown up under my watch,
and they're no different from my granddaughter's grandchildren. The young master has a good talent for cultivation,
and in his early 20s he already has the strength of the tendon refining stage,
and is expected to become a disciple of the ebony sect,
so he is not in a hurry to marry and have children. The second young lady married into a family in the city,
became a young lady,
and so on until the old master of that family old lady knocked,
will be able to be the head of the family. The days have something to look forward to.
The most reassuring thing to me is the eldest young lady. The eldest young lady early years with a talent good loose cultivator married the Taoist couple.
But, after all, the loose cultivator does not have the support of the family. Cultivation which is not so easy.
In the case of cultivation resources are not enough. Forced to rush, and the result of a life, leaving the eldest young lady alone,
only to go back to live in the family again. Old man, shut up. If we go on, I'll know everything about the Lin family. Su Jing was skeptical. Old man, why are you telling me this?
The old housekeeper stretched out his finger and nodded Su Convergence's head remotely.
You country folk are just simple. Your brain isn't bright, and it's hard to get the hang of it.
Su Convergence could only arch his hand.
Kid, really can't grasp the meaning of the old man's words.
The old housekeeper said,
Missy has had a man, cannot be married to the city's big family,
to the peddlers and cannot look at, which has dragged to the age of 28,
is still living at home. I'm not looking at you. This young man's eyebrows are clear. Talent and appearance can be,
in our forest house to do a good job.
The reaction of the clever point, perhaps the master and missus, look at you into the eyes, to recruit you into the family, as a young ladies' man, is also a possible thing.
Su Jing sort of understood. The feelings of this old housekeeper is just worrying blindly.
People are like this when they are old. It is also understandable.
The old housekeeper saw him nothing to show, thought he had something in his heart.
Don't look at Missy has had a man, older than you are 11 years old,
but she grew up practicing martial arts,
posture and stature, that are extremely good.
You this poor boy can cumbersome her,
guaranteed not to suffer, dreaming you have to wake up with a smile. When you're young, you don't know how good a rich woman is,
and you're wrong to think of a young girl as a treasure.
Of course, Su Jing understood this,
but he had just come to stay at Mr.
Lin's house, and it wasn't good for him to hit on someone's big sister's idea. Su Convergence bored face.
The old man. Your home miss left at home as a widow.
There is no man. You look at the heart day by day anxious. I can understand, but I have not seen your home miss.
Your home miss has not seen me,
and it is, You do not understand me. This is not good to point out the lovebirds.
The old housekeeper has his own set of reasoning.
Young master knows the book and reasoning. He brought home to the people. The character is certainly not bad. I'm not blind. I can see.
You this person dressed in plain clothes, speech and behavior rules.
It seems to be simple and honest people.
Not the street skater ding to z that kind of thing. I just moved to give the young lady to say the man's mind. You'll see Missy when she comes back in a few days. She'll often be practicing her martial arts in the front yard.
You can sneak over to the front yard and touch it, and you'll see it. After you've read it, you can put your pillow up a little higher at night when you go to bed and give it some thought. Let me know when you have considered it,
and I will speak to the master and the lady. I still have some weight to speak in this house.
Is it possible that it wasn't your young master who brought me here?
But, rather, I myself had the cheek to come.
Su Convergence said. All right, old man. I get it. You go and get busy. Watching the old housekeeper open the door, towering trembling walk out.
Su Convergence really worried that he fell.
A big age, but also the family's juniors worry, but also quite not easy.
Chapter 66, The Chivalrous and the Rash.
By noon,
a little maid with a spiral-pilled head brought lunch.
Neither did he leave, but stood next to him,
blinking his eyes curiously as he watched Su Convergence eat.
Su Rue wondered, looking up at her, don't you have anything else you're busy with?
The little maid shook her head slightly.
I do the work on this side of the west courtyard's compartment, and usually there aren't many guests coming to the house. Right now you're the only one on this side of the west courtyard's compartment. Nothing to do.
Su Convergence understood and buried his head to eat.
The little maid said, I heard my grandfather say that you are the person that young master brought back from the countryside of Green Bamboo Town to prepare to be a domestic servant in the family?
Put.
Su Rue choked. That big mouth of the old housekeeper. When did he say anything about being a housekeeper?
The little maid said, My name is Xiaoyu. I grew up following my grandfather in the Lin family. I'm very familiar with this place.
You can ask me anything you don't understand in the future. Oh, okay. Jade, I got it. Go get busy. Su converged to continue drying the rice.
Xiaoyu adorably stroked her forehead.
Grandpa is right. You are really too honest. Your brain is spinning. Didn't I tell you just now?
I am doing the work on this side of the west courtyard's compartments.
Right now there is only you here in the compartments, and I don't have anything else to do. Oh. Su Convergence ate silently and didn't want to talk. He told this little maid to go and get busy, meaning to let the little maid leave. This is all unintelligible. Whose brain is not working? The Lin family is quite good to their subordinates.
They usually don't arrange too much work, and when they're done with their work, they're free to arrange their time.
You've just come here from the countryside.
You're still not familiar with the surroundings,
so I can show you around later.
Jade, like her housekeeper grandfather, was obviously a little chatterbox, talking in a chirpy way, like a little sparrow.
Su Convergence later after dinner intends to go out for a walk. The spirit of an opportunity to say, Lin family mansion will not need to turn. I have just seen. I want to stroll around the county. You are familiar with the county. Wait until the evening. Can you take me out to stroll around a little bit? Xiaoyu said. Cooked. I often go to the street to buy delicious food, and I don't have to wait until evening. I can take you out later.
Su Convergence looked at her unexpectedly.
You've practiced martial arts? You can go out during the day?
Xiaoyu said with a cheeky smile.
This you don't know, right? The big families in the county, in order to facilitate the subordinates to go out to do their business,
basically let the subordinates to follow the practice of martial arts.
Physical fitness is good. Of course, you can go out.
It dawned on Su Convergence that this was just fine.
Unlike the unusual women of the town who were confined to their homes during the day.
When Su Convergence finished his meal, Xiaoyu cleaned up the dishes and sent them to the kitchen,
and soon returned. Let's go. Su Convergence remembered the old butler. Do you want to tell your grandfather? Lest you think I've abducted his granddaughter.
Jade covered her mouth and laughed.
You little brother from the countryside. It's more like I abducted you. Molested.
Su Convergence followed her out of the Lin family mansion,
walking on foot,
and did not need to ride a horse.
The location of this Lin family mansion was originally in a better part of the county, not far to go anywhere. Just past that street is the county courthouse.
Further past the county office is the most famous First Street, where unusual people are not allowed to enter, and only those who have bought a mansion or rented a mansion on First Street are allowed to go in and practice inside, without the need for Su Convergence to ask.
Xiaoyu walked and pointed, introducing him. Su Convergence himself is also observing. Most of the street are men. There are also many women.
Must also have practiced martial arts,
to go out in broad daylight. In addition,
He also saw some martial arts hall. Inside the drink ha sound of martial arts practice. Visible Pingyang County City martial arts practice wind prevails. Xiaoyu pulled out a small money pouch embroidered with lotus flowers. Slipped 2 coins out of the money pouch. Bought 2 bunches of sugar gourds. And evened out 1 bunch to Su Convergence. Su Convergence 17 years old teenager. A little embarrassed. But think about in this county no one knows him anyway. He also took it and ate it. If he ate this in Green Bamboo Town, he would definitely have a high turnover rate. And he, Steward Su, was a big name in Green Bamboo Town. Tap tap tap. The sound of a carriage traveling at breakneck speed came from behind them. And Su Convergence looked back to see people dodging in panic. Get out of the way. The stocky carriage driver wielded a long whip, and when he saw who was slow in avoiding it, he cracked it. Some were hit and covered in pain, but they just cowered away, not daring to say anything. Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled Su Convergence and squeezed to the side. Su Convergence, look at this carriage material, exquisite. The driver and so brutal. Presumably Pingyang County. Some big shot. He moved in his heart. Touch a porcelain or good. Can be used to carry out the plan to make money. Immediately, he didn't move as if his feet were rooted and gently pushed Jade away. Such an action, in turn, made the driver stunned, and then furious. A whip fiercely whip over. Su Convergence's eyes glazed over. Snap. With a click, he raised his hand and grabbed the long whip. Give it a hard yank. The driver staggered and exclaimed in shock. Fell headlong from the extremely fast-moving carriage. His head was broken and bloodied, crushed by the carriage, and he was half dead even if he didn't die. Seeing that the carriage was out of control, Su Wei put both hands on it and stiffly made it skid to a halt, preventing it from crashing into the crowd. The people on the street looked excitedly at the head-broken, bloodied, collapsed coachman with a sense of relief, and at the teenager who had forced the carriage to stop with a sense of regret. This young man is going to be bad. Don't you know that this is the frame of the magistrate's car? It is estimated that from which martial arts school out of the martial arts disciples, young, blood, and rely on their own a bit of skill. Learn some of the storytelling books of chivalry act, but do not know that the chivalry and rash only a thought difference. The curtains of the luxurious carriage were lifted open, and out drilled a brocade-clothed and flamboyantly dressed teenager. And inside there was also a young girl who was so frightened that her face turned white. Both of them were a bit unkempt, and they had obviously just been making out inside. The brocade-clothed young man glanced at the fallen driver and then at Su Convergence, who was blocking the carriage, and his eyes went cold for a moment. What do you mean by this? Su Convergence patted the dust on his shirt as if nothing had happened. Your carriage is barreling down the street, and the driver is even waving a long whip and flying around. So what's the harm in me stopping it? The young man in fancy clothes looked up and down at Su Hui's simple clothes and laughed. Which martial arts school did you learn martial arts in? Your parents saved money to pay for your martial arts training, but it's not easy, expecting you to excel. You have to know how to cherish it, you know? You stop. Not only to their own lives stopped, even the family's hope is also stopped. The streets were silent. All of them could hear the heavy meaning in those words. Xiaoyu panicked and jogged over, pulling Su Convergence, bending over to salute the brocade-clad, gorgeous young man on the carriage. Young Master Na Nei. I'm sorry. He's a domestic servant of the Lin family from the 3rd Street. He doesn't know any better. People want to cover her mouth. This is not to say that the family man is okay. The magistrate is still not too clear about this teenager's background. Once the family man is said, the magistrate will not be even more unscrupulous. Sure enough, the gaze of the brocade-clothed young man became even colder. A houseboy still can't carry his own weight. Something that doesn't know how to die. A team of constables patrolling the streets ran over. The constable accompanied the smiling face and inquired, Gu Xiao, what is this? This man committed murder in the street and tried to assassinate me. Gu Yanming casually pointed his finger at Su Convergence, and then drilled into the carriage. Too lazy to say anything more that would be out of character. The constable didn't even ask Su Hui, and waved his hand. Take it down. The constables then took off the chains draped over their shoulders and wrapped them menacingly around Su Convergence. It's a misunderstanding. You guys, come on. Jade was on the verge of tears. Su Convergence cooperated by letting the constables wrap the chains around his body. This captured him, and he definitely couldn't rest without a compensation. Xiaoyu, you go back. Without giving him a chance to say more, the constables pulled on the chains and took him away. Chapter 67, Dungeons. Su Convergence was escorted to the dungeon in the courthouse. The constable casually opened a cell. While Su Convergence pushed in, ferocious attitude disappeared. Just sighed. A good young man how can not think. In the inside to reflect on it. Hope that the county magistrate adult's baby son to spend the day to play happy.
Forget about you this crop. Su Convergence couldn't help but look at the constable twice more. This constable seemed to be a good person. The precious son of the county magistrate? The constable was a bit speechless. By now, you don't know who you've offended? Su Convergence shook his head. I was strolling the streets, and when I saw the carriages rampaging about and the drivers whipping the commoners at will, I couldn't help but stop them. The constable was silent for a moment and said, you also do not need to think about the brain. Dare to cross the street in the carriage. Can be the average person. The county magistrate adult family gave birth to 8 daughters in a row. The old man came to the son of this Gu Yenming, this baby son spoiled bad. The county is famous for dude, which you do not know. How to be a houseboy in the Lin family. Seeing Su Convergence still wanting to ask something, the constable waved his hand and turned to leave. I can't say too much to you here. If this is seen by the jailer and spreads to Gu Yenming's ears, I'll be implicated by you as well. Su Convergence arched his hand at his back, unable to ask any more questions. I'll stay here for a few days, suffer a bit, then, make a scene, lure the magistrate here, pose for a bit, claim compensation, get some cultivator's spirit stones, and won't the chi condensation Dan be there? He has not touched the porcelain. However, have not eaten pork always seen a pig run? On this basic process or no? Go to the corner and sit down in the hay. But then he heard a scream from the haystack, and he got up in a hurry, only then noticing that there was someone in the haystack. A pudgy man rose from inside the haystack, grimacing and rubbing his chest. What's wrong with you? Don't you have eyes? Su Convergence took a closer look. This pudgy person didn't look very old, like a skinny monkey-like youth. Sorry, didn't realize there was someone in the haystack. What are you doing hiding in the haystack? The youth said. Of course it's to hide from the mosquitoes. Well, Su Jing looked around and realized that there were indeed quite a lot of mosquitoes. The youth ruffled the hair in front of him and looked at Su Convergence. How did you get in here? What's the offense? Su Convergence said. It's nothing. It's just that he beat up Gu Yenming's driver on the street and stopped Gu Yenming's carriage. The youth's eyes widened. You kid really ate bear heart and leopard gall. You dare to mess with Gu Yenming. Su Convergence plucked some hay from him and patted over to sit down. It's not like I knew it was Gu Yenming sitting in the carriage. The youth moved to the corner. You stay away from me, lest when Gu Yenming comes to beat you in the cell, he'll beat me up in the process. There was still such an operation. Su Xianwei moved out a little bit. The youth said, we live in the same cell, and there are a few caveats that I'll explain beforehand. 1. Is on the toilet to be careful. Do not splash everywhere, just this palm-sized place. Do not get even a place to sleep. 2nd. There is not to go to the toilet before the opening of the meal. The flavor is too strong. It is best to be on time one morning and one night. 3. When you fart, face outward. The air doesn't circulate in here. Su Convergence was considered to have gained insight, so squatting in jail was also a discipline. I'll remember, but I won't stay here for too long. I'll be going out in a few days. The youth froze, then laughed. Offended Gu Yenming, you still want to get out from here? You're too naive. Those who enter this dungeon will have to take off layers of skin even if they don't die, and I haven't seen a few who were able to get out. Su Convergence said. In a few days, you'll see it. The youth snorted. I'll see what happens then. Su Convergence asked. What crime did you come in here for? The youth said. I came in by probing and pouring. Tomb raiding. Su Convergence understood. Feelings that this is a person who sends a dead man's fortune. So many big families in the county, whose ancestors have not been broad. It is estimated that the most hated is tomb raiding. After some small talk, Su Convergence know the name of this young man, calling himself Qin Lu. I guess it is not a real name. Do this kind of business people generally do not use the real name. Toward evening, 2 jailers came to put the food on the table. One took 2 black ceramic bowls from the barrel and threw them on the floor. The other one beat a spoonful out of the barrel containing the food and drizzled it into 2 bowls. Qin Lu pounced like a vicious dog snatching food, holding a black pottery bowl in both hands and gulping it down. Kanji water above the floating a few rotten leaves. Su Convergence to look at a glance is not much appetite, and he is worried about being Gu Yenming sent poison, or what soft tendons and so on, which if the loss of physical strength and chi, that would not be good. You're not eating? Qin Lu drank this one of his own and stared at this one of Su Convergence's, glancing back at him inquiringly. Su Convergence generously said, here you go. Thanks. Qin Lu happily ate. In fact, everyone who just came in is the same. They can't eat, and after 2 days of starvation, they eat very well. Su Convergence frowned. That was a problem.
There's no way he's going to starve here for days.
Why don't we just go out tomorrow? If you stay here for one night,
you can ask the magistrate for compensation with a lion's share of the money after you've had a good time anyway.
Su Hui, right? Someone is here to see you. A jailer led two men to the door, unlocked the cell door, and turned away.
Su Convergence took a look at the fact that it was Lin Xingyu and Xiao Yu, which surprised him a bit. He and Lin Xingyu had only met once,
drank a drink on the same boat,
and to his surprise, Lin Xingyu was able to come here to see him.
This Lin family's son could really be.
Xiao Yu placed the food box in her hand in front of Su Convergence and opened it layer by layer.
Hurry up and eat. It was just brought over from home and is still hot. Xin Lu saw that there is chicken and beef. Eyes are straight, gulping saliva but do not dare to come over.
A look at the Lin Shengyu, this clothes and temperament know that it is not an ordinary family.
Su Hui converged and beckoned him over to eat with him. Qin Lu hesitated before coming over.
Lin Xingyu glanced at Qin Lu and didn't say anything as he said to Su Convergence. Xiao Yu told me that the carriage you stopped on the street was the carriage of the county magistrate's son,
Gu Yanming. Su Convergence nodded. I already know, Lin Xingyu said. Before I came here, I went to find Gu Yanming, and he refused to let you out. However, he has promised me that he will not harm your life. You stay here for a few days first. If Gu Yanming comes and tortures you, just give in with your mouth and let him get rid of his anger. In a few days, when my father returns, I will ask my father to talk to the magistrate. My father is on pretty good terms with the magistrate, so he should be able to fish you out. Qin Lu's eyes were envious. He didn't realize that Su Convergence had such connections and could really go out. This Mr. Lin can get along. Su Convergence said, I went to your house as a guest. I've already troubled you.
How can I be so kind as to trouble you with all this?
In fact, you don't have to do all this. I have my own method to get out. This is Pingyang County Town, not Green Bamboo Town.
Lin Xingyu looked deeply at Su Convergence.
He couldn't fathom Su Convergence's bottom line. From all indications, it wasn't as simple as a mine steward, but he really couldn't think of any connections. Su Convergence, who had come to Pingyang County City for the first time, had to get out from here. Su Convergence nodded. I know, Xiao Yu, however, was anxious. What are you showing off for?
Young master came to save you and you're still showing off.
Su Jing couldn't explain anything well, so he just ate his meal. Lin Chengyu didn't say anything more and left with Xiao Yu. To the dungeon door, Xiao Yu pleaded. Young master, don't listen to his bluster. He's a person from the countryside. What method can he have to get out? When master comes back, you'd better let master say hello to the county magistrate.
Lin Xingyu thought for a moment.
That's fine. Chapter 68 Dungeon Storm.
Su Jing had overestimated his own endurance,
and he could not sit, lie down,
or stand in his cell, so he could only walk around in annoyance.
That is to say,
from frugality to luxury is easy. From luxury to frugality is difficult.
Before he lived with Li Xiaoya, Wang Suiyin in the old streets of Green Bamboo Town in the old earth house, but also think nothing.
But now he has been used to the life of pampering,
wine and meat during the day. The night there is a fragrant wife and concubines,
and suddenly came to this stinking dungeon,
which who can stand it? Bear with it, didn't that Mr.
Lin say just now that he would hitch you out in a few days? Qin Lu ate his belly round and bulging,
lying in a pile of hay in the corner,
picking his teeth with a piece of grass, his face full of enjoyment.
Su Convergence came to the cell door, took a deep breath, and walked back to sit slowly against the wall.
He realized that he had been corrupted by a life of privilege and couldn't stand even that much suffering anymore,
which wasn't a good sign. In the dirty cell, it is good to cultivate one's body and mind,
and to find the cautious, sober beginnings that one had when one first came to this world, which is the way to survive in this bizarre and chaotic world. Qin Lu looked at him strangely, not understanding why he had suddenly composed himself,
like a rock, blending into the dungeon environment. The next day,
Su Convergence's original plan to cause trouble and lure the magistrate here was postponed, and he felt that he should stay in the dungeon for a few more days to polish his heart, which had floated up during this period of time.
Noon. Xiao Yu came with a food box. Apparently,
Lin Chengyu had bribed the jailer to be able to deliver the meals.
Su Convergence didn't reject people's good intentions.
He was just locking himself up here to hone his skills,
not so much that he would intentionally eat the food in his cell for self-mutilation. That would be a bit crazy.
Qin Lu followed the light and ate happily, but suddenly a little melancholy.
You've spoiled my taste. How can this be? When you leave,
I'll have to readapt to the cell's meal again.
Su Ming patted his shoulder. It's fine. You've already adapted once anyway, and with experience, it won't be hard to readapt. Is this human language? Qin Lu's mouth twitched. What I mean is, when you go out, can you take me out as well? Su Convergence said. Okay. Qin Lu was stunned, already prepared to beg bitterly. I didn't expect Su Convergence to be so forthcoming, and in turn, he wouldn't be able to straighten him out. He was a bit incredulous. We don't know each other. We just shared a cell for a day, and you're willing to rescue me? It's just a lift for me, so why not? By the time Su Convergence flashed his purple jade tablet, it was just a matter of a sentence if he wanted to take someone out. You just dug up the ancestral graves of some big families. It's not like you did anything to hurt the world, right? Jade's eyes went straight. Digging up other people's ancestral graves isn't hurtful enough. Qin Lu thought for a moment and said, I'm a person who doesn't like others to owe me, nor do I like to owe others. If you take me out, I will repay you. All right. Su Convergence didn't care. A grave robber was nothing more than getting some valuable burial goods, but he had little need for worldly money now. Jade couldn't stay here much longer and left after cleaning up the dishes. Before leaving, Qin Lu praised her a bit, saying that the little girl is really hardworking, which if anyone marries her in the future will surely be blessed, but let her make a blush. On the third day, Su Hui did not make any trouble. On the fourth day, Su Convergence still didn't make any trouble. On the fifth day, Su Convergence felt that his restlessness had worn off, and was about to make a scene when Gu Yanming, the young master of the government, came. I heard Lin Xingyu say that you were a guest staying at his house, not some houseboy. I was already a bit skeptical. How would a houseboy dare to stop my car frame? Gu Yanming let the jailer move a chair to sit in front of the cell, his arms around a young girl. While talking to Su Convergence, behind Gu Yanming, stood a row of strong guards. Su Convergence calmly glanced at the young girl, recognizing that it wasn't the one in the carriage from the other day. That's right, I was never any kind of house servant. Gu Yanming coldly laughed. That day in the street, the little maid said that you are a domestic servant. Put me angry. A domestic servant have dared to offend my hall magistrate? After learning that you are not a domestic servant, my anger disappeared by half. However, when I heard that the Lin family's little maid brings you food every day and eats fragrantly, the fire in my heart came back. Seeing as my father is on good terms with Lin Xingyu's father, I had already promised Lin Xingyu that I wouldn't kill you. However, Lin Xingyu forgot to give me face and even let you live so well in the cell. Su Convergence said. So, Gu Yanming's voice was cold. So I changed my mind. When he said that, he waved his hand. The jailer gave Su Convergence a pitying look and used the key to unlock the door. The strong and sturdy guards were rubbing their fists, and it was clear that it was time to go into the cell to clean up Su Convergence. Qin Lu was so scared that his face turned white and he hid in the corner. Don't bother. Su Convergence glanced at the jailer who was in the process of unlocking the door. He grabbed the iron bars of the cell with both hands, and with a slight force, the bars were wrenched open like spaghetti, and he stepped out. The jailer froze, and the large set of keys in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Qin Lu, who was hiding in the corner, was also stunned, his eyes as wide as copper bells. Gu Yanming, who was sitting on the chair, changed his face drastically, and pushed the young girl in his arms away as he got up and retreated. The strong and sturdy guards were also stunned one by one. Arm-thick iron railing, so easily broken open, at least must be refining tendon stage. This person's strength is a bit beyond the prediction. Su converged and moved, and then, there was no more. The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes. Boom 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 sound. These strong guards like sandbags were all sent flying, fell to the ground in a heap, painfully tossing and turning, unable to get up. Gu Yanming's face turned white as he froze in place. He had planned to escape when he saw the situation, but he didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Su Hui raised his hand and raised his palm. Gu Yanming subconsciously wanted to hide, but snap! A strong force came to his face instantly, and his entire body flew out horizontally like a straw, hitting the wall of the dungeon and falling down. A deep slap mark appeared on his face, and he lay on the ground coughing up blood from his mouth and nose, a few bloody slate teeth falling out of his mouth. That day on the street, you saw me dressed plainly and guessed that my family was not well off, saying that it wasn't easy for my parents to scrape together the money to send me to the martial arts school to learn martial arts, telling me to know how to cherish it, and since you know how to do that, why don't you know how to cherish it yourself? Su Convergence pulled the chair over and sat on it, lifting his foot on Gu Yanming's face like he was educating a child. Judging from what you've said, you actually know what it means to be a human being. You just can't help yourself, can you? The young girl brought by Gu Yanming was stunned and fainted, and there was a streak of water under her body. so she didn't need to think about what it was. The guards, who were doubled over on the ground in agony, didn't dare to move a muscle, so they assumed they had fainted as well. The jailer who was responsible for unlocking the door didn't dare to move. His face was pale and shivering, standing next to Su Hui's chair. Those who didn't know thought that he was Su Hui's servant. The only thing is that a big prison word on the chest of his clothes is a bit eye-catching. The other jailers were even more frightened away. Qin Lu looked at Su Jie's behavior with horror. He was covered in cold sweat. When the magistrate came, would he be implicated by Su Jie and be executed along with him? Thinking of this, he hurriedly lay down, burying himself with hay. Chapter 69 Performance. Soon, the magistrate came, tall, wearing a black hat and a 7th-rank official uniform embroidered with a mandarin pattern. Su Convergence felt the pressure, not because of official authority, but the mutual perception between martial artists. This magistrate was definitely a martial artist, stronger than him only. Moreover, the mandarin vapors that surrounded the magistrate's body added to the might. What the hell is this? He was surprised. Someone with an official position with an official soul? Stop. Su Convergence's eyes glazed over, not allowing the magistrate to get too close, and he couldn't figure out what the tricky thing was doing. See Gu Yanming's tragic situation. The magistrate's face grimly slowly stopped. Just now the people under the hand to this official report. This official has probably know the beginning and end of the matter. The little brother listened to my advice. There is no need to because of a little misunderstanding on the street to this point. A little misunderstanding? Su Convergence reprimanded. As the chief official of Pingyang County, it is your duty to maintain local order. Yet, your precious son's car frame is rampaging through the streets. Is this how you maintain order? Are you worthy of the cultivation from above? The magistrate was stunned. The tone was like that of a superior officer to an inferior officer. He said with a strange gaze, I have yet to ask what your honor's origin is. Su Convergence slowly touched the purple jade plate from his bosom. Ordinary people may not know. As a Pingyang County magistrate surely know. Sure enough, seeing the purple jade tablet, the magistrate's eye holes shrunk, and he immediately changed his face as he hurriedly bent over and bowed his hand. My humble servant pays his respects to your excellency. This thing is so useful. Su Convergence faintly said, calling me lord is not necessary. You should sense it. My strength may not be as high as yours yet. I'm just a messenger sent by the Lord above. He asked me to make the rounds of Pinyin County for a while and examine the situation in Pinyin County. I didn't expect that on my first day in Pingyang County City, I would encounter your precious son rampaging through the streets and bumping into me, insulting me in the street, and having the constables escort me to the dungeon and kill me, which pissed me off to no end. For the past few days, I have been in the dungeon, debating whether or not to use my voice transmission to report this matter to the Lord above. If I had reported it, the Lord above would have been bound to be very disappointed in you, and it would have been difficult to predict what the consequences would have been. On second thought, I can't erase your merit in taking charge of Pingyang County City just because your son made a mistake. Even if you don't have merit, you more or less have hard work. The magistrate once again bent over and arched his hand, pleading, I also ask Lord Messenger not to report this matter to the top, and my humble servant will definitely keep a close watch on my canine son from now on, and will never have such a thing happen again. Su Convergence said, just talking about it won't do much good. I need to see you perform. The magistrate responded yes. It's your head. You are hurrying to show. Su Convergence heart anxious. A little pretending cannot go on. Slowly lifted his foot from the Gu Yanming face removed. Bring your son down to cure the injury. Just now I deliberately collected force. Otherwise he is already a dead man. Thanks to the messenger for his mercy. The magistrate was grateful and quickly waved his hand, allowing people to carry Gu Yanming down. He reached out and made a gesture of invitation. The environment of the dungeon is filthy, so I would like to ask Lord Emissary to move to the government office, so that I can do a little of the landlord's favor. Who wants the friendship of a landlord? I want the money of a cultivator. That is, spirit stones. Su Convergence was upset in his heart. How come this magistrate didn't get it? Did he say it too subtly? Immediately, Su Convergence decided to mention it again. There is no need to go to the Yamen. The adults above sent me to Pingyang County to make an unannounced visit. It is not appropriate to publicize it, and you shouldn't publicize it either. As long as you perform well, I will naturally know about it, and it will also be the same as the adults above knowing about it. The magistrate said, I understand. If you understand, you should hurry to show. Su Jing waited and waited, but the magistrate didn't show any sign. His awareness is too low. The magistrate said, since we cannot go to the government office.
Then please ask the Lord Messenger to come to my home tonight, and make sure that my humble servant receives the Lord Messenger, as well as having my canine son apologize to the Lord Messenger.
Could it be that this magistrate didn't have any spirit stones on him and left them at home?
Su Convergence pondered for a moment,
then agreed. Okay, I'll definitely go tonight.
The magistrate paid Su Convergence another round of compliments before leaving the dungeon. Su Convergence returned to his cell and was about to ask Qin Lu to leave this place with him when he saw a dark shadow scurry out of the grass and hug his thighs.
Brother Su, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. I'll dig the ancestral graves of whomever you tell me to. Just now the county magistrate and Su Convergence of the conversation. Qin Lu have heard.
The hall of Pingyang County's chief official, in front of Su Convergence, is like a child who has made a mistake. Su Convergence was admonished by Su Convergence. Su Convergence's identity is bound to be a close friend of the big man above.
Su Convergence didn't have a penchant for digging up other people's ancestral graves. Let's go.
How long has it been since I've taken a bath in this dungeon?
This mustn't be a trip to the bathing center.
Qin Lu got up suspiciously and followed him.
What's a bathing center?
The greenhouse.
Out of the dungeon.
Su Ming rented a carriage,
took Qin Lu,
and went straight to the nearest greenhouse. It's worth noting that people who are incarcerated in dungeons are usually searched and changed into prison clothes. Only Su Convergence was ordered to be detained by Gu Yanming,
not a normal prisoner,
so it was not searched at that time,
and did not change into a prison uniform, and the guards did not dare to deal with Su Convergence without authorization, and could only wait for Gu Yanming to dispose of it.
To the greenhouse. Words do not need to say much.
Su Convergence began the bath mode,
lying on his back and let the girls rub hard, rubbing down a layer of thick sludge.
Qin Lu, not to mention,
the girls are disgusted to cover their mouths and noses to give him a rub. See, in the sake of Su Convergence out of the high price, which reluctantly work.
I must say, Qin Lu was also an interesting and wonderful man,
and after washing the sludge brought from his cell, he reached out and ordered the girl who disliked him the most to serve him,
a model of returning kindness for kindness.
The girls were greedy for Su Hui, saying that they could properly discount a little.
Su Hui refused, looking down on Hu. Does he need concessions? By the end of the night,
Qin Lu stayed at the greenhouse for the night, and Su Convergence had already paid him the silver for the night.
Su Convergence went out of the greenhouse alone,
rented a carriage,
and went up to the county magistrate's residence. When he arrived at the magistrate's house,
he was warmly received.
Good wine, good food, and lots of pretty waitresses. In addition to the county magistrate, the head swollen with a pig's head like Gu Yanming is also accompanied by sitting at the banquet.
To Su Convergence toast to apologize. Su Jie, however, was not happy in his heart, for he drank until late at night, until the banquet was over, and the magistrate sent him to the gate, bending over and arching his hand in farewell, with nothing substantial to show for it.
Does this magistrate not understand what I mean? Or is he pretending not to? Could it be that this magistrate is a miser? An iron rooster who doesn't give a damn? Su Convergence didn't look too good.
Why don't I just make it more obvious and go straight back to living in the dungeon and see what this magistrate has to show for it? He mulled it over for a moment and headed back to the dungeon. The guards were too intimidated to ask or stop him,
and let him choose his cell. Unsurprisingly, the next morning, the magistrate had just arrived at the yamen from his home, and was about to get down to business for the day. When he learned that the news that Su Convergence had gone back to the dungeon was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and his face changed, and the whole person was in bad shape. Chapter 70. On 3rd Street, an ancient and dignified carriage came slowly from the end of the street and stopped at the gate of the Lin residence. The driver jumped down from the wagon and took a small low stool and set it under the wagon. Immediately afterward, the driver reached out and lifted the curtain, holding the position still as if it were a curtain supporting frame. A middle-aged man with sideburns and a long beard bent out of the carriage, stepped on a small low stool, and stepped off the carriage. Then a middle-aged woman with long, high-coiled hair bent out of the carriage, tiptoed on a small low stool, and stepped down. Finally, out came a beautiful young woman, with a posture and figure at the best stage of womanhood. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man was Lin Yu, the Lin family's family head. The middle-aged woman was Hua Rongjuan, Lin Yu's main wife. And the young beauty was Lin Ivana, the eldest young lady who was left behind in the Lin family. Master, Madam, and Missy are back. Informed of the news, the old butler came out looming to greet him. Lin Yu hurriedly went forward to help the old housekeeper. Uncle Fu, didn't I tell you? You don't need to come out to greet each time. You need to rest more as you get older. The old housekeeper cheerfully said. The master's family has returned. Who am the housekeeper?
Have no reason not to come out to greet them.
Hua Rongjuan said. Uncle Fu, aren't you poking our spine with these words? Husband and the 3 children in the family are the people you watched grow up. We all treat you as an elder. When did we treat you as an inferior?
The old butler waved his hand slightly. The position of master and servant must be clearly separated in order to set up the family style. Lin Yu and Hua Rongjuan could do nothing about it.
Lin Ivana asked, Grandpa Fu, has my brother returned from Green Bamboo Town?
The old housekeeper laughed.
Came back.
Also brought back a simple and honest teenager.
I see his talent and appearance are good. So I said about you, in the west courtyard compartment living. You can go over to touch. Apparently,
Lin Xingyu and Xiaoyu hadn't told the old housekeeper about Su Convergence's capture in the dungeon, and the old housekeeper assumed that Su Convergence was still living in the west courtyard's compartment.
Lin Aster frowned. Grandpa Fu, save your breath. Day after day you are netting blind worries. How old am I? How is it appropriate to be with a teenager?
The old housekeeper seriously said, I think it is very suitable. You have been practicing martial arts since childhood, although it is 28, but also with the 18 almost. With the young people can also match tight. Pingyang County City is not easy to come from the countryside to smuggle in the people.
The countryside, simple and honest, will not care about your past, as long as you use a little bit of thought. Under the skills, the countryside down to the young people have to be on you.
The young man from the countryside will still be obedient to you. Lin Yu and Hua Rongjuan looked at each other, and the couple was speechless.
Just as the old housekeeper and the trio entered the mansion, Lin Xingyu,
who had learned of the news,
ran out to greet them.
Father, mother, big sister.
How are these days of cultivation in the spirit house on First Street?
Lin Yu said. Your mother and I have been trapped in the harmonization stage for many years, with little progress, but your big sister has refined a lot, and has already broken through the Mingjin stage.
Lin Xingyu laughed. Then you have to congratulate big sister. Missy is awesome.
Xiaoyu also came out and stood beside the young beauty Lin Aster.
Only as tall as Lin Aster's shoulders. Lin Aster seemed to be on good terms with her.
Smiling sweetly, she reached out and touched her spiral-pilled head.
You have to work hard too. Don't be lazy. Lin Yu inquired about Lin Xingyu. This time you went to Green Bamboo Town. How did you do the things that the Fong family asked for? Lin Xingyu shook his head. For some unknown reason,
Pei family head said that he didn't need the Fong family's help to fight for the next mayor of the town.
And,
as the relationship between the two families fell apart and dissolved the marriage relationship, I came back without much help.
Hua Rongjuan said. The Pei family doesn't appreciate the Fong family's love.
This is the Fong family's own business.
You ran a trip to Green Bamboo Town. It's always a hard trip, no matter if there is no help. The Fong family's dedication of the boxing manual. We will not return it. Lin Xingyu said.
The Fong family has already told me that there's no need to return it. The boxing manual given to our family is a transcript, and it was originally still in the Fong family's hands.
Hua Rongjuan heckled.
I could tell it was a copybook long ago.
Lin Yu nodded. This is good.
The Lin family Fong family can practice.
And it's not like they owe the Fong family anything. When the old butler left, Xiaoyu pulled Lin Xingyu's sleeve. Young master, the master has returned and can save brother Su Convergence back.
Lin Xingyu gestured for her to take it easy and said to Lin Yu, Father, a friend who came back on the same boat as me from Green Bamboo Town was put in the dungeon by Gu Yanming, and I'd like to ask for your help in talking to the county magistrate.
Lin Yu was puzzled. Why were you put in the dungeon? Xiaoyu chattered, telling the story of Su Convergence's conflict with Gu Yanming's car frame.
Lin Yu pondered for a moment.
It doesn't sound like a big deal. I'll go find the magistrate later. For my sake, it shouldn't be difficult. Hua Rongjuan said suspiciously. The friend from Green Bamboo Town. It can't be the young man Uncle Fu said just now, right? Lin Xingyu did not know what the old housekeeper said just now.
He came to Pingyang County City for the first time. He was not familiar with the place.
He borrowed a room in our house.
Grandpa Fu arranged for him to stay in the West Courtyard chamber. Xiaoyu and I did not tell Grandpa Fu about his arrest, lest Grandpa Fu knew that a guest of the family had been arrested.
Grandpa Fu has always paid attention to the Lin family's face,
and I was worried that Grandpa Fu would go straight to Gu Yanming to ask for someone.
Hua Rongjuan was a bit dissatisfied. Just now,
Uncle Fu also said that this young man from the countryside is simple and honest, suitable for recruiting a family member for your big sister, and he only came to Pingyang County on his first day and caused trouble.
Such a person cannot be wanted. I'm not sure if you're going to give your sister a family member. Lin Xingyu was stunned. Helpless bitter smile. Grandpa Fu was really anxious into what kind of see a man think can give big sister to recruit. Su Convergence cannot. He just to 17.
Then I am still a few years younger than me. And he is in the Green Bamboo Town alone in charge of a mine.
Is also counted as Green Bamboo Town's leading figure. The family raised several women. How can he give big sister to be a liability?
Hua Rongjuan was a bit surprised. This Su Convergence is living so well in Green Bamboo Town.
So what is he smuggling to Pingyang County Town for? Lin Xingyu said. He's not a stowaway.
I think he's just taking a boat to Pingyang County openly. And he should also hold a pass.
Hua Rongjuan pondered. In a small remote place like Green Bamboo Town,
there aren't many people who are qualified to have a boat ferry pass.
Besides the heads of the 3 households in Green Bamboo Town, there's only that mysterious White Fox mining patrol envoy. Whose pass is this Su Convergence using? Lin Xingyu said.
Child, this is not clear. But I see that Pei Family Master seems to have a good relationship with him, and even married his first daughter to him,
so maybe he used Pei Family Master's pass.
Lin Yu said.
No matter what he came to Pingyang County City to do,
since he's living on loan in our Lin family,
he's even a guest of our Lin family, and since he was captured by Gu Yanming,
our Lin family can't just ignore it, so we might as well go along to help out.
And it's not a big deal anyway, Lin Xingyu said. That's what my child also means.
The family was drinking tea and resting in the living room. Just as Lin Yu was planning to move to find the magistrate for a while, he saw the door hurriedly come in to report.
Master, the magistrate has something to see. Coming so coincidentally,
the family looked at each other,
all a little stunned.
The magistrate himself must have come to the door for something important.
Please. Lin Yu thought for a moment, but it was better to get up and go out to greet them. Lin Xingyu followed suit and went out to greet them.
Hua Rongjuan and Lin Ivana retreated to the inner hall behind the living room.
As women's families, it was not convenient to see outsiders after all. Not much longer.
Lin Yu and Lin Xingyu welcomed the magistrate into the living room, and after some pushing and shoving, they were seated as hosts and guests. The magistrate was in no mood to beat around the bush, solemnly arching his hand and smiling bitterly.
Elder brother Lin, has this official offended you in some way? If so, but please say so. This official will definitely make amends and apologize. Lin Yu was shocked. Why did the magistrate say that?
Lin Xingyu as well as Hua Rongjuan and Lin Ivana in the inner hall were also surprised and did not understand what the magistrate meant by this.
Seeing that Lin Yu did not appear to be faking, the magistrate could not help but frown. Since this official has not offended elder brother Lin, why has elder brother Lin invited a great power to fix this official? Chapter 71. The Lin family hired a great power to fix the magistrate? The father and son duo of Lin Yu and Lin Xingyu in the living room,
as well as the mother and daughter Hua Rongjuan and Lin Ivana in the inner hall,
were all confused and didn't know what was happening.
The Lin family were all cultivators,
and were considered a small power in Pingyang County, but how could they not be related to a great power level character? Moreover, the Lin family is still somewhat friendly with the magistrate, so how could they fix the magistrate? These days, Lin Yu, Hua Rongjuan, Lin Ivana are practicing in the spirit house on the 1st Street, and Lin Xingyu has just come back from Green Bamboo Town.
To say that the only interaction with the magistrate is that the guest of the Lin family had a little conflict with Gu Yanming,
and was arrested by Gu Yanming in the dungeon. Could it be that the mighty power the magistrate is referring to is Su Convergence? Vaguely remembering this, several members of the Lin family were a bit shocked that a mine steward from the countryside of Green Bamboo Town was the mighty figure that the county magistrate had spoken of. Hua Rongjuan, who was in the inner hall, didn't care about evading,
and hurriedly marched out with quick steps to ask the magistrate
what the magistrate said. It couldn't be referring to the Lin family's guests, could it? Lin Ivana, the beautiful young woman in the inner hall, followed suit and was also curious. The magistrate frowned.
This official doesn't know what relationship he has with your Lin family. I only heard my canine son say that one of your family's little mates took him shopping, and also went to the dungeon every day to give him food.
Surely your Lin family is related, that is. Has your Lin family had a lot of guests during this period of time? Lin Xingyu said. These days my father, mother, and eldest sister are not at home, and there is only one guest in the house,
which is considered to be a borrowed place. Then it must be Brother Su Convergence.
Xiao Yu was flooded with confusion. But Brother Su Convergence is a country bumpkin from Green Bamboo Town. How could he be a mighty figure?
The living room was silent.
Green Bamboo Township hillbillies? Mighty? It's hard to connect the two.
Hua Rongjuan asked.
Lord Magistrate, could there be any misunderstanding here? The magistrate opened his mouth to speak.
He wanted to say that the teenager was holding the purple jade plate, but he didn't dare to say that the teenager claimed to be the messenger sent by the Lord above to Pingyang County for an unannounced visit, and it was not appropriate to publicize it.
speechless for half a second. He sighed. The canine son is a foppish man, spoiled by the women in his family since he was a child, domineering and used to being bossy. And this time, he has really bumped into the person with the big background behind him. Yesterday, the canine son went to the dungeon and was severely beaten. At night this official specially invited this person to the house, set up a wine to make amends, so that the canine son apologized. And there was a lot of joking and laughing between the drinks. This official thought that he had already talked things over, but I didn't expect to get up in the morning, and heard that this person went back to the dungeon again. This is clearly a sign that there is still resentment in his heart, and he has given this official a veiled warning. If he reports back to the top and his words are slightly more radical, this official will surely not be able to take it in his stride. Lin family several people are also very speechless. Face to face, a time do not know what to say good. Originally also discussed to the county magistrate lord to say a favor. Rescue that young man from the dungeon out. But the person who needs to be rescued is the county magistrate? Lin Yu looked at the magistrate's fretful face. What the magistrate means is that he wants us, the Lin family, to help put in a good word? The magistrate slowly got up and bowed his hand deeply towards Lin Yu. Old brother Lin. This official is really out of ideas. But please, old brother Lin, for the sake of our brother and sister knowing each other for many years, make sure to help and let my old brother get through this difficult time. And in the future, if the Lin family needs me to help with anything, I'll definitely do my best. Lord Magistrate, please rise. This is not acceptable. Lin Yu hurriedly got up from the main seat and held the magistrate's arms. He pondered for a moment and looked at Lin Qingyu. That person followed you to our house to borrow a room. So it seems that you are still more friendly. You may as well go to the dungeon to take a look, probe the wind, and see what other dissatisfaction that person has with the county magistrate lord. After knowing that, the county magistrate lord can also prescribe the right medicine to dissolve this overkill knot. Immediately, the magistrate looked at Lin Qingyu and arched his hand. I'm grateful for your help, Mr. Lin. Lin Qingyu hesitated. Magistrate, I only came back to the county with Su Convergence on the same boat from Green Bamboo Town and had a drink, and I don't have any friendship. I can only say that I'll do my best. I have to deliver food to Brother Su Convergence later. I'll go too. Jade volunteered. The magistrate looked at her. There's no need to send food. How dare I let that person follow the prisoners to eat prison food now? I've already invited the best cook from Lin Jiang House to bring ingredients to the dungeon to cook. Lin Jiang House's cook went to the dungeon to cook. The several members of the Lin family were speechless again, and at the same time, they felt curious as to what kind of background that person had that made the chief official of Pingyan County have to bow his head. Seeing that the county magistrate urgently needed to resolve this matter, the Lin family could not afford to be slow, and Lin Qingyu immediately took Xiaoyu and headed for the dungeon. In the living room, the magistrate didn't leave, intending to stay here all the time to wait for the news that Lin Qingyu had probed. After all, Hua Rongjuan and Lin Ivana were women, so it was not good for them to stay in the parlor for a long time as companions, so they excused themselves. After leaving the parlor, Hua Rongjuan pulled Lin Ivana straight into the inner courtyard's boudoir. Lin Aster's beautiful eyes flooded with suspicion. Does mother have something to say to me here? Hua Rongjuan didn't say anything, pulling Lin Ivana to sit down at the edge of the bed. Holding her hands, her gaze fixed on the beautiful young woman in front of her. Eldest daughter, how many years have you been left behind in your mother's house? Lin Aster was stunned and said with a gloomy expression. Exactly 10 years. Hua Rongjuan whispered softly. The three of you siblings were all born for your mother, and are all equally members of the Lin family, but your respective situations are very different. You are just over 20, cultivation talent is high, is impacting the bone refining stage of the critical juncture, is expected to enter the E-religion. For my mother is not good to urge him to get married, so let him make his own decision. Your second sister, married the first son of the Tong family, became the young lady of the Tong family, with the Tong family cultivation sustenance offerings, smooth sailing, the most for my mother to save my heart. The most worrying thing for my mother is you, the eldest daughter, who has been living at home for 10 years without a man to be considerate of you. The good family in the county man, surely mind you have a man. If it is randomly recruited peddlers into the family, but also undermined the decency of our Lin family, which delayed again and again. Now you have 28. This is the best stage of a woman's life, with the best posture and figure in every aspect, but also the worst stage of a woman's life. As age goes up and posture and figure go downhill, we cultivate women, although the old slow, but ultimately is not a long-lasting vision of the heavenly maiden. Sooner or later or will be old and yellow.
For my mother do not want to see you end up in such a lonely results.
Met the right match man. Then to seize. In my opinion, you should really consider the young man that Uncle Fu mentioned. Don't look at Fu Bo's old eyes, but his heart is like a mirror. Years of cultivation is still there. How can he be confused? Perhaps that young man stepped into our forest house? Uncle Fu perceived that young man's strength is not bad, so that leads to a bridge. Let you pay more attention to that young man. Do not miss. It has also been proven that that teenager really has a great background and a deep hide. If you get along with that teenager, your cultivation sustenance will surely be abundant in the future, and you will have a man's thoughtfulness and reliance. Lin Aster blushed and said, but he is young and successful and has a deep background. What kind of good woman would he not have? How would he look at a woman like me who has had a man? Hua Rongjuan laughed softly and took a copper mirror. Standing in front of her, the eldest daughter doesn't understand men's mind, just by virtue of the eldest daughter's posture and figure. Which man can't move his mind? Lin Ivana looked at the young beautiful woman in the bronze mirror, a time to look out of focus, since she went back to her mother's home, feeling disheartened. On their own makeup little care, did not think that their own has long since faded away from the stage of the young girl's astringency, out of the world to such a point. Hua Rongjuan put down the bronze mirror. With that teenager's strength and status, flabbing to our family is impossible, but he should be willing to have you as his woman. Men can't have too many, not to mention a poised figure like yours. After you have been good to him, you don't have to fight with the women in his family for any title. It doesn't make much sense. You don't want a title or make any conditions. You still live here in the Lin residence. Just keep it the same. As long as he remembers your goodness, he cannot help but think of you and often associate with you. To put it in a utilitarian way, if you get along with him, it will be greatly beneficial to our Lin family as well. Our Lin family in Pingyang County is a small strength, but the water in Pingyang County is very deep. Some of the big family's energy beyond imagination. Our Lin family in Pingyang County is actually not stable. The situation above the slightest change. The strength of our Lin family can't fight with the situation changes. If we can climb a big tree, in order to not be involved in the situation. Lin Aster hesitated, blushed and clenched her teeth slightly. For the sake of the Lin family, my daughter is willing. Hua Rongjuan looked at her. Eldest daughter still doesn't understand what my mother means. The Lin family is not a family that does whatever it takes for benefits. It's still mainly based on the eldest daughter's heart. It's only possible if you are willing and like it yourself. Benefits to the Lin family are just benefits that come along with it. Lin Aster's eyes reddened and she sobbed softly, relying on Hua Rongjuan's embrace. Thank you, mother, my daughter saves. Hua Rongjuan embraced her heartily, raising her hand to stroke her long black hair. No matter how old the eldest daughter is, she is always my mother's daughter. Of course my mother is doing this for her daughter's good. Mother and daughter spoke some more private and intimate words. It wasn't until Lin Aster smiled sweetly that Hua Rongjuan was relieved. Chapter 72 Spirit Stones. Flowers bloom at both ends of the spectrum. That said, Lin Chengyu brought Xiaoyu to the dungeon and met Su Convergence in a clean cell. Su Convergence was half lying on a big chair. Two maids pinched his shoulders, two maids pounded his back, two maids fed him fruits, and two maids fanned him to chase away the mosquitoes. A table had already been set up in front of him, with a variety of dishes and delicacies filling the table. His brother Su Convergence addicted to living in the dungeon. Jade covered her mouth and laughed. Su Convergence opened his eyes and rose from the large chair, spreading his hands and said, I can't help it. These maids said that if I don't let them serve, the county magistrate will scold them. They're just too pathetic, so I can only begrudgingly let them serve. Xiaoyu was a bit dazed, feeling that brother Su Jing was really nice. But then, what felt wrong? Su Convergence picked up his chopsticks and picked up a dish and tasted it. This table of dishes is the same thing. The cook at Lin Jiang House said that if I don't eat it, the county magistrate will smash Lin Jiang House's signboard. So what else can I do but be forced to eat it? Jade was dumbfounded. Her little brain CPU'd. Lin Qingyu was speechless and said in a low voice, Lord Magistrate went to our Lin family, getting the Lin family to help intercede? As soon as Su Convergence heard this, he understood the purpose of Lin Qingyu and Xiaoyu coming to the dungeon. He waved his hand at the 8 maids. You guys go down first. Don't worry. I won't kick you out. I'll recruit you to come over and serve you later. The 8 maids excused themselves and left the cell. Lin Qingyu said, the county magistrate has asked me to probe you and see what else displeases you. By this time, Su Convergence also do not want to spend time like this. Bluntly said, Gu Yanming's frame hit me, but also arrested me to the dungeon. Locked up for 5 whole days, but also want to kill me. The magistrate just set up a table to apologize. Just want to get rid of me. Take me sue someone is what? No indication at all? Lin Xingyu was stunned and instantly came back to his senses. You mean you need compensation? Su Convergence wasn't hiding anything anymore. That's right.
Lin Xingyu's gaze was strange. I heard the county magistrate say that you have a deep background.
You shouldn't lack cultivation resources. Do you still care about this compensation? I don't know if the background is deep or not. Su Jing doesn't know much about it, but he knows he's poor. There was certainly no shortage of mundane money, but he didn't even have a single spirit stone used by cultivators, and he was poor. Of course, he couldn't just say that he was very short of cultivation sustenance, lest the magistrate completely get to the bottom of him. Su Convergence said, whether or not I lack cultivation sustenance has no direct relationship with whether or not the county magistrate pays compensation. What I value is the sincerity of the county magistrate in making amends and apologizing. Simply setting up a table and banquet doesn't show the sincerity of the county magistrate. Speaking is an art. Su Convergence's implication was that he didn't lack cultivation sustenance, but he wanted to see the magistrate show sincerity. Lin Xingyu drifted off. I see. I will convey your meaning to the magistrate. Su Convergence decided to put a bit of pressure on the magistrate so that the sincerity would appear to be sufficient. When Brother Lin relays this to the magistrate, you might as well add that you'll say that I said that the emissary sent by the above for an unannounced visit was imprisoned in the dungeon, and that if the above learns of this, they'll be responsible for the consequences. Lin Xingyu gave him a deep look and arched his hand. I understand. I will tell you truthfully. After probing Su Konger's tone, Lin Xingyu and Xiaoyu did not stay long and hurried back to the Lin family. Not much longer. The magistrate then hurriedly came to the dungeon, bringing a jade box and again apologizing to Su Convergence. Su Convergence opened the jade box and glanced at it. Seeing that there were more than 30 crystal clear stones inside that emitted spiritual substances, he knew that this should be the spirit stones used by cultivators. Only, he didn't know whether the 30-odd spirit stones, counted as too many or too few, were worth what? However, when he thought about it carefully, the magistrate of Pingyang County had a lot of power on the surface, but in reality, his status in the Ebony sect was not very high. At most it was at the level of a red card, and he probably didn't have too many cultivation sustenance, and to be able to come up with more than 30 spirit stones was already a very sincere gesture. Thinking about this, Su Convergence accepted the jade box and said that he accepted the county magistrate's apology. The magistrate was relieved that there was finally an end to the matter. Walking out of the dungeon door, Su Convergence of the heart, he forced to ask for cultivation rations. It is inevitable to let the magistrate heart to leave a stigma, although not dare to take him how. But, behind the scenes to him trips is possible. You know, it's still very easy for a county chief official to try to secretly trip up a few people. So, Su Convergence looked at the distant sky, seemingly casually mentioned a sentence. This period of time, the county magistrate adults cannot slack off, must control the order of the county town. I heard that the newly appointed picket ambassador adults may come to the county inspection. It is said that this picket ambassador is of violent temper, which if he caught any errors and omissions, then it will be a big trouble. The magistrate's face changed for a moment as he glanced gratefully at Su Convergence, hastily bending over and arching his hand. Thank you, Lord Emissary, for mentioning this. The messenger is me, and the picket is also me. I didn't expect it, did I? Su Jing made a sound and left without further comment. Su Jing rented a carriage and headed for the Lin family. Qin Lu was still at the greenhouse. When he remembered this, he asked the driver to take a turn and go to the greenhouse to pick up Qin Lu. Just after arriving at the greenhouse, Su Convergence froze. What did he see? I was surprised to see Qin Lu standing at the gate of the youth center, nodding his head and soliciting customers. Is he a slave? Seeing Su Convergence, Qin Lu cried and hugged Su Convergence, as if he saw the savior. A big man cried like this is really quite a call for people's heartache. Su Jing wondered, what's wrong with you? Been beaten by someone? Qin Lu cried and spoke up. Brother Su, where have you been? Leaving me here alone. Although you helped me pay for last night's overnight stay in advance, but you didn't pay for today's expenses. The pimp of the Qinglu said that I ate the king's food, and had 5 or 6 strong men beat me up, and made me stand at the door as a tortoise slave, soliciting for guests until I paid off the silver I owed. Put. Su Jing didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help it. Qin Lu was anxious. Quickly take 3 taels of silver and give it to me. Being beaten is still a small matter. I can't afford to suffer the reputation of eating a king's dinner in a greenhouse. If this spreads, my reputation as a gold-touching colonel will be lost.
Is it possible that it has already spread?
Su Convergence pulled out an ingot of silver and gave it to him.
You smash 5 taels of silver directly in front of the pimp at the greenhouse and say that you don't have to look for it, and that the laborer is not a bully who eats the king's food. Xin Lu went to the pimp of the greenhouse in a hurry. After a while, Xin Lu came out and brought back 4 taels of silver. Su Hui felt a bit surprised.
What's going on? Doesn't the pimp want it? Xin Lu said.
I owe Qing Lu 3 taels. Qing Lu compensated me 2 taels for the cost of the tonic. I'll only pay 1 tael and that's enough. I can't afford to give 5 taels of silver.
Su Convergence nodded, and couldn't help but look up at the signboard of this greenhouse, which was indeed a golden signboard. Very fair. Chapter 73, Returning to the Forest House. Su Convergence took Qin Lu into the rented carriage and headed for the Lin residence on 3rd Street. Listening to Lin Qingyu said that his father and mother and big sister ended their practice and went home. Su Convergence borrowed a room in someone else's house, and the first thing he had to do was to pay a visit to Master Lin and Mrs. Lin, and this point of etiquette was still understood. In the carriage, Qin Lu said mysteriously, "Remember what I told you in the dungeon?" Su Convergence wondered. "What words?" Qin Lu said. "I said, I'm a person who doesn't like others to owe me, and I don't like to owe others, so I'll thank you for rescuing me out." Su Convergence thought about it and remembered that Qin Lu did say something like this at the time, but he didn't take it seriously and said with a bit of amusement, "You can't even afford to pay for a girl in a greenhouse. How can you thank me?" Qin Lu's face burned as he said in annoyance, "Didn't I just come out of the dungeon? When I think about it, before I was arrested, that was also a broad-minded gentleman." Su Hui agrees with this point. Grave robbing is indeed fast money. So, are you going to find a big family's ancestral grave and dig it up, and take some burial goods to thank me? I don't want to kill anyone, so forget it. Qin Lu shook his head. I had my eye on a large tomb before I went in, and I was planning to bring you along to dig it. What? Su Hui's face darkened, wanting to slap him on the back of the head. Get lost. I'm not in the business of digging up dead people's graves. With his status, there was no shortage of money. There was no need to do such a thing. Qin Lu looked at him and said, "That big tomb, it's different from ordinary tombs. I reckon it's probably a cultivator's grave. Are you really not going?" "I'll go." Su Convergence's eyes lit up. He couldn't look at the burial goods of ordinary people, but he was still interested in the burial goods of cultivators. Surely no one can escape a unique law. It's so fragrant. To the forest house. Su Convergence had just tried to enter with Qin Lu when he was stopped by 2 gates. "Don't you recognize me? I'm the guest that your young master came to borrow from the Lin residence." Su Convergence pointed to his face so that the 2 sectors could see it clearly. One of the gates laughed. "Of course we know each other, but wait here for a moment. We'll have to pass it on." Another doorkeeper hurried in to pass the word. Su Convergence had no choice but to wait at the door. You big families just have a lot of rules. Guests go out for a few days and come back, and then they have to be recirculated again. Qin Lu snorted coldly. "What's the big deal? Brother Su, later on, you take your luggage out and follow me." Su Convergence was puzzled. "When you were in the dungeon, didn't you say that you were copied, and go where with you?" Qin Lu whispered. "When I was caught and copied, I didn't give up my fellow brothers. I can take you to stay with my fellow brothers." Su Rue couldn't help but look at him a couple more times. He didn't see that he was quite righteous as a person. Mensi hurriedly explained. "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Su, you'll know later." Hearing this, Su Convergence was a bit strange. What happened later? Just then, he saw a middle-aged man with a long beard on his Dao temples, a middle-aged woman with high coiled hair, and a beautiful young woman walking out from the Lin residence together with Lin Qingyu, as well as Xiaoyu bouncing and following him out. Su Convergence estimated that this should be Master Lin, Mrs. Lin, and the Lin family's first lady. Lin Qingyu introduced Su Convergence. "My father and mother and eldest sister." Su Convergence arched his hand and saluted. Su Convergence has met the Lin family lord, Mrs. Lin, and Miss Lin. "The other day, I borrowed a room in the Lin residence, and was much disturbed." "Lin, you said, Mr. Su is out of place. Usually there aren't many guests in the house. The compartment over in the west courtyard has been empty. You can come to the house as a guest and add to the lively atmosphere in the house. We're too happy to be happy. How could we disturb it?" Hua Rongjuan smiled gently and said, "The master is right. Our family Yuer's friends are not many, but each one of them is the best of the best. Like Su Gongzi, such a handsome young man, can come to the family as a guest. The family are glowing a lot. Su Gongzi wanna live as long as you can stay, and our family Yuer more often to interact with is. Also, our eldest daughter, Lin Ivana, is slightly older than Mr.
Su, and she has already broken through to the Ming gene stage of cultivation.
So if Mr. Su has any insights into the cultivation path,
he can also exchange a few words with our eldest daughter. The discerning can see that the mother's attitude is overly enthusiastic, which makes Lin Qingyu slightly embarrassed.
Understanding that Su Rui's identity background plays a role in it, more or less affecting the mother's attitude, Lin Aster locked eyes with Su Convergence.
Remembering what her mother had instructed her to do earlier, she blushed and looked down at the ground.
Su Jing was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the old housekeeper's big mouth had said something to Miss Lin? However, have to admit,
the Lin family miss this young beautiful woman really posture body is excellent. This point the old housekeeper did not lie to him.
Carry it over. Hua Rongjuan waved to the inside of the mansion.
2 servant boys came out carrying a fire pit.
Hua Rongjuan smiled and said to Su Convergence,
a place like a dungeon is a place where bad luck coalesces.
According to the custom of our Pingyang County city, Mr. Su has to cross the fire pit to eliminate the bad luck brought out by the dungeon before he can come back to his home.
Mr.
Su doesn't mind, does he? Don't mind. When in Rome, how can you mind? Su Convergence understood.
No wonder the gates had specifically asked him to wait here for a moment.
This damned sense of ceremony. And he lifted his step, stepping over the roaring fire pit. Qin Lu,
as a person who makes a fortune from the dead,
often goes in and out of all sorts of tombs,
naturally does not believe in this set of things, but he also crosses over the fire pit,
meaning,
I go to the dungeon every day to bring food to Brother Su Convergence.
I'm not clean anymore, and I need to straddle the fire pit a bit too. Xiaoyu followed suit and then
pushed Lin Chengyu to cross,
making the crowd cry and laugh. Su Hui could see that Xiaoyu, the little maid, was not a servant at all in the Lin family, but a group favorite. Into the forest house, together in the living room,
the hosts and guests were seated, and tea and pastries were grown.
At this moment,
this is only considered Su Convergence formally in the Lin family as a guest,
before following Lin Qingyu on living in. After all,
is not get Lin Yu and Hua Rongjuan's permission,
more or less is a little bit out of order.
Hua Rongjuan seemed to be interested in Su Convergence,
always asking him about his family. Su Convergence had nothing to hide and answered truthfully one by one.
This made Hua Rongjuan flooded with doubts. It sounded like Su Rongjuan's origin was mediocre. How could he make the county magistrate lord so scornful? Of course, on the question of identity and background, she was not in a good position to ask.
Prying too much would be impolite.
Su Convergence remembered the 30 or so spirit stones in his arms and wondered if they were enough to buy the chi condensation pill.
I've heard that there's a pretty famous black market in Pingyang County City. I'd like to go for a stroll. I don't know where it is.
The faces of several members of the Lin family changed for a moment.
Hua Rongjuan said, black market, that kind of place. Mixed fish and dragons. Demons and devils are often infested.
Although the sale of cultivation food is cheaper, but it's really too dangerous.
Su brother, if you need to purchase any cultivation food, may as well go to the county's regular treasure pavilion. Spirit Essence building these places. Su Convergence thought for a moment.
These 30 or so spirit stones were hard to come by. He still hoped to be able to buy the chi condensation pill a little cheaper,
and laughed. I'm just curious to go and take a look. Don't worry, auntie, I've got my own measure.
Hua Rongjuan had no choice but to tell him. The black market is in a valley 30 miles away from the east gate of the city,
and it is usually open at night. Qin Lu gave a wink to Su Convergence, and Su Convergence talked about Qin Lu,
who had just come out of the dungeon and didn't have a place to stay, and whether he could also stay at the Lin residence for a period of time.
Lin Yu said that there are many rooms in the west courtyard, so feel free to stay. Qin Lu gave thanks. After chatting for almost as long as they could,
Su Convergence and Qin Lu excused themselves from the parlor and went to the compartment in the west courtyard.
Qin Lu said, you're not planning to go to the black market tonight, are you? I'm not going with you. Su Rui laughed. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on taking you there. What's the point of bringing a drag queen?
Qin Lu felt a little hurt and gritted his teeth.
When we dig up that cultivator's grave, I'll start cultivating and become a cultivator as well. Su Convergence smiled and nodded.
With strength, you can dig more graves,
right?
Qin Lu was completely speechless, but he did have such intentions.
To him, if cultivation wasn't about digging graves, it would be meaningless. Chapter 74, The Black Market. After dinner,
Su Convergence left the Lin residence, rode the black horse that Lin Qingyu had bought for him,
and headed straight for the East City Gate,
rushing out of the city before it closed.
Back in Green Bamboo Town, the women of the households needed to wait until the men who were working outside to earn food came back before they could eat dinner. so dinner was late. People in the city of Pingyang County, obviously dinner was earlier. And large families like the Lin family would even eat dinner before dark. Can you see a pattern here? In this world, the richer the family, the earlier the dinner. Giddy up. Su Convergence galloped with his horse, and the wind sped by. According to Hua Rongjuan, the black market was in a valley 30 miles away from the city's eastern gate. It took a small half-hour to arrive at the location of the black market. Su Convergence saw that everyone was clad in black cloaks, and he was the only one who came in normal clothes, drawing many sideways glances, and one look at him showed that he was a rookie who had come to the night market for the first time. Su Jing's heart thumped. This was not a good sign. In a place like the black market, if one is considered a rookie, it's easy to be blackmailed. He thought about it and took off his tunic and wrapped it around his head, making it into the shape of a cloak. Short is a bit short, and strange is a bit strange. It was also better than nothing. Outside the valley, there are stables with people dedicated to watching the horses. Presumably the organizers got them. Su Convergence paid 1 or 2 silver. The horse hosted in the stables. The black market is the black market. To see a horse need 1 or 2 silver. He walked into the valley and found that there were already hundreds of people in there. But it was silent and none of them spoke. Those who set up stalls to peddle the cultivation sustenance and those who bought the cultivation sustenance were all quiet. No need to ask or bargain. The price had already been written on a wooden board. Su Convergence strolled up silently, looking over stalls one by one, and found a stall that sold chi condensation pills, but he wasn't in a hurry to buy, and in the spirit of comparing goods, he continued to shop. After strolling through all the stalls in the entire valley, he had a clear idea of the price of the chi condensation pill, which was sold for between 22 and 25 spirit stones. It's not easy to glean more than 30 spirit stones from the magistrate, but this time we're going to use up more than 20. Su Convergence was a little bit of meat pain, feeling the hardship of the bottom cultivators. Even the county magistrate is considered to be a bottom cultivator, and the vast majority of the cultivation sustenance is in the hands of the upper level. 1% of the population holds 99% of the wealth, and this saying was equally applicable in the cultivation world. This is the black market. I'll have to watch out for fakes. Su Convergence began to look at the goods. He didn't know anything about cultivation sustenance and could only rely on his own senses. Although he could have directly chosen, add ingredients, and used it to identify the authenticity. But this was a black market and so many people were watching, so he couldn't do that. So, he took a look at the chi condensation pills from this stall, and that stall's chi condensation pills, and after repeated comparisons and screenings, picked a chi condensation pill that was more authentic in color, smell, and shape, with a price of 24 spirit stones, which was a little bit more expensive, but better than a safe bet. After paying the spirit stones and buying the aura pill, he wandered back, intending to buy a weapon. The sharp knives that ordinary people used for self-defense could no longer keep up with his strength, and now that he had the spirit stones, it was time to buy a weapon that was handy. Buy a sword and use it to perform the windbreaker sword technique, which will enhance the power of the sword technique. Su converged on a clear goal, but he also knew nothing about weapons. Illiterate cultivators, that's what it was. It was good that he had a golden finger, so as long as he picked up a weapon, he could know the attributes of the weapon. Coming to a stall, he crouched down and reached for a long sword. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, Marrow Refining Stage. Technique, Windbreaker Swordsmanship Volume 1. Props, long sword, crude long sword. Remarks, add 1 chi condensation pill to advance to Mingjin stage. Su Convergence had a number in mind and silently put down his longsword and picked up a long sword. Props, long knife, crude long knife. Pick up a meteor hammer. Props, meteor hammer, crude meteor hammer. Nice guy. What a great guy. The owner of this stall was a middle-aged man who looked quite honest, and as a result, the weapons for sale were all fakes. It's also possible that Goldfinger's eyes are too high, and that's why he gave that assessment? Su Convergence didn't rush to a conclusion and walked towards the other stalls selling weapons, picking them up one by one and examining them. Props, double-edged sword, crude double-edged sword. Props, half-moon halberd, crude half-moon halberd. Props, longbow, crude longbow. Props, darts, crude. Numb. He's numb. After looking at more than a dozen stalls and 300 to 400 weapons, the evaluation was all crude. The key is that the selling price is still dead expensive. The price from 2 or 3 spirit stones to dozens of spirit stones dare to mark up the price. Call it a black market. I think it's more like a water market. It's a water market when all you sell is water. This made Su Convergence a little worried that the chi condensation pill he had just bought. Was it possible that it was also a fake? If it was a fake, he would have lost money.
and 24 spirit stones would have gone down the drain.
I'm a bit regretful. I should have known to listen to Hua Rongjuan's words, and go directly to the county's treasure pavilion. Spirit Essence House, those formal places. Expensive has its benefits. At least it's the genuine article. Su Convergence feel helpless, but unfortunately came to come. Buy all bought. Regret is useless. The golden finger can only appraise skills and props. It can't appraise the advanced ingredients, unless I directly choose to add the ingredients. I can distinguish the real from the fake, but there are too many people here, so it's not good to cast it. He summarized the experience. Keep strolling. Identify the weapon. I still don't believe that in the entire black market, there isn't a single good sword. He was already too lazy to appraise the other weapons and only appraised the long sword. Props, long sword, crude long sword. Props, long sword, crude long sword. Props, long sword, 1-star long sword. Made of cold iron. Stronger and sharper. Can enhance the power of energy by 10%? Wait. Su Convergence's eyes stared, unmoving as he surveyed the rusty longsword in his hand. Evaluated as a 1-star with a star rating, as well as the attributes of sturdiness, sharpness, and enhanced strength. It was certainly much stronger than a crude weapon. He glanced at the stall owner's price tag, which wasn't too expensive, just 1 spirit stone, and he guessed that even the stall owner himself didn't know that it was a long sword with a star rating. This makes him happy in his heart. Selling more fake goods. Selling good goods as fake goods. Without much hesitation, he indeed paid a spirit stone and bought this rusty 1-star longsword. I still have 8 spirit stones in my hand, so I'll shop around a bit more, just in case I pull out a good deal. Then won't I be rich? Su Hui continued to stroll up. All the stalls selling weapons in the black market were appraised. It was found that the vast majority of what was being sold was fake, and only 2 stalls were selling the real thing. But unfortunately, the prices were deathly expensive, with each weapon being marked up by a dozen to several dozen spirit stones. He couldn't afford 8 spirit stones, and even if he had enough spirit stones to buy it and resell it, he wouldn't make much profit and would lose money. It's not easy to pick up the pieces, and the cultivators who set up stalls in the black market to sell things aren't stupid. Su Convergence pondered for a moment that he could not only appraise props, but also techniques, that is, feats, secret books, and the like. In this black market, stalls selling secret books were few but not unheard of, so he might as well take a look. It would be comfortable if I could directly include secret books without spending spirit stones. He made up his mind and went to a stall selling secret books and looked through them. Flipped through 1 volume at a time. The Slaughter, The Secret of the World, The Dragon Slayer's Decision. The names of the secret books, one more than the other, were overbearing. However, there was no hint of inclusion at all. Obviously all of them are watered down. Move on to the next stall selling secret books. Su Hui converged undeterred. After going through the secrets of this booth, there were no inclusion tips. Fake. Go on. Su Convergence came to the last stall selling secret books. The owner of this stall was an old man, and only had 2 secret books on display. Unlike the other stalls that had hundreds of books on display. When Su Convergence reached out to pick it up and flip through it, the old man waved his hand to stop him. The old man picked it up and turned the first page to show him. Being included. A hint appeared that it was the real secret. Su Convergence was secretly happy in his heart and gestured, indicating that he had finished reading the first page and asked the old man to turn the second page. But the old man closed the book cover of the secret book and pointed to the wooden board next to him that was labeled with a price tag of 50 spirit stones, the meaning of which was very clear, letting him pay the spirit stones to buy it before reading it. Su Hui clammed up. Just now, at the booth selling fake secret books, more than 100 of them could be flipped through at will. This booth that sells real secrets can only read the first page. Surely no one is a cutie, which if the real secret is read and memorized, who would buy it? Don't underestimate the memory of a practitioner. A practitioner is an all-around physical enhancement. Ear, eyesight, memory, etc. are stronger than an ordinary person. Chapter 75, Ming Jin Stage. Picking up leaks did not have to pick up the real secret book and do not allow to see. Su Convergence cannot drill the hole. Unprofitable. Ready to go back. But then he remembered that the gates were closed, and that he would have to wait until dawn to open them, so he could only loiter. It waited until the sky was white with the color of a fish's belly. Su converged out of the valley, fetched his horse, and rode. The horse was riding back toward the city of Pingyang County. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rustling in the mountains by the roadside, and immediately became alert, grasping the reins with one hand with his left hand, and gripping the 1-star longsword he had bought with his right hand. As he rode his horse, he kept an eye out for movement in the mountains and forests. It could be some kind of beast, or some kind of demon or monster or something like that. No matter what it was, he couldn't afford to be careless either. That was his life's credo. Vaguely, he saw it. It was actually a black panther. And on the panther's back rode a man with a bow and arrow on his back. Shoo! Sharp sounds came out as arrow feathers cut through the air and soared towards Su Convergence. Before he even arrived, he felt a vague tingling in his skin. A dangerous sensation. It made him think of Pei Xiaoxi, the little chili pepper who put cold arrows at him in the beginning. He caught the little chili pepper, and after putting arrows to return the favor, he formed a marriage bond. It was just that Pei Xiaoxi couldn't reach the level of a martial artist. The power of the cold arrows was limited and couldn't create such a strong sense of danger to him. Obviously, this person who rode a panther and released arrows at him was a martial artist. Who, without time to think, Su Hui sidestepped slightly on his horse to avoid the arrow, and bellowed, hoping to startle the assailant back. However, he was answered by the sound of shoo, 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 the sound of arrows being released. His eyes glazed over and he saw 3 arrows coming in a zigzag pattern, at a tricky angle, sealing off the space for him to dodge. Since we can't avoid it, let's fight. Although he was cautious, he was also a very decisive person once his life was threatened. Reaching over the horse's back, he leapt up, and at the same time, drew the one-star longsword that hung from the saddle. Boom boom boom. One star's long sword swung and slapped the 3 arrows away. Su Convergence advanced instead of retreating, carrying his longsword and killing his way into the mountains and forests. Surprised, the man riding the panther turned around and fled, clearly underestimating Su Convergence's strength. Phew! Su Convergence sprinted in pursuit, the one-star longsword in his hand, performing the windbreaker sword technique, slashing out a sword wind. It had to be said that a weapon with a star rank was different. He could clearly notice that it felt nice and silky in his hand. The wind of the sword that slashed out was also more powerful. Put! In an instant, a blossom of blood bloomed as the head of the man riding the panther fell off, his body losing control and falling from the panther. The leopard was so frightened that it fled in fear into the depths of the mountains. Su Hui didn't go after him. The leopard had little value to him. He didn't want to get a leopard mount to show off. Moreover, the reasoning of the poor enemy is not to be chased he still understood, to prevent any ambush in the depths of the mountains and forests. However, touching the corpse was still necessary. He searched the headless body and found a few spirit stones, silently storing them in his bosom and poo-pooing them in the process. You don't learn at a young age. And with the strength of the tendon refining stage you dare to learn how to tail people as a demented man. Su Convergence took a look at the head that rolled down in the grass was a young man, guessing that it was someone who had tailed over from the black market. Maybe he hadn't worn a cloak before, letting this person know that he was a rookie who had come to the black market for the first time, and thus moved to kill someone. He didn't make much of a stop, walked out of the mountain forest, rode his black horse, and continued to return to Pingyang County City. Right after he left, a black mist emerged from the young man's head, coalescing into the form of a human face, glancing at the direction Su Convergence had left, and then, burrowing deeper into the mountain forest. It was probably looking for the leopard. Apparently, the young man had been stooped by some demonic trickster. Su Convergence didn't know about this, and it took him less than half an hour to return to Pingyang County, just as he had come. At this point, the gates were still open, so we had to wait it out. Besides him, there were also people who came back from the black market one after another. The people who go to the black market are either people who sell fake goods or people who want to pick up the pieces. There are not many people who really deal fairly. Everyone is not a good bird, and they know each other well. Mutual scruples. Quiet. No one speaks. After a while, many civilians came one after another, which made it lively. Some people were carrying backpacks, some were pushing crates and one-wheeled chicken carts. The backpacks and carts were loaded with vegetables, apparently from nearby villages, going to the city to catch up with the market. More people were empty-handed, with only water jugs made of bamboo hanging from the waistband of their pants, presumably to work in the city to earn food. People spoke in groups, longing for the day when they could earn more grain. The people in the city of Pingyang County and the people in the villages near the county town were, comparatively speaking, better off than the people in the town, and at the very least, they didn't have to bleed the vigilantes. With a creak, the heavy gates of the city were pushed open from the inside, and a group of officers and soldiers stepped out, shouting to maintain order. Line up! Get in line! The commoners outside the city had already lined up and scrambled to enter the city. If you go to the city earlier, you will have more chances to earn money and food. Everyone understands such a simple truth.
The people who came back from the black market with Su Ming were not in a good position to compete with the commoners, so they just had to line up at the back, waiting for a tea time. To Su Convergence here, he touched out a missing mouth of the copper plate thrown in the basket, leading the horse into the city. This is his personal habits, even if now rich and powerful, but also in the body will leave some copper change, convenient for the occasional need. The officer and soldier guarding the basket glanced at the nicked copper coins in disgust, muttering with a bit of dissatisfaction under his breath. Clothed as a man of 5 and 6, and a horse, and still using bad coins to get into a city, gouging and scrounging, Su Convergence treated it as if he hadn't heard it, rode his horse, and traveled toward 3rd Street. Pingyang County City was centered on the Spirit Tree, and each street was like a circle. Those who lived on the 1st street were the powerful families, the 2nd and 3rd streets were the small powerful families, the 4th and 5th streets were the rich families, and beyond the 6th street, those were the ordinary people. Back to the forest house, the west wing of the courtyard. Su Convergence immediately took out the chi condensation pill and prayed in his heart that it wouldn't be a watery product. Holding the chi condensation pill in his hand, he meditated and added the ingredients. Add chi condensation pill. Advancement successful. When the prompt appeared, he was overjoyed in his heart, and was finally relieved. Fortunately it wasn't a watery product, and it wasn't in vain that he had repeatedly weighed and compared when he bought it before deciding to buy this chi condensation pill. In an instant, the chi condensation dan turned into ashes. At the same time, a surge of vigor formed and flowed through Su Convergence's body, and when he slightly clenched his fist, a small explosion of vigor occurred in his palm, refining the skin, sinews, bones and marrow all belonged to the level of refining the body, and the Ming Gene stage had risen to the level of Gene Qi, which was a qualitative change. He gripped the 1-star long sword and tried it out, and sure enough, he was able to infuse his energy into the sword, and the tip of the sword even spat out a white mist-like sword aura. Name, Ko Qi. Rank, 1st level of Ming Gene stage. Technique, Windbreaker Swordsmanship, Volume 1. Props, long sword, rusty 1-star long sword, made of cold iron. Stronger and sharper, can enhance the energy. Remarks, currently you have no available advancement points. Looking at the attribute panel, Su Convergence pondered. Ming Gene stage, obviously different from the previous stages. Surprisingly how many weight divisions had appeared. So, how many weights are there? That's the question. The second problem, using the first volume of the Windbreaker sword technique all the time isn't a long-term solution. It's okay to deal with some bottom-tier practitioners. Once you meet a small expert, it's probably going to be tricky, and there's no need to think about meeting a big expert. Hurry up and use the purple jade tablet to call for help. The third problem, he had no more available advancement points now, and would have to think of ways to raise his favorability in order to gain advancement points. Sister Fine Asia's favorability towards him was 93 out of 100. It was already very high. Further up, it was very difficult to raise it. It would be good if Sister Fine Asia could get pregnant. Sister Fine Asia was a woman who was good at giving birth, but unfortunately, he didn't have it right now. This feature, Yang Chan Air's 90 out of 100 favorability. It's a bit difficult to raise it. As for the air, there's no need to think about it. Both of them don't have this function. Spring Peach is 60 out of 100 favorable and still has a ways to go to 90 out of 100. Peppered Bay Xiaoxi 50 out of 100 favorability with more distance still to go. Thinking about it, the only one left was Su Xiaomei, with 85 out of 100 favorability, and further up the ladder for advancement points. I'll have to make time for a trip to Stone Town. Su Hui has a plan for what's next. Incarnate as a time management guru. Chapter 76, The Underworld. After Su Convergence talked to the Lin family about going home for a few days, he planned to go to the street to buy some gifts for the women at home, and a sense of ceremony was a surefire way to boost goodwill. Su Hui belonged to the borrowed guests in the Lin residence, while Qin Lu was the borrowed guest brought by the borrowed guests. Su Hui left, and Qin Lu was not in a good position to stay in the Lin residence, so he followed him. When are we going to dig up the graves of the cultivators? I'll dig it when I get back to the county. Cultivation resources were important to Su Convergence. However, advancement points were even more important. Come to the street of stores. Seeing Su Convergence making a big purchase of things for women, Qin Lu wondered. You're going home. You're not thinking about women, are you? Su Convergence was a bit surprised. Guessed correctly, but unfortunately there's no reward. Qin Lu said. You don't have to go all the way home to think about women. Last time you took me to that bathing center. That's a greenhouse. The women there are quite pretty. Su Convergence shook his head. I don't like women from places like that.
Qin Lu suggested. If you like to be clean,
you can spend silver to buy a few yellow flower girls from poor families. There are plenty of poor families in the city and nearby villages that you can pick from if you have the silver.
Something to do with goodwill. Su Convergence couldn't explain it to Qin Lu.
You've been captured and locked up in the dungeon for so long. What does it matter if you wait a few more days to dig the graves of the cultivators? What's the rush?
Qin Lu was helpless and couldn't say anything more.
Su Convergence to buy gifts are to buy 5.
And not too thick or too thin.
This is a precautionary measure. If the future of the 5 women met
each other confession when there will be no problem.
Witty as he was, that bit of foresight was still there. Bought the gifts and went to the county dock for the boat crossing. A young and beautiful woman caught Su Jing's attention, and it was none other than the eldest miss of the Lin family,
Lin Ivana. She stood at the ferry and seemed to be waiting for someone.
When she saw Su Convergence,
she moved over.
Su Convergence handed the gift in his hand over to Qin Lu to hold, arching his hand in greeting.
Eldest Miss Lin, where are you going? Qin Lu,
who was holding the gift in both hands,
was a bit speechless, feeling that he had become a follower. But remembering Su Rui's identity and background, there was nothing wrong with being a follower. Lin Aster locked eyes with the teenager in front of her, not knowing what she remembered.
She blushed and said, I want to take a trip to the town countryside.
Can I join you? Su Convergence was stunned.
So it seemed that this young beautiful woman,
Lin Ivana, was specifically waiting for him here? Not going to visit the town early in the morning, not going to visit the town late in the evening,
but at the time when he was ready to go home. He said that he wanted to visit the town.
Lin Ivana couldn't be interested in him, right?
Lin Ivana legacy in the forest house for many years, has reached the best age of the woman.
Posture and body are excellent. This who can stand?
He immediately a little heart slightly hot.
However, when he thought about it,
Lin Xingyu was also considered his friend.
So how could he hit on someone's big sister?
But the current situation was that Lin Aster was interested in him and took the initiative to approach him,
which was different. And even if he got along with Lin Aster, it didn't seem like a big deal. Returning to his senses, Su Convergence hurriedly said, of course, it's an honor to travel with Miss Lin.
Hearing such crape words,
Lin Ivana heart of tension but eased down, cannot help but puff cover mouth and laugh. This smile can be Su Convergence look into the god.
She has a posture and figure is very good.
Smile is more sweet flavor.
This smile also made Qin Lu's eyes look straight, envying Su Jing from the bottom of his heart, and he could certainly see that Lin Ivana had intentions towards Su Jing.
Do a few of you have passes?
The dock steward approached.
Lin Ivana didn't show her pass directly.
She remembered what her mother,
Hua Rongjuan,
had instructed her to first look at where the pass Su Convergence was showing was issued, and generally speaking, every pass was labeled. Su Convergence could only take out the purple jade tablet. The steward's face changed when he took a look, and he hurriedly bent over and bowed. Your humble servant pays his respects to your excellency. Go. Su Rui put away the purple jade tablet and greeted Lin Aster and Qin Lu as they boarded the boat. Lin Aster's gaze was strange. A purple level identity card.
No wonder the county magistrate was so scornful. At the same time,
she had a bit of a complicated mood. She had to say that her mother,
Hua Rongjuan, had a long-term vision. If she became Su Convergence's woman, it would be really beneficial to the family. Followed Su Convergence on the boat.
She observed the back of Su Convergence's straight posture. Her heart made up her mind.
In fact, when she came, she had already made up this determination. Just now determined Su Convergence's identity and background. Let her determination is even stronger, even if the identity and background is not put aside. To Su Convergence itself, she does not hate. I'll take this one. Entering the cabin, Su Convergence's heart moved, purposely picking the cabin where the long-haired, barefooted female trickster had stayed last time, to overcome fear, then face it head-on, intending to stay here for a night to remove the psychological shadow. By coincidence, Lin Ivana chose the cabin that he had stayed in last time, and Qin Lu stayed in the one that Lin Xingyu had stayed in, probably due to the reason that Su Hui and Lin Xingyu had stayed in it last time. It was more or less popular and didn't look so eerie anymore, thus allowing Lin Ivana and Qin Lu to choose it inadvertently. It really should be a saying that in the underworld, there is a heavenly will, just like a wasteland. Someone walks through, even if it doesn't leave much of a trace, the person who comes behind will follow without a second thought. Without a helmsman or sailor, the two-masted ship started sailing without a sound, followed by a cargo ship, also without human control. Apparently, the water shenanigans and water demons under the water began to work. Su Convergence hadn't slept in the black market last night and had wanted to catch up on his sleep in his cabin.
but Lin Ivana and Qin Lu had stayed in his cabin, so he had to take out some food and make small talk. Most of the time it was Qin Lu who was talking, just telling some interesting stories about the time of grave robbing. The amused Lin Ivana smiled sweetly from time to time, and with such a great beauty to support the scene, this made Qin Lu speak more and more vigorously. By noon, the three of them found a fire pit, built a fire on the deck, and cooked some dry food and grilled some meat for lunch. Finish your meal and return to your cabin. As soon as he saw that Qin Lu was going to tell a story again, Su Convergence really didn't want to hear it. It's fine. It's fine. We're already very clear about your glorious deeds back in the day. I didn't sleep all night last night in the black market. I need to catch up on my sleep. I'm not done yet. I'll tell you more when I have time. Qin Lu was a bit regretful and unfulfilled, but he had no choice but to leave Su Convergence's cabin. Lin Aster also went back to her cabin. Su Convergence slept until evening. His essence and physique recovered to the peak state of the Ming Jin stage. Let's hurry up and make some dinner to eat. There might be demons and weirdos hitching a ride on the boat later on. Ivana Lin naturally knew this. Qin Lu was shocked and rushed to work together to build a fire to cook. After dinner, each went back to their cabins and bolted the doors to prevent the demons and devils from going to the wrong door. Since Su Hui had made up his sleep in the afternoon, he didn't have much sleep, and he tossed and turned, but he couldn't sleep. Suddenly, he heard a soft knock on the door. His heart was shocked, his body was tense, his cold hairs rose. So soon there are demons and weirdos hitching a ride on the ship. But, hitching a ride on the ship is fine. So many empty cabins do not go. Knocking on his door to do what? He slowly rolled onto his back, picked up his one-star longsword, and came to the door, whispering, "Who? Me?" But he heard Lin Aster's voice. Su Jing was about to open the door, but then his heart tightened. It couldn't be a demon or a weirdo posing as a demon, trying to trick him into opening the door? Chapter 77, Intentionality. It's late. What can I do for you, Miss Lin? Su Hui didn't open the door and inquired. Outside the door, Lin Aster was quiet for a moment. It's nothing much, just wanted to talk to you alone. There's nothing wrong with it. Su Jing was instantly certain that the Lin Aster outside the door was not a demon or weirdo impersonator, because he didn't know Lin Aster well. So what could Lin Aster be up to? And even if there was something wrong, he didn't have to wait until the evening to talk to him about it, unless he was interested in him. Su Jing slowly opened the door and saw Lin Aster standing in the doorway, her face a little red, not daring to meet his eyes. He purposely glanced at the cabin where Lin Aster was staying. The door was already open. Sure, it was Lin Aster without a doubt. Miss Lin, come in. Su Jing sidled up to let Lin Aster in, his heart warming slightly, already anticipating what would happen next. When Lin Ivana came in, he closed and bolted the door. The atmosphere was charming. Noticing the fire in his gaze, Lin Ivana's face turned even redder, gently gritted her teeth and gathered her courage. I have been left behind in the Lin mansion for 10 years, and I don't have a man to rely on and be considerate of me. Grandpa Fu and my father and mother are all anxious day by day, and you came to be a guest in the house, and the family is quite taken with you. Do you intend to be interested in me? Intentionally. Su Convergence followed his heart, did not hesitate, and earnestly gave a very clear answer. Hearing this, Lin Ivana's heart was happy, finally relieved, showing that she herself had not made a fool of herself, no longer avoiding Su Conger's gaze, blushing as she looked into Su Conger's eyes. I'm also interested in you, and am willing to be good with you. Who can stand this? Su Convergence instantly ready to be good with her, but then instantly calmed down. Think some things are better to talk about it. Lin Ivana, I know that my identity background plays a big part. You must not be nice to me because of that. Ever since I was captured by Gu Yanming and put into the dungeon, Lin Xingyu tried to find ways to rescue me. I saw it all and remembered it in my heart, and just for that, I regarded the Lin family as friends. If the Lin family needs my help with anything, I will help as much as I can within my ability. So, you don't even need that. I still ask you to consider carefully whether you are doing this because of my identity background or because you are interested in me as a person. If it is the former, you don't have to do this. If it is the latter, then there is no problem. Lin Aster hesitated for a moment and said, I admit, your identity background really accounts for a certain component. The Lin family in Pingyan County has a small strength, but not yet reached the point of the big families. If you can climb with the above, a stable and reliable network of relationships for the Lin family is really beneficial. However, this is not the main reason. If you are someone who makes me hate you, even if your identity background is bigger, I will not be good with you. In the final analysis,
I actually have an interest in you in my heart to make this decision. Su Convergence understood. The conditions here are simple, so it's a burden on you. Ivana blushed and knowing that they are interested in each other. There is no need to say anything more. This bizarre and horizontal world is like this. No one knows what changes will happen in the next moment. No one knows if they can live to see tomorrow. All of them are living in the present, not living in the so-called future. It's late at night. There may or may not be demons and wizards on board. At this point in time, who has time to care? Even if the world's greatest demons and devils and weirdos came, they would be simply ignored. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, first level of Mingjin stage. Technique, Windbreaker Swordsmanship Volume 1. Props, none, 1-star longsword. Not worn. Remarks, Lin Ivana's favoritism towards you is 70 out of 100. The next day, Su Hui saw the belated favorability tip. His heart was very surprised. Really did not expect Lin Ivana's favorability towards him directly 70/100. Ivana Lin reupholstered her long hair, which she had let down for years, to show that she was no longer a legacy resident. The two men went out of the cabin and onto the deck, fetching water to wash up, as well as building a fire for breakfast. Xin Lu came to the deck with dark circles under his eyes and yawning, and when he saw Lin Ivana's long hair in a high plate, he understood, and when his eyes looked at Su Convergence, he inevitably felt envious, and at the same time, there was a little bit of loss in his heart. He also understood that a young lady from a cultivation family like Lin Ivana could not possibly look at him as a grave robber. He had amused Lin Ivana yesterday by telling interesting stories about grave robbing. This was already his limit. There was no need to think about anything else. Only someone with a status and background like Su Convergence would be a good match for Lin Ivana. This is a blessing. To be able to taste the handiwork of Miss Lin. Xin Lu walked over, not bothering to wash up, and followed Su Convergence to eat. Lin Aster smiled sweetly. The conditions here are simple, and I'm just warming up the dry food and roasting some jerky. How can I talk about any craftsmanship? The conditions are really simple. Su Convergence was touched. It's fine. Wait until we get to the town and let Miss Lin show off her skills. He wanted to call Sister Lin or Sister Ivana, but Lin Ivana had instructed him that he didn't want too many people to know about each other's relationship, so he only had to call Miss Lin by such a raw title. Xin Lu was stunned. His gaze was strange, but he didn't say anything. It was none of his business anyway. It was close to Green Bamboo Town. Su Convergence climbed up the mast and looked out, spotting the location of Stone Town, and immediately decided to disembark. Lin Ivana and Xin Lu had no choice but to follow him into the water with a plop, 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 swim to the shore, traveled in the direction of Stone Town. Lin Aster was a bit skeptical. Isn't your home in Green Bamboo Town? Su Convergence said. There is also a home in Stone Town. Lin Aster will understand. Also did not say more to ask. Very clear about their own position. Just like Mother Hua Rongjuan said, do not fight for what the name, there is no meaning, and do not mention any conditions. As long as Su Convergence to remember her good will also be enough. Fight in order not to fight. Do not fight is in order to fight for the better. Over 2 hills to the town of Stone. Su Jing is also not good to bring Lin Aster and Xin Lu to Xiao Mei's home. Found a tea stall. Let the two stay. He went straight to Xiao Mei's home. Arriving at Xiao Mei's home, unsurprisingly, Xiao Mei was pleasantly surprised and pounced over, embracing Su Convergence and crying tears of joy. Did husband come to see me? Aha! Su Convergence was a little heartbroken. It had been 10 days or so since he'd seen her. In addition to Xiao Mei, only 3 women at home. Su Changhe went to work in the mine, doing the work of the supervisor. Relatively easy, but do not need to Su Convergence to mention care. The 3 women smiled and looked at the younger 2. Go back to your own homes, so I won't keep you for lunch. Go for it. As a person who has been here before, of course, I know what the 2 little mouths are thinking, and they definitely don't want to stay here after a long time. After Su Convergence delivered the gifts he brought, he couldn't wait until evening, rented a carriage, and left with Xiao Mei's hand, heading back to the small courtyard he had bought. The small yard was clean and it was obvious that it was sprinkled regularly. This makes Su Convergence's more heart pity. Just imagine to know. Xiao Mei will clean the small courtyard every day. Every day is looking forward to his return to get together. The pain of this lovesickness, how difficult to suffer. At that moment, Su Convergence didn't say much, took Xiao Mei and went into the inner room. Since there was no need to talk about it in detail. Chapter 78 Advancement Points. Name, Ko-Ki. Rank, first level of Mingjin stage. Technique, Windbreaker Swordsmanship Volume 1. Props, none, 1-star longsword. Not worn.
Remark 1. Su Xiaomei's favorability towards you has risen from 85 out of 100 to 90 out of 100.
And you have gained 1 advancement point, which can be added to one of the ranks, skills, and props. After easing the pain of lovesickness, Su Convergence was unsurprisingly rewarding. Xiaomei was Xiaomei. It was worthy of being a young girl who had 85 favorability towards him from the beginning. This favorability increase was too swift. Su Meijin held Xiaomei's hand and walked around the small courtyard, saying some sweet things. Looking at the happy smile on Xiaomei's face, Su Convergence knew that he had to stay in Stone Town for 2 days no matter what. So, after talking to Xiaomei, Su Convergence went to the tea stall on the street and invited Lin Aster and Qin Lu to his home as guests. By noon, Su Convergence went out on the street with Qin Lu and bought back a whole bunch of ingredients. Mei took the ingredients, took them into the kitchen, and busied herself with cooking. Lin Aster followed into the kitchen. "Let me help you." Xiaomei, who was busy, looked back at her. "You're a guest in the house. How can this be good enough for you to help cook?" Lin Aster smiled sweetly and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white wrists. "It's fine. Su Jing and I are good friends." Xiaomei blinked, vaguely understanding what was going on, so she didn't push back. "Curious, you can walk around outside during the day. Are you a martial arts practitioner?" Lin Aster nodded gently. "Sort of." The two of them chatted while cooking and soon became acquainted, calling each other sisters. Of course, this was also because Lin Ivana intended to befriend Xiaomei. She was clear about her position. Lunch was sumptuous. Chicken, duck, fish and meat all available. Of course, sumptuous only for people from towns like Xiaomei. For Lin Ivana it was a home-cooked meal. The four of them ate and talked and drank a little wine. After dinner, tea in the parlor. Since Xiaomei couldn't go out for long periods of time during the day, it wasn't good for Su Conger to go out either, so she had to stay at home with her. And Lin Ivana and Qin Lu had to stay at home as well. It was not until after dinner that the four of them were able to go out and take a walk outside. Before I knew it, I was walking to the pier. Su Convergence and Xiaomei looked at each other with a heartfelt smile, and only the two of them knew exactly what this place meant to each other. Su Convergence and Xiaomei sat on the ferry looking at the stars and making small talk. Ivana Lin occasionally chimed in and got a little involved. Qin Lu felt like he was brighter than the stars in the night sky. Even if he had the eloquence and the stories, it was not good for him to talk too much at this time. It was late into the night before the four of them returned from the dock to the small courtyard. This night, Su Convergence still belongs to Xiaomei. A long time goodbye is better than a new marriage, not just a casual talk. Remarks, Su Xiaomei's favorability towards you has risen from 90 out of 100 to 91 out of 100. And you have gained 1 advancement point, which can be added to any one of the ranks, skills, and props. By the time he received the tip on the second day, Su Convergence was surprised and delighted. Xiaomei's favorability growth was just too fierce. The more it made his heart ache for Mei, the more he couldn't leave. And so, he stayed in Stone Town for 5 whole days, accompanying Xiaomei every day during the day, and then traveling in the evening until he returned late at night. Of course, during these 5 days, it was not good to leave Lin Aster too cold, and found a chance to patronize her. It was only early in the morning of the 6th day that Su Convergence sent Xiaomei back to her mother's house and took Lin Ivana and Qin Lu towards Green Bamboo Town. Over the mountain, through no man's land. For practitioners of the Ming Jin stage like Su Jing and Lin Ivana, this distance was nothing, but Qin Lu suffered and was as tired as anything. When he arrived at Green Bamboo Town, Su Convergence first went to the mine, and he was relieved to see that Pu Rin had taken care of the mine in a well-organized manner. I'm afraid that no mine steward like him to run around the world. Other mine steward at most is in the town of Lichuan Fong listen to music, but also have to patrol the mine twice a day. He is completely as a shirker. Returning to the town, the mansion on New Street, he saw Yang Yi hanging around the mansion with 3 men, cruising back and forth. Seeing Su Convergence, Yang Yi hurriedly ran over. "Your son-in-law has returned," Su Convergence asked. "Is the family okay?" Yang Yi reported. "Xian's son-in-law, don't worry. Everything is fine. I'm here every day with people patrolling." The 3 men who had followed Yang Yi on his rounds also rushed over, bending their heads and saluting Su Convergence, grateful that he had given them such a good job. Indeed is good. Every day as long as in the mansion around the patrol on the line. Not hard, not sweat. Such a job where to find go. The key is to give more food. Then the Mindstone carriers are more. Su Convergence said to Yang Yi. In the future, father-in-law will still be in charge of the security of this mansion, and I have to travel a lot now that I've gained respect from above. Yes. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. For him, being a supervisor in the mine, and being a patrol leader here, are the same. Anyway, as long as no accidents happen to Su Convergence, he will have a good life following Su Convergence, for which he is clear in his heart. People passing by Lin Ivana, this young beautiful woman, have side-eye. Not to mention Lin Ivana's posture and stature. Look at the clothes. Temperament. No, is not an ordinary woman. There is also this walking outside in the middle of the day. Obviously martial arts practitioners. After Su Ming explained Yang Yi, he brought Lin Ivana and Qin Lu into the house.
When they saw Su Convergence coming home,
Li Xiaoya and Yang Kani were happy to come over, but they realized that there were male guests and had to avoid them. This big sister is beautiful. Wang Suiyun warmly greeted over, affectionately shaking Lin Ivana's hands beside Su Rue, her eyes shrewdly sizing up Lin Ivana's clothes and temperament. As for the Qin Lu on the other side of Su Hui, he was dressed in ordinary clothes and had no temperament whatsoever. Wang Suiyun directly ignored it, mistaking it for Su Jing or Lin Yan's servant boy. Lin Ivana called out auntie, but Wang Chuiyun was so happy. A woman of such status calling her auntie was something she didn't even dare to think about before. Su Convergence knows that Wang Chuiyun's old problems are back, and it is not good to say anything more to Lin Ivana, Qin Lu to arrange guest rooms to stay. He had stayed in Stone Town for 5 days, and it was not good for him to stay in Green Bamboo Town for too short a time. It took 3 days to properly solidify the goodwill of Sister Hosoya and Cindy. Another 2 days, a day and a half with Pei Zhaoxi, this little pepper, together. Half a day to visit Chun Tao, not to favor one over the other. Just Chun Tao every day have to learn songs and dances. There is not much free time. With a full schedule, the time management guru. It's not just talk. It was worth mentioning that Pei Zhaoxi, this little chili pepper's favorability towards him had increased from 50 to 60. A great improvement, and had gradually grown to like him as a big teenager, which made Su Convergence very pleased. Spring Peach's favorability was also up 5 points to 65. Everything is moving forward in a good direction, and sooner or later, it will grow thicker and thicker, and quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. Day 6. Su Convergence left Green Bamboo Town with Lin Ivana and Qin Lu, took the boat ferry, and headed for Pingyang County. In the future, his center of gravity would be in Pingyang County. Green Bamboo Town was after all too remote and lacked cultivation sustenance, and the raw materials he needed for his advancement were only available in Pingyang County. The 2 advancement points he obtained from Xiaomei, he added 1 on the rank, and the result showed that he needed 2 qi condensation pills in order to advance to the Ming Jin stage 2nd sky, so he could imagine what ingredients would be needed in the future. He had even begun to consider taking the women in his family to the city of Pingyang County, so as to save him from having to run back and forth. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to get a firm foothold and a place in Pingyang County City in order to hold up a peaceful environment so that he could formally allow the women in his family to move. Chapter 79. Su Convergence. Lin Ivana and Qin Lu returned from Green Bamboo Town to the Lin family mansion on 3rd Street in Pingyang County City. The first thing the Lin family noticed was Lin Ivana's long, high-coiled hair, and the glorious glow on her face, which, obviously no longer a legacy status, indicating that there was already a man. The main reason was that Lin Ivana had been left behind for 10 years, and had always worn her long hair, and this time it was coiled up. It was too eye-catching, and it was hard not to draw attention to it. The reactions of the Lin family's crowd varied. Hua Rongjuan's face showed joy, as well as relief that her daughter Lin Ivana had not disappointed her and had made progress so quickly. She looked at Su Jing, the teenage boy, with light in her eyes, exactly the way a mother-in-law would look at her son-in-law. And the more she looked at him, the more she fell in love with him. Lin Aster blushed slightly as she glanced at Su Hui, and then looked down at the ground. Lin Yu saw his daughter Lin Ivana's long hair coiled up, but he was stunned. Obviously, he didn't know as much as Hua Rongjuan did. However, as a father's intuition was still there, his gaze directly skipped over Qin Lu, locking onto Su Convergence's body with a faint smile and a slight nod of his head. Su Jing didn't dare to be slow, although Lin Aster's intention was not to make it public. But the respect that should be shown to the female's parents still had to be there. Auntie and uncle, we're back. Can't break it down. Just have to say this. The old housekeeper, who was walking in the mansion, also noticed Lin Hannah's coiled long hair, and a pleased smile floated up on his old face. This is the right thing to do. When a woman reaches the age, she should have her hair coiled, and it looks much more pleasing to the eye, and the cloaked hair looks diaphragmatic and disturbing. There are 3 general ways that women in this world take care of their hair. When they are young, they have spiral pill hair like Jade. When they are old enough to find a man, they grow their hair over their shoulders to indicate that they are waiting to be married. when they have a man, they put up their long hair, and if the man dies, they have to let their hair down again. That's why the old housekeeper said that. When you reach the age and still wear hair and look diaphragmatic, either you can't get married, or the man is dead. It's not as good as a coiffure. Missy, that's not right. You've got your hair tied up wrong. Clueless Jade is still incapable of understanding the affairs of men and women. The old butler slatted his face and gently smacked her little brain. Go play aside. What do you know? Jade could only walk away in aggravation. The subordinates of the Lin family could not help but cover their mouths and laugh softly. The discerning can see that Missy is back with a man. And, looking at the attitude of the head of the family and the madam towards this teenage boy Su Convergence, it is 80% Su Convergence. Why isn't brother Lin at the mansion? Su Rue asked and felt that he should inform Lin Xingyu, although Lin Aster had no intention of making it public, but at the very least, he had to let Lin Xingyu know. Hua Rongjuan laughed. Yuer has gone out with a few friends to practice and do some preparations for breaking through the bone refining stage, so I guess he won't be home for a while in the future. So when he comes back, you guys can just talk about it. Su Jing then couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. Cultivation of this kind of thing had to rely on oneself, and he couldn't do much to help. Lin Ivana and Su Convergence and the whole Lin family house strolled around. Mannerisms slightly intimate. A posture and figure are very good. Like a special thing, a handsome young man. A good skin match is certainly not very match. After all, the age gap in this, so that the Lin family of maids and servants in the heart of the count on it. After completing his rounds as the aunt to be, Su Jing still returned to the West Courtyard's wing to reside, and he was still, on the surface, a guest in the Lin family's mansion. Qin Lu didn't come to the West Courtyard compartment. He left a while ago, saying that he was going to look for his fellow brothers who used to explore the cave and touch the gold together, to make some preparations for the excavation of the cultivator's tomb. For one thing, Qin Lu had been imprisoned in the dungeon for several years and was somewhat handicapped. He was alone in digging the tomb with Su Convergence and was unsure of the situation, and needed the assistance of his fellow brothers. Secondly, you also need some specialized tools for digging graves, and things to ward off evil spirits. Digging graves is not a simple thing, especially in such a weird and strange world. A carelessness can easily cause necrophilia, bizarre changes, contaminated with demons and evil spirits and so on. To advance to the second sky of the Ming Jin stage, I need 2 Qi condensation pills. To advance to the third sky of the Ming Jin stage, do I need 3 or directly double it to 4? If it's by analogy, then I will need a large amount of Qi condensation pills in the future. Su converged to mull over his own affairs. Qi condensation pill. Qi condensation pill. He only had 8 spirit stones in his hand right now, which wasn't enough to buy 1 Qi condensation pill, let alone a large number of them. Still have to think of something and get the spirit stones to do it. Cultivator's graveyard. I don't know if there are any spirit stones to accompany the burial, but I can't put all my hopes in the cultivator's graveyard. If there is, of course, the best. If there is no, there is nothing to feel sorry for. After all, this is a dead man's fortune. It all depends on luck. Su Convergence thought, it is better to use the authority to get money to be safe. Where to start messing with it? The magistrate? He slightly shook his head, negated this idea. Wool gathering is not this kind of wool gathering, which has caught a sheep to make a strong wool gathering. This shall not grip the bald skin. A rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Not to mention the magistrate. Moreover, although the county magistrate was the apparent administrator of order in Pingyang County City, in reality, the magistrate was only a cultivator at the bottom of the hierarchy, and didn't have much in the way of spirit stones at all. The cultivation sustenance of Pingyang County City, the big head is still in the hands of the Ebony sect, followed by the hands of the powerful families who live on the first street. Again, these small powerful families who live on the second and third streets, and at the very least, the casual cultivators. So, if I want to use my authority to get spirit stones, I still have to start with the Ebony cult. And there's also the fact that the powerful families living on First Street are also fat. Su Convergence combed through the distribution of cultivation sustenance in Pingyang County City and gradually clarified his next plan. It's also time for the White Cat doppelganger to come out. Picketers of Pinellas County, boarding the stage. By the end of the night, the White Cat doppelganger was out, coming out of a dark alley on 3rd Street, crossing the street and heading for First Street with a 6-footed stride. First Street was heavily guarded, and only those who had a spirit house on First Street, or those who had rented a spirit house on First Street, could enter, because of the existence of the boundary. Not to mention a cat, even a mosquito would have a hard time sneaking in. However, Su Convergence did not have the intention of quietly sneaking in. He this white cat doppelganger hanging Pingyang County picket, just walked through the gate openly and honestly. Moreover, the purpose of his trip is to get money, to be high profile, to be supportive, only easy to let people filial piety. And so, the white cat doppelganger wore the sign of a Pingyang County picket around his neck as he strutted toward the gate of the boundary. Unsurprisingly, once the guards saw the sign of Pingyang County's picket envoy, all of their faces changed. Knowing that this was the newly appointed Pingyang County's picket envoy coming, they didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly bent down to salute. Greetings to the Lord Picketers. The people of the great families who were going in and out of the main gate also had a shock in their hearts and made way, knowing that a heavyweight had come to the county town. You should know that the authority of the picket ambassador is very large, and has the right to ask about anything within the boundaries of Pingyang County. To put it bluntly, it is here to check for leaks and fill in the gaps, commonly known as finding fault. Chapter 80. What's the matter with you? All of you are crooked and loose. What do you look like? Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger's gaze was as harsh as a knife as he scanned the guards provocatively. All of you stand still, with your backs straight. Everyone in the Ebony cult entered the cult as a bilocation, and in order to hide their true identities, they would often make their bilocations' voice traits and personality traits different from the main body, which would help to hide their true identities. Su Convergence had used the white cat doppelganger once when he was in Stone Town, initially establishing a grumpy image. Previously, Su Convergence had also quietly revealed to the county magistrate that the newly appointed Lord Picket envoy was a violent temper. Now, he's just continuing that character trait. Yes, the guards stood up straight in a hurry, feeling aggrieved that they had stood up straight, and that it wasn't for the purpose of saluting the Lord Picket envoy that they had bent over. The people of the great families were also aghast in their hearts, and this time they knew that the newly appointed Lord Picket envoy was short-tempered and not a good person to deal with. The spirit tree is the most central cultivation sustenance in Pingyang County City, and as the first street is close to the spirit tree, the defense of the first street is especially important. All people entering and exiting the first street have to be carefully inspected, so as to avoid demonic and bizarre monsters from mixing in and damaging, destroying, or stealing the branches, leaves, and roots of the spirit tree. The white cat doppelganger was a tiny one, but because it had a picket sign, it looked imposing. No one can stand in the surrounding area for 2 feet. The guards only answered yes. Again, the white cat doppelganger gave another stern speech before saying, "Take me to your Lord Town envoy." The lead guard made a gesture of invitation and hurriedly led the way ahead. "Lord Picket envoy, please follow me." Going into the first street, after walking not far, Su Hui's white cat doppelganger saw a squirrel ushering in with quick steps. Quite imposing. Should be the ground flesh doppelganger of the E-religion. That is, there is no doubt that the town guard envoy of Pingyang County. Apparently, someone had already gone to report it a while ago. It's a great honor to welcome Lord Picket envoy to Pingyang County. From a distance, the squirrel was making the sound of a middle-aged woman's laughter. Female. Su Convergence didn't expect that the town envoy of Pingyang County was a woman. Of course, this is only the manifestation of the ground flesh doppelganger. Whether the real identity is a man or a woman, that is not easy to say. In case there is a perverted man who intentionally makes the ground flesh doppelganger use a female voice, this is also a possible thing. You are welcome, Lord Town Councillor. Su Convergence raised his 2 front paws slightly and arched his hand in greeting. The rank of the town guard of Pingyang County City is the same as that of a picket, and is of equal rank. Moreover, there is a difference between a town crier, who is a real power, and a picket, who is only an imaginary title. He can't treat his subordinates the way he should treat his peers. It is said that a new official takes office with 3 fires, and this first fire of the Lord Picket envoy's assumption of office will not be burned in our county. Will it? The squirrel made the voice of a middle-aged woman and said jokingly, lifting her paw in a gesture of invitation, signaling Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger to follow her. She waved her hand at the lead guard. Go about your business. The lead guard bowed to her, and then to Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger. Before turning back to guard the gate, Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger followed her, smiling faintly. How could it be? Before coming to the county, I randomly sampled a few towns to take a look at them, and this look pissed me off. The controls were too loose. The squirrel issued a middle-aged woman's voice and said, I guess the upper level also felt that it was a bit loose, so they arranged for the Lord Picket envoy to take office. Su Hui's white cat doppelganger sighed. I was originally idle, not wanting to take up any position, but the above see me too idle. Hard to give me this picket position. It's not easy to be a picket. If you're serious about picketing, it's easy to offend your peers. If you're not serious about picketing, You can't explain it to the top. Squirrel laughed. Yes, each has its own difficulties. I'm not good at this town guard. Pingyang County. Although we are mainly the power of the Yi Church, but there have been other sects of people infiltrated. And all kinds of demons, devils, spirits and monsters greedy. Always want to fish food from our Yi Church's pot. In the future, but also ask the Picket Ambassador adults to take care of my area. The two Earth-Flesh doppelgangers, walking and chatting, arrived under the spirit tree. The defense here was even tighter, with 3 layers of boundaries inside and 3 layers outside, not allowing anyone to get close to the spirit tree. The squirrel climbed up the spirit tree with Sue Convergence's white cat doppelganger and went into a hole in the tree. Nice guy. When Sue Convergence's white cat doppelganger took a look at this tree hole, it looked like a small cave. Beds, tables, chairs, tea sets, all kinds of mini furniture. A full set. The conditions are simple, so I'm sorry to make the picketers laugh. The squirrel sits down on a small futon and uses 2 paws to make tea using a small tea set. Sue Convergence's white cat doppelganger sat down in the small paved group opposite the small tea table. Our Earth-Flesh doppelganger doesn't have so much to say about it. And Lord Town Guardian here isn't that simple. How many people want to get close to the spirit tree for cultivation can't get it? Not to mention living directly in the spirit tree's tree hole. It's really enviable. The squirrel laughed. When I was first assigned the position of Town Guardian Envoy of Pingyang County City by the above, I was overjoyed. It was because I could cultivate in a tree hole. This is considered a treasure land for cultivation. If Lord Picket Envoy doesn't mind, you can also find a tree hole here as a cave, which is conducive to cultivation. Earth-Flesh doppelgangers, which are growth types, have an initial physical strength that increases with the strength of the main body. On top of that, the Earth-Flesh split can be practiced. For that matter, Sue Convergence knew from the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy. However, Sue Conger's main body didn't even know anything about cultivation, let alone the Earth-Flesh split. He was also too lazy to use his Earth-Flesh split to cultivate, and as long as he enhanced his main body, his Earth-Flesh split would naturally become stronger. For example, now, his main body had reached the Ming gene stage, and his Earth-Flesh split was much stronger than it was initially. Cultivating in the Spirit Tree's cave is a privilege that Lord Jinsho is uniquely blessed with, and it would be easy for me to invite gossip if I lived here. Sue Convergence's white cat doppelganger politely rejected her good intentions and tried. Is there any unused mansions on First Street? If so, you can set one aside for me. He wasn't like the bilocations of the other people in the Ebony sect. His white cat bilocation couldn't cultivate at all. Giving him a tree hole as a cave was worthless to him. Not so with the mansion. He can't use it himself and can rent it to others. Collect rent. Doesn't that give you a spirit stone? One must know that the mansions on the First Street are dead expensive. Small powerful families like the Lin family can't afford to buy them. They can only rent a spirit house every once in a while and use it for cultivation rushes. The Lord Picket is overly concerned. I think. The squirrel thought that he was really worried about being impeached. This spirit tree is under my control, and so is the entire Pingyang County City. And who would dare to say anything about it if I allow Lord Picket Envoy to live here? Unless the Lord of the Picket Envoy impeaches himself. Otherwise, if the two of us want to do something, no one in Pingyang County City can control it, and it's unlikely that the higher-ups will hold the two of us accountable for this trivial matter. Sue Convergence's white cat doppelganger shook its paw. No, no, no. As a Picket Envoy, I should set an example and not use my power for personal gain. It's better to arrange a mansion for me. I'll live with a solid heart. The squirrel looked at him with a strange gaze. Among our ebony cult, there aren't many people who are as disciplined as Lord Picketmaster. Sue Convergence mumbled in his heart. Mansion, rent, spirit stones. Squirrel persuaded him to no avail, and seeing that he was so adamant about his principles, he had to do as he wished. She got up from the small futon and came to open a large box in front of her, taking out a jade key from inside. This is the key to the word no. One mansion. With this key you can open the mansion's boundary, although it's the word no. One mansion, but then again, it's no better than the richness of the spirituality in the tree cave. If the Lord Picket Envoy would like to come to cultivate in the tree cave in the future, he can always give me a greeting. That is, a word no. One mansion. How many spirit stones must this be rented out? Sue Convergence's white cat doppelganger secretly rejoiced in his heart, but casually accepted the jade key. Then thank you, Lord Town Guardian. She brought over a few more booklets and a jade box, placing them together on the tea table and slowly pushing them in front of Sue Convergence's white cat doppelganger.
This is the account of the sale of the mansions on the first street and the lease of the mansions since I became a town guardian ambassador.
Would the Lord Picket Master like to look through it? Su Hui's white cat doppelganger didn't move, raised his paw and opened the jade box to take a look.
Seeing that there were neat rows of spirit stones lying inside, his heart was overjoyed, and at the same time a little bit surprised. This town guardian ambassador certainly didn't make a lot of benefits out of it, or else it couldn't have been so generous. The moment he came to give him so many spirit stones,
he obviously didn't want to be checked on the account.
Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger hesitated and pushed a few pamphlets back in front of her.
There's no need to check the accounts.
Since the above appointed Lord Jinsho to the position, they have trusted Lord Jinsho since. Squirrel locked eyes with him and smiled at each other. The squirrel must have been thinking in his mind that the picketeer wasn't as observant of principles as he appeared to be.
Either. Think about it is also relieved. Religion never pays salaries. The following people want to practice sustenance. You have to find their own way, and then how to comply with the principle of people.
Always have to practice to enhance the strength. More or less have to fish a little practice resources.
Moreover,
the razor-sharp religions all enter the religion in separate bodies, each with their own identity, and to put it bluntly, they gather together to eat a big pot of rice.
Not eating for nothing. Squirrel laughed. Thanks for the trust from above. And thanks for the trust of the Lord Picketers. Su Ming's white cat doppelganger drank tea and chatted with her, and after staying in this tree hole for about an hour, he was ready to leave with the jade key and jade box in his mouth.
Squirrel looked baffled for a moment.
Lord Picket Master, is this? Is the storage vessel full? Is it possible that I don't have a storage vessel at all?
Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger said.
Some time ago, I hurriedly took up my post, and the things I brought with me were just too much, so I really couldn't fit them in, and I forgot to purchase additional storage vessels. The squirrel flipped its paw, and a black and unattractive bag appeared, handing it over. I have a vacant storage bag here, so the Lord Picket envoy can just take it and use it. What if I don't know how to use it?
Su Convergence of the white cat incarnation of the gaze frozen.
On the White Fox Mining Patrol messenger a little resentment.
He has the White Fox Mining Patrol messenger the most loyal subordinates. Also do not guide him to these cultivation of common sense. The White Fox Mining Patrol messenger is really too careless. Of course, it was possible that the White Fox Mining Patrol envoy thought that he knew this common sense. After all, he had cultivated to the bone refining stage on his own, so he wouldn't even be unaware of this common sense, right? In fact, he really doesn't know. Well, when Su Hui stretched out his paw to catch it, he felt a cool paw, and the black bag was integrated into it, and he was able to clearly feel that there was a strange cubicle in his paw. He put down the jade box and jade key in his mouth, waved his paw, and the two things went into the cubicle, which was really useful. The squirrel followed him down the spirit tree and kept sending him out of the inner and outer boundaries before waving his paw goodbye. After leaving from here and walking down the first street, Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger clearly sensed that a cool chill ran through his body, and that there were many gazes focused on him in the dark. This is the disadvantage of a high profile, brightening the position of the picket envoy. Get the benefits, but also will cause the attention of all parties. From now on, this white cat detachment don't want to think of the original like in the dark low profile action. With so many people watching me, it would be hard for me to go back quietly, and I'm sure my whereabouts would be known. Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger molded over. The A word no. One mansion. It definitely can't be handed over to the main body. Otherwise it would be easy to expose the true identity. I'll simply use this doppelganger to rent out the mansion for the spirit stone rent collected, the spirit stone rent acquired, and the spirit stone in the jade box. How to send it to the body? That's the difficult problem. Unable to think of a good way for the time being, Su Convergence's white cat doppelganger arrived at the gate of the A-word no. One mansion and, using the jade key, opened the boundary to enter, isolating it from the attention of outside eyes. Since I can't go back, I'll stay here for now.